Chapter 1. The Hidden Dragon Emerges. Junlin, it's been 7 years. You've learned almost everything we old fellows can teach you. It's time to go back. Take this Hunyuan sword as your weapon. In a certain valley, a white-bearded old Taoist stroked his goat beard and took out a sword. Kid, haven't you always wanted this Juyong gold needle? Here, take it. Another elder in a blue robe produced a box containing 9 golden needles that glimmered with a scorching light. Junlin, take this Tianji token. If you ever encounter any trouble, just go to the Tianji Pavilion and find your senior brothers. They will protect you. An elder wearing a black and white striped robe handed over a token engraved with the words Tianji. Don't worry, Junlin. If anyone dares to bully you, just use this Baelyang King seal to summon the army and eradicate his entire clan. A silver-haired elder directly pulled out a large seal carved with a giant python, exuding a strong aura. Junlin, this card contains some pocket money from your 5th master. Use it as you need. If it's not enough, just take this Dragon Soul ring to the Long Family Commerce Association. They have plenty of money to spend. An elder who appeared wealthy, with a large build and small, greedy eyes, tossed out a black card and a ring, speaking grandly. This is the Dark Emperor's order. Junlin, take it. If anything happens, just show the Dark Emperor's order and no one will dare to touch you. Then, an elder in a black robe with a cold expression, exuding a chilling aura, produced a black token engraved with a blood-red character for dark. Junlin, take this jade pendant. After you descend the mountain, remember to visit the Huangpu clan. I left something good for you there. Another elder in a yellow robe with a solemn expression took out a finely carved jade pendant. Amitabha, Junlin, take this relic. It will be of great use at critical moments. At this moment, an old monk in a monk's robe, holding a string of prayer beads, took out a golden bead that radiated Buddhist light, clearly a rare item. At this moment, in the valley, the 8 elders were giving advice to a young man while stuffing their treasures into his hands. Junlin, after you descend the mountain, remember to find your senior sisters. They are all stunning beauties, just waiting for you to come down and charm them. You should try to win them all. At this time, a beautiful woman in a white long dress, elegant and graceful, advised the young man, Ahem, Lu Ruyan. What are you talking about? Immediately, the white-bearded old Taoist coughed. Humph, did I say something wrong? Do you want Junlin to be a lifelong single dog like you old bachelors? The woman in white rolled her eyes at the white-bearded old Taoist, leaving him speechless. Masters, thank you for your teachings over the past 7 years. This kindness, Yi Junlin, will never forget. I will surely repay it doubly in the future. Yi Junlin felt warmth in his heart as he looked at the concern from his 9 masters. He directly knelt down and bowed 3 times before them, then stood up and descended the mountain. The hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. The Dragon Kingdom is about to change. The elder in the black and white striped robe murmured with a glint in his eyes. Meanwhile, at a roadside below the mountain, several business cars had surrounded a BMW 7 Series, blocking it from both ends. Dozens of men in black shirts got out of those business cars, and among them was a bald man leading the group. They directly surrounded the BMW. At this moment, a woman dressed in black leather, with braided hair and a tall, sharp-eyed figure, stepped out from the driver's seat of the BMW, looking at the people in front of her. Who are you? What do you want? Miss Jiang, aren't you going to get out of the car? The bald man looked coldly at the back seat of the BMW, sneering. Click! The back door of the BMW opened, and a woman in a black long dress, wearing sunglasses, with her long hair cascading down her shoulders, stepped out. She took off her sunglasses, revealing a delicate and mature, beautiful face, exuding a high-cold aura. She looked at the bald man and spat. What do you want? The bald man looked at this woman and coldly said, Miss Jiang, it seems you won't be going back to Jianghai today. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, all the men in black shirts drew out sharp knives, exuding a chilling aura. The leather-clad woman's expression changed, and she immediately blocked the long-dressed woman, glaring at the bald man. You dare to touch the young lady? Don't you fear the Jiang family's retaliation? Su Tianwang sent you here, right? The long-dressed woman said indifferently. The bald man's expression changed slightly. Miss Jiang, it's time for you to go. Kill. Immediately, the group of men charged at the long-dressed woman, and the leather-clad woman shouted, Miss, quickly get in the car and leave. I'll hold them off. The leather-clad woman rushed out and engaged in fierce combat with the group. Bang, bang, bang. Although the leather-clad woman was a female, She fought fiercely and ruthlessly, taking down more than a dozen men in the blink of an eye. However, as more of them surged forward, she quickly found herself outnumbered, sustaining multiple stab wounds and being forced to retreat. In the end, she was punched by the bald man and flew into the side of the BMW, spitting blood. Swish! The long-dressed woman looked at the injured, leather-clad woman, her brows furrowing, while the bald man coldly remarked, "What a pity, such a beauty is about to perish." After saying this, he moved to attack the long-dressed woman, but suddenly a voice interrupted. "Can I hitch a ride?" Swish, swish, swish. As the voice sounded, the bald man and his men changed their expressions and turned to see a young man, Yi Junlin, who had appeared out of nowhere. "Can I hitch a ride? I'm also going to Shanghai." Yi Junlin looked at the long-dressed woman and asked, while she seemed taken aback. The bald man sneered at Yi Junlin. "Kid, are you out of your mind? Can't you see what we're doing? You still want to ride? I think you want to ride to hell." Slap. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a slap echoed. Yi Junlin flicked his hand and slapped the bald man in the face, sending him flying, and coldly said, "Shut up." Swish. Everyone present was shocked, and the bald man covered his face, glaring at Yi Junlin with a fierce expression. "Bastard, you dare to hit me? Get him. Chop him into pieces." Immediately, the group of men in black shirts holding sharp knives charged at Yi Junlin. However, before they could get close, they were inexplicably sent flying, crashing to the ground and screaming in agony. This scene stunned the long-dressed woman, the leather-clad woman, and the bald man. The bald man looked at Yi Junlin, momentarily at a loss for words, his eyes filled with intense fear. "Get lost," Yi Junlin said expressionlessly. The bald man immediately fled in a panic, while Yi Junlin approached the long-dressed woman. "Can I hitch a ride with you?" The long-dressed woman looked at Yi Junlin, her eyes sparkling. "Sure, cough, cough, cough." At that moment, the leather-clad woman started coughing, her complexion pale, and she was losing too much blood, becoming weak. "Xiaoya, how are you?" The long-dressed woman's expression changed as she looked at the leather-clad woman with concern. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yi Junlin waved his hand, and a silver needle pierced the leather-clad woman's body. She changed her expression and glared at him. "What are you doing? If you don't want to die, shut up," Yi Junlin said coldly. The leather-clad woman was stunned by Yi Junlin's scolding, and soon a look of surprise appeared in her eyes as she noticed that her wounds were not only stopping the bleeding, but also rapidly scabbing over, and her breath was stabilizing. This scene left both the woman in the long dress and the woman in leather jackets with incredulous expressions. Soon, Yi Junlin pulled out a silver needle, and the woman in leather looked at him awkwardly and said, "Thank you. Get in the car." Yi Junlin ignored the woman in leather and directly sat in the back seat of the BMW. Seeing herself being ignored, the woman in leather felt dissatisfied and called out to Yi Junlin, "That's where the lady sits. You go to the front." "Xiaoya, let it go." The woman in the long dress said softly and also sat in the back seat, while the woman in leather returned to the driver's seat and started the car towards Shanghai. "Hello, I still don't know your name. My name is Jiang Muge." In the car, the woman in the long dress looked at Yi Junlin and asked, "Yi Junlin." Yi Junlin uttered 3 words and then closed his eyes, clearly not wanting to say more. Jiang Muge occasionally glanced at Yi Junlin. After a 5 to 6 hour drive, they finally arrived in the city of Shanghai, and Yi Junlin got out of the car. "Mr. Yi, wait a moment." At this moment, Jiang Muge got out of the car and looked at Yi Junlin. "Thank you for saving me today. This is my business card. If you need anything in Shanghai, feel free to find me." Jiang Muge took out a business card and handed it to Yi Junlin, who accepted it and left. "Miss, this guy's too arrogant. Who does he think he is?" The woman in leather walked up to Jiang Muge, looking indignant. "People with ability tend to have a bit of character." Jiang Muge smiled slightly. Then her expression hardened and a cold glint appeared in her eyes. "Let's go meet the guy who doesn't want me to come back." At this moment, Yi Junlin stood on the streets of Shanghai, looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar city, and said softly, "It's been 7 years, finally back. 7 years ago, you insulted my sister, killed my parents, and wiped out my entire family. I will make you repay this blood debt 100-fold, 1,000-fold." At this moment, a figure of an arrogant, powerful, and overbearing young man appeared in Yi Junlin's mind. His fists clenched, and he shouted every word. A terrifying killing intent radiated from him, freezing the air around him, making the passers-by shiver involuntarily. 7 years ago, Yi Junlin was the young master of the prominent Yi family in Jianghai, with loving parents and a sister, living a very happy life. But all of this was completely shattered at a party 7 years that party attended by the elite of Jianghai. Yi Junlin's sister Yi Tiange was targeted by a mysterious young master who wanted to bully her. Seeing this, Yi Junlin rushed up, only to be slapped away by the other party. Later, when Yi Junlin's parents appeared, they intended to use the Yi family's power to force that young master to back off, but the young master disdainfully said, "Yi family? What are they worth? I'll let you live. You live, I let you die. You die." Then that young master publicly humiliated Yi Junlin's sister, ultimately leading her to bite her tongue and commit suicide to escape the humiliation. Yi Junlin's parents were brutally beaten to death by the young master's subordinates while trying to save their daughter. Seeing his sister and parents die tragically, Yi Junlin went completely insane, recklessly rushing towards that young master, but was easily trampled underfoot, humiliated, with, "You a waste? It's as easy for me to crush you as it is to crush an ant. Break his limbs and throw him into the sea. As for the rest of the Yi family, leave none alive, kill them all." With one sentence from the lofty young master, Yi Junlin was left with broken limbs and thrown into the sea, and the Yi family was brutally exterminated. At this moment, Yi Junlin was so furious that his breath became disordered, causing his fingers to bleed from digging into his palm without him realizing it. Huff! Yi Junlin took a deep breath, suppressing his inner emotions, and headed towards the south of the city. Chapter 2: Ultimate Humiliation. In Jianghai, in the south of the city, there was an abandoned mansion, overgrown with weeds, exuding endless desolation. This was where the Yi family used to live. At this moment, Yi Junlin arrived here, looking at the home he had lived in for over a decade, and said firmly, "Mom, Dad, sister, I'm back. Don't worry. I will make those who once harmed you come here to repent and atone." Suddenly, Yi Junlin discovered that beside this abandoned mansion stood 4 tombstones. He approached them and saw that the names inscribed were those of his parents, his sister, and his own name. Who set these up? Yi Junlin frowned as he looked at the 4 tombstones. When the Yi family was in trouble, none of those who were friends with the Yi family dared to help. So who would set up tombstones for them? "Come out." Suddenly, Yi Junlin's expression tightened, and he shouted, "Come out." Swish! Swish! A man and a woman appeared behind Yi Junlin. The man was dressed in black and had a cold expression, while the woman wore white and was exquisite and beautiful. They knelt before Yi Junlin and said, "Cold foam from the heavenly machine pavilion. Yan pays respects to the young master." Yi Junlin turned to look at them and asked, "You were sent by my third master?" The head of the heavenly machine pavilion was indeed Yi Junlin's third master. "Yes, the pavilion master sent us to obey the young master's orders." The woman named Yan replied, "Do you know who set up these tombstones?" Yi Junlin asked directly. Reporting to the young master, these tombstones were set up by the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Shuer. Yan answered Shuer. Hearing this name, Yi Junlin's expression changed as he recalled a past scene. "Brother Junlin, when Shuer grows up, I will definitely marry you." At a seaside location, a beautiful girl with flowing hair leaned against the shoulder of a young boy, her eyes full of longing. "Okay, I will prepare a grand wedding for Shuer." The young boy gently held the girl's hand and replied. The boy and girl were Yi Junlin and Su Shuer. The Su family was also a prominent family in Jianghai, and they had a long-standing friendship with the Yi family, so they were considered childhood sweethearts with a deep bond. Sigh. Yi Junlin sighed, thinking that if it weren't for what happened 7 years ago, perhaps he and Shuer would have already been married. "Shuer, is she doing well?" After a moment, Yi Junlin looked at Yan and couldn't help but ask, "Young master, Miss Su." Yan hesitated in her expression. Seeing Yan expression, Yi Junlin frowned and said coldly, "What happened to Shuer? Speak." Miss Su was publicly humiliated by the eldest daughter of the Bai family for setting up a tombstone for the young master's family and was disfigured. Yan spoke. Boom! Instantly, Yi Junlin's expression darkened, filled with killing intent. "Bai Jiruo, how could you be so vicious? What about the Su family? Why didn't the Su family protect Shuer?" Yi Junlin shouted angrily. Back then, the Bai family, the Yi family, the Su family, and 2 other prominent families were known as the 5 great families of Jianghai, and Bai Jiruo was the eldest daughter of the Bai family. "Young master, After the Yi family was destroyed, the Bai family swallowed a large amount of the Yi family's assets, becoming the number one family in Jianhai. Even the Su family did not dare to offend them. Moreover, the Su family worried that Miss Su's act of setting up a tombstone would anger that young master from back then, and they were eager to distance themselves from Miss Su, let alone protect her. Yaner explained one by one. Crack, crack, crack. Yi Junlin clenched his hands, making a cracking sound, his eyes shining coldly, and his anger surged. And Yaner looked at Yi Junlin, wanting to say something, but hesitating. And what? Speak. Yi Junlin's voice was like thunder as he directly shouted. And today, that eldest daughter of the Bai family is holding a marriage proposal for Miss Su at the Jianhai Grand Hotel. But the suitors are said to be a group of homeless people and beggars, Yaner said, lowering her head. Boom! At this moment, the killing intent and anger emanating from Yi Junlin could no longer be suppressed, erupting like a volcano and sweeping across a 100-mile radius. Instantly, Yaner and Lung Feng were overwhelmed by this killing intent, dropping to their knees, their faces pale, feeling a sense of suffocation. Swish. Then, Yi Junlin stepped forward and vanished. Jianhai Grand Hotel. At this time, a large crowd had gathered in the hotel lobby, consisting of various powerful figures and wealthy young men and women from Jianhai. In the center stood a young woman in a red dress, her makeup strikingly beautiful. It was Bai Zhao, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Next to Bai Zhao stood another woman, her face covered in scars that twisted like small worms, making her extremely ugly and frightening. She was Su Shui'er, the daughter of the Su family. Hello everyone, the lady beside me is someone you all must know. She is Su Shui'er from the Jianhai Su family. Now that Miss Su has reached the age for marriage but hasn't found a partner, I am here today to help her find true love. Bai Zhihua said with a smile as she looked at the crowd. As soon as she finished speaking, various mocking voices erupted from the audience. With Su Shui'er's looks, only a blind person will be interested. Ugh, don't insult the blind, even they wouldn't want this ugly creature. Su Shui'er really has thick skin with a face like that. She still has the courage to stand in front of everyone. Any child would cry upon seeing her. The young men and women present mercilessly hurled insults at Su Shui'er, and every word reached her ears, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably as she lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. As for Bai Zhihua, hearing the mocking laughter, her face was filled with smiles as she continued. Today, in order to help Miss Su find her true love, I have specially selected a group of people for her to choose from. Clap, clap. After finishing her words, Bai Zhihua clapped her hands. Immediately, dozens of men in their 50s and 60s emerged from the side of the hotel. Each one had disheveled hair, wore tattered clothes, and had dark skin, emitting a foul odor. Moreover, this group was either limping, hunchbacked, or had lost all their teeth. They looked like either homeless people or beggars. The onlookers covered their noses and wore expressions of disgust as they gazed at these dozens of men. Miss Su, this is the other half I found for you. Take a look and see if you're satisfied. I will host the wedding for you. Bai Zhihua smiled at Su Shui'er. At this moment, everyone present was amazed at how ruthless Bai Zhihua was. Not only had she ruined Su Shui'er's beauty, but she was also using this method to torment and humiliate her. This was nothing short of a heartless assassination. Su Shui'er raised her head to look at the beggars and homeless men, her delicate body trembling, tears brimming in her eyes as she looked at Bai Zhihua with a pained expression. Bai Zhihua, do you really want to go this far? What did I ever do to offend you? You have already ruined my face. Why do you have to treat me this way? Why? Bai Zhihua snorted coldly. Back then, you were known as the most beautiful woman in Jianhai. Everyone surrounded you, including Yi Junlin, who overlooked at me. Now I want everyone to know that you, Su Shui'er, have not only become an ugly creature, but have also chosen a lowly beggar as your husband, that I want you to become the most despicable person in Jianhai, living your life in a nightmare. I wonder how Yi Junlin would feel if he were still alive, seeing his little sister Shui'er being ruined by these lowly, ugly beggars. At this moment, Bai Zhihua's eyes were filled with jealousy and resentment, exuding a perverse sense of pleasure that sent chills down the spine. Back then, as the eldest daughter of the Bai family, she held a noble status, but the attention of others was always on Su Shui'er, never on her. Even the man she had long admired, Yi Junlin, only showed kindness to Su Shui'er, which made Baijuo's heart feel extremely unbalanced, even twisted. After the Yi family fell, and the Bai family replaced them as the top family in Jianghai, Baijuo finally found an opportunity to vent her frustrations. By destroying Su Xuan'er's beautiful face in the matter of erecting a monument for the Yi family, she found her released. In the 7 years since, Baijuo had continuously humiliated and tormented Su Xuan'er, and even to vent her inner pleasure, she planned to make Su Xuan'er marry a beggar solely to thoroughly humiliate and trample her, making her the lowest woman in Jianghai. I would rather die than let you humiliate me like this. Su Xuan'er looked at Baijuo, her eyes showing a determined look. If you dare to die, I will immediately take action against the Su family, and then your parents and everyone in the Su family will accompany you to the grave. Baijuo coldly snorted. Her words forced Su Xuan'er, who had initially contemplated suicide, to abandon that thought. She could die, but she could not implicate her family. Then Baijuo coldly said, "Miss Su, let me choose one for you. How about him?" Baijuo selected a beggar who was both hunchbacked and bald, filthy all over. "Do you all think he and our Miss Su are a good match?" Baijuo smiled at the crowd. "An ugly creature paired with a beggar. It's a perfect match. Absolutely, they are so well suited. Ha ha, Miss Bai has done a great deed today." The young men and women present laughed recklessly. Su Xuan'er trembled continuously, her lips bleeding from biting down hard, tears streaming down her face, filled with helplessness and exhaustion. At this moment, Su Xuan'er wished she had died alongside her brother Junlin 7 years ago, so she wouldn't have to endure this humiliation. "She is yours today." At this moment, Baijuo directly said to the beggar she had chosen. "Good, good." The beggar was over 60 years old and had never experienced a woman seeing a young woman like Su Xuan'er, even though her beauty was ruined, still excited him, and he began to drool as he hobbled toward her with a foolish look. "Miss Su, from now on, you will be your husband. You must serve your husband well," Baijuo said to Su Xuan'er with a playful smile. Su Xuan'er looked at the beggar approaching her, her delicate body trembling, her face pale, tears swirling in her eyes as she endured endless humiliation, her heart beginning to collapse. She wanted to die, but for the Su family, she could not. At this moment, Su Xuan'er felt that living was worse than death. "Junlin, brother," Su Xuan'er whispered in her heart, filled with despair. "Baijuo, you're looking for death." Suddenly, a cold voice filled with killing intent came from outside the hotel. Chapter 3. You ruin Xuan'er's appearance, and I will ruin yours. Swish, swish, swish. As this cold voice echoed, the expressions of everyone present changed, and their gazes turned towards the hotel entrance. At this moment, a young man with a cold demeanor, a glint of frost in his eyes, and an aura of killing intent stepped inside one step at a time. As he entered the hotel, the air within seemed to be sucked dry, and everyone felt a sense of suffocation. This person was none other than Yi Junlin. "You." Baijuo stared at Yi Junlin, her brows furrowing, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. 7 years ago, Yi Junlin was just a 16-year-old boy, and now, after 7 years, he had changed considerably, causing everyone present to momentarily fail to recognize him. However, Su Xuan'er looked at Yi Junlin, her heart trembled, her pupils dilated, and her expression became excited. Clearly, Su Xuan'er recognized Yi Junlin. Despite his significant changes, having known him for over a decade, she immediately recognized that the young man before her was her childhood brother Junlin. Su Xuan'er saw that her brother Junlin was still alive, and she became incredibly excited, wanting to shout out loud, but suddenly recalling something. She hurriedly covered her face, lowered her head, and did not dare to look at Yi Junlin. It was evident that she did not want Yi Junlin to see her current appearance, not wanting to shatter the beautiful memories he held of her. As Yi Junlin walked into the hotel, he immediately spotted Su Xuan'er, whose face was scarred, her eyes red, filled with despair and helplessness. Seeing the once lively, stunning girl who had always talked about marrying him turned into such a state, Yi Junlin's heart twisted painfully, filled with endless heartache, followed by boundless anger and killing intent. Swish. Yi Junlin looked at Baijuo and, word by word, with infinite killing intent, shouted, "Baijuo." This call of Baijuo contained overwhelming killing intent, causing Baijuo's heart to tremble, feeling an inexplicable panic. She looked at Yi Junlin. You are. Slap. Yi Junlin directly swung a slap, fiercely knocking Baijuo to the ground, half of her face battered and bruised, a sight too gruesome to behold. The crowd in the hotel was shocked by this scene. "How dare you hit me? Someone, take him down." Bai Zhiruo fell to the ground, covering her face, and yelled at Yi Junlin with a contorted expression. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a group of security guards and bodyguards rushed out of the hotel, wielding electric batons towards Yi Junlin. Don't hurt Brother Junlin." At that moment, Su Shuer instinctively rushed over, standing in front of Yi Junlin, pleading with Bai Zhiruo. "Junlin? You are Yi Junlin?" Upon hearing Su Shuer's address, Bai Zhiruo's pupils constricted as she stared at Yi Junlin in shock. "Yi Junlin? Isn't that the young master of the Yi family from back then? Wasn't he dismembered and thrown into the sea to feed the sharks? How is he still alive?" In an instant, the prominent figures and young masters and ladies of Jianhai looked at Yi Junlin with incredulity. "Shuer." Yi Junlin looked at Su Shuer, who stood resolutely in front of him. A warm current surged within him, and he couldn't help but call out, "Brother Junlin." Su Shuer glanced at Yi Junlin, then lowered her head again, not daring to look at him, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, showing her inner tension and unease. "Shuer, I'm sorry. It's Brother Junlin who didn't protect you well. I'm sorry." Yi Junlin looked at Su Shuer with a face full of guilt. "Brother Junlin, you haven't wronged me. I'm just so happy that you are still alive. But I'm not worthy of you anymore." Su Shuer's eyes were filled with self-doubt, and her heart was in great pain. The Brother Junlin she had longed for was still alive, but she had become like this. She could no longer be Brother Junlin's wife. "Shuer, you will always be the kind and beautiful Shuer in my heart." Yi Junlin looked at Su Shuer sincerely, reaching out to gently touch her scarred cheek, softly saying, "Shuer, don't worry, I will make sure you regain your beauty." "Yi Junlin, I didn't expect you to still be alive. You really have a hard life." Bai Zhiruo stood up, glaring at Yi Junlin with a twisted expression. Swish. Yi Junlin's face of tenderness instantly vanished, replaced by a cold gaze directed at Bai Zhiruo. "Bai Zhiruo, you ruined Shuer's appearance and used these homeless beggars to humiliate and torment her. You wicked woman, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths." "What? Seeing your beloved woman turn into a monster is painful, isn't it? Then how will you feel when you see her being violated by these ugly homeless beggars?" "Ha!" Bai Zhiruo laughed maniacally, then coldly ordered, "Take him down." Immediately, the hotel security and Bai family's bodyguards charged at Yi Junlin. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Lung Feng and Yin'er appeared, and the two instantly took action, sending all the security guards and bodyguards flying. Yi Junlin then walked step by step towards Bai Zhiruo. What are you going to do?" Bai Zhiruo's face changed as she watched Yi Junlin approach, a hint of panic showing. "I originally wanted to kill you, but I think that would be too easy for you. Therefore, I have decided to let you experience the pain that Shuer has endured," Yi Junlin said coldly. Slap, slap, slap. Immediately, Yi Junlin slapped Bai Zhiruo's face over a dozen times, turning her face into a bloody mess, twisted and deformed, making it unrecognizable from her original appearance. Bai Zhiruo screamed in agony, while the others present were stunned, swallowing hard in shock. "You ruined Shuer's appearance, and I will ruin yours," Yi Junlin said coldly, then glanced at the dozen or so homeless beggars, looking at Bai Zhiruo. "Didn't you want Shuer to marry these homeless beggars? Then I will let you marry them." "You." Bai Zhiruo glared at Yi Junlin, her eyes nearly bursting with rage. "Who is the owner of this hotel?" Yi Junlin asked coldly. I'm the hotel manager." "Young master, what do you command?" The hotel manager hurried over, sweating profusely, looking at Yi Junlin in fear. "Prepare a bridal suite for our Miss Bai," Yi Junlin said coldly, and the manager nodded repeatedly. "Lung Feng, Yin'er," Yi Junlin called out directly. Lung Feng and Yin'er instantly understood Yi Junlin's meaning. Each spoke a few words to the group of homeless beggars and led them upstairs, while one directly dragged Bai Zhiruo upstairs. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the faces of the onlookers changed instantly. They suddenly understood Yi Junlin's purpose, each looking at him with fear, secretly thinking that this person was too ruthless. Now, Bai Zhiruo was completely ruined. "Shuer, let's go." Yi Junlin looked at Su Shuer, took her hand, and directly left the hotel. Soon, explosive news spread throughout Jianhai. The young master of the Yi family, Yi Junlin, who had been presumed dead 7 years ago, was alive and had returned to Jianhai. Not only did he publicly ruin the appearance of the Bai family's eldest daughter, but he also caused her to suffer humiliation. As soon as this news broke, it caused a sensation in Jianhai, sparking discussions among people from all walks of life. Chapter 4. Storms approaching Su family. At this moment, in the main hall of the Su family, many people were seated. In the main seat sat a middle-aged man in a long robe, who was Su Tianghua, the eldest son of the Su family and Su Shuer's uncle. After the sudden stroke of the old master of the Su family a few days ago, leaving him in a coma, Su Tianghua became the person in charge of the Su family. In addition, Su Tianmin, Su Shuer's father, and her mother Du Mingwan, along with Su family's third son Su Tianlin and other direct descendants of the Su family, had gathered here. Elder brother, do you know what Bai Zhihua plans to do to Shuer today? Are you really going to just watch Shuer be humiliated? Brother, I know you don't want to offend the Bai family, but Shuer is my daughter, and I can't just stand by. Su Tianmin looked at Su Tianghua as he kept speaking, while Du Mingwan had a worried expression on her face. Tianmin, don't argue with him. They only care about the interests of the Su family and have no regard for family ties at all. Let's quickly find Shuer. Immediately. The couple was about to leave when Su Tianghua coldly said, I said, no one is allowed to leave the Su family today. Do you not take my words seriously? Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, a group of guards appeared outside the Su family hall, blocking Su Tianmin and his wife. Brother, I'm begging you. Su Tianmin turned around and knelt down to plead with Su Tianghua. All of this is because Shuer privately erected a monument for the Yi family first. She is now suffering, and she has no one to blame but herself. If you go, what if you anger that young lady from the Bai family? At that time, in her fury, the Su family will become the second Yi family. My good second brother, do you want the entire Su family to accompany your daughter to death? Su Tianghua shouted with an imposing presence. Yes, second brother, I think what brother said makes a lot of sense. You can't harm everyone just for your daughter. Second master, Su Shuer has already been disfigured. Her existence is a disgrace to our Su family. Do you still want to offend the Bai family for her? A woman who cannot show her face, what if she dies? At this moment, Su Tianlin and the other direct descendants of the Su family all spoke up. And they all had expressions of disdain and shame when they mentioned Su Shuer. You selfish and ungrateful people, you are not worthy to be called human. Du Mingwan angrily pointed at these people and shouted, Shut up. Su Tianghua slammed the table and scolded. Master, it's bad. There's been an incident. Suddenly, the Su family's housekeeper rushed in a hurry. Housekeeper, is it about Shuer? Su Tianmin quickly asked the housekeeper, and Du Mingwan also suppressed her anger. Looking at the housekeeper's tense expression, what happened? Su Tianghua asked calmly. The housekeeper recounted everything that happened in the Zhanghai Grand Hotel. And when the Su family members heard that Yi Junlin was still alive, they were all shocked, appearing incredulous. However, when they heard that Yi Junlin had ruined Bai Zhihua's appearance and even let her be humiliated by a group of homeless beggars, they were all taken aback, speechless. Even Su Tianghua's expression changed, his brows furrowing as he said, Where is Yi Junlin now? It is said that he is left with Miss Shuer and their whereabouts are currently unknown. The housekeeper replied. Swish. Su Tianghua's expression changed drastically as he looked at Su Tianmin and roared, Su Tianmin, look at your precious daughter. Our Su family is going to be ruined because of her. Brother, what do you mean by that? Su Tianmin frowned, confused. That Yi Junlin humiliated and tortured the young lady of the Bai family like this. Do you think the Bai family will let him go? Now that he is with Su Shuer, the Bai family will definitely think that all of this was instigated by our Su family. At that time, the Bai family will definitely not let us Su family off. Su Tianghua shouted. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, Su Tianmin and the Su family members present understood this reasoning, and their faces all changed, looking very ugly. Brother, what should we do now? Su Tianlin could no longer sit still and asked urgently. Immediately send someone to find the two of them. Su Tianghua said coldly, his gaze sweeping over Su Tianmin and his wife. And you too, come with me to the Bai family immediately. At the same time, when the Bai family learned about the events at the Zhanghai Grand Hotel, they were all shocked and hurried to the hotel. When they found Bai Zhihua in the hotel room and saw her in such a miserable state, looking as if she was worse than dead, they all flew into a rage. Yi Junlin, I will tear you to pieces. Bai Zhihua's father, Bai Feng, looked at his daughter's tragic appearance and roared with a voice filled with rage. Soon, the elder of the Bai family issued an order. Seal off the entire city and spare no effort to find Yi Junlin. Following this, the Zhanghai governor received the news and immediately mobilized a large number of city defense troops to seal off all exits from Zhanghai, closing high-speed rail, airports, highways, and docks. The Bai family also mobilized all their forces in Shanghai, sending thousands of people to conduct a carpet search for Yi Junlin, determined to find him. In an instant, the entire Shanghai was on high alert. Various forces secretly lamented that the young man from the Yi family was truly seeking death, daring to openly oppose the Bai family. Did he think he was the Yi family's young master from back then? At this moment, the entire Shanghai was shrouded in a layer of dark clouds, giving a feeling that a storm was about to come. And Yi Junlin was unaware that his actions at the Shanghai Grand Hotel had directly angered the entire Bai family, leading to him being wanted throughout the city. At this moment, he took Su Shuer to a certain place in Shanghai. Chapter 5. Restoring Appearance Shanghai, Yiping the highest-end villa community in Shanghai. At this time, Yi Junlin brought Su Shuer, following Yenner and Lung Feng, to this place. They entered the community and arrived at a 3-story European-style villa. Young master, this is the residence we arranged for you, fully equipped with household appliances and daily necessities. Do you find it satisfactory? Yenner introduced to Yi Junlin. It's okay. Yi Junlin nodded and said, you all stay outside and don't let anyone in. Then, Yenner and Lung Feng went out, and Su Shuer curiously asked, Brother Junlin, who are they? Why do they call you young master? And where have you been for the past 7 years? Why didn't you come back? Not even a word. Shuer, I will slowly tell you about these things later. For now, I will help you restore your appearance. Yi Junlin looked at Su Shuer gently and said, Huh. Upon hearing Yi Junlin's words, Su Shuer was momentarily taken aback. Looking at Yi Junlin, Brother Junlin, can my face really be restored? Of course, trust me. Yi Junlin held Su Shuer's hand, his expression firm. I believe in Brother Junlin. Su Shuer nodded. In her heart, Yi Junlin was the person she trusted the most, and she had 100% unconditional trust in him. Next, Yi Junlin took out a pile of silver needles and began to treat Su Shuer. Yi Junlin's second master was the head of the holy medicine sect, possessing the medical skills to bring the dead back to life, known as the Generation Saint Doctor. As Yi Junlin's disciple, he had learned the true teachings in just 7 years, so restoring Shuer's appearance was not difficult. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed, and the sky gradually darkened. In Shanghai, everywhere was filled with soldiers and by family members searching for Yi Junlin. They were digging 3 feet into the ground to find him, making a huge commotion that shocked everyone in Shanghai. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin was unaware that people outside were almost turning Shanghai upside down to find him. At this moment, as the last needle fell on Su Shuer's face, a layer of black impurities began to spread across her entire face. After about 10 minutes, Yi Junlin pulled out all the silver needles from Su Shuer's face and looked at her, saying, Shuer, go wash your face. Brother Junlin, my face. Su Shuer looked at Yi Junlin with an anxious and tense expression. You'll know after you wash your face. Yi Junlin smiled slightly, taking Su Shuer to the bathroom, personally helping her wash her face, removing all the black impurities from her skin. As this layer of black impurities was washed away, the scars on Su Shuer's face completely disappeared, and her entire face became even smoother and more delicate, like the skin of a newborn baby. At this moment, Su Shuer was radiant, her appearance simply perfect and flawless, like a piece of art sculpted by nature. All right, Shuer, come and look in the mirror. Yi Junlin looked at Su Shuer and smiled, but she became very nervous. Ever since her face was disfigured, Su Shuer hadn't looked in the mirror again. She was afraid to see herself. It's okay, you have to believe in Brother Junlin. Yi Junlin encouraged Su Shuer. Under Yi Junlin's encouragement, Su Shuer slowly raised her head to look at herself in the mirror. When she saw her flawless, jade-like face in the mirror, she was stunned, her eyes wide open in disbelief. Su Shuer couldn't believe that the face before her was indeed hers. Her ruined appearance had truly recovered. Brother Junlin, my face is back. Really back. At this moment, Su Shuer touched her smooth, flawless face without any scars, her face filled with excitement as she exclaimed, I told you, I would help you restore your face, and I will keep my promise. Yi Junlin looked at Su Shuer with affection. Su Shuer immediately hugged Yi Junlin tightly and said, Brother Junlin, thank you. At this moment, Su Shuer's long-suppressed emotions were completely released due to her restored appearance, and tears glistened in her eyes, evoking feelings of heartache and affection. Silly girl, your face is fine now, why are you crying? If you cry more, you won't be cute. Yi Junlin gently wiped away the tears at the corners of Su Shuer's eyes. Brother Junlin. Suddenly, Su Shuer raised her head and looked at Yi Junlin. Before he could react, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed his lips. Yi Junlin was momentarily stunned, not knowing what to do. After all, this was his first kiss with a girl. Just then, Su Schwenner's phone rang suddenly. She was startled and quickly ended the kiss, blushing and nervously taking out her phone to answer. Mom, I. The next moment, Su Schwer's expression changed, and she yelled, "Don't hurt my parents." Slap. The call was immediately hung up. Yi Junlin looked at Su Schwer. Schwer, what happened? Brother Junlin, the Bai family has captured my parents. They want me to bring you to the Bai family, or they will kill my parents. What should we do? Su Schweder said anxiously. The Bai family? It seems they are eager to die. Yi Junlin coldly snorted, looking at Su Schwer. Schwer, let's go to the Bai family. No, Brother Junlin. You hurt Bai Zhuo like that. The Bai family will definitely not let you go. If you go there, it will be like walking into a trap. It's too dangerous. Su Schwer hurriedly said. But your parents are still with the Bai family. Yi Junlin looked at Su Schwer. The latter gritted her teeth and said, I will go to the Bai family myself. I can't drag you into this. Hearing Su Schwer's words, Yi Junlin felt warm inside and smiled. Schwer, don't worry. The Bai family can't do anything to your brother Junlin. But Schwer, you were disfigured by Bai Zhuo, yet your parents didn't do anything for you. Even now, in this situation, they aren't here to save you. Are such parents really worth your concern? Yi Junlin said solemnly, clearly dissatisfied with Su Schwer's parents. After all, if he hadn't happened to return today, Schwer's fate would have been unimaginable, yet her parents had not shown up at all, which naturally made Yi Junlin feel contempt. Brother Junlin, you can't blame my parents. If they stood up for me, it would implicate the entire Su family. I can't let so many people in the Su family suffer because of me. It would make me feel uneasy. Su Schwer explained. What a silly girl. Yi Junlin patted Su Schwer's head, feeling emotional. Then, Yi Junlin took Su Schwer directly to the Bai family. Chapter 6. No matter how skilled you are, can you block a bullet? At the Bai family, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. In the Bai family hall, a group of Bai family members gathered, each with a grim expression, their eyes filled with anger. Especially the head of the Bai family, Bai Feng, who was Bai Zhuo's father, had a twisted expression, his eyes flashing with intense anger and murderous intent. At this moment, three figures were kneeling in the Bai family hall. The eldest of the Su family, Su Tenghua. The second, Su Tianmin, and his wife, Du Mingwan. If that wretched Su Schwer doesn't bring that bastard Yi Junlin today, I will make sure every one of you from the Su family has a bad end. Bai Feng roared at Su Tianghua and the others with a ferocious expression. His words made Su Tianghua tremble, and he quickly said, Bai family head, this matter is entirely Su Schwer's doing, and has nothing to do with my Su family. We absolutely did not know that Yi Junlin was still alive. Please be lenient and spare my Su family. Spare you? Then who will compensate for the humiliation and torment my daughter has suffered? Bai Feng kicked Su Tianghua, knocking him to the ground. Su Tianghua's face contorted in pain, and he dared not say another word. Meanwhile, Su Tianmin and Du Mengzhuan's expressions kept changing, praying that Su Schwer would not come. But a few minutes later, Yi Junlin arrived at the Bai family with Su Schwer. Dad, Mom. Su Schwer rushed over when she saw her parents kneeling on the ground. Schwer. Su Tianmin and his wife looked at Su Schwer in shock as she really came. But when they saw Su Schwer's current appearance, they were stunned. Mom, Dad, are you okay? Su Schwer asked her parents with concern. Schwer, your face. Du Mingwan looked at Su Schwer's face in disbelief. Mom, my face has been healed by Brother Junlin. Su Schwer said directly. The people from the Bai family and Su Tianghua were all astonished to see Su Schwer's face had indeed been healed. Hearing Su Schwer's words, Su Tianmin and Du Mengzhuan's gazes turned to Yi Junlin. At this moment, Yi Junlin walked over and looked at Su Schwer's parents and said, Uncle Annie. Long time no see. Humph, since you're still alive, why have you come back to harm Schwer? Haven't you harmed her enough? Do you still want her to die for you? Du Mingwan said coldly, dissatisfied with Yi Junlin. Mom, Brother Junlin. Su Schwer was about to explain. But Du Mingwan interrupted. Schwer, it's all because of him. If it weren't for him, would you have been disfigured? Would you have suffered so much humiliation? Now his reckless behavior is going to kill you. You say I harmed Schwer, but when Schwer was disfigured, where were you? When Schwer was humiliated by Bai Zhuo in the hotel today, even being forced to marry a beggar, where were you then? You have no right to speak. Yi Junlin said coldly upon seeing Du Mengzhuan's attitude. You. Du Mingwan angrily pointed at Yi Junlin, while Bai Feng shouted, Enough. Swish. Bai Feng's eyes flashed with intense murderous intent as he glared at Yi Junlin. "Yi family kid. I didn't expect you to survive after having your limbs crippled and being thrown into the sea. If I had known, I would have chopped you into pieces back then. Otherwise, my daughter Zhuro wouldn't have suffered such torment." Yi Junlin coldly glanced at Bai Feng and said, "You regret it, don't you? Your Bai family has swallowed my Yi family's assets and caused Shuer to end up like this. Today, what your daughter has suffered is merely a bit of interest." Yi Junlin said coldly. "Yi Junlin, you're seeking death. Someone, take him down. I want to tear him to pieces." Bai Feng roared angrily. Immediately, a group of Bai family guards rushed in, ready to take action against Yi Junlin. "If you want to deal with someone, it's me. Let the Su family members leave first." Yi Junlin said indifferently. "Leave? They deserve to die too." Bai Feng said coldly. "Let them go." Yi Junlin shouted again, his eyes sweeping over Bai Feng, making him shudder internally. Bai Feng pondered for a few seconds, looking at the people from the Su family. "Get lost. Thank you, Master Bai." Su Tianghua quickly stood up and said before running outside, while Yi Junlin looked at Su Shuer. "Shuer, take your parents back first." "Brother Junlin." Su Shuer looked worriedly at Yi Junlin, who replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Shuer, let's go." Du Mingwan directly pulled Su Shuer and walked outside, while Su Tianmin glanced at Yi Junlin, sighed softly, and left. "Kid, even if I let them go, once you're dead, they'll die too." Bai Feng coldly shouted at Yi Junlin. "You won't have that chance." Yi Junlin replied coldly. "Attack." With a command from Bai Feng, the group of Bai family guards rushed towards Yi Junlin. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, Lung Feng and Yinner appeared, their figures like lightning, weaving through the group of Bai family guards. Uft, uft. In an instant, the group of Bai family guards all fell to the ground, lifeless. "Who are you?" Bai Feng's expression changed as he stared at Lung Feng and Yinner, shouting, "Anyone who dares to touch the young master will die." Lung Feng said expressionlessly, "You think you can act so recklessly in my Bai family? Do you really think there's no one here?" Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice came from outside the hall. Several figures walked in from outside the hall. Leading them was an old man with white hair, wearing a white robe, with a dark expression like ink and a cold glint in his eyes, followed by 4 others with bulging temples and captivating gazes, exuding an extraordinary aura. "Father, old master." Bai Feng and the rest of the Bai family called out as they looked at the old man, who was none other than the old master of the Bai family. "You two are martial artists, right?" Old Master Bai glanced at Lung Feng and Yinner, commanding with authority, "Even if you're martial artists, my Bai family is not a place where you can act recklessly." Swish, swish. The next moment, 2 of the 4 people behind Old Master Bai simultaneously attacked, rushing towards Lung Feng and Yinner. Their movements were swift as lightning, and their strikes were fierce, creating a gust of wind, clearly indicating they were martial artists. Uft. Lung Feng swung a dagger, instantly slicing open one person's throat, while Yinner waved her delicate hand, her long fingernails piercing through another person's chest. Bang, bang. The 2 martial artists' eyes widened in shock, unable to react before collapsing to the ground, dying with their eyes open. Swish. Seeing the 2 die tragically, Old Master Bai's expression changed drastically, his face turning ugly. These 2 martial artists had the strength of the 2nd rank in the Yellow Realm, and one was enough to handle 20 or 30 Special Forces soldiers, yet they had been instantaneously killed today. "You 2, take them down." Old Master Bai ordered the remaining 2 behind him. These 2 were Bai family's invited guardians, with strength reaching the 4th rank in the Yellow Realm, the strongest combat power of the Bai family. At this moment, the 2 Bai family guardians stepped forward, looking at Lung Feng and Yinner, ready to show off. "You 2 little brats." However, before they could finish their sentence, Lung Feng appeared before them like a ghost, his dagger cutting through the air as fast as lightning. Uft, uft. Instantly, the 2 4th-rank Yellow Realm Bai family guardians' eyes widened in shock, blood gushing from their throats as they fell to the ground. After both Bai family guardians were slain, Old Master Bai and the others from the Bai family looked extremely grim. "How can you have such powerful martial artists by your side?" Old Master Bai's gaze turned towards Yi Junlin, his expression incredulous. He couldn't imagine that the boy who had been thrown into the sea with his limbs broken 7 years ago, after his family's destruction, now had 2 martial artists of such strength by his side. Hee hee. Yi Junlin sneered coldly at Old Master Bai as he walked towards him. "Open fire." However, Old Master Bai remained remarkably calm, uttering 2 words. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, several gunshots rang out, 6 bullets shooting towards Yi Junlin, Lung Feng, and Yin'er from different directions, clearly indicating that there were still snipers hidden here. No matter how skilled you are, can you block bullets? Old Master Bai coldly snorted. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, his expression froze. Chapter 7. 10 days later, to apologize. Yi Junlin waved his hand, and the 6 bullets were actually blocked, returning the same way. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the sound of piercing air, the 6 bullets shot back towards the 6 snipers, and immediately, several screams rang out as the hidden snipers fell to the ground. Old Master Bai trembled at this sci-fi-like scene. The Bai family members fell into deep despair, unable to believe that the supposedly dead Yi family's boy could not even be killed by bullets. Was he still human? Old Bai. At that moment, outside the Bai family, a group of people rushed in, led by Governor He Guang of Zhanghai, followed by a group of city defense soldiers. Swish. Old Master Bai's expression changed as he saw He Guang appear, shouting, "Governor He, just in time. Immediately capture those 3. He Guang casually glanced at Yi Junlin and the others, coldly saying, "Take them down." As the current first family of Zhanghai, even the dignified governor had to show some respect. That's why when Old Master Bai gave the order, He Guang immediately mobilized the city defense army to seal off Zhanghai. Now, with Old Master Bai's word, He Guang didn't need to ask anything, and directly took action to capture Yi Junlin and the others. "Stop!" Lung Feng shouted directly, walking over and looking at He Guang. "You are Governor He Guang, right? You're bold. How dare you speak to the governor like that?" A deputy beside He Guang pointed at Lung Feng and shouted. Swish. Lung Feng directly took out a green document and handed it to He Guang, coldly saying, "Take a look for yourself." He Guang took the document, curious, and opened it to read. His face instantly changed, his pupils contracting as he looked at Lung Feng in shock. Finished reading? Lung Feng looked at He Guang, who trembled slightly, hurriedly and respectfully handing the document back. But before he could speak, Lung Feng coldly took the document, saying, "Get your people out of here." "Yes." He Guang said nothing more and led the city defense army to leave quickly. Old Master Bai's expression changed as he hurriedly called out, "Governor He, you." But He Guang seemed to have not heard Old Master Bai's words at all, quickly leaving with the city defense army. This sudden departure left the Bai family members in a daze, unsure of what had happened, but Old Master Bai vaguely guessed something. His eyes fixed on Lung Feng. "Who exactly are you? Dead people don't need to know these things." Lung Feng coldly replied, then turned his gaze to Yi Junlin. "Young master, should we kill them all?" "No, they can't die yet." Yi Junlin shook his head and approached Old Master Bai, staring at him. "If I want to wipe out the Bai family now, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. But I won't do that because I can't let you die so easily. 10 days later is the anniversary of my parents' death. At that time, I want all of you who have harmed my Yi family to come to the Yi family to kneel and apologize to my parents and all the souls of the Yi family who have died. Remember, 10 days later, I will be waiting for you at the Yi family. If you don't come, I will make you wish you were dead. And don't even think about escaping, because you won't be able to." Yi Junlin's lips curled up, revealing a devilish smile as he looked at the Bai family, sending chills down their spines. With a thud, Old Master Bai collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Yi Junlin, along with Lung Feng and Yin'er, disappeared directly from the Bai family. As for the Bai family members, they all wore blank expressions, taking a long time to regain their senses. "Father, are you all right?" Bai Feng hurriedly approached Old Master Bai and helped him up. At this moment, Old Master Bai took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. "Father, what should we do now? Are we really going to kneel and apologize to the Yi family's dead in 10 days? Bai Feng looked at his father and spat. "Even if we go, they won't let us off. They just want to humiliate and torment us." Old Master Bai shook his head. "Then what should we do? That kid seems to have quite a bit of power now. Even the governor dares not intervene." Bai Feng's face was filled with worry, while Old Master Bai snorted coldly. "You gather all the forces that the Bai family can mobilize and inform the other 2 great families. Both of them had acted against the Yi family back then. Yi Junlin will not let them off either. Tell them that now only by joining forces can we survive. Also, immediately spread the news that this kid is still alive, as far as it can go." Swish. At this moment, Bai Feng raised his eyebrows and said, "Father, do you want that young master from back then to know that this kid is still alive? With that young master's character, if he finds out that Yi Junlin is alive, he will definitely not let him off. If he strikes, that kid probably won't survive until the Yi family's Memorial Day." Old Master Bai coldly ordered. "Father, your plan is brilliant, I will go do it now. Bai Feng immediately nodded, and old master Bai continued. You go contact your sister. Father, do you want the Shen family to act as well? Bai Feng's eyes narrowed. Although your sister resented me for marrying her off to the Shun family back then, now that the Bai family is facing life and death, she must contribute to the family. If the Shun family is willing to act, dealing with this kid will be as easy as pie for them, given their status as a top family in Jiangnan. Old Master Bai said. Understood. I will contact my sister right away. Bai Feng hurriedly said. Outside the Bai family, Lung Feng looked at Yi Junlin. Young master, why don't you just kill them directly? Why wait for 10 days? Young master wants to use this opportunity to lure out the mysterious young master who destroyed the Yi family back then, right? Yinner looked at Yi Junlin and softly said, exactly, if the Bai family wants to survive. They will definitely try to find a way to let that guy know I am still alive. If he shows up, I can take revenge for my parents and sister. Yi Junlin clenched his fists, his eyes flickering with endless killing intent. Regarding the origins and identity of that mysterious young master from back then, Yi Junlin knew nothing. He had asked his 7 powerful masters, but they all remained tight-lipped, only telling Yi Junlin to find the other party himself. Therefore, Yi Junlin could only use this method to lure the opponent out. Yinner, you go do something. Yi Junlin instructed Yinner, then looked at Lung Feng. Lung Feng, what did you show that governor earlier? He seemed very scared. It was an identification document prepared by the Tianji Pavilion. With this document, officials in Long Country wouldn't dare to make things difficult for the young master. Lung Feng replied, so powerful. Although Yi Junlin knew that his third master's Tianji Pavilion was not simple, he wasn't quite sure what exactly the Tianji Pavilion did. This little trick is nothing for the Tianji Pavilion. If we were to reveal your identity as the master of the Tianji Pavilion, probably all the dignitaries in Long Country would come to kneel and curry favor with you. Yinner teased, is the Tianji Pavilion really that impressive? Yi Junlin couldn't help but marvel. You will gradually understand the power of the Tianji Pavilion in the future. Yinner responded. Then, Yi Junlin called Su Shuer. As soon as she picked up the phone, she exclaimed, Brother Junlin, how are you? I'm fine, Shuer, where are you now? Yi Junlin asked. I'm at Su. Before Su Shuer could finish, the call was disconnected. Yi Junlin frowned and headed straight to the Su family. At the same time, a piece of news quickly spread across Jianghai. 7 years ago, Yi Junlin, the son of the Yi family that was exterminated, issued a notice. Anyone who had dealt with the Yi family back then must come to the Yi family's old residence to kneel and apologize on the anniversary of the Yi family's death in 10 days. Those who do not come will be killed without mercy. Once this news came out, it caused a stir among all forces in Jianghai. Those who had participated in dealing with the Yi family and plundering its assets were shocked, especially the other 2 families among the 5 great families of Jianghai back then, the Su family and the Ming family, who had also acted against the Yi family and swallowed a large amount of its assets. At this moment, the Su family and Ming family quickly began to discuss the news. Soon, news came from the Bai family. And when both families learned about Yi Junlin's actions in the Bai family, they were taken aback. It's been 7 years. This kid has actually become so powerful. The old master of the Su family frowned deeply. Head, what should we do now? A group of senior members of the Su family gathered and expressed their concerns. What are we afraid of? The Yi family is already gone. What can he do with just 2 experts? The old master of the Su family said disdainfully. Immediately contact the second son and have him mobilize a group of elite troops from the Jiangnan battle zone. I don't believe we can't deal with him. Meanwhile, in the Ming family, the old master of the Ming family also issued orders. Contact the Wolf Gate and state that the Ming family is willing to pay 300 million for Yi Junlin's life. Aside from the Bai, Su, and Ming families, other forces that had dealt with the Yi family were also using various means to try to kill Yi Junlin. In an instant, a storm was about to descend upon Jianghai. Chapter 8. Poisoned at the Su family, Yi Junlin arrived. You're still alive? When Su Tianhua, Su Tianmin, Du Mingwan, and Su Tianlin saw Yi Junlin, their expressions changed, shocked. Brother Junlin. Su Shuer looked at Yi Junlin, excited, and rushed into his embrace. Shuer, come here. Du Mingwan's expression changed, scolding Su Shuer. Then her gaze turned to Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin, although I don't know how you survived from the Bai family, I hope you can recognize reality. You are no longer the young master of the Yi family. You are no longer qualified to be with Shuer. And your existence will only bring her danger and threaten our entire Su family. Mom, Su Shuer just opened her mouth when Su Tianghua directly shouted, Shuer, your mom is right. This kid has offended the Bai family, and they will definitely not let him off. If you get entangled with him, it will only bring disaster to the entire Su family. The Su family is your grandfather's lifelong effort. Do you want to kill your grandfather with worry? Su Shuer's expression changed slightly, unsure how to respond. Since you mentioned Grandpa Su, let him come out and speak for himself. Yi Junlin said coldly. Kid, my father has long been paralyzed from a stroke and cannot speak. What do you want him to say? Su Tianghua said coldly. Grandpa Su had a stroke. Yi Junlin was surprised, while Su Shuer spoke. Brother Junlin, Grandpa suddenly had a stroke a year ago and has been unable to move or speak since. Shuer, where is Grandpa Su? Take me to see him. Yi Junlin said. Yi Junlin, who do you think you are? The old man is not someone you can see whenever you want. Someone, throw him out. As Su Tianghua spoke, Su Tianmin quickly said, Big brother, after all. Father loved Junlin very much back then. Let him go see father. Perhaps father will feel better seeing Junlin. Shuer, let's go. Yi Junlin completely ignored Su Tianghua and followed Su Shuer to the room where the old master of the Su family was. At this moment, in that room, a frail, white-haired old man lay on the bed, his eyes vacant, expression stiff and motionless. He was the old master of the Su family, Su Sihai. Yi Junlin walked over to old master Su and suddenly frowned. Brother Junlin, what's wrong? Su Shuer noticed Yi Junlin's expression was off and asked curiously. Grandpa Su is poisoned. Yi Junlin said directly. Swish. Su Shuer's expression changed, and she exclaimed, What? Poisoned? How is that possible? Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? At this moment, Su Tianghua walked in, looking at Yi Junlin with a cold snort, while Su Tianmin, who followed behind, looked at Yi Junlin and asked, Junlin, is what you just said true? Grandpa Su is indeed poisoned, and this poison is not an ordinary one. Regular doctors and instruments can't detect it at all. They would only think he had a stroke. Yi Junlin said coldly. Since you say doctors and instruments can't detect it, how do you know that the old man is poisoned? Are you deliberately talking nonsense to show off? Du Mingwan glared at Yi Junlin and reprimanded. Mom, I believe Brother Junlin, he wouldn't lie. Su Shuer quickly said, while Yi Junlin calmly replied, whether it's poisoning or not, we'll know when the old man wakes up. Whoosh. Yi Junlin waved his right hand, and 2 silver needles appeared between his fingers. He directly pierced the needles into Grandpa Su's Bai Wei and Tanchong acupoints. What are you doing? Stop. Su Tinghua's expression changed when he saw Yi Junlin needling the old man, and he rushed forward to stop him. Shut up. Yi Junlin glanced at Su Tianghua, and that intimidating gaze made Su Tinghua's heart tremble, his whole body going numb and stiffening. Uncle, don't get excited. Brother Junlin knows medicine. He's treating Grandpa. Su Shuer immediately explained. He knows medicine? Du Mingwan shot a skeptical glance at Yi Junlin. Yes, didn't I mention before that my face was healed by Brother Junlin? Su Shuer nodded. This is utter nonsense. How could a useless person with a broken family understand medicine? Someone, throw this kid out. Su Tianghua said forcefully, ready to call for someone to deal with Yi Junlin, but at that moment, a sudden cough echoed. The Su family members were all stunned. They saw that Grandpa Su's previously dull eyes had returned to normal. He had completely awakened, and the 2 silver needles inserted into him had turned black, emitting black gas. Yi Junlin directly pulled out the 2 silver needles and looked at Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su, how do you feel now? Junlin, you're not dead? That's great. Grandpa Su looked at Yi Junlin with excitement. Grandpa, Su Shuer exclaimed upon seeing her grandfather awake. As for Su Tianghua and the others, they all wore expressions of disbelief. And then they shouted, Father, humph, you guys don't even know if I had a stroke or was poisoned. If it weren't for Junlin, I would have probably been dead long ago. Grandpa Su scolded Su Tianghua and the others, who lowered their heads and dared not refute. Junlin, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have. At this point, Grandpa Su looked at Yi Junlin gratefully, and Yi Junlin smiled. Grandpa Su, you treated me so well back then. It's only right for me to do this. But Grandpa Su, do you know who poisoned you? Grandpa Su's eyes narrowed, and he said solemnly, the only ones who could poison me are people within the Su family. How could someone in the family dare to poison father? I'll go find this person right now. Su Tianghua shouted, but Grandpa Su replied, no need. Let Tianmin investigate the poisoning matter. Immediately, Su Tinghua's expression changed, and Su Tianmin spoke up. Yes, father, I will find out who did it as soon as possible. Grandpa, Although the poison in your body has been cleared, you are getting older, and your body needs proper care, Yi Junlin said, looking at Su Shuer. Shuer, I'll write you a prescription later. You can have someone prepare the medicine according to the prescription for Grandpa to take, which can help him recover quickly. Okay, Su Shuer nodded. After Yi Junlin finished writing a prescription, he left first, while the Su family began investigating who had poisoned the old man. In a room in the Su family, a cold and angry voice rang out. Damn Yi Junlin, how dare he disrupt my plan? What should we do next, sir? Another voice asked. Although the old man is awake, he has already begun to suspect the eldest brother. We should start the next plan. The cold and angry voice continued, then said, this Yi Junlin must be eliminated. Ipin be Yuan. As soon as Yi Junlin returned, a car stopped beside him, and Jiang Muge got out of the car, looking at him in surprise. Mr. Yi, what are you doing here? It's you. Yi Junlin glanced at Jiang Muge, suddenly frowning and shouted, be careful. Chapter 9. Transaction Be Careful. Yi Junlin looked at Jiang Muge, who was suddenly called out, and he rushed forward, wrapping his arms around her waist and dodging. Clang. At the same time, a bullet shot out quickly, passing through the position where Jiang Muge was standing, hitting the ground and producing a muffled sound. At this moment, Jiang Muge looked at the bullet, her face extremely pale. If it weren't for Yi Junlin's action just now, she would have probably been dead, and the attack was not over yet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, 3 more bullets shot through the air, all aimed at Jiang Muge, seemingly intent on killing her. Yi Junlin grabbed Jiang Muge's body and hid behind the car, while the female bodyguard, Xiao Yu, who was protecting Jiang Muge in the driver's seat, reacted quickly, jumping out of the passenger seat and looking at Jiang Muge. Miss, are you okay? I'm fine. Jiang Muge shook her head. Xiao Yu said, it's a sniper. It must be sent by that Su Tianwang. This old fox should have been killed directly earlier. Xiao Yu glanced at Yi Junlin and said, you protect the miss. I'll go deal with that sniper. Whoosh. Just as Xiao Yu was about to rush out, a bullet shot again, grazing her scalp and hitting the wall opposite, forcing her to retreat. At this moment, Yi Junlin stood up, and Xiao Yu's expression changed as she shouted, duck. Whoosh. Just as Yi Junlin stood up, another bullet shot towards him again, but Yi Junlin remained expressionless. With a flick of his hand, a silver light shot out. That bullet was directly knocked down by the silver light, which continued to shoot forward. The next moment, a scream rang out. This scene left both Jiang Muge and Xiao Yu completely stunned. All right, it's fine now, Yi Junlin said calmly. At this moment, Jiang Muge slowly stood up, and Xiao Yu came back to her senses, looking at Yi Junlin. Did you kill that sniper? Go take a look for yourself. Yi Junlin replied. Immediately, Xiao Yu rushed out, and not long after, she returned holding a male corpse, with a silver needle still stuck in the corpse's brow. He was the sniper? Jiang Muge exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Xiao Yu nodded, her gaze sweeping over Yi Junlin, filled with shock. She never expected that he could eliminate a hidden sniper with just a silver needle. That was too impressive. Mr. Yi, thank you. You've saved me again. Jiang Muge looked at Yi Junlin gratefully, and Yi Junlin said to her, you really are a disaster for the country. So many people want to kill you. Hey, how can you talk like that? Xiao Yu looked at Yi Junlin discontentedly, while Jiang Muge smiled. Disaster for the country? Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Yi. I wonder how you ended up here. I live here. Yi Junlin was just about to speak when Jiang Muge said, what a coincidence. Mr. Yi also lives here? You live here too? Yi Junlin glanced at Jiang Muge, and she nodded. Yes, I live in Villa number 5. I wonder which villa Mr. Yi lives in. If there's a chance, I would like to thank you in person. Villa number 1. Yi Junlin said before leaving. Upon hearing Villa number 1, Jiang Muge's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, and Xiao Yu beside her said in astonishment, Miss, even you couldn't take Villa number 1 back then. How could he possibly be living there? This Mr. Yi is interesting. Check him out. Xiao Yu nodded. Yes, but miss, that Su Tianwang absolutely cannot be let go. This old fellow is my father's trusted aide, deeply rooted in the Jiang clan chamber of commerce. You have seen the situation today. Those old men in the chamber are all on his side, and we can't move against him yet. But what if he goes after the young lady again? It's better to send another batch of people to protect her. Xiao Yu said worriedly. It's fine, I have thought of a way. Jiang Muge smiled slightly. The next day, Yi Junlin had just gotten up and arrived in the living room when Yin Er came to him. Young master, breakfast is ready. Why did you make breakfast? Yi Junlin looked at the various dishes on the table in surprise. My task is not only to follow your orders, but also to take care of your daily life. Yin Er explained. Thank you for that. Yi Junlin immediately started eating, and Yin Er took out a document and placed it in front of him. Young master, this is the list of people you asked me to investigate who occupied the various industries of the Yi family back then. They are all here. So fast. Yi Junlin took a sip of milk and looked at the list in surprise. For the intelligence system of the Tianji Pavilion, investigating these is not a difficult task. Yin Er replied. The Tianji Pavilion is indeed impressive. Yi Junlin couldn't help but exclaim. Although he often heard his third master bragging about the Tianji Pavilion's capabilities, he had never fully believed it. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was greatly shocked. The Tianji Pavilion can intimidate a city governor with just a simple identification document, and now it has such a strong intelligence system. It is indeed powerful. These opportunistic scoundrels. Looking at the rows of names on the list, a cold light flickered in Yi Junlin's eyes as he said coldly, none of these people can be spared. Everything that belongs to the Yi family. I want it all back without exception. Yi Junlin tightly clenched the list in his hand, exuding a chilling aura. Suddenly, a doorbell rang. Yin Er went to open the door, and standing outside were Jiang Mugu and Xiao Yu. Who are you? Yin Er asked the other party. Jiang Mugu looked at Yin Er and asked, May I ask if Mr. Yi lives here? Why are you here? Yi Junlin walked over to look at Jiang Mugu, who smiled slightly. Mr. Yi, aren't you going to invite me in for a sit? Come in. Yi Junlin said casually. Immediately, Jiang Mugu walked into the villa and spoke. Mr. Ye's villa is much more luxurious than the one I live in. It is said that this villa number 1 was sought after by countless wealthy people back then, but none succeeded. I didn't expect it to be acquired by Mr. Yi. It seems that although the Yi family is gone, Mr. Yi, as the eldest son of the Yi family, is still quite influential. Swish. Yi Junlin glanced at Jiang Mugu and said coldly, You investigated me? Mr. Yi, I apologize. Jiang Mugu slightly bowed and said, I was curious about you. So I had someone check, and I found out that you are the eldest son of the Yi family, the number 1 family in Shanghai back then. I was blind before. Please forgive me, Mr. Yi. Yi Junlin looked at Jiang Mugu. If you came today just to say this, then you can leave. Today I came to propose a deal with Mr. Yi. Jiang Mugu immediately said, A deal? What kind of deal? Yi Junlin looked at Jiang Mugu in confusion. I want Mr. Yi to be my personal bodyguard and protect my safety. Jiang Mugu said directly. Hee. Yi Junlin smiled lightly and said, Miss Jiang, why do you think I would agree to be your bodyguard? Do you think that just because my Yi family is gone, I can only be a bodyguard? Do you think I, the young master, am fit to be your bodyguard? At this moment, Yin Er, who was standing by, looked at Jiang Mugu with disdain, while Xiao Yu's expression turned cold as she stared at her. What are you talking about? Jiang Mugu gestured for Xiao Yu to be quiet and smiled at Yi Junlin. Mr. Yi, you misunderstood. I know that although the Yi family is gone, you, who have made a strong comeback, absolutely will not fall to the level of being a bodyguard. It's just that I have encountered some trouble recently. And I believe Mr. Yi has seen it too. So I need a trustworthy and skilled person to protect me for a while, and after thinking it over, the only one who fits the requirement is you. Of course, I will not let Mr. Yi be my bodyguard for free. I have something here that I believe Mr. Yi will be very interested in. Jiang Mugu said softly. What is it? Yi Junlin looked at her. And Jiang Mugu said directly, the map of mountains and rivers. Boom. Upon hearing the words map of mountains and rivers, Yi Junlin's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Chapter 10. Are you threatening me? Boom. As Jiang Mugu spoke the words map of mountains and rivers, a terrifying aura directly radiated from Yi Junlin, overwhelming Jiang Mugu, Xiao Yu, and Yin Er, making them all gasp for breath. The map of mountains and rivers is an ancient painting. The reason Yi Junlin reacted so strongly is that the map of mountains and rivers is the treasure of the Yi family. Yi Junlin's father had told him that the map of mountains and rivers is the most important thing for the Yi family and must not be lost. In the next moment, Yi Junlin stabilized his emotions, retracted his aura, and looked at Jiang Mugu. Do you know where the map of mountains and rivers is? Yes. Jiang Mugu nodded and said, If Mr. Yi is willing to be my bodyguard, I can return the map of mountains and rivers to you. Swish. Yi Junlin's expression turned cold as he looked at Jiang Mugu. Are you threatening me? Jiang Mugu had just opened her mouth when Yi Junlin reached out with one hand and swiftly grabbed her throat like lightning. Xiao Yu's expression changed, and she was about to attack Yi Junlin, but was instantly subdued by Yin Er. The thing I hate the most is being threatened. Yi Junlin's expression was icy, his eyes glinting with cold light as he stared at Jiang Mugo, and he directly released his grip on her neck. Cough, cough, cough. Immediately, Jiang Muji's face turned pale as she coughed. Miss, are you okay? Xiao Yu looked at Jiang Mugo with concern, and the latter shook her head, looking at Yi Junlin. Mr. Yi, I apologize for the misunderstanding. I did not intend to threaten you. There will be an auction in Jianghai tonight, and the map of mountains and rivers will be auctioned off then. An auction? Yi Junlin's eyes revealed a hint of coldness as he looked at Jiang Mugo. I do not want this to happen again. You can leave. Mr. Yi, I apologize. Jiang Mugo looked at Yi Junlin and slightly bowed before leaving with Xiao Yu. Young master, I will go get the map of mountains and rivers right now. Yan Er looked at Yi Junlin and said, but he shook his head and coldly said, no need. I will go personally tonight. At this moment, outside the villa, Xiao Yu looked at the marks on Jiang Muji's neck, indignant. Miss, that guy really doesn't understand how to cherish a woman and actually laid hands on you. It's fine. I underestimated the importance of the map of mountains and rivers to him. Jiang Mugu shook her head, and Xiao Yu then spoke. By the way, miss, why didn't you tell him that tonight's auction is organized by our Jiang Clan Chamber of Commerce? What if he causes a scene at the auction? That would be best. Don't you remember who is in charge of tonight's auction? Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Jiang Muji's eyes sparkled, and the latter was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing, exclaiming, Su Tian Wang. And then, in the Su family. Father, I am really wronged. I am your own son. How could I do something like poisoning you? Please, father. See clearly, someone must be framing me. Yes, it must be the second brother framing me. He wants to seize the position of head of the Su family. So he intentionally set me up. At this moment, in the hall, Su Tianguo was kneeling on the ground, continuously pleading with the old master of the Su family in front of him, then pointed angrily at Su Tianmin beside him. Elder brother, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I frame you? Su Tianmin quickly explained. That's right, my Tianmin would never do such a thing. Don't wrongfully accuse people. Du Mingwan also quickly spoke up. Enough. At this moment, the old master of the Su family looked at Su Tianguo with anger and scolded. You ungrateful son, now that there is evidence and witnesses, you still dare to quibble. For the position of head of the family, you are truly ruthless. Someone, take him away and send him directly to the police station. Father. No, I really didn't poison you. Su Tianguo kept pleading. Grandfather, could this be a misunderstanding? How could uncle poison you? Su Shuer couldn't help but say, only to be scolded by her mother. Shuer, the evidence is right here. How could it be a misunderstanding? Don't speak out of turn. What happened? Suddenly, Yi Junlin's figure appeared, curious. Junlin is here. Ah, I'm embarrassed. The person who poisoned me has been found out, and it turned out to be my own son. What a misfortune for our family. The old man Su sighed as he looked at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin's gaze swept over Su Tianguo. Is it him who poisoned you? That's right, he instructed his trusted subordinates to do it, and we even found poison in his room. The old man Su scolded with a dark expression. This ungrateful wretch. To go so far for the position of family head. It's not me, really not me. That subordinate of mine is deliberately framing me. And I have no idea why the poison was in my room. At this moment, Su Tianguo was still desperately explaining, while Su Tianlin spoke up. Brother, don't explain. It's useless. Perhaps he really didn't poison. At this point, Yi Junlin suddenly said, causing Su Tianlin's expression to change. His eyes flickering as he quickly spoke. How is that possible? The testimony and physical evidence are all here. Testimonies can be fabricated, and physical evidence can also be faked. Without direct evidence, it's better to be cautious, lest the real poisoner succeeds in their scheme. Yi Junlin said lightly. Junlin, did you discover something? The old man Su looked at Yi Junlin curiously. Yes, I have indeed found some evidence that could lead to the person who poisoned Grandfather Su. But I cannot disclose it just yet. I asked Grandfather Su to be patient for a few days. Yi Junlin replied. All right, as you say. First lock this ungrateful wretch up. The old man Su nodded, and Su Tianguo was taken away. Junlin, what evidence did you find? Su Tianlin couldn't help but ask Yi Junlin. Are you very eager to know? Yi Junlin looked at Su Tianlin, who awkwardly replied. I'm just trying to uncover the truth as quickly as possible. Don't worry, the truth will soon be revealed. Yi Junlin said, then looked at the old man Su. Grandfather Su, I would like to take Shuer out for a stroll. Is that all right? Of course. The old man Su nodded and said, by the way, Junlin, I heard about the Bai family situation. Grandfather Su, you don't need to worry about this matter. I will handle it myself. Yi Junlin finished speaking and left with Su Shuer. Father, why are you letting Shuer go with him? This guy has offended the Bai family and could die at any moment. Shuer following him will be in danger. And he is no longer the young master of the Yi family from back then. Do you really want him to be with Shuer? At this time, Du Mingwan shouted discontentedly. I believe him. With Junlin's medical skills, he is no longer the same person he was 7 years ago. And why was he able to leave the Bai family unscathed yesterday? Have you all not thought about the reason? The old man Su said with a deep light in his eyes. After that, Yi Junlin took Su Shuer away from the Su family, and the two strolled around Jianghai like a couple. Before long, they arrived at a restaurant and chose a dining place. Brother Junlin, I haven't been this happy in a long time, Su Shueter said excitedly as she looked at Yi Junlin. From now on, I will make sure you are as happy as today every day. Yi Junlin gently brushed Su Shuener's slightly messy hair, spoiling her. What a beautiful girl. I didn't expect to meet such a beauty while having a meal. A few minutes later, a group of people appeared in the restaurant, and the leader, a young man dressed extravagantly, immediately spotted Su Shuer, his eyes lighting up. The young man eagerly walked over, smiling at Su Shuer. Beautiful lady. Can I add you on WeChat? Su Shuer frowned at the young man. Young Master Ming, what do you want? Beautiful lady, you know me? The young man was surprised. And he was none other than Ming Cheng, the young master of the Ming family, one of the 5 great families of Jianghai. I am Su Shuer. Do you think I would know you? Su Shuer replied. You are Su Shuer? Aren't you the ugly one? When this young master of the Ming family heard that the beauty in front of him was the so-called ugly Su Shuer, he was stunned. Then quickly reacted. I didn't expect your appearance to have recovered, and you've become so beautiful. It seems you can be played with. Ming Cheng shamelessly reached out to wipe Su Shueter's face, but at that moment, a knife fork was directly stabbed into his palm. Ah! Ming Cheng screamed, his palm bleeding profusely, and the person who attacked him was Yi Junlin. You! At this moment, Ming Cheng glared at Yi Junlin with anger, but before he could speak, Yi Junlin slapped him directly, knocking the young master of the Ming family to the ground. Bastard, get up and beat him to death. Ming Cheng yelled angrily while lying on the ground. Immediately, the people Ming Cheng brought were about to attack Yi Junlin, and Su Shuer's pretty face turned pale with fright. You scared Shuer. Yi Junlin stood up and glanced at the group of people, his eyes flashing with a chilling light, directly frightening them into kneeling on the ground, sweating profusely. Then Yi Junlin walked up to Ming Cheng and looked at him. You're from the Ming family, right? I didn't go looking for you, but you came knocking on my door. Who are you? Ming Cheng's expression kept changing as he looked at Yi Junlin. Yi family, Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin uttered 5 words and then stomped directly on the young master of the Ming family's groin. Poof! Ah! Ming Cheng let out a heart-wrenching scream, like a pig being slaughtered, as blood rapidly stained his groin. Chapter 11. Things of the Yi family. You are not qualified to auction Ming family. When the old man of the Ming family learned that his only grandson had been rendered impotent by Yi Junlin, he was furious and shouted, Notify the Wolf Gate. I want to see Yi Junlin's head today. Meanwhile, in the Su family, Elder Su looked at a middle-aged man in battle attire in front of him. Second, with you here, that little Yi family kid is not to be feared. A family that was destroyed is still shouting. They really don't know their place. Father, rest assured, I will have someone take care of him. But I have another matter to attend to when I return. The middle-aged man spoke, and he was Su Tianming, the second son of the Su family, as well as an officer in the Jiangnan military district. What matter? Elder Su asked curiously. Soon our commander will celebrate his birthday, and he loves ancient paintings. I just heard that there will be an auction in Jianghai tonight featuring an ancient painting, so I plan to buy it as a gift for the commander. Su Tianming said. The commander's birthday is coming up, then this gift indeed needs to be well prepared. If we can win the commander's favor, you can rise straight up, and our Su family can advance further. Elder Su said excitedly. Meanwhile, in the Bai family, the old man Bai and Bai Feng were sitting there, and in front of them sat a woman dressed luxuriously and a young man with a pampered look. These two were Bai Feng's sister Bai Yu and her son Shenao. Sister, it's great that you could come, I thought. Bai Feng looked at his sister Bai Yu excitedly. It's been so many years, let us not talk about the past. No matter what, I am still a part of the Bai family. Now that the Bai family is in trouble, how can I stand by and do nothing? Bai Yu said coldly. Grandpa, uncle, you don't need to worry. No matter how powerful that Yi Junlin is, in front of my Shin family, he is nothing but an ant. 7 years ago, he could be trampled underfoot, and 7 years later, This young master can still trample him underfoot. Shin Ao scoffed, looking arrogant and disdainful. Haha, Aoer is right. In front of you, that Yi Junlin is indeed nothing. The old man laughed. His grandson is the young master of the Shin family, one of the 6 top noble families in Jiangnan County. Although he cannot compare to that mysterious young master from 7 years ago, he is still an unattainable presence for Yi Junlin. With the Shun family's power and influence, stepping on Yi Junlin would be as easy as crushing an ant. How is Zhiruo? Bai Yu suddenly asked. Sigh, Zhiruo's face has been ruined, and after suffering that humiliation, her mental state has been severely traumatized. She has completely shut herself off now. Bai Feng sighed with a pained expression. Bai Yu immediately frowned. I heard that the reason Zhiruo is like this is because of that Miss Su. That's right, it's because of her. If it weren't for her, that bastard Yi Junlin wouldn't have been so ruthless towards Zhiruo. I originally planned to take care of that kid first, then destroy the Su family. Bai Feng shouted in anger. Zhiruo is my niece. I will take revenge for her as her aunt. Tomorrow, I will make that Miss Su and the Su family pay the price they deserve. Bai Yu's expression turned cold, her eyes glinting with fierceness. Meanwhile, in a hotel in Jianghai, a middle-aged man dressed in a black long coat sat there, holding a glass of red wine. Standing next to him was a man who spoke up. Sir, what is so special about that landscape painting that it warrants your personal visit? The painting was specifically requested by Master Sunday. As for what is so special about it, only Master Sun knows. The middle-aged man took a sip of red wine and replied. From what I understand, that painting is a relic of a fallen clan in Jianghai. Isn't that a bit ominous? The man expressed concern. Since the master wants it, no matter what, we must acquire that painting. The middle-aged man finished his glass of red wine and said with authority. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Outside a certain building in Jianghai, luxury cars gathered, and numerous powerful figures from Jianghai appeared, including many big shots from other cities in Jiangnan County. Tonight, an auction will be held here, organized by the Jiang Family Business Association, which is currently one of the top 2 in Jiangnan County. Therefore, this auction is quite grand, attracting celebrities from all walks of life. At this moment, many people had already arrived at the auction site, and a man with graying hair, dressed in a suit and wearing a jade ring, was receiving some distinguished guests. Vice President Su, I heard that President Jiang is not doing well. It seems you are about to become the new president of the Jiang Family Business Association. Yes, we should congratulate Vice President Su in advance. Several big shots from Jianghai's business community smiled at the man in the suit with the jade ring. This is not something to be casually said. Even if President Jiang is no longer around, the position of president still belongs to our young lady. How could it possibly be my turn? The man humbly replied. He was Su Tianwang, the vice president of the Jiang Family Business Association. Are you talking about President Jiang's daughter, Jiang Muge? Although she has some ability in management, she is still too young to compare with you, Vice President Su. That's right, Vice President Su, you are President Jiang's right-hand man, the true contributor to the Jiang Family Business Association. In terms of qualifications and achievements, it is not her turn to be president. The business tycoons flattered him. You are all being polite. The auction is about to start. Please take your seats. Su Tianwang smiled slightly and had someone take them to their seats. Master, it seems everyone supports you becoming the new president of the Jiang family. That girl can't compete with you at all. At this moment, a man behind Su Tianwang spoke. That girl is not as simple as you think. She has dodged 2 attacks, which shows she has some ability. However, as long as this auction goes smoothly tonight, I can win over all these business elites. By then, even if that old guy Jiang Kunshan returns, I will still secure the position of president. Su Tianwang coldly snorted while fiddling with the ring in his hand. A little over 10 minutes later, the auction officially began. In an instant, various treasures were brought up one by one, attracting a crowd to scramble for them. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item to be auctioned is a landscape painting. After being appraised by our experts, it is confirmed to be an ancient painting with at least a history of over 500 years. For those who love to collect ancient paintings, don't miss out. The auctioneer introduced with great flair, while 2 staff members brought a box onto the stage, opened it, and took out a scroll, slowly unfurling it. Suddenly, a painting with mountains and rivers, rich in antiquity, appeared before everyone's eyes, capturing all attention. This was indeed the treasure of the Yi family, the landscape painting. Good painting. Old Master Su exclaimed in awe at the landscape painting and said to Su Tianming beside him, Tianming, if this painting is presented to the commander, It will definitely win his favor. At this moment, many power figures and celebrities present were captivated by this landscape painting, unable to take their eyes off it. The starting bid for this painting is 10 million, with each increment no less than 500,000. Let the auction begin. As the auctioneer's hammer fell, the crowd began to call out bids. 11 million, 13 million, 13.5 million, 15 million, 20 million, 40 million. In the blink of an eye, the bidding had risen to 40 million, and Old Master Su directly called 80 million. Seeing that Old Master Su had doubled the bid, many were discouraged. 100 million. Another elder called out. 200 million. The middle-aged man in the black long coat from the hotel raised his paddle. 300 million. Old Master Su called out again. Immediately, the elder and the man in black continued to raise their bids. In the blink of an eye, the price of the landscape painting had reached 700 million. 1 billion. The man in the long coat called out again, causing a stir in the audience, as 1 billion is no small sum. Even a listed company would find it hard to produce that amount at once. Father. Su Tianming looked at his father with a somewhat ugly expression, while the latter's gaze flickered, gritting his teeth and shouting, 2 billion. With this 2 billion bid, the venue erupted in commotion. Even the auctioneer was taken aback, quickly calling out, 2 billion, first time, 2 billion, second time, 2 billion. Just as the auctioneer was about to finalize the bid, the door of the auction venue suddenly burst open, and a young man with a cold expression walked in. It was Yi Junlin. This is my Yi family's item. You have no right to auction it. Yi Junlin coldly shouted at the auctioneer. Chapter 12. Say kill and kill, this is my Yi family's item. You have no right to auction it. Yi Junlin appeared at the auction, looking coldly at the auctioneer. Boom. Instantly, the auction venue was thrown into chaos, and the dignitaries and business elites present began to murmur about Yi Junlin, many of whom recognized him as the young master of the Yi family from back in the day. At this moment, the auctioneer on the stage changed his expression slightly and looked at Yi Junlin. Young man, are you here to participate in the auction? If so, please take a seat and follow the procedure to bid. Yi Junlin remained silent, staring at the landscape painting, and walked directly toward it. Stop. Someone, throw him out. At this moment, Su Tianwang stood up, looking at Yi Junlin with a gloomy expression. This auction was his opportunity to rally powerful forces, and he could not let a young kid disrupt it. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a group of security personnel appeared in front of Yi Junlin, ready to take action against him. Suddenly, the figures of Lung Feng and Yen Er appeared, and the two of them moved swiftly, directly taking out all the security personnel. At that moment, Su Tianwang's face turned very ugly, and he shouted with a dark expression, You dare to cause trouble at my Jiang family's auction? You are so bold. As soon as Su Tianwang's voice fell, a group of figures dressed in black uniforms appeared. They were Su Tianwang's personal bodyguards, each drawing their guns and aiming at Yi Junlin and his companions. Yi Junlin glanced at them and continued walking towards the landscape map. Shoot. Su Tianwang's expression turned cold as he shouted. His bodyguards were about to fire, but Yi Junlin waved his hand, and silver needles shot out rapidly, piercing the heads of these bodyguards. They didn't even have time to react before they all fell to the ground. This astonishing scene shocked Su Tianwang, and the others present were equally startled. The things of the Yi family are not for you to auction. Yi Junlin approached Su Tianwang and coldly declared. Bang! In an instant, Yi Junlin slapped Su Tianwang, sending him flying, half of his face bloodied and disfigured. Gasp! The crowd was shocked to see Yi Junlin daring to attack the vice president of the Jiang Family Business Association. Yi Junlin directly went to the auction stage, where the auctioneer was sweating profusely and quickly retreated, not daring to say another word. The two staff members holding the landscape map trembled, swallowing nervously. Yi Junlin reached out and gently stroked the landscape map, which his father treasured as the Yi family's heirloom, slowly putting it away. You are the young master Yi Junlin who survived by luck back then? Suddenly, Old Master Su stood up, looking at Yi Junlin with a stern expression. Yi Junlin glanced at Old Master Su and said, Old Man Su, I didn't expect you to be here too, you little brat from the Yi family. Since you survived by luck back then, you should honestly find a remote place to live out your life. Instead of returning to Zhanghai and expecting us to pay respects and apologize for the deceased of your Yi family. It's utterly ridiculous. Old Master Su looked at Yi Junlin with disdain. So you're the little brat from the Yi family. I originally planned to send someone to deal with you tomorrow, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my door tonight. Since you're here, Don't think about leaving. At this moment, Su Tianming looked at Yi Junlin with a cold expression and shouted, I don't want to kill you today. You have 9 more days to live. Make sure to cherish it. Yi Junlin said as he prepared to leave with the landscape map. Suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps came from outside the auction hall, and a group of fully armed soldiers appeared, blocking Yi Junlin's path. Do you think you can leave today? Su Tianming looked at Yi Junlin with a cold snort. People from the Jiangnan war zone. Cold Peak glanced at these soldiers and then turned his gaze to Su Tianming. You are from the Jiangnan war zone? That's right. Jiangnan war zone. 3-star second lieutenant, Su Tianming. Su Tianming said arrogantly. Is a mere 3-star second lieutenant this arrogant? Is this how Jiang Tingshan usually teaches you? Cold Peak replied expressionlessly. Shut up. You dare to slander the commander. Su Tianming's expression turned cold as he directly attacked Cold Peak. Swish. Cold Peak waved his right hand, and a dagger quickly pressed against Su Tianming's neck, freezing his expression. Let go of the lieutenant. The soldiers saw Su Tianming in danger and shouted at Cold Peak. The young master said to let you live a few more days. Cold Peak looked at Su Tianming coldly and put away the dagger. Su Tianming gasped for air. His expression twisted as he shouted, Shoot! Kill them! Swish, swish, swish. The soldiers immediately raised their weapons to spray bullets at Yi Junlin and his companions. Get lost! Yi Junlin coldly shouted, stepping forward, and an invisible force slammed into the soldiers, sending them all flying, crashing to the ground, and spitting blood. Swish! Cold Peak's eyes glinted with a murderous intent as he stared at Su Tianming, ready to kill him. Su Tianming's heart sank as he saw Cold Peak's expression change and shouted, I am from the Jiangnan war zone. If you dare to touch me, the commander will not let you go. Are people from the Jiangnan war zone that impressive? Yi Junlin glanced at Su Tianming, snatched the dagger from Cold Peak's hand, and threw it directly. Uft! The dagger pierced through Su Tianming's neck, killing him instantly. Su Tianming's eyes bulged in disbelief as he fell to the ground, dying with his eyes open. He never expected that, given his status, this mere stray dog, Yi Junlin, would kill him just like that. Tianming. Old Master Su looked at Su Tianming's tragic death, his face filled with grief as he shouted. The other attendees at the auction were shocked to see Yi Junlin kill a 3-star second lieutenant with a single strike. They were all taken aback. This was a 3-star second lieutenant, and he was killed just like that? This was too arrogant. It was a blatant slap in the face to the Jiangnan war zone. You will have a bad end. Old Master Su shouted angrily at Yi Junlin. Don't worry, you will definitely die before me. Yi Junlin coldly walked towards the exit. But at that moment, a man blocked his path. It was the man in long clothes who had previously wanted to take the landscape map. Who are you? Yi Junlin looked at the man coldly. Young man, you have courage and strength, but this world is not just about ability. You killed someone from the Jiangnan war zone, which is a serious crime. However, if you are willing to hand over this ancient painting to me, I can guarantee your safety. The man in long clothes looked at Yi Junlin with extreme confidence in his tone. Not interested. Yi Junlin's 3 words made the man in long clothes' expression darken as he said, Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Once you step out of this door, no one will save you. Yi Junlin completely ignored the words of the man in long clothes and directly walked outside. My lord, should I? At this moment, a man approached the man in long clothes, but the latter shook his head. No rush. This kid is interesting. Let's wait and see. Soon. Yi Junlin walked out of the auction hall, but at that moment, a group of people appeared on the distant street, their footsteps dense and heavy. In the next second, a large crowd dressed in black appeared before Yi Junlin. They all had a wolf symbol on their chests, holding sharp knives, their eyes fierce, exuding a menacing aura. At a glance, there were hundreds of them, completely surrounding Yi Junlin. Chapter 13. Shredder humiliated people from the Wolf Gate? Cold Peak glanced at the group, while Yi Junlin asked in confusion, What is the Wolf Gate? Young master, the Wolf Gate is a powerful organization in Jianghai with thousands of members. The leader, Wolf King, is ruthless and bloodthirsty. No one in Jianghai dares to provoke them. Yinner explained. You are Yi Junlin? A man with a scar on his face from the Wolf Gate looked at Yi Junlin and scoffed. Who sent you? Yi Junlin asked. As he had no grievances with the Wolf Gate, yet they were making such a big deal about him. Clearly, someone was manipulating them from behind. You'll find out when you're dead. Attack! The scar-faced man shouted arrogantly, and all the members of the Wolf Gate behind him swung their knives and charged at Yi Junlin. Swish! Swish! Cold Peak and Yinner rushed out, their movements lightning fast, undeterred even when faced with hundreds of people. Two good seedlings. Yi Junlin watched Cold Peak and Yinner's performance with approval. These two were young but exceptionally strong. They were promising martial arts talents. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the hundreds of Wolfgate members had fallen, leaving the scar-faced man stunned. Swish. Then, as the scar-faced man regained his senses and remembered the command from their leader, a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. He tightened his grip on the sharp knife and swung it towards Yi Junlin. However, Yi Junlin simply stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the blade, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. Crack. In the next moment, Yi Junlin pinched his fingers, and the sharp knife was directly crushed by him. With a puff, Yi Junlin held the broken half of the blade and swept it forward, instantly cutting open the throat of the scar-faced man, blood splattering out. The man's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his throat, unable to utter a word before collapsing to the ground. Soon, all the hundreds of members of the Wolfgate were taken down by Lung Feng and Yin Er, suffering heavy casualties. Young master, should I go and eliminate the Wolfgate? Lung Feng asked with a murderous look at Yi Junlin. Forget it. Let this be a lesson for them. If they still don't remember, it won't be too late to eliminate them later. Yi Junlin shook his head. After that, the 3 of them left the scene. While the guests who came out from the auction looked at the injured and dead bodies on the ground, all stunned. Meanwhile, in the Yiping Villa, Villa number 5, Zhang Muge was sitting on the sofa in a silk nightgown, looking lazy, gently swirling a glass of red wine in her delicate fingers, exuding a mature charm. Suddenly, Xiaoyu hurried into the villa and said to Zhang Muge, "Miss, something happened at the auction." He went. Zhang Muge took a sip of red wine and asked lightly. Xiaoyu nodded. That's right. He barged in directly, killed Su Tianwang's bodyguards, slapped Su Tianwang, and took that painting away. Sure enough, Zhang Muge smiled slightly. However, Xiaoyu then looked at Zhang Muge with an uneasy expression, hesitating to speak. What is it? Zhang Muge asked. He also killed the second master of the Su family at the scene. That person is a 3-star lieutenant from the Jiangnan battle zone, publicly beheaded by him. Moreover, it is said that the Wolfgate sent hundreds of people to kill him, resulting in heavy casualties. Xiaoyu explained. After hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Muge's eyes, and she said softly, "It seems I underestimated him. Miss, this guy has killed a 3-star lieutenant. The Jiangnan battle zone will definitely not let him go. He is doomed to die, and even if the battle department doesn't deal with him, the Wolfgate won't let him off lightly after such heavy losses. He probably won't survive for more than a few days." Xiaoyu pouted and murmured, "I think he won't die so easily." Zhang Muge smiled slightly. Suddenly, her phone rang, and when she answered, her brows furrowed, the smile on her face disappearing, becoming somewhat heavy. "Okay, I understand." Zhang Muge hung up the phone, her gaze flickering. "Miss, what happened?" Xiaoyu asked curiously. "The butler just called. He said my father's condition has worsened, and if there is no treatment, he probably won't last a few days." Zhang Muge said with a heavy expression. "Then what should we do?" Xiaoyu's face changed, and she exclaimed, "If something happens to my father, then you can help me contact the president of the Jiangnan Chinese Medicine Association and have him come personally." Zhang Muge said directly. "Yes." Xiaoyu nodded. On the other side, Yi Junlin was on his way back to the villa when suddenly a group of people with clubs appeared. "Who are you?" Yi Junlin looked coldly at the group. "You must be Yi Junlin. Get him." One of them shouted, and immediately, the group rushed towards Yi Junlin with their clubs, clearly wanting his life. Lung Feng immediately stepped in and knocked them all to the ground. "Who sent you?" Yi Junlin asked the group. It was the 3rd master of the Su family. The group trembled in fear. Just as I thought. A cold glint appeared in Yi Junlin's eyes. Meanwhile, in a room of the Su family, Su Tianlin was sitting there, angrily reprimanding a man in front of him. "Useless. You can't even take care of a brat." "Sir, please don't be angry. Although we can't contact those people, they might have already dealt with that brat and are celebrating, so." The man hurriedly explained, but was slapped to the ground by Su Tianlin, who coldly shouted, "Do you think I'm a fool?" At this moment, a cold light flickered in Su Tianlin's eyes as he said, "Looks like I can only go find him." In the Wolf Gate, a chilling, bloodthirsty voice echoed, "Dare to kill someone from my Wolf Gate? Find them for me. I want to skin them alive." In the blink of an eye, a new day arrived. In the Su family, it was a scene of devastation. All the bodyguards of the Su family were knocked down, and in the Su family hall, Elder Su, Su Tianmin, Du Mengwan, Su Shuer, and other high-ranking members of the Su family were kneeling on the ground, each with extremely ugly expressions. In front of them sat two figures, Bai Yu and her son Shineo, accompanied by two cold-faced middle-aged men. Additionally, a group of imposing figures, the Shin family guards, stood inside and outside the hall. Early that morning, Bai Yu and her son led the Shun family guards into the Su family, directly taking control of the Su family. "Mrs. Shun, what do you want?" Elder Su asked Bai Yu. "What do I want? Just because your Su family scum caused my niece to suffer inhuman torment and humiliation, what do you think I want?" Bai Yu pointed at Su Shuer, her face fierce, and shouted, "Today, I will make your Su family pay for this. This is all my fault. If you want revenge, just come for me. Don't involve my family. They have nothing to do with this." Su Shuer pleaded with Bai Yu. Bai Yu looked at Su Shuer and said, "Little girl, rest assured, I won't let you off easily. I heard that you and that Yi Junlin have been childhood sweethearts, and your feelings are deep. He let Zhuo be humiliated by so many people. Today I want you to taste that kind of feeling too. When he sees you being humiliated, I wonder how he will feel." Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Su Shuer's face turned pale, her body trembling. Don't hurt Shuer. This is all done by Yi Junlin. If you want to find someone, go find him. Don't harm my daughter Shuer." Du Mingwan shouted at Bai Yu. "Mother, this girl is so beautiful. And it looks like she's still a virgin. Letting others abuse her would be such a waste. How about I play with her first?" At this point, Shin Ao's eyes gleamed with malice as he stared at Su Shuer. Bai Yu looked at her precious son and said, "All right. This little girl can be your plaything for now." Hee. Shin Ao grinned wickedly, approaching Su Shuer and grabbing her chin. "Little beauty, don't be afraid. I'll take good care of you. Brother Junlin won't let you succeed," Su Shuer said stubbornly. If your brother Junlin dares to come, even better. I'll play with you right in front of him. That must be thrilling." Shin Ao laughed excitedly. "I won't let you succeed, even if I die." Suddenly, a hint of determination appeared in Su Shuer's eyes. She abruptly stood up and charged towards a nearby pillar. "Shuer no? Shuer." Su Tianmin, Du Mingwan, and Elder Su shouted loudly as they watched Su Shuer collide with the pillar. Shin Ao didn't expect the girl to be so resolute that she would rather die. "Brother Junlin, goodbye." At that moment, as Su Shuer was about to hit the pillar, a tear fell from her eye, revealing a hint of regret. She slowly closed her eyes, ready to sacrifice herself to preserve her innocence. But just at that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared and caught Su Shuer. Initially prepared for death, she found herself not crashing into the pillar, but into a warm body. Her expression froze as she opened her eyes and saw the familiar face of Yi Junlin. "Silly girl, how could you do something so foolish?" Yi Junlin looked at Su Shuer with a pained expression as he gently stroked her head. "Brother Junlin." Su Shuer, seeing Yi Junlin, immediately had red-rimmed eyes and threw herself into his arms, sobbing. "Brother Junlin, I thought I would never see you again." Su Shuer choked softly. Yi Junlin comforted her gently. "Shuer, I'm sorry. It's all because Brother Junlin came late, causing you to suffer. It's my fault." At this moment, the old master Su and the others looked at Su Shuer, relieved that she was fine. "Are you that boy from the Yi family?" At this time, Shin Ao looked at Yi Junlin and coldly snorted. Swish. Yi Junlin's cold gaze swept towards Shin Ao, his eyes flashing with a chilling, murderous intent. And he shouted word by word, "For bullying Shuer, you deserve to die? Oh, you are quite arrogant." Shin Ao sneered disdainfully, "Kid. You are nothing but a stray dog now, and you dare to act tough in front of me. I heard you were humiliated 7 years ago. Today, I will let you relive the feeling of being trampled underfoot." He ordered, "Get him." With Shin Ao's command, a group of Shin family guards rushed towards Yi Junlin, all of them moving swiftly, clearly well-trained. Swish. At this moment, Yenner shot in, striking fiercely and knocking all the Shin family guards who charged at Yi Junlin flying away. Seeing this, Shin Ao's expression darkened, and he shouted, "Attack." In an instant, all the Shin family guards launched their attacks, but none could surpass Yenner's defensive line, all being defeated by her. At this moment, Yi Junlin's expression was icy, his eyes flashing with a chilling murderous intent as he walked step by step towards Shin Ao. "You too, take him down." Bai Yu sternly ordered the two middle-aged men beside her while looking at Yi Junlin. Swish, swish. Immediately, the two middle-aged men beside Bai Yu revealed a glint of cold light in their eyes, their figures moving as they rushed towards Yi Junlin. Both were 5th-grade Huang realm warriors, specially transferred from the Shin family by Bai Yu. Warriors are divided into 4 realms: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang, each consisting of grades 1 to 9. The strength of a 5th-grade Huang realm warrior is enough to dominate a city, considering even the top experts of the Bai family. The strongest family in Zhanghai are merely at the 4th-grade Huang realm. As for the Shin family, being one of the 6 great families in Jiangnan County, their influence spans the entire Jiangnan County, so mobilizing 2 5th-grade Huang realm experts is not a big deal. Yi Junlin watched the 2 middle-aged men attack and directly shot out 2 silver needles. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 5th-grade Huang realm warriors didn't react in time before a silver needle pierced their brows, their eyes wide open as they fell to the ground, dead without closing their eyes. Swish. This scene instantly changed the expressions of Bai Yu and Shin Ao, both mother and son showing shock in their eyes. Shin Ao was about to speak when Yi Junlin appeared in front of him, slapping him across the face and knocking him to the ground. Aor, watching her precious son being hit, Bai Yu's expression changed as she screamed. Then her face twisted in anger, pointing at Yi Junlin like a shrew. You dare to hit my son? I want you to die a terrible death. Smack! Yi Junlin slapped again, knocking Bai Yu to the ground, half of her face swollen and red. The Su family members were all shocked at this sight. Then, Yi Junlin stepped on Shun Ao's face, coldly saying, With you. Do you think you can trample me underfoot? Do you deserve it? Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Shin Ao roared in rage. Damn bastard. I am the young master of the Shun family. You dare to treat me this way? You are dead. I will make you wish you were never born. You won't have that chance. Yi Junlin said expressionlessly, exerting force under his foot, directly crushing the head of the young master of the Shun family. In an instant, a bloody scene unfolded before everyone. Old Master Su Tianmin, Du Mingwan, and others all changed their expressions, some unable to adapt. Aor, Bai Yu lay on the ground, looking at her son's tragic death before her, screaming in pain. Then her eyes turned crimson, staring at Yi Junlin. I will kill you. Immediately, Bai Yu, like a mad woman, climbed up from the ground and charged at Yi Junlin with claws bared. Crack! At this moment, Yinner had dealt with the Shun family guards and arrived in front of Bai Yu, waving her fair hand and directly snapping the opponent's neck, throwing her to the ground. Thus, this mother and son duo from one of the 6 great families in Jiangnan County, the Shin family, both fell into the underworld, never expecting that they would die like this. Grandpa Su, are you all right? Yi Junlin looked at Old Master Su and asked, stepping forward to support him. Junlin, thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, I would have probably lost my precious granddaughter Shuer. Old Master Su said gratefully. If it weren't for him, would Shuer have suffered such humiliation and attempted suicide? This guy has already offended the Bai family and now killed Bai Yu and Shin Ao. One was the wife of the Shin family, and the other was the young master of the Shin family. Now that they are both dead in our Su family, once the Shun family finds out, all of us in the Su family will have no place to be buried. At this moment, Du Mingwan looked at Yi Junlin with anger and blame. The Shin family? Are they very powerful? Yi Junlin said coldly. What do you know? The Shin family is one of the 6 great families in Jiangnan County. They have 100 years of heritage, a deep foundation, and their industries are spread throughout Jiangnan County. As long as they say a word, no matter how powerful you are, you will only have a dead end. Now that you have killed the wife of the Shun family and the young master of the Shin family, they will definitely be furious. And even the Yi family won't be able to withstand the wrath of the Shin family. Now our entire Su family will be completely ruined because of you. You are a disaster. You caused the destruction of your Yi family, and now you want to harm our Su family. Du Mingwan shouted at Yi Junlin emotionally. Swish. Immediately, Yinner's expression turned cold, ready to act against Du Mingwan, but was stopped by Yi Junlin. Enough. Old Master Su frowned and shouted, while Su Tianmin quickly pulled Du Mingwan. Mingwan, what nonsense are you talking? Did I say something wrong? Du Mingwan glared at him coldly, filled with resentment. If it weren't for him being foolish enough to provoke that young master back then, would the Yi family have been destroyed? Now he is provoking the Bai family and the Shin family again, putting us in danger of dying with him. What else can he be but a disaster? Mom, don't say that about brother Junlin. Su Shuer quickly spoke up, but Du Mingwan scolded her. Su Shuer, if you still recognize me as your mother, immediately distance yourself from this guy, or don't recognize me as your mother. In an instant, Su Shuer's eyes were filled with conflict, revealing a painful expression. At this time, Yi Junlin looked at Du Mingwan and said, for Shuer's sake, I will call you Aunt Du. I know you look down on me and think I am unworthy to be with Shuer now, that I have brought trouble to Shuer and the entire Su family. Isn't that so? Du Mingwan glared at him coldly. Rest assured, as long as I, Yi Junlin, am alive, Shuer will be fine. And the Su family will also be fine. Yi Junlin said confidently. Humph, it's been a few years, and you have become so arrogant. Du Mingwan looked at him dismissively, while Su Tianmin pulled her. All right, Mingwan, stop talking. Junlin, don't mind what Mingwan said. Grandpa knows you did all this for Shuer. Rest assured. Although the Su family is not as good as the Bai family and Shin family, there is not a single coward in the Su family. If the Bai family and Shun family want to take revenge, let them come. Old Master Su directly said to Yi Junlin. Thank you, Grandpa. Yi Junlin smiled, then spoke. By the way, Grandpa Su, I have found the real culprit behind the poisoning. You found the real culprit? Old Master Su's expression tightened, surprised. Lung Feng. Then, Yi Junlin directly called out, and Lung Feng brought someone here, the very person who was sent by Su Tianmin to kill Yi Junlin last night. Who is he? Old Master Su and the others looked at the person in confusion. Speak. Yi Junlin looked at the person coldly and said. The other party directly revealed that Su Tianlin had instructed him to kill Yi Junlin. Tianlin, why does Tianlin want to kill you? Old Master Su looked at Yi Junlin in shock, and other members of the Su family were also confused. Because he thinks I have control of the evidence that he poisoned Grandpa Su, so he wants to kill me to silence me. Yi Junlin said coldly. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, Old Master Su and Su Tianmin's expressions changed, looking shocked. Junlin, are you saying that Tianlin poisoned my father? Old Master Su asked with a trembling voice, clearly unable to believe it. That's right. Yi Junlin nodded. How is that possible? The third son has always been honest, not competitive. How could he poison Grandpa? Su Tianmin said in disbelief. I noticed something was off with him earlier, so I deliberately said I had evidence of the real poisoner to test whether he would act. And unexpectedly, he really couldn't hold back. Yi Junlin said lightly. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, applause came from outside. Chapter 15. Remember, my name is Yi Junlin. And the Yi family is not finished. Young man from the Yi family, you do have some ability. I didn't expect to be fooled by you. Two figures entered the hall, one of whom was Su Tianlin, who looked at Yi Junlin with a cold smile and said, Third brother, did you really poison our father? Su Tianmin hurriedly asked Su Tianlin. At this point, there's nothing to hide. Yes, I did poison him. Su Tianlin admitted directly. Instantly, everyone from the Su family was stunned. You ungrateful child, why did you do this? Old Master Su stared at Su Tianlin with an expression of anger and heartbreak. Why? Naturally. It's for the position of the head of the Su family. Su Tianlin said coldly. But even if father has an accident, that position doesn't belong to you. Su Tianmin said with a puzzled expression. Su Tianlin coldly replied, Of course, I know that. I originally planned to find an opportunity to frame the poisoning on my elder brother, and then cause an accident for you, second brother. Then the position of head would naturally belong to me. Unfortunately, all of this was ruined by you. At this moment, a cold light flickered in Su Tianlin's eyes as he stared at Yi Junlin, saying, If it weren't for you, my plan would have succeeded perfectly. For the sake of a mere position of head, you would dare to lay hands on your own father. You heartless beast, you deserve to die. Yi Junlin shouted coldly. Is he the one who broke my poison? At this time, the other person who came with Su Tianlin looked coldly at Yi Junlin. This person wore a black robe, had sunken eye sockets, prominent cheekbones, and a hooked nose, with a pair of icy eyes staring at Yi Junlin, making people shiver. Master, it's him. Please take action and capture him. Su Tianlin said respectfully to this person. The person looked at Yi Junlin with a cold smile. I didn't expect that there would be someone in this world who could break my poison. You do have some skill. Is what you call poison? It's just some child's play. Yi Junlin sneered with a look of disdain. Swish. His words directly darkened the other person's expression, his eyes flashing with a chilling light, and he stepped forward coldly. Arrogant brat, today you will know what real poison is. In an instant, the person waved his hand, and a colorful powder rushed towards Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin stood still, and the colorful powder all landed on him. Young master. Lung Feng and Yinner changed their expressions and called out to Yi Junlin. No need to shout. This kid has been hit by my colorful poison, and in an instant, his internal organs will rot, and he will die? The person said coldly. Brother Junlin. Hearing this, Su Shuer looked at Yi Junlin with a worried expression, and the latter suddenly said, Colorful poison. The name is not impressive, and the poison is not impressive either. Why, you're fine. The person looked at Yi Junlin speaking. His pupils shrank, showing an expression of disbelief. He knew that although this poison was not the top poison, it was still one of the better poisons among the many poisons of the five-poison cult. Even a strong practitioner at the Xian realm would not be able to withstand it. How could this kid be fine? You think this thing can poison me? Do you look down on me? Yi Junlin said with a face full of disdain. During these 7 years, his second master had given him various poisons every day to enhance his medical skills, and he had already tasted all kinds of strange poisons in the world. The poison in front of him was like a child's play compared to what he had endured before. Hearing Yi Junlin's words, the person nearly died of anger. But he remained calm, knowing that this kid could ignore the colorful poison was not an ordinary person. For safety, he turned around to escape. Can you escape? However, as soon as this person moved, Yi Junlin's hand pressed on his shoulder, directly forcing him to kneel on the ground, spitting blood crazily. What do you want? I tell you, I am a disciple of the five-poison cult. If you dare to touch me, the five-poison cult will not let you go. This person looked extremely ugly and shouted at Yi Junlin. Crack, crack, crack. Yi Junlin applied force with the hand pressing on his shoulder, and the internal organs of this person instantly exploded. He spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Five-poison cult, what a joke. Yi Junlin said dismissively. Swish. Then Yi Junlin's gaze swept towards Su Tianlin, who, seeing his biggest helper dead, turned his gaze and knelt down to old Master Su, saying with a face full of regret, Father, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. It's all because I was momentarily bewitched that I did such a beastly thing. Whether you want to punish or kill me, I have no complaints. Hey, old Master Su looked at Su Tianlin, wanting to say something but unable to say anything, only letting out a sigh. Grandpa Su, this person has malicious intentions. I think it's better to kill him directly. Yi Junlin spoke to old Master Su, and upon hearing this, Su Tianlin's body trembled, his expression constantly changing, but he did not speak. First, lock him up. Let me think about it. Old Master Su said with a weary expression. Seeing this, Yi Junlin said no more, as this was a family matter of the Su family, and he did not want to intervene too much. Next, Yi Junlin had Lung Feng take the bodies of Bai Yu and her son back to the Bai family, while he and Yinner went to a commercial area in the south of Zhanghai City. This commercial area was filled with high-rise buildings, gathering many companies. Yi Junlin stood outside a building, gazing at it, and memories flooded his mind. This building was the headquarters of the Yi Group at the time. Back then, the Yi Group was the #1 group in Zhanghai, and Yi Junlin's father personally built this Yi building, which also became another deeply memorable place for Yi Junlin aside from the Yi family. However, since the Yi family was destroyed, the Yi Group was divided among various forces in Zhanghai, and this Yi building also fell into the hands of others. Yi Junlin came today to reclaim this Yi building that was personally built by his father. Young master, this building is currently controlled by Taiyuan Group. Yinner introduced the background of the current owner of this building to Yi Junlin. After hearing this, Yi Junlin walked into the building. On the 28th floor of this building, in an office, a tall woman dressed in a black professional suit, with an exquisite appearance, tied hair, and a capable aura was reporting work at her desk, facing a bald man with a big belly. At this moment, the bald man was staring at the woman with lecherous eyes, scanning her up and down as if he wanted to undress her and see through her. After the woman quickly finished her report, she said, President, if there's nothing else, I'll step out first. Yunshi, wait a moment. The bald man suddenly called out, standing up and walking in front of the woman. The latter's expression changed slightly, and she took a step back, saying, President, is there anything else? Yunshi, you've been with the company for quite some time, right? Don't you want to get promoted? The man had a sinister glint in his eyes as he stared at the woman's proud figure and spoke up. President, I'm not very capable yet, and I haven't thought about these things for now. The woman said softly. It's okay, you can think about it, as long as you're willing. You could even become the vice president of this company, the man said, wrapping an arm around her waist. The woman's expression changed, and she hurriedly shouted, President, what are you doing? No, don't be afraid, my little beauty. As long as you obediently become my woman, you'll be the boss lady of Taiyuan Company in the future. The bald man leaned in to kiss her face, while she struggled and shouted, No, let go of me. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the office door was kicked open, and Yi Junlin walked in with a cold expression, frowning at the scene before him. The bald man, frightened, released the woman and turned to Yi Junlin, exasperated. Who are you? Who let you in? The woman hurriedly adjusted her clothes, glancing at Yi Junlin, momentarily stunned. You are the person in charge of Taiyuan Company? Yi Junlin said coldly. That's right. Where did you come from, kid? Who let you in? Where's the security? The bald man shouted arrogantly at Yi Junlin. No need to shout. I'm here to inform you that I've reclaimed this building. Take your company's people and get out of here immediately, Yi Junlin stated, sitting down on the sofa with an extremely dominant posture. Huh. The bald man was taken aback by this statement, thinking Yi Junlin was crazy. Where did you escape from, you lunatic? Get out of my way. This building is called Yi's building and doesn't belong to you. Yi Junlin replied coldly. So what? The Yi family is finished. And now this building belongs to me. The bald man sneered. Swish. A cold glint flashed in Yi Junlin's eyes, and he suddenly appeared in front of the bald man, gripping his throat and saying coldly, Remember, my name is Yi Junlin. The Yi family is not finished. Chapter 16. Taking advantage of the fire to rob Bang. Yi Junlin threw the man out, and he crashed against the wall, spitting blood wildly. Swish. The woman in professional attire, hearing Yi Junlin's name, had her pupils shrink and looked at him in shock. You are from the Yi family? At that moment, the bald man lay on the ground, looking at Yi Junlin with pain in his expression. Yi Junlin waved his hand, and Yinner brought over a document. Standing in front of the bald man, sign the agreement. From now on, this building has nothing to do with you, Yi Junlin said coldly. Kid, so what if you're from the Yi family? Do you know who's behind me? I'm a man of Vice President Su from the Jiang Association. If you think you can take this building, dream on. The bald man continued to shout at Yi Junlin, gritting his teeth. Vice President Su? Yi Junlin frowned. And Yinner replied, he was the first to stand up and stop the young master at the auction yesterday. He is the vice president of the Jiang Association, one of the 3 major associations in Jiangnan County, encompassing dozens of group companies. Kid, did you hear that? The Jiang Association is so powerful that even the Yi family back then couldn't handle it, let alone you, a mere brat wanting to go against the Jiang Association. You're asking for death. The bald man shouted proudly. Is that so? Then today, I'll let you know whether Su Tianwang can protect you. Yi Junlin's expression turned cold as he looked at Yinner. Take him to find Su Tianwang. Yinner then took the bald man and left with Yi Junlin, while the woman in professional attire opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately didn't say anything. He is still alive. At this moment, the woman watched Yi Junlin's departing figure, murmuring to herself, her eyes revealing a complex emotion. Meanwhile, in a villa in Zhanghai, a group of people was gathered, all dressed in suits and exuding an extraordinary aura. These people were the senior executives of the Jiang Association, and each one was a big shot in the Jiangnan County business world. They were gathered there, occasionally glancing up towards the upper floor. Sitting in front of these people were 2 individuals, one being Jiang Mugu, and the other a handsome man in his 30s with slightly long hair, wearing a long coat. Miss Jiang, don't worry. With President Mu's medical skills, your father should be fine. Come, have a cup of tea. The man smiled at Jiang Mugu while leisurely brewing a cup of tea. Although Jiang Mugu appeared calm, her eyes conveyed a hint of nervousness as she frequently looked upstairs. She turned to the man and said, Thank you, young Master Ning. Soon, an elderly man with gray hair walked down the stairs. Jiang Mugu hurriedly approached him. President Mu, how is my father? Chairman Jiang's condition is very dire. His organs have begun to fail. I just used acupuncture and medication to keep him alive for now, but at most he can only hold on for another 3 days. The elderly man shook his head at Jiang Mugu, who trembled upon hearing this, her face changing constantly, while the other senior executives of the Jiang Association whispered among themselves. Miss Jiang, are you all right? At that moment, the man walked over to Jiang Mugu and asked. She shook her head, looking at the elderly man. Thank you, President Mu. Miss Jiang, you're too polite. It's my lack of medical knowledge that prevents me from saving Chairman Jiang's life. However, the elderly man began but paused at the end. However what? Jiang Mugu looked at him sharply. The elderly man replied, From what I know, old Zhou is proficient in a certain acupuncture technique called the Xian Tong needle method. If old Zhou is willing to intervene, while it may not completely save Chairman Jiang, it could at least extend his life by 6 months to a year. Old Zhou. Jiang Mugu was taken aback. Old Zhou is one of the 5 honorary directors of the Chinese Medicine Association in Long Country, a true master in the medical field of Long Country. Moreover, he is also young Master Ning's mentor. The elderly man explained. Swish. Jiang Mugu immediately turned her gaze to the man, who then said, My mentor indeed knows the Xian Tong needle method. but he hasn't treated anyone in many years. Yes, old Joe has long retired from acupuncture. It won't be easy to ask him to help. The elderly man sighed. Young Master Ning, since you are old Joe's disciple, you must have a way to persuade him. Please, young Master Ning, try to convince old Joe to save my father. This favor, I, Jiang Mu Go, will remember and repay in the future. Jiang Mu Go bowed deeply to the man before her. The man looked at Jiang Mu Go, his gaze flickering for a moment, and said, Miss Jiang, you are too polite. Although we've just met, I feel we have a good rapport. I should help you with your matter, but my mentor has a stubborn temper. Even if I ask him to help, it may not be easy unless what? Jiang Mu Go inquired. Unless I have a reason that makes my mentor feel compelled to help. The man explained. A reason that compels him to help? Jiang Mu Go frowned. At this moment, the man said, my mentor has always been concerned about my marriage and wants me to settle down soon. If Miss Jiang is willing to become Ning's wife, then Chairman Jiang will be my father-in-law, and my mentor will definitely help treat Chairman Jiang. Swish. Instantly, Jiang Mu Go's expression changed, her eyes flickering. While the nearby Xiao Yu complained, aren't you just taking advantage of the fire to rob? Xiao Yu, don't speak recklessly. Jiang Mu Go scolded Xiao Yu. Then turned her gaze to the man, young Master Ning. I apologize, my guard is blunt. Please don't take it to heart. It's all right. The man smiled slightly and said, Miss Jiang, I know this may seem a bit abrupt, but this is the only reason I can think of to persuade my master to take action. Moreover, I have fallen for you at first sight. If you are truly willing to be my wife, I will treat you well. Miss Jiang, I think what young Master Ning said makes sense. If you can marry young Master Ning, old Zhou will definitely have no reason not to treat President Jiang, someone interjected. Furthermore, as old Zhou's disciple, young Master Ning has already made quite a name for himself in the medical field at such a young age. He will surely inherit old Zhou's legacy and become a new pillar in the medical community of Longhua. You two are truly a perfect match. A talented man and a beautiful woman. At this moment, President Mu also spoke up. His identity was the president of the Jiangnan branch of the Longhua Traditional Medicine Association. The Traditional Medicine Association is the largest medical organization in Longhua, encompassing thousands of medical elites and numerous medical professors, masters, and even top-tier medical experts. Besides the headquarters in the capital, there are branches in all 9 prefectures of Longhua, managed by branch presidents, making it the core power of the medical community in Longhua. At that moment, Jiang Mu Ji's expression kept changing, her gaze flickering. If Miss Jiang feels forced, then forget it. However, my master may not be pleased. Young Master Ning said, looking at Jiang Mu Go. Miss, I think marrying young Master Ning is a good choice. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Su Tianwang appeared in the villa, and the senior members of the Jiang family business respectfully called out, Greetings, Vice President. Jiang Mu Go looked at Su Tianwang, frowning. Miss, don't you want to save the president? As long as you marry young Master Ning, the president can live a bit longer. Isn't that good? Or do you wish for the president to die sooner, so you can become the head of the Jiang family business? Su Tianwang approached Jiang Mu Gu with a hint of sarcasm. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Yu immediately pointed at Su Tianwang, dissatisfied. But he coldly shot her a glance. You have no right to speak here. Swish. A figure shot out from behind Su Tianwang and slapped Xiao Yu across the face, causing her to stagger back. Su Tianwang, you, Jiang Mu Ji's expression turned cold, glaring at Su Tianwang. Miss, I advise you to agree to young Master Ning immediately, or else I and the members of the business association will really have to suspect your intentions. Su Tianwang pressed aggressively. At this moment, Jiang Mu Ji's expression kept changing. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. Immediately after, a figure flew in and crashed in front of Su Tianwang. Chapter 17. Provoking you? You're not worthy. Bang! With a muffled sound, a figure flew in from outside the villa, crashing at Su Tianwang's feet, startling him to take a step back. The others in the villa were shocked, their gazes sweeping towards the figure, who was none other than the bald CEO of Taiyuan Group, occupying the Yi family building. Mr. Son, why are you here? Su Tianwang looked at the bald man with surprise. Vice President Su, help me. The bald man pleaded, grabbing Su Tianwang's pants. What is going on? Su Tianwang frowned. At this moment, Yi Junlin and Yin Air appeared in the villa. Swish, swish, swish. With Yi Junlin's arrival, both Jiang Mu Gu and Su Tianwang were startled, and several senior members of the Jiang family business who attended the auction looked at Yi Junlin with changed expressions. Vice President Su, it's him. He claims to be from the Yi family and is forcing me to hand over the Yi family building. I said I was your person, but he arrogantly said he doesn't take you seriously and wants to settle the score with you. The bald man hurriedly added fuel to the fire while looking at Yi Junlin. Su Tianwang looked at Yi Junlin, his eyes revealing a cold glint and a dark expression. Yi Junlin scanned the crowd, saying, "There are quite a few people here. Kid, what do you want to do?" Su Tianwang coldly shouted at Yi Junlin. "This guy claims you're his master and threatened me that if I touched him, I would have a bad end. So I brought him here to see if you would let me have a bad end for his sake." Yi Junlin said casually, "Kid, don't be arrogant. With Vice President Su here, you're doomed." The bald man pointed at Yi Junlin, shouting, "Shut up." Suddenly, Su Tianwang slapped the bald man across the face. His face dark as he shouted, while the bald man looked at him in confusion. "Vice President Su, Sun Yuan, the Yi family building is yours. This is between you and him. I want to get involved." Su Tianwang directly distanced himself from the bald man. After all, what happened at the auction last night was still fresh in his mind. This Yi family kid even dared to kill a dignified lieutenant. He was simply a madman, and he naturally didn't want to provoke him. The bald man was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. "It seems Vice President Su doesn't want to protect you." Yi Junlin sneered at the bald man, whose expression turned extremely ugly. He shouted at Su Tianwang, "Su Tianwang, I did so much for you before. And now that I'm in trouble, you want to kick me away? All right, since Miss Jiang and everyone else are here. Do you want me to expose all your secret dealings with the business association as assets for your own company?" Swish, swish, swish. As the bald man angrily shouted, the expressions of the senior members of the Jiang family changed, and Jiang Muji's expression turned cold as she looked at Su Tianwang. "Su Tianwang, is what he said true? How is that possible?" Su Tianwang immediately denied it, his expression dark as he glared at the bald man and slapped him again. "Sun Yuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Tianwang, you bastard, I'll expose everything you've made me do right now," the bald man said angrily, while Su Tianwang's expression turned cold, directly signaling the man who slapped Xiao Yu to step forward. The latter immediately approached the bald man, ready to crush his throat. Bang! Yan Er suddenly struck out, hitting that man with a palm and sending him flying back. "He hasn't returned the Yi family building to me yet. He can't die?" Yi Junlin said coldly. "Su Tianwang, you actually want to kill me?" The bald man turned pale with fear, looking at Yi Junlin and hurriedly saying, "Young master, I will return the Yi family building to you right now. Please save my life. Sign it." Yan Er placed the building transfer agreement and a pen in front of the bald man again, and he quickly signed his name on the document. "Young master, I'm done signing." The bald man looked at Yi Junlin eagerly after signing, while the latter said lightly, "Now that you're done, you can solve your own problems." Swish. Immediately, the bald man's expression changed, shouting, "You, get out here." Su Tianwang stepped forward, grabbing the bald man by the collar and dragging him out. "Miss, that guy has evidence against Su Tianwang. We can't let him take him away like this." Xiao Yu reminded Jiang Mugu. The latter's gaze flickered, but she did not stop Su Tianwang from taking the bald man away. "Let us go too." Yi Junlin prepared to leave, and Jiang Mugu stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Yi." Yi Junlin looked at Jiang Mugu. "What is it?" "Mr. Yi, I saw your exceptional medical skills when you treated Xiao Yu earlier. So I would like to ask if you would be willing to treat my father," Jiang Mugu said directly. "Treat your father?" Yi Junlin frowned, and both Mu Chuan and young Master Ning's expressions changed, especially the latter, whose face darkened as he looked at Jiang Mugu. "Miss Jiang, what do you mean by that?" "Young Master Ning, don't misunderstand. This Mr. Yi is also a physician, and his medical skills are extraordinary. Since he is here today, I wanted to ask him to examine my father and see if there is hope for treatment." Jiang Mugu explained. "He is just a young kid. How extraordinary can his medical skills be? Could he possibly compare to President Mu?" At this moment, this young Master Ning glanced at Yi Junlin with a disdainful expression and coldly said, "Miss Jiang, don't waste your time. The only one who can save your father now is my master. If my master doesn't intervene, no one in this world can save your father. So you might as well obediently become my wife, and I will invite my master to treat your father, allowing him to live for another year or so. Otherwise, you should prepare for your father's funeral. As for you, just stay where it's cool." After young Master Ning finished speaking, he looked at Yi Junlin with an arrogant and contemptuous attitude. Hee. Yi Junlin let out a cold laugh and looked at Jiang Mugu. "I wasn't planning to treat your father, but there's nothing I can do. Someone is too arrogant." The one thing I dislike the most is someone more arrogant than me. So I've decided to save your father. Really? Thank you, Mr. Yi. Jiang Muji's eyes revealed a hint of joy as she expressed her gratitude. Young Master Ning's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly, glaring fiercely at Yi Junlin. Kid, are you provoking me? Provoking you? You aren't even worthy. Yi Junlin casually replied, showing no regard for young Master Ning. I just can't stand some people being too arrogant, and I also want to see what kind of illness can only be treated by your master. Young Master Ning was immediately furious, almost exploding with anger. Young man, you can eat recklessly, but you can't talk nonsense. President Jiang's illness is not something a rookie like you can handle. At this moment, Mu Chuan spoke up, glancing at Jiang Mugu. Miss Jiang. President Jiang's current condition is very dangerous. You'd better not let just anyone treat him, otherwise, if something goes wrong, even old Zhou won't be able to save him. Miss Xiaoya also couldn't help but advise. After all, although she had seen Yi Junlin treat her injuries, he was simply too young. No matter how strong his medical skills were, he couldn't possibly compare to President Mu. If even President Mu was powerless, what use could this kid have? Thank you for the reminder, President Mu, but I still want to let Mr. Yi have a try. Jiang Mugu's gaze turned to Yi Junlin. Mr. Yi, please. Then, Yi Junlin followed Jiang Mugu upstairs. Humph. I want to see what ability you have to act so arrogantly. Young Master Ning coldly snorted and followed them upstairs. On the upper floor of the villa, in a room, there lay a man in his 50s wearing an oxygen mask. His hair was already gray, and his face was sunken, looking extremely haggard, resembling someone in their 60s or 70s. Mr. Yi, this is my father, Jiang Xingtian. Jiang Mugu introduced to Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin approached the bed, looked at Jiang Xingtian, and suddenly said, Was your father a soldier? Huh. Mr. Yi, how did you know? My father was a retired soldier. Jiang Mugu looked at Yi Junlin with curiosity. Your father has many hidden injuries that have never fully healed. Now that he is older and has overworked himself, it has caused these hidden injuries to flare up, leading to the failure of all his organs. Only those who have been soldiers and been on the battlefield would have such injuries. Yi Junlin explained. Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Jiang Mugu, Mu Chuan, and young Master Ning were all taken aback. They didn't expect that Yi Junlin could understand Jiang Xingtian's condition just by taking a glance. Jiang Mugu quickly asked, Mr. Yi, can you treat my father's condition? Swish. Yi Junlin did not speak. With a wave of his right hand, a golden needle appeared between his fingers and directly pierced a certain acupoint on Jiang Xingtian's chest. Then, Yi Junlin gently twisted the golden needle, causing it to vibrate at a special frequency, starting to emit a glow. Swish, swish. Mu Chuan and young Master Ning saw this scene, and their expressions instantly stiffened, showing disbelief. Is this using qi to control the needle? Mu Chuan exclaimed in shock. Chapter 18. Using qi to control the needle, he actually understands how to use qi to control the needle? At this moment, Mu Chuan, the president of the Jiangnan branch of the Chinese Medicine Association, looked at Yi Junlin's needle technique with a shocked expression. Using qi to control the needle is an ancient acupuncture method that treats diseases by generating a certain qi through acupuncture. It is extremely powerful, once mastered. It is dozens of times more effective than ordinary acupuncture, resulting in a difference between heaven and earth. However, achieving the ability to use qi to control the needle is extremely difficult. In the entire Chinese medical community, there are only a handful of medical experts who can do so. Even Mu Chuan, the president of the Jiangnan branch, cannot achieve it. Therefore, seeing Yi Junlin demonstrate this technique was so shocking, and only medical giants like Old Zhou and the Chinese Medicine Association understand how to use qi to control the needle. Meanwhile, young Master Ning also looked at Yi Junlin using qi to control the needle with a shocked expression, utterly incredulous. He had been studying medicine with his master for over a decade without mastering this technique. Yet this young kid could use it so easily. This naturally made Ning Hao, young Master Ning, find it hard to accept, feeling as though he had been slapped in the face. As for Jiang Mugu, she didn't understand what using qi to control the needle meant, but she could infer from the expressions of Mu Chuan and Ning how that Yi Junlin's acupuncture was extraordinary. Hope began to rise in her heart. The reason she asked Yi Junlin to treat her father was merely to give it a try, as she truly did not want to marry Ning Hao. As Yi Junlin inserted the needle, the golden needle vibrated continuously, glowing, and streams of mysterious gas entered Jiang Xingtian's body through the needle. After a few minutes, Jiang Xingtian's complexion gradually improved. His previously sunken skin returned to normal, and even his breathing stabilized as Yi Junlin removed the oxygen mask. This. Mu Chuan looked at Jiang Xingtian's changes, and his expression shifted again. Puff. A few minutes later, Yi Junlin suddenly propped up Jiang Xingtian, who then spat out a mouthful of black blood onto the floor, and his previously weak aura completely returned to normal. Father. Jiang Mu Ji's expression changed as she watched her father spit blood. At that moment, Jiang Xingtian's eyelids twitched, and his eyes slowly opened, becoming fully alert. Father. Jiang Muge looked at her father waking up, her face filled with excitement as she called out. At this moment, Mu Chuan and Ning Hao were completely stunned. Swish. Yi Junlin directly pulled out the golden needle and looked at Jiang Muge. Your father's hidden injuries have returned to normal, and his failing organs are also fine now. Next, he just needs to take some restorative medicine and rest for a month, and he will be fine. Mr. Yi, are you saying my father is completely fine? Jiang Muge looked at Yi Junlin with an incredulous expression. After all, even Ning Hao's master, the renowned leader of the Chinese Medicine Association, could only ensure her father lived for another year or so. Now Yi Junlin had actually cured him directly, which made Jiang Muge find it hard to believe. Indeed. If you don't believe it, take your father to the hospital for a full checkup. He can live for at least another 20 to 30 years. Yi Junlin said calmly. This is impossible. How could you have such strong medical skills? Ning Hao immediately shouted, staring fixedly at Yi Junlin. At this moment, Mu Chuan approached to check Jiang Xingtian's body, and upon doing so, he was greatly shocked. President Mu, how is it? Ning Hao eagerly called out to Mu Chuan. The hidden injuries in President Zhang's body have indeed disappeared, and his organs have returned to normal. Mu Chuan took a deep breath and said, and his words left Ning Hao's expression frozen, while Jiang Muge was even more shocked. She never expected that Yi Junlin had actually cured her father directly. What kind of acupuncture technique is this? At this moment, Mu Chuan looked at Yi Junlin, who was so shocked that he didn't know how to speak. He understood very well that being able to completely heal Jiang Xingtian was not as simple as just knowing how to control needles with qi. The other party must have mastered needle techniques stronger than old Zhou's Tongxian needle method to achieve this. However, the Tongxian needle method is already considered one of the top ancient needle techniques passed down in Longhua. What other needle technique could possibly be more extraordinary than the Tongxian needle method? At this moment, Mu Chuan's inner shock was beyond words. No comment. Yi Junlin looked at Mu Chuan coldly, while Ning Hao pointed at him and shouted, How can you be stronger than my master? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. With such minor injuries, you still dare to say that only your master can treat them? It's simply being narrow-minded and incredibly foolish. Yi Junlin glanced at Ning Hao with disdain. Ning Hao was so enraged by Yi Junlin that his blood boiled, and he nearly spat out blood. Mu Chuan quickly spoke up. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, it was all a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart. Miss Jiang, since Chairman Jiang is fine now, we'll take our leave. Mu Chuan directly pulled Ning Hao away in disgrace. Jiang Muge looked at Yi Junlin and expressed her gratitude. Mr. Yi, thank you, little brother. I didn't expect you to be so young and yet possess such extraordinary medical skills, healing the hidden injuries I've had for years. You are truly Jiang's savior. At this moment, Jiang Xingtian looked at Yi Junlin and said, You don't need to be so polite. I acted because I couldn't stand that guy being too arrogant. And you are a retired soldier, a hero who defends the country, so you deserve my help. Yi Junlin said directly, as his respect for soldiers due to his fourth master's military background gave him a special fondness for those who protect their homeland. Jiang Xingtian, with his hidden injuries from the battlefield, was proof that he had once been a soldier worthy of Yi Junlin's help. I didn't expect this little brother to have such a sense of national righteousness at such a young age. It's truly heartwarming. Jiang Xingtian sighed. Meanwhile, in another villa in Zhanghai, Su Tianwang sat there with a grim face, smoking a cigarette, when the man who had previously slapped Xiao Yu at his command walked over. Is that guy dealt with? Su Tianwang asked coldly. It's all taken care of. The man nodded, then looked puzzled. Master, why did you agree to let Jiang Muge become that Ning young master's woman? I originally planned to marry this girl off, so I could seize control of the business association. After all, even if Jiang Xingtian could live for another year or two, he wouldn't hinder me. But I didn't expect that bastard from the Yi family to ruin it. Su Tianwang said, his face darkening. That bastard ruined the auction yesterday and destroyed my plans. And now he has interfered again. He's really damned. Suddenly, Su Tianwang's phone rang, and when he answered, his expression changed instantly. Are you serious? Crack. Su Tianwang immediately threw the phone to the ground, his face dark with anger, his eyes flashing with fierce light. What happened, master? The man asked curiously. That old Jiang Shengtian was cured by that kid from the Yi family. Su Tianwang said coldly. How is that possible? Even old Zhou from the Chinese Medicine Association could only let Jiang Shengtian live for another year or two. How could he cure him directly? The man exclaimed in shock. The people from the Business Association have already confirmed that Jiang Xingtian is fine. Su Tianwang's eyes flickered with a cold, shadowy light, his face filled with gloom. Master, now that Jiang Xingtian is fine and Jiang Mugu isn't married, the situation is troublesome. The man quickly said, immediately gather all the members of the Business Association and hold a meeting tomorrow. At the same time, contact that young Master Ning. Su Tianwang commanded. A cold glint in his eyes. I will take over the Jiang Family Business Association. At the Bai family. When the old Master Bai saw the bodies of his daughter and grandson, he was so enraged that he spat blood. Father. Bai Feng quickly supported his father. Yi Junlin. You are going too far. Old Master Bai roared, his eyes flashing with endless killing intent, and he shouted angrily, Bai Feng. Send my orders to gather all the operatives the Bai family can mobilize and arm them. I want all the Su family members and Yi Junlin to accompany Yuer and Aoer in death. Bai Feng nodded, saying, Father, tell the Shin family about this. Old Master Bai instructed directly. Then, in Jiangnan County, Jiangzhou, there was a manor which was one of the 6 top families in Jiangnan County, the Shin family. At this moment, a man hurriedly approached the butler of the Shin family, panting, Butler, something big has happened. What happened? Why are you so flustered? The Shin family butler scolded. The lady and the young master died in Zhanghai. The man said, Swish. The Shin family butler's expression changed, showing disbelief. What did you say? The Bai family sent word that the lady and the young master were killed by that young master from the Yi family, Yi Junlin. The man continued. It's over. The butler's face turned extremely ugly, and the man said, Butler, the head of the family is accompanying the old master to Lingyin Temple for incense right now. They probably don't know about this. What should we do? Immediately follow me to Lingyin Temple. The butler commanded. Outside a room in the Jiangnan military base, there was a knock on the door. Soon, a man in a long gown, around 50 years old with graying hair, stepped out and looked at a man in military uniform, saying, What is it? Reporting to the commander, something happened. The man directly explained the incident of Su Tianming's murder last night, and the man in front of him was Wei Shan, the commander of the Jiangnan military district. Swish. Wei Shan's expression turned cold, and he scolded, What audacity, daring to touch my men in the Jiangnan military district. This is simply lawless. You will immediately take your men and bring this person back for strict punishment. If there is any resistance, deal with it on the spot. Yes, Commander. The man in military uniform replied respectfully. Chapter 19. If you dare to harass Shuer again, you'll die. Zhanghai University. Yi Junlin appeared here. He came after receiving a call from Shuer, who was a senior student at Zhanghai University. Looking at the energetic students coming and going, Yi Junlin's eyes revealed a hint of longing. If it weren't for the massacre 7 years ago, Yi Junlin might also be enjoying a wonderful university life now. Unfortunately, everything cannot return. Yi Junlin sighed. Brother Junlin. At this moment, Shuer's voice came, and Yi Junlin glanced over to see Su Shuer walking towards him with a smile. Accompanied by a girl with a ponytail, big eyes, and porcelain-like skin, chewing on a lollipop, looking quite quirky. Shuer. Yi Junlin called out to Su Shuer. The girl with big eyes stared at Yi Junlin and said with the lollipop in her mouth, Shuer, this is your brother Junlin, huh? He looks all right. But is he really that handsome? And you are? Yi Junlin asked the girl. Su Shuer quickly introduced, Brother Junlin, this is Tang Yaoyao, my classmate and best friend. She has been wanting to meet you since she heard you were back. I hope I didn't delay you. It's fine. Yi Junlin shook his head. Although you aren't that handsome, thank you for helping Shuer restore her appearance. At this moment, Tang Yaoyao looked at Yi Junlin and said, You don't have to thank me. It's what I should do. Yi Junlin replied, looking at Shuer, Shuer, take me around your school. Okay. Su Shuer nodded and led Yi Junlin around Zhanghai University. Tang Yaoyao occasionally asked Yi Junlin questions about his life over the past 7 years, but he casually made up answers, as matters concerning his 9 masters were not suitable for outsiders to know. Along the way, the combination of 2 girls and 1 boy, Yi Junlin, Tang Yaoyao, and Su Shuer, attracted the attention of countless students, especially Su Shuer, who had already been the center of attention at Shanghai University due to her beauty. Now that her appearance had been restored, she once again became the focus of the entire school. She had directly transformed from the ugliest student at Shanghai University to the most beautiful campus flower, garnering immense attention. Now, walking so intimately with a man and accompanied by the campus flower Tang Yaoyao, she naturally attracted a 100% return rate of glances. Now that Shuer was the top campus flower of Shanghai University, you might become the rival of all the boys at Shanghai University. At this moment, Tang Yaoyao noticed the gazes of others and teased Yi Junlin. Yaoyao, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Shuer's face flushed, while Yi Junlin directly took Shuer's hand and said, they want to be my rivals, but they are still far from it. Who are you? Let go of Shuer's hand. Suddenly, a group rushed over, and a handsome young man with blonde hair pointed at Yi Junlin and shouted, but his Chinese was not standard, clearly indicating he was a foreigner. Speak of the devil, here comes the rival. Tang Yaoyao bit her lollipop, smiled playfully, and looked at Yi Junlin. This guy is the top of Shanghai University's campus idol ranking and a master of karate, 5th Dan. It is said that he comes from a prominent family in Inghua, making him a well-rounded god of strength, looks, and status. Ever since Shuer's beauty was restored, he has publicly declared her to be his girlfriend and forbids any other man from getting close to her. You are in big trouble now. Ito, I have already told you, I don't like you. Please don't interfere with my life anymore. Su Shuer looked directly at Ito Hai and said, Shuer, whether you like me or not, you are the woman I, Ito Hai, have set my sights on. No other man is worthy of being with you. Ito Hai said domineeringly, his gaze sweeping toward Yi Junlin. Kid, I don't care which department or class you are from. Let go of Shuer's hand immediately and get lost. Or don't blame me for being rude. Boss, why waste words with him? Just teach him a lesson. How dare he covet our boss's woman? That's simply asking for death. At this moment, a group of Ito Hai's followers clenched their fists, looking arrogant as they stared at Yi Junlin. For a moment, many students gathered around, all shaking their heads secretly at Yi Junlin. Ito Hai, relying on his 5th Dan karate skills, was notorious for being domineering at Shanghai University. Offending him was simply asking for trouble. Su Shuer was about to say something when Yi Junlin stepped forward and coldly looked at Ito Hai. When did it become your turn for a Inghua person to act so arrogantly in Dragon Country? You dare. All of Ito Hai's followers rushed toward Yi Junlin, each striking a fierce pose, but in Yi Junlin's eyes, they were all just show. Bang, bang, bang. With a wave of his hand, Yi Junlin directly sent all these guys flying, snorting coldly. As a proud citizen of Dragon Country, being a dog for a Inghua person is simply disgraceful. This scene shocked all the surrounding students. One person took down more than a dozen people barehanded. How terrifying was that? Bastard. Ito Hai's expression turned cold, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes as he kicked toward Yi Junlin. The kick generated a wind that whistled and was full of momentum. Watch out. Su Shuer couldn't help but call out to Yi Junlin, and Tang Yaoyao beside her also showed a hint of nervousness. The surrounding students couldn't bear to watch Yi Junlin's impending misfortune. They knew he would definitely be in a dire situation. After all, Ito Hai was a 5th Dan karate expert, and especially with his leg skills, one kick could shatter a piece of marble if it landed on someone. It would at least break a few bones. Soon, a scream rang out. Everyone couldn't help but glance over, thinking the scream had come from Yi Junlin. But it turned out to be from Ito Hai. Ito Hai was lying a few meters in front of Yi Junlin, screaming in agony. His right leg bent at an irregular angle, with bone fragments exposed. Hiss! Everyone gasped at this sight. Those students who didn't close their eyes were secretly swallowing hard, looking at Yi Junlin with horrified expressions. Just now, they saw Yi Junlin simply kick and break Ito Hai's powerful kick. This was simply terrifying. With such a little skill, you dare to embarrass yourself. Yi Junlin looked at Ito Hai with disdain. Ito Hai gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Yi Junlin. Remember, if you dare to harass Shuer again, you'll die? Yi Junlin said coldly, his eyes revealing a hint of chilling killing intent that sent shivers down people's spines. This guy is interesting. Tang Yaoyao bit down on the lollipop in her hand, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yi Junlin. In the blink of an eye, the sun set. In Shanghai, at a street food stall, Yi Junlin, Su Shuer, and Tang Yaoyao arrived at a stall. I used to come here often. This time I'll take you to try it. But you have to treat. Tang Yaoyao introduced to Yi Junlin. Okay, eat whatever you want. Yi Junlin smiled slightly as the three of them found a spot to sit down, and Tang Yaoyao very familiarly called the owner, ordering a bunch of food. They then began to eat with great enjoyment. A few minutes later, suddenly, hundreds of soldiers appeared, driving away all the people from the food street and sealing off the scene. Then, the man in combat uniform who had previously reported to the commander approached Yi Junlin with a group. "Are you Yi Junlin, the son of the Yi family?" The man in combat uniform stood in front of Yi Junlin, looking stern. "Yes, you are from the Jiangnan battle zone, right?" Yi Junlin spoke. "Since you know our identity, you also know our purpose for coming. Come with us." The man in combat uniform said directly. "Can't you see I'm eating? Why should I go with you?" Yi Junlin said coldly. "Go back and tell your commander that I killed the person. If he is not satisfied, he can come find me personally." Yi Junlin said indifferently. "Humph." The man in combat uniform's expression turned cold as he shouted, "Kid, you have quite the mouth on you. Do you think a little brat like you is worthy of having the commander meet you personally? That's simply ridiculous. I'm giving you one last chance. Will you come with us or not? If not, then you won't be leaving." As soon as the man in combat uniform finished speaking, the soldiers beside him all aimed their weapons at Yi Junlin, fingers on the triggers, ready to fire. At this moment, Su Shuer and Tang Yaoyao's expressions changed, while Yi Junlin said coldly, "You can try." The man in combat uniform's eyes narrowed, and he made a gesture, and the soldiers were about to pull the triggers, but the next second, they were all stunned. Chapter 20. The Anger of the Shun Family Bang. Just as the soldiers were about to pull the triggers, Yi Junlin suddenly slammed the table in front of him. The skewers they were eating flew up like projectiles, shooting towards the group of soldiers. Poo poo poo. In the blink of an eye, the bamboo skewers pierced through the hands of the soldiers holding guns, blood splattering out as they cried out in pain and staggered back, dropping their firearms to the ground. Swish. This astonishing scene made the man in combat uniform's pupils contract. He immediately lunged to attack Yi Junlin, but was instantly grabbed by Yi Junlin by the throat. "Let go of the captain." At this moment, the commander of the city defense army rushed over, shouting at Yi Junlin, while the soldiers behind him all aimed their weapons at Yi Junlin. Bang! Yi Junlin casually threw the man in battle attire to the ground and coldly said, "If you don't want them all to die here, have them put down their guns immediately. Put down the guns." The man in battle attire immediately shouted, and the city defense army commander hurriedly ordered his men to lower their weapons. He quickly approached the man in battle attire and helped him up, concerned. "Sir, are you okay?" At this moment, the man with the 7-star lieutenant rank looked at Yi Junlin with a hint of fear. With his strength at the 7th rank of the Yellow Realm, he had been killed in one move by Yi Junlin, which was enough to prove how terrifying Yi Junlin's strength was. If such a powerful person were to strike, the soldiers before him wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. "I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. But do you know that within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, even if you are a powerful martial artist, you do not have the right to kill indiscriminately, let alone kill a lieutenant from my Jiangnan battle zone. I advise you to go back with me honestly, considering your young age and extraordinary strength. Perhaps the commander will spare your life. Otherwise, your end will be very miserable." The 7-star lieutenant said to Yi Junlin, "I only kill those who deserve to die. If you are not satisfied, have your commander come find me personally. As for you all, get lost immediately." Yi Junlin coldly shouted, and after finishing, he returned to his seat to continue eating. "Sir, should I?" At this moment, the commander looked at the 7-star lieutenant, who, after a moment of hesitation, directly said, "Withdraw." Immediately, those soldiers who had been pierced by the sign and the city defense army all retreated. At this moment, Su Shuer and Tang Yaya were staring at Yi Junlin without blinking. "Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Yi Junlin asked, touching his face in confusion. "Wow, you actually dare to kill people from the battle zone? Are you seeking death?" Tang Yaya exclaimed, looking at Yi Junlin. "Aren't I doing just fine?" Yi Junlin responded nonchalantly. "Brother Junlin, you." At this time, Su Shuer looked at Yi Junlin with concern, and he smiled slightly, saying, "Shuer, don't worry about me. No one can hurt your brother Junlin." After finishing their meal, they left the place. "This spring night is worth 1,000 gold, so I won't be your light bulb. Goodbye," Tang Yaya said with a sly smile to Yi Junlin and Su Shuer before slipping away. Su Shuer blushed. Looking at Yi Junlin, "Brother Junlin, don't mind her. Yaya has that kind of personality. It's fine." Yi Junlin shook his head and said, "That girl is quite cute. Yaya is the only person in these years, aside from my family, who hasn't looked down on me or mocked me because of my appearance. Instead, she often stands up for me at school. Whenever someone mocks or ridicules me, she always steps in to defend me. If it weren't for Yaya's care and guidance over the years, I probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Su Schwerer said with a complex expression. Schwerer, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not appearing sooner, causing you to suffer so much. Yi Junlin tightly hugged Su Schwerer, gently stroking her hair. Brother Junlin, I'm not wronged. Su Schwerer said sweetly. Don't worry, Schwerer. As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone bully you, no one. Yi Junlin said directly, his eyes revealing a cold and determined look. Su Schwerer happily nestled in Yi Junlin's arms, unaware that because of Yi Junlin's promise to her, a bloody storm would soon unfold. An hour later, Yi Junlin held Su Schwerer's hand and sent her back to the Su family. Originally, Yi Junlin wanted Schwerer to stay at the invincible Inn, but Su Schwerer refused. After all, her mother still greatly disliked him, and if they lived together now, her mother would definitely not agree. Su Schwerer, being kind-hearted, naturally didn't want to completely ruin her relationship with her mother. Yi Junlin understood Schwerer's concerns and did not insist. Brother Junlin, don't worry, I will make my mother accept you. Su Schwerer gently kissed Yi Junlin on the lips and then walked into the Su family. Yi Junlin touched his lips and left the place. However, he did not return to the invincible Inn but walked through the streets of Jianghai, feeling the changes in every plant and tree, filled with memories. The nights in Jianghai now are more prosperous and lively than 7 years ago, with young men and women enjoying the nightlife everywhere. At this moment, Yi Junlin felt a sense of loneliness. Suddenly, he thought of finding a place to have a few drinks and happened to see a bar not far away, so he walked over. Just as Yi Junlin arrived at the bar entrance, he saw a few casually dressed men helping a young woman, who was flushed, reeking of alcohol, beautiful, and tall. Stumbling out, the woman kept shouting, "Who are you? Let go of me. Beauty, you're drunk. We're just helping you get home to rest." The men leered at her with lewd expressions, trying to forcibly drag her away. However, the woman suddenly broke free from their grasp and ran forward, coincidentally bumping into Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin was taken aback and looked at the woman. "Miss, are you okay? There are bad people." Although the woman was reeking of alcohol, she still had some awareness and said to Yi Junlin. The men rushed forward, trying to pull the woman back, but Yi Junlin glanced at them. "Do you know her?" "Of course we know her. She's our friend." The men quickly replied. "Then what is her name?" Yi Junlin asked. "Kid, why are you asking so much? Hurry up and get lost." The men impatiently shouted, wanting to take the woman away. "Get lost." Yi Junlin saw through their intentions and coldly shouted. The men, enraged, were about to make a move, but Yi Junlin revealed a hint of killing intent, causing them to tremble and break into a cold sweat, looking at Yi Junlin with fear before hurriedly fleeing. "Miss, they're gone," Yi Junlin said to the woman, who suddenly heaved and vomited all over him, then completely lost consciousness. In an instant, Yi Junlin was speechless. In the end, Yi Junlin had no choice but to take the woman home, as she was completely drunk and unconscious. If he simply left her, the woman's fate would only be to be picked up by a bunch of wolves at the bar. Meanwhile, in a VIP ward of a hospital in Jianghai, Ito Hai lay there with one leg in thick plaster. His expression twisted as he shouted at a man beside him. "What did you say?" "Young master, the doctor said your right leg's nerves are severed, and you may never be able to practice martial arts again," the man said, looking down. "Baka!" Ito Hai roared in anger. "Young master, don't be agitated. I've already contacted the family. Once you return, they will definitely heal your leg." The man quickly said, "I won't go back. I won't rest until that bastard is dead. And that bitch Su Schwerer, how dare she reject me? I will make her understand my power." At this moment, Ito Hai's eyes glinted with a cold light as he looked at the man and commanded, "You immediately notify the Wolf King. Tell him that my Ito family has trained him for so long, and now it's time for him to serve. He must bring that pair of dog men and women to me tomorrow, or he can forget about being the leader of the Wolf Gate." "Yes," the man nodded. On a mountain in Jiangnan County, there was an ancient temple called Lingyin Temple, which was the most popular place for incense in Jiangnan County. At this moment, in a Buddhist hall of the temple, an old man with white hair and beard was meditating. Suddenly, the door of the hall was pushed open, and a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression stormed in, shouting at the old man, "Father, you and Ao are in trouble." Swish. The old man opened his eyes and asked, "What happened?" The middle-aged man directly reported the murder of Bai Yu and Shen Ao, and he was none other than Shen Qianxiu, the head of the prestigious Shen family in Jiangnan. In front of him was the elder of the Shun family, Shun Wanshan. Boom! Upon learning that his daughter-in-law and grandson had been killed, Shun Wanshan erupted with a murderous intent that surged into the sky. Instantly, the Buddhist hall, which was once filled with light, turned into a realm of endless slaughter. Send the order down, gathering the Shun family's forces across Jiangnan to head to Jianghai immediately. Notify the group to suppress Jianghai's economy at all costs. Tell the governor of Jianghai that from this moment on, no one is allowed to leave Jianghai, or he will die, Shun Wanshan commanded, each word laced with an inexhaustible killing intent. The next day, Jianghai, Epin Bun. A piercing scream echoed through Villa Number 1. Chapter 21. Usurpation of Power. At this moment, in the villa, Yi Junlin was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by the scream. What happened? Is there an earthquake? Yi Junlin walked out of his room, looking confused. Young master. Yinner came to him, and Yi Junlin asked, Who is screaming so early in the morning? It's the girl you brought back last night. Yinner replied. That woman? Yi Junlin was taken aback and walked into a nearby room. In that room, a woman was wearing only a piece of lingerie, exposing a large area of her skin and looking panicked. You're awake? Yi Junlin looked at her. And the woman was indeed the one he met at the bar last night. Swish. The woman looked at Yi Junlin, her expression changing, and shouted, Who are you? What did you do to me? You bastard. You drank like a dead pig last night and threw up all over me. Do you think I would do anything to you? Yi Junlin rolled his eyes. Immediately, Lin Mingwei huffed discontentedly. You're the pig. Are you out of your mind? Is that the point? Don't you remember what happened last night? Yi Junlin was speechless, with a black line on his forehead. Lin Mingwei was taken aback. Recalling what happened last night, she had gone to the bar to drink after arguing with her family. Then some people dragged her away. And then another person seemed to have appeared. Gradually, Lin Mingwei remembered the situation from last night and looked at Yi Junlin. You saved me last night? Otherwise? Yi Junlin shrugged. Then what about my clothes? Lin Mingwei thought of something and stared warily at Yi Junlin. Miss, your clothes got dirty last night, so I helped you take them off. At this moment, Yinner walked in and said to Lin Mingwei, Now do you understand? Yi Junlin glanced at Lin Mingwei and directly walked out. Later, in the villa's dining room, Yi Junlin was eating breakfast prepared by Yinner, while Lin Mingwei, now dressed, walked over and awkwardly said, I'm sorry about earlier, I misunderstood you. It's fine. After all, your IQ is about the same as a pig's. Yi Junlin said while drinking soy milk. You. Lin Mingwei was instantly furious when her stomach growled. Immediately, she covered her stomach, embarrassed. She had only been drinking last night and hadn't eaten anything, and later she threw up all the alcohol, so now she was starving. Miss, why don't you sit down and eat something? At this moment, Yinner placed a breakfast plate on the table. Thank you, sister. Lin Mingwei smiled and sat down opposite Yi Junlin, wolfing down her food. You're not being polite at all. Yi Junlin looked at Lin Mingwei, who shot him a glance. Sister asked me to eat. Why should I be polite? This is my house. You got my clothes dirty last night. Now you're eating my food, and you slept in my house for a night. How do you plan to settle this? Yi Junlin said lightly. Why are you being so petty as a big man? It's just money. How much do you want? I'll give it to you. Lin Mingwei sneered at Yi Junlin and started to pull money from him, only to find out that he had spent all his money at the bar last night. I don't have any money on me right now. I'll pay you back when I have money next time. Don't worry. I want to owe you this little bit of money, Lin Mingwei said with an awkward smile, patting her chest in assurance. I don't want the money. Just finish eating and leave, Yi Junlin said directly. At this moment, Lin Mingwei's phone rang. She looked at the caller ID and immediately hung up. You didn't go home all night. Was that your family calling? Why didn't you answer? Yi Junlin asked. I don't want to. Lin Mingwei pouted. Suddenly, the doorbell of the villa rang. Yi Junlin got up, walked over, and opened the door to find Jiang Muge standing outside. What are you doing here? Yi Junlin asked. Mr. Yi, my father wants to invite you over for lunch to express his gratitude, Jiang Muge said, looking at Yi Junlin. There's no need to be so polite. Yi Junlin replied. Yi Jiang Muge wanted to say something else when her phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, her brow furrowed, and her expression turned ugly, saying, Okay. I'll go over now. What happened? Yi Junlin asked. Nothing, just a little issue at the Chamber of Commerce. I need to go handle it now, and I'll contact you again after I'm done, Jiang Muge said before leaving directly. Young master, I checked. And Su Tianwang is holding a conference at the Jiang Family Chamber of Commerce today. He is likely to make a big move. Yinner said, coming to Yi Junlin's side. Why are you checking on him? Yi Junlin looked at Yenner, who replied, because Su Tianwang has secretly acquired many of the Yi family's former assets, and that landscape painting was taken by him, so I focused on investigating him. Swish. A cold glint appeared in Yi Junlin's eyes. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Jiang Family Chamber of Commerce in Jianghai, a conference room was filled with people. All the high-ranking officials of the Jiang Family Chamber of Commerce, the CEOs of major groups that had joined the chamber, and some veteran members were present. Su Tianwang sat in the position originally belonging to the president. Everyone, I called this meeting today to announce two things. The first is that the president's health has recovered, Su Tianwang said directly, shocking many present, while others who were at the Jiang family yesterday were relatively calm about the news. The second matter is that with the unanimous support of several chamber veterans and the CEOs of various groups, I will serve as the new president of the Jiang Family Chamber of Commerce. Su Tianwang said again. His words directly shocked many people present, even the high-ranking officials of the chamber. They never expected Su Tianwang to take the position of president, and that too while the Jiang president had already recovered. This was a blatant usurpation of power. Su Tianwang, do you think you can just sit in the president's seat? Bang! The conference room door was pushed open, and Jiang Muge walked in, coldly staring at Su Tianwang. Muge, you're here. Just in time to witness this glorious moment of me taking over as president of the Jiang Family Chamber of Commerce. Su Tianwang smiled at Jiang Muge. Jiang Muge walked directly to Su Tianwang and coldly said, Su Tianwang, my father has already recovered. Do you think you deserve to be president? Even if your father has recovered, what of it? The Jiang Family Chamber of Commerce doesn't belong to him alone. Now the 4 chamber veterans and the 18 group CEOs have unanimously chosen me as president. Do you think I deserve this position? Su Tianwang sneered. Swish. Hearing this, Jiang Muji's expression changed, and her gaze swept directly toward the 4 elders of the Chamber of Commerce and the CEOs of the group companies, saying, do you really want to nominate Su Tianwang as the president? Mugu, President Jiang is getting old, and you are still young. It is most appropriate for Tianwang to take on the role of president. One of the elders of the Chamber of Commerce spoke up. That's right. The other 3 elders of the Chamber of Commerce echoed in agreement. We all support Vice President Su taking on the role of president. The CEOs of the group companies said in unison. For a moment, Jiang Muji's face was extremely grim as she looked at Su Tianwang. Su Tianwang, what methods did you use to get them all to agree with you? Jiang Mugu was very clear that although Su Tianwang had secretly wooed and bribed many people, it was impossible for the 4 elders who had fought alongside her father to stand by his side. There must be some reason behind this. It was I who got them all to stand by President Su. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Jiang Mugu. Chapter 22, Economic Paralysis Swish. At this moment, a figure walked into the conference room, and it was Ning Hao. Jiang Mugu glanced at Ning Hao, her expression changing as she exclaimed, Young Master Ning. Why are you here? Why can't it be me? Ning Hao walked over with a gentle smile. Jiang Mugu. It is precisely because of young Master Ning's assistance that I was able to gain the support of the 4 elders and all the CEOs. Haha, you didn't expect this, did you? Su Tianwang sneered at Jiang Mugu, and Jiang Mugu stared deeply at Ning Hao. Young Master Ning, you really are quite powerful. It's nothing. Although these people are rich and powerful, what they fear most is illness and death. I promised them that my master could save their lives, so they naturally complied. Ning Hao said casually. Upon hearing this, Jiang Muji's expression became very unsightly. She knew that with Ning Hao's master's reputation and status in the medical field of Long Country, countless powerful individuals sought his help but couldn't get it. And now Ning Hao directly offered such a life-saving opportunity at a critical moment. For these elders and those CEOs who valued their lives, it was undoubtedly an irresistible temptation. Jiang Mugu, you should have no objections to me taking this position of president now, right? At this moment, Su Tianwang looked at Jiang Mugu with a sneer. Jiang Muji's expression kept changing, and just then, Ning Hao looked at her. Miss Jiang, I can give you a chance. Chance. Jiang Mugu looked at Ning Hao in confusion. As long as you are willing to be my woman, I can have them directly support you as the president. What do you think? Ning Hao smiled slightly. Swish. Jiang Muji's expression changed immediately, and Su Tianwang beside her also changed his expression, quickly saying to Ning Hao, Young Master Ning, we didn't agree to this. Shut up. Do you have a say here? Ning Hao looked at Su Tianwang with disdain, then turned his gaze to Jiang Mugu. Miss Jiang, how are you considering this? This is your last chance. Are you really planning to hand over the Chamber of Commerce that your father built to someone else? Even if I lose the Jiang family business, I will not let my daughter be with someone as despicable and shameless as you. Suddenly, Jiang Shengtian appeared with a cane and shouted at Ning Hao. Father, why are you here? Jiang Mugu hurried forward to ask her father, and the latter looked at her. How can I not come when such a big incident happens in the Chamber of Commerce? Then, Jiang Shengtian's gaze swept over Ning Hao and Su Tian Wang, and he said resolutely, if you want the Jiang family business, take it. But using my daughter as a bargaining chip is impossible. You old man, do you want to be my enemy? Let me tell you, that kid can save you. But I can just as easily make you die. Ning Hao stared at Jiang Shengtian with a sullen expression. Oh really? I want to see how you will make President Jiang die. Suddenly, a cold voice came. Yi Junlin appeared in the conference room, followed by Yin Er and Lung Feng. Mr. Yi. Zhang Mugu was surprised to see Yi Junlin appear. Swish. Ning Hao looked at Yi Junlin, his expression cold, eyes flashing with a cold light. It's you again. Didn't you want to make President Jiang die? Why aren't you making a move? Yi Junlin coldly spat out as he approached Ning Hao. You. At this moment, Ning Hao was extremely angry as he glared at Yi Junlin, and suddenly struck out with a palm. Ning Hao was also a martial artist, but his strength was not high, only at the third rank of the Yellow Realm. However, it was enough to deal with ordinary people. The person standing in front of him, however, was not an ordinary person. Smack! Yi Junlin directly slapped out, hitting Ning Hao's face first, sending him flying and crashing into the conference table. Puff! Ning Hao crashed through the table, collapsing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood, his face showing pain. With your trash strength, you think you can kill someone? Go home and practice some more. Yi Junlin said disdainfully. You. Ning Hao raised his head, glaring fiercely at Yi Junlin, but before he could say a word, he fainted. Someone, take him out. Jiang Shengtian looked at Ning Hao and directly shouted, and immediately someone stepped forward to carry Ning Hao away. As Ning Hao was taken away, Su Tian Wang and the others in the Chamber of Commerce constantly changed their expressions. Swish. At this time, Jiang Shengtian's gaze swept towards Su Tian Wang. Su Tian Wang, I have carefully cultivated you, yet you do such a thing. You have disappointed me too much. Su Tian Wang's expression darkened as he shouted, Old man, you are getting old, and it's time for someone else to sit in this president position. Now everyone supports me to take on the role of president of the Jiang Family Chamber of Commerce. You and your daughter are no longer related to the Jiang family. You are too happy too soon. Yi Junlin glanced at Su Tian Wang, who frowned and shouted, You family brat, I have no grievances with you. What do you want? No grievances? You swallowed my Yi family's assets and auctioned off my Yi family's treasures. Does that count as no grievances? Yi Junlin's gaze turned cold as he stared at Su Tian Wang, speaking each word clearly. Swish. Immediately, Su Tian Wang's expression changed as he looked at Yi Junlin. I can return all of the Yi family's assets to you. The assets can be returned. But you must die? Yi Junlin issued a judgment against Su Tian Wang like a king of hell. As soon as his voice fell, Lung Feng rushed towards Su Tian Wang. Swish. At a critical moment, the man who had slapped Xiao Yu earlier stood in front of Lung Feng. But he was instantly cut across the throat by Lung Feng, collapsing on the ground. You. Su Tian Wang's face changed drastically, and just as he was about to scream, Lung Feng's dagger pierced through his chest. Puff! A spray of blood shot out from Su Tian Wang's chest, his eyes wide open as he fell to the ground dead. Seeing Su Tian Wang die just like that, everyone in the conference room was shocked, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. President Jiang, I apologize for getting blood on your hands. Yi Junlin looked at Jiang Shengtian, who said, Mr. Yi helped me clean up the house. I should be thanking Mr. Yi. Then, Jiang Shengtian's gaze swept over the members of the Chamber of Commerce, and the four elders who had once called him brother quickly spoke up. Shengtian, we don't need to say more. For the sake of our past brotherhood, I don't want to pursue this further. You all can withdraw from the Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Shengtian waved his hand and said directly. The four elders sighed and said no more. At this time, Jiang Muji's phone rang. When she answered, her face changed, and she said to Jiang Shengtian, Father, it's bad. What happened? Jiang Shengtian asked. Just now, the Shen family's Shen Group issued an order to mobilize 300 billion to invade the Jianghai stock market. Now the stock prices of major companies in Jianghai are plummeting, and many companies are going bankrupt. The entire Jianghai economy is paralyzed. Jiang Mugu said one by one. Her words shocked Jiang Xingtian and the others, causing them to pull out their phones to check, and the results were staggering. What was the Shun family trying to do? Had they gone mad? Jiang Xingtian's expression changed, disbelief evident on his face. Father, the Shun family has issued a statement saying that the madam of the Shun family and the young master died in Jianghai, and they want the entire Jianghai to pay the price. Jiang Muge continued as she looked at the news on her phone. The people in the conference room were stunned. The madam and young master of the top aristocratic Shin family had died in Jianghai. Who had the audacity to kill them? Jiang Xingtian exclaimed in shock. I did it. At that moment, Yi Junlin spoke up. Immediately, everyone in the conference room turned to look at Yi Junlin. At this time, Yin'er received a message. She looked at Yi Junlin and said, Young master, the Su family is in danger. Let's go? Yi Junlin's expression turned serious as he dashed out, leaving everyone else in stunned silence. Chapter 23. With you all, you cannot stop me in Jianghai, on a street leading to the Su family. Thousands of men dressed in black appeared, half holding guns and half wielding knives, their faces cold and filled with murderous intent, with Bai Feng leading them. Their goal was to annihilate the Su family and then eliminate Yi Junlin, avenging Bai Yu and Shenao. Remember, no one from the Su family is to be left alive. Did you hear that? Bai Feng coldly ordered. Yes. The thousands of men replied in unison. By this time, the street leading to the Su family had already been cleared by the Bai family, so there were no other civilians present. Otherwise, this scene would have made explosive news. Boom! At that moment, a piercing sound of a car engine roared from a distance, and a car sped towards them, drifting to a stop right in front of Bai Feng and the others. Yi Junlin, Yin'er, and Lung Feng stepped out of the vehicle. Yi Junlin. Bai Feng glared at Yi Junlin, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. You still have quite a few men. Yi Junlin sneered. Kid, I was originally planning to wipe out the Su family before dealing with you, but I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door first. Since that's the case, I'll take you down first. You killed my sister and nephew. Today, I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. Bai Feng commanded fiercely. Fire. As soon as he finished speaking, all the armed men behind him raised their weapons and opened fire on Yi Junlin. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a storm of bullets rained down, forming a powerful net of firepower. Lung Feng and Yin'er changed their expressions. With this level of firepower, even if they both tried their best, they would be hard-pressed to withstand it. After all, although martial artists are strong, unless they reach a certain level, they cannot possibly contend with so many firearms. Swish. At that moment, Yi Junlin stomped his foot hard. Boom. With that stomp, the cement ground exploded with a loud noise, sending fragments flying, which collided with the bullets. In an instant, all the bullets were blocked. Continue firing. Bai Feng's expression changed as he shouted. At this moment, Yi Junlin had already charged in front of the Bai family's men, going on a killing spree. Puff, puff, puff. As Yi Junlin got close, those men couldn't even react to fire their guns before being slaughtered one by one. Kill him. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 1 billion. Bai Feng shouted in panic as Yi Junlin charged towards him, retreating continuously. Upon hearing 1 billion, the thousands of men went mad and rushed towards Yi Junlin. Swish, swish. At this moment, Lung Feng and Yin'er charged out, engaging in battle with the thousands of men. Under the onslaught of Yi Junlin, Lung Feng, and Yin'er, the thousands of men were no match and were slaughtered one by one. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 1,000 men lay dead. This time, Yi Junlin, Lung Feng, and Yin'er showed no mercy, delivering lethal blows, leaving only corpses behind, no injured. Puff, puff, puff. Soon, the number of the 1,000 men dwindled to less than 100, with the bodies piling up like small hills, the blood staining the entire street. Bai Feng was completely dumbfounded. The remaining 100 men looked at Yi Junlin and the others as if they were demons, fear evident on their faces, unable to even hold their knives. They are not human. They are not human. They screamed, turning to flee. Whoosh! Yi Junlin waved his hand, and a flurry of silver needles shot out, piercing through these men, killing them one by one. The remaining few were taken care of by Yin'er and Lung Feng. At that moment, aside from Yi Junlin and his companions, only the terrified Bai Feng remained. Thud! Bai Feng looked at the bloody scene before him, terrified, and knelt on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Swish, swish, swish. Just then, a large group of people appeared, all dressed in white uniforms with a black character for Zhan on their chests, exuding a sense of dominance. Each was well-trained, with a fierce aura, all martial artists. At least at the second-grade Huang realm. Jinwu Division. Yin'er glanced at this group and said, Jinwu Division? What is that? Yi Junlin asked curiously. Young master, the Jinwu Division is an organization under the Dragon Kingdom's court specifically tasked with suppressing and dealing with martial artists. They have branches in major cities across the Dragon Kingdom, divided into 9 divisions led by 9 commanders, each managing a county. Whenever there are martial artists causing trouble, the Jinwu Division will step in to apprehend them, wielding significant power. Yino explained in detail. At this moment, the members of the Jianghai branch of the Jinwu Division looked at the thousands of corpses before them, their expressions changing drastically, revealing extreme shock. As members of the Jinwu Division, they had seen many grand scenes, but they had never encountered a scene like this. A veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. To slaughter 1,000 people, what kind of depraved individual could do such a thing? Swish. The leader of the Jianghai branch of the Jinwu Division, Li Yin, glanced at Yi Junlin and his companions. Based on the blood and killing intent on them, it was clear that the killers of the 1,000 were these 3. However, Li Yin couldn't imagine how these young people could be so ruthless. Did you all kill them? Li Yin glared at Yi Junlin and the others. That's right. Yi Junlin replied directly. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, the Jinwu Division members all focused their gazes on Yi Junlin and his companions, gripping their weapons with vigilant expressions. You have quite the audacity to kill so recklessly in Jianghai. You are simply defying the law. Li Yin barked coldly. Arrest them all. At once. The Jinwu Division members charged towards Yi Junlin and his companions. Lung Feng stepped forward and threw Li Yin a document, the same one he had shown to the governor of Jianghai earlier. At that moment, Li Yin took the document, and, upon seeing it, his expression changed as he looked at Lung Feng. You are from the Dragon Group. That's right. Lung Feng replied directly. Then they are from the Dragon Group too? Li Yan's gaze swept over Yi Junlin and Yin'er. That's right. Do you still plan to arrest us? Lung Feng said coldly. For a moment, Li Yan's expression kept changing. What is the Dragon Group? Yi Junlin asked curiously. Yin'er replied. The Dragon Group is another special organization of the Dragon Kingdom, responsible for executing various special missions, with the authority to act first and report later. Does the Dragon Kingdom have so many organizations? Yi Junlin exclaimed in surprise. At this time, Li Yin looked at Lung Feng and said, even if you are from the Dragon Group, you cannot kill so recklessly. They attempted to attack us. They deserve to die. Lung Feng said expressionlessly. Whether they deserve to die or not will be determined after our investigation. Now you all must come back to the Jinwu Division with me for questioning. Li Yin said directly. What if I refuse? Yi Junlin suddenly spoke. That is not up to you. Li Yan's expression turned cold immediately, and his men all drew their weapons. With just you guys, you can't stop me. Yi Junlin said disdainfully. The Yi family kid, young but quite arrogant. Suddenly, a cold and authoritative voice came from behind. Chapter 24. Daring to provoke the young master of the Tianji Pavilion, they are playing with fire. The Yi family kid, young but quite arrogant. Accompanied by this voice, a figure appeared. This person was also dressed in the uniform of the Town Martial Division, around 40 years old, with a cold expression, holding a long knife, exuding a bone-chilling aura, and his eyes glinted with a terrifying gaze. Deputy Commander He. Li Yan's expression changed as he looked at this person and quickly stepped forward, respectfully saying, I am Li Yan, the leader of the Jianghai branch of the Town Martial Division. Greeting Deputy Commander He. Greetings, Deputy Commander He. At this moment, the group from the Town Martial Division all knelt before him. This person's identity was none other than He Bing, the Deputy Commander of the Town Martial Division in Jiangnan Prefecture. The Town Martial Division in the 9 prefectures is led by 9 commanders, and each commander has several deputy commanders to assist in managing the Town Martial Division. He Bing was one of the 5 deputy commanders in Jiangnan Prefecture, with a status comparable to that of a prefectural governor. Swish. At this moment, He Bing's cold eyes swept towards Yi Junlin, coldly saying, You are the son of the Yi family, Yi Junlin, whose entire family was exterminated 7 years ago. Why ask if you already know? Yi Junlin replied coldly. Impudent. How dare you disrespect the deputy commander? Li Yin shouted at Yi Junlin. Just a deputy commander, in front of our young master, is not even worth mentioning. Yina said disdainfully. Swish. Instantly, both Li Yin and He Bing's expressions changed, the latter sneering. What an arrogant tone. Yi family son. It seems you have changed a lot in these years. No wonder you dare to cause such a scene upon your return. even daring to kill members of the Shin family. But do you know how powerful the Shin family is? He Bing looked coldly at Yi Junlin, not interested in knowing. Yi Junlin replied nonchalantly. Because of you, the entire Jianghai stock market economy is paralyzed, and the Shen family has mobilized a large number of people to deal with you in Jianghai. Your presence has severely disrupted the normal order of Jianghai. Now I come under the command of the commander to take you to the town marshal division in Jiangnan Prefecture. If you don't want to die too quickly, then come with me obediently. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you die right now, He Bing said coldly, gripping his long knife. Swish, swish. Cold Edge and Yinner's expressions turned cold as they stared at He Bing and were ready to act. It's really lively today. At that moment, a low voice came. Then a middle-aged man appeared with a subordinate, and he was the same middle-aged man who wanted to bid on the map of mountains and rivers at the auction. Yi Junlin glanced at the other party. It's you. We meet again. The man smiled slightly at Yi Junlin, while He Bing looked at him coldly and asked, Who are you? I am Gongsun Yang. The man said. Swish. He Bing frowned and said, You are from the Gongsun family? Our master is the third master of the Gongsun family. The subordinate behind the man snorted coldly. Instantly, the expressions of He Bing and Li Yin changed, revealing shock. So it's the third master of the Gongsun family. I wonder what brings the third master here. He Bing asked, his attitude becoming more gentle. For him, Gongsun Yang's gaze swept to Yi Junlin as he approached, and said, Young master, if you are willing to sell that map of mountains and rivers to me, I can use the Gongsun family's influence to guarantee your life. At that time, neither the town marshal division nor the Shun family will dare to touch you. Swish. This made He Bing's expression change, and his gaze fixed on Yi Junlin. For a mere painting, you seem quite invested. Yi Junlin looked at Gongsun Yang and said. The latter replied, I wonder what the young master thinks. The map of mountains and rivers belongs to my Yi family. As a descendant of the Yi family, how could I sell it to outsiders? Yi Junlin directly shouted. Kid, our third master is speaking kindly to you. Don't make the mistake of refusing good intentions. Gongsun Yang's subordinate said displeasedly. I love to drink punishment wine the most. Yi Junlin replied coldly. Swish. Gongsun Yang's gaze sharpened. It seems the young master is determined not to hand over the map of mountains and rivers. Impossible. Yi Junlin said directly. In that case, there is no other way. Gongsun Yang's gaze swept to He Bing. You can take the person, but before you leave, I need to know the whereabouts of something from him. He Bing said directly, Good. Then his gaze shifted to Yi Junlin. Kid, you really are not afraid of death, even not cherishing such a good opportunity to stay alive. Swish. The next second, He Bing walked directly towards Yi Junlin with his knife, while Yinner stood in front of him and said, Are you sure you want to move against the young master? Do you know what the consequences will be? Are you talking about the Dragon Group identity? Others fear the Dragon Group, but we in the Town Marshal Division do not. He Bing said disdainfully. Whoosh. At this moment, Cold Edge rushed directly at He Bing with a dagger, and the latter drew his long knife, a dazzling blade light shining out, exuding a terrifying aura. Clang. Suddenly, Yi Junlin flicked his finger, and a silver needle shot out, instantly landing on He Bing's long knife, producing a piercing clang. On the spot, the long knife He Bing had drawn was knocked away by the silver needle, and even his body was shaken back several steps. Swish. Taking advantage of this gap, Cold Edge directly pressed the dagger against He Bing's neck. This scene startled everyone present, especially He Bing, who was caught off guard. Young master, should we kill him? Cold Edge asked. Swish. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on He Bing's forehead, and he looked at Yi Junlin with a hint of fear. The opponent's small silver needle could actually knock away his weapon. This strength was simply unfathomable. Go back and tell your superiors. It's best not to meddle in my affairs with the Shun family. Otherwise, no matter what division you are from, I will show no mercy. Yi Junlin coldly glanced at He Bing and shouted. Immediately, Cold Edge sheathed his dagger and looked at He Bing coldly. Get lost. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, He Bing's face turned very ugly, and he glanced at Yi Junlin, saying nothing, leading Li Yin and others away from here. At this time, Gongsun Yang's expression kept changing, and Yi Junlin looked at him. Are you going to make a move? Sorry for the interruption, Gongsun Yang said to Yi Junlin and left with his subordinate as well. Swish. At this moment, Yi Junlin looked at Bai Feng. Take his head and send it to the Bai family. Tell that old thing from the Bai family that on the anniversary of the Yi family's death, I will be waiting for him to come for revenge. Yes. Cold Edge nodded and walked directly towards Bai Feng, not waiting for him to say anything. waving his dagger, and his head rolled to the ground. Suddenly, Yi Junlin received a call from Su Shuer. "Hello, Shuer, what's wrong?" "You hurry to Intai Mall." On the other end of the phone was Tang Yaoyao's voice. Yi Junlin hung up the phone, looked at Yenner. "You guys handle these corpses." Then Yi Junlin left the place. Cold Edge walked over holding Bai Feng's head. Looking at Yenner, "This time we offended the town marshal division. They probably won't let it go easily. And that Shun family has considerable power in Jiangnan. Should we contact above and mobilize a group of people to come?" Daring to provoke the young master of the Tianji Pavilion, they are playing with fire. Yenner snorted coldly, directly pulling out her phone and dialing a special number. Chapter 25. This dress, I want it. Shanghai Intai Mall. Two young and beautiful women stood there. One dressed in a white dress with flowing hair, youthful and charming, resembling a neighbor's little sister, while the other had her hair in a ponytail, a doll-like face. Dressed in a school outfit, and biting on a lollipop, exuding a lively and spirited vibe. These two were Su Shuer and Tang Yaoyao. "Yaoyao, do you think what we're doing will disturb Brother Junlin?" Su Shuer said softly. "Shuer, you think too much about your brother Junlin. Isn't it a boyfriend's duty to accompany his girlfriend shopping?" Tang Yaoyao pouted. "What boyfriend? We're not in that kind of relationship yet." Su Shuer immediately blushed. Her eyes filled with shyness. "Shuer, you're not telling me you two haven't defined your relationship yet, are you? But that is strange. The way you two were at school clearly showed you were a couple in love. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't have been so harsh on Edo High." Tang Yaoyao looked at Su Shuer in surprise, holding her lollipop. "Brother Junlin has only been back for a few days, and we haven't talked about this." Su Shuer said nervously. "What are you two talking about?" At this moment, Yi Junlin's figure appeared. "Hey, let me ask you, do you like her, Shuer?" Tang Yaoyao directly asked Yi Junlin. "Why do you ask that?" Yi Junlin was taken aback, and Tang Yaoyao huffed. "Just say whether you like her or not." "Of course I like her," Yi Junlin said without hesitation. Immediately, a trace of joy appeared in Su Shuer's eyes, and Tang Yaoyao continued. "So you admit that Shuer is your girlfriend?" "Shuer is my woman," Yi Junlin said directly. Hearing this, Su Shuer's eyes showed an excited expression, her delicate body trembling slightly. "Humph, at least you have a bit of conscience. But I must tell you, if you dare to let Shuer down in the future, don't blame me for being rude." Tang Yaoyao glared at Yi Junlin, and then crushed her lollipop, as if warning him. Yi Junlin felt a chill at that moment, quickly crossing his legs, secretly thinking that this little girl was quite fierce. "All right, let's start shopping," Tang Yaoyao said nonchalantly. "Shopping?" Yi Junlin was taken aback, and Tang Yaoyao looked at him. "That's right. We called you to accompany us shopping." "What? You don't want to?" "Brother Junlin, if you don't want to shop, then we want to go," Su Shuer quickly said. "No problem, it's just shopping." Yi Junlin smiled slightly. Next, the three of them began to stroll around the mall. This combination of one man and two beauties also made many men in the mall envious. Soon, half an hour passed, and Yi Junlin was holding 5 or 6 bags, all filled with items bought by Su Shuer and Tang Yaoyao. "Shuer, didn't the school ask you to participate in the anniversary gala? It's just right for you to pick out a dress." At this time, as they passed a high-end dress store, Tang Yaoyao said to Su Shuer, "Anniversary gala?" Yi Junlin asked in confusion. "In a few days, it will be the 50th anniversary of our school. The school plans to hold an anniversary gala, inviting outstanding alumni who graduated to gather. And it's also a chance to promote the school. At the same time, the school leaders plan to select some students to participate, and Shuer received an invitation." Tang Yaoyao explained. "Yaoyao, the dresses here must be very expensive, right? Let's not." Su Shuer shook her head at the sight of the dress store. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Su family, she didn't like extravagance and usually wore ordinary clothes, rarely buying any branded items. "Don't worry, Shuer. Since we're here, let us pick one out." "I'll pay," Yi Junlin said. "Did you hear that? Someone is paying. What are you afraid of?" Tang Yaoyao directly pulled Su Shuer into the dress store. As soon as they entered the store, various dazzling and luxurious dresses came into view. At this time, a sales associate walked over, smiling at the two women. "Ladies, what do you need? Help me pick out a dress suitable for the gala for my sister. Remember, it must highlight her temperament and figure." Tang Yaoyao immediately said, "Okay, miss." The sales associate began selecting dresses for Su Shuer. "Miss, this dress is the latest design from our store, created by a top designer from Milan. There's only this one in all of Jiangnan County. Would you like to try it on? I think it suits your figure and temperament perfectly." The sales associate introduced a dress adorned with multiple diamonds. Made of material like snowflakes, looking extremely luxurious. Both Su Shuer and Tang Yao Yao's eyes lit up at the sight of this dress. This dress is so beautiful. Shuer, if you wear this to the anniversary gala, you'll definitely dazzle everyone. Tang Yao Yao said excitedly. 36,000. So expensive? At this moment, Su Shuer saw the price of the dress. Her expression changed, and she quickly said, "This is too expensive. Let us change it." "No need to change, just this one," Yi Junlin said directly. "Brother Junlin, this dress costs 36,000. It's too expensive," Su Shuer quickly said, as she had never spent so much money before. "Don't worry. No matter how much it costs, as long as you like it." Yi Junlin smiled. "Miss, are you sure you want it?" the sales associate asked. "Of course we want it. Wrap this dress up and let us pay." Yi Junlin took out a black card, which was given to him by his master before he descended the mountain. At that moment, Tang Yao Yao glanced at the black card in Yi Junlin's hand, her eyes flashing. "All right," the sales associate said excitedly, knowing that if this dress sold, she would earn a considerable commission, naturally feeling thrilled. "I'll take this dress." Just as the sales associate was about to wrap up the dress, a spoiled voice suddenly came through. Immediately, a woman wearing sunglasses and dressed in designer clothes walked over, followed by a crowd of people, making quite an entrance. "Miss, this dress has already been purchased," the sales associate hurriedly said. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me say that I want this dress?" the woman shouted domineeringly. "But slap." The sales associate was about to say something, but the woman directly slapped her face, knocking her to the ground. "Someone, wrap this dress up for me," the woman coldly commanded. Chapter 26. Supreme Dragon Card Swish, Swish, Swish. As the woman slapped the sales associate, the expressions of everyone in the dress store changed. "Someone, wrap this dress up for me." The woman continued to call out as if nothing had happened. "This woman is too arrogant." Tang Yao Yao looked at the woman with discontent. "What did you say?" The woman turned cold at Tang Yao Yao's words. "I said you were arrogant." Tang Yao Yao spoke bluntly. Swish. The woman was taken aback, and she also slapped towards Tang Yao Yao. Slap. At that moment, a crisp sound echoed, but it was not Tang Yao Yao who was slapped. Instead, the woman was knocked to the ground, half of her face swollen, and the one who delivered the slap was Yi Junlin. "Nice job." Tang Yao Yao gave a thumbs up to Yi Junlin. "Young lady." The group of followers the woman brought were first stunned, then hurriedly helped her up. "How dare you hit me?" At this moment, the woman covered her face, glaring angrily at Yi Junlin. "Do you have a problem with me hitting you?" Yi Junlin shouted even more arrogantly. The woman had a grim expression and shouted directly at the attendants beside her, "Take him down." Instantly, several attendants behind her rushed towards Yi Junlin, only to be kicked away one by one. Humph. The woman's face darkened, and she glared at Yi Junlin with anger. "Do you know who I am?" "I don't want to know," Yi Junlin replied coldly. "I am the young lady of the Zheng group in Jiangnan." She shouted at Yi Junlin. "Is that impressive?" Yi Junlin said dismissively, which infuriated her even more. "Are you all right?" Yi Junlin then helped the sales assistant up, who thanked him. "Thank you, sir. Go wrap up that dress for me," Yi Junlin said. "Okay." The sales assistant nodded, but suddenly a voice called out, "Wait." At that moment, a chubby man in a suit hurried over and shouted at the sales assistant. "That dress was picked by Miss Zheng. What are you doing? Hurry up and wrap it up for Miss Zheng." "But manager, this customer saw it first," the sales assistant protested. "So what? With their shabby appearance, can they afford a dress worth hundreds of thousands? Do you have any sense at all? Don't come to work tomorrow." The manager glanced at Yi Junlin and the others with disdain and contempt, then turned with a fawning look towards Miss Zheng. "Miss Zheng, I am the manager of this dress shop. I apologize for what just happened. Our staff was being unreasonable." "Humph. High-end dress shops like yours shouldn't allow this kind of trash to come in, and this bastard even dared to hit me," the woman shouted in anger. "Miss Zheng is right." The manager nodded, his gaze sweeping over Yi Junlin. "Young man, quickly apologize to Miss Zheng, or the consequences will be severe." "Hey, what's wrong with you, manager? Are you looking down on people? On what basis do you think we can't afford this dress?" Tang Yao Yao glared at the manager angrily. "This dress costs hundreds of thousands. Can you afford it with your outfit?" The manager mocked. "Whether we can afford it will be known once the card is swiped," Yi Junlin said indifferently. At this moment, the sales assistant picked up the black card Yi Junlin had given her and showed it to the manager. "Manager, this is the gentleman's card. What kind of bank card is this? I've never seen it. It's probably just a little card picked up from a street stall." The manager glanced at the black card engraved with a 5-clawed golden dragon and, seeing it had no information, threw it away. Swish. Watching the manager throw away the card that Master Wu had given him, Yi Junlin's expression turned cold, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, a group of people happened to pass by the store entrance. And a middle-aged man in a suit at the front saw the thrown black card with the five-clawed golden dragon on it. His pupils contracted, and he quickly picked it up, looking excited. What is this? President He, what's wrong? The others beside the middle-aged man looked puzzled. Suddenly, the man rushed into the dress shop, shouting, Who threw this card? President He, what brings you here? The manager said respectfully upon seeing the middle-aged man, who was none other than He Feng, the owner of the shopping mall. Who threw this card? He Feng asked the manager, holding the card in his hand. The manager looked at the black card he had thrown away and said, President He, I threw this card. Is there a problem? Slap. Suddenly, He Feng slapped the manager across the face. Everyone present was stunned. President He, what did I do wrong? The manager looked at He Feng, confused. Who gave you this card? And how dare you throw it away? He Feng reprimanded. I gave it. Yi Junlin said. Swish. He Feng immediately turned his gaze to Yi Junlin and walked over, his expression serious. Is this card yours? That's right. It's mine. Is there a problem? Yi Junlin replied directly. No problem. He Feng quickly shook his head. Young master, may I ask what you want to do with this card? Yi Junlin guessed that He Feng might realize the card was not ordinary, considering its significance given by Master Wu. He briefly explained what had just happened. Swish. After hearing this, He Feng's face turned extremely ugly, staring angrily at the manager, wishing he could crush him to death. This damn bastard dared to humiliate someone who possessed the Supreme Dragon card of the Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Wasn't that asking for death? The Dragon Chamber of Commerce is the largest business association in the Dragon Country, with hundreds of listed companies under its banner, and its industries span various sectors, making it a true giant in the business world, comparable to those top financial tycoons abroad that have been established for hundreds of years. The Dragon Chamber of Commerce specifically created a card that represents its identity, known as the Dragon Card. The Dragon Card has 5 levels: Silver, Gold, Diamond, Purple Gold, and Supreme, distinguished by the number of claws on the golden dragon totem. Holding different levels of the Dragon Card allows one to enjoy different levels of treatment within the Dragon Chamber of Commerce. In the upper class of the Dragon Country, countless powerful figures, business elites, and wealthy heirs dream of owning a Dragon Card, as it symbolizes status and identity. Among them, the Supreme Dragon Card is the highest level of Dragon Card. Anyone who possesses this card can consume for free in any industry under the Dragon Chamber of Commerce and enjoy the top treatment, even being able to withdraw 1 billion at will. Moreover, possessing the Supreme Dragon Card means that all the powerful figures in the Dragon Country must treat you with respect. However, obtaining the Dragon Card from the Dragon Chamber of Commerce is extremely difficult, and the higher the level of the Dragon Card, the harder it is to obtain. As for the Supreme Dragon Card, it has never been heard of anyone obtaining it. He Feng did not expect to see the Supreme Dragon Card today, which is why he was so shocked, and he did not doubt that the card was fake. After all, in the Dragon Country, anyone who dares to make a fake Dragon Card is simply asking for a death wish. Young master, I apologize. I didn't expect such an incident to occur in our mall. He Feng said to Yi Junlin apologetically, then turned his gaze to the manager. You immediately apologize to this young master and beg for his forgiveness. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't survive till tomorrow. Swish. Upon hearing He Feng's words, the manager was dumbfounded, and the others present looked shocked. Don't you understand my words? He Feng shouted again at the manager, who soon realized that the young man he had looked down upon was not ordinary. He quickly knelt down. Young master, I'm sorry. I was blind and offended you. Please forgive me. Get lost. Yi Junlin said coldly, expressionless. Immediately drag him out, and don't let him step into this mall again. He Feng ordered, and the manager was immediately dragged out. Young master, I'm sorry. I will have someone wrap up the dress for you, and you won't need to pay. He Feng then respectfully returned the Supreme Dragon Card to Yi Junlin. No, this dress was chosen by me. No one is allowed to take it. At that moment, Zheng Yunyun, the young lady of the Zheng family, shouted again. Chapter 27. Rooting out the problem without leaving any future trouble. Swish. He Feng turned his gaze to Zheng Yunyun and said coldly, Who are you? I am the young lady of the Zheng group. I want to reserve this dress. Do you dare not to give it to me? Zheng Yunyun shouted arrogantly. Is the Zheng group that impressive? It's just relying on the Zhao family. He Feng sneered. That's right. My grandfather is the old man of the Zhao family, and my uncle is the head of the Zhao family. Do you dare to offend me? Zheng Yunyun said proudly, referring to the Zhao family, one of the 6 major families in Jiangnan County. Humph, just a mere noble family like the Zhao family. Do they really think they are the emperor of the Dragon Kingdom? He Feng looked at Zheng Yunyun with a look of contempt. How could someone who possesses the Supreme Dragon card be offended by just a county noble family? The Zhao family may have a powerful influence and prestige in Jiangnan County, but in the entire Dragon Kingdom, they are nothing. Even the 6 major noble families of Jiangnan County probably wouldn't dare to confront the owner of the Supreme Dragon card. You dare to oppose the Zhao family? Zheng Yunyun glared at He Feng in anger, and the latter shouted directly, "Someone, throw this woman out. You dare." Zheng Yunyun's face changed instantly, and she was thrown out by He Feng's people. "Young master, is this handling acceptable?" He Feng then looked at Yi Junlin with a respectful expression. "It's fine." Yi Junlin nodded, and He Feng cautiously asked, "May I ask how to address you, young master?" "I am He Feng, the person in charge of this mall. Just call me Yi Junlin," Yi Junlin said, and the sales assistant quickly came over with the package dress. "Sir, the dress is ready." "Young master Yi, do you want me to send someone to deliver it to your home?" He Feng asked. "No need." Yi Junlin took the dress and left directly with Su Shuer and Tang Yaoyao. Phew. After Yi Junlin left, He Feng took a deep breath and quickly took out his phone to make a call. "Mr. Fu, I need to report something to you." "What? Is what you said true?" After a few seconds, in a luxurious office in Jiangnan County, a fat man weighing 200 pounds jumped up from his chair in shock, his clothes ripping apart with a loud sound. "Okay, I'm coming right away." This fat man shouted excitedly, and he was Fu Datsai, the head of the Longsha Chamber of Commerce's Jiangnan County branch. After hanging up the phone, Fu Datsai shouted, "Xiaoma, prepare a car for me immediately, no? Prepare a helicopter, I need to fly to Zhanghai right now." At this moment, Yi Junlin, who had just walked out of the mall, looked at Tang Yaoyao and said, "How long are you going to keep staring at me?" Since leaving the dress shop, Tang Yaoyao's gaze had not left Yi Junlin, almost making him think this little girl had fallen in love with him. "Who exactly are you? How could you have the Supreme Dragon card from the Longsha Chamber of Commerce?" Tang Yaoyao asked directly. "Supreme Dragon card? Are you talking about my black card?" Yi Junlin asked in surprise. "You don't know this is the Supreme Dragon card?" Tang Yaoyao's expression changed upon hearing Yi Junlin's words. "I don't know. That's just my pocket money given to me by my 5th master." Yi Junlin shook his head. "Pocket money?" Tang Yaoyao looked at Yi Junlin in disbelief, wondering who this guy's 5th master was to treat the Supreme Dragon card as pocket money. That was too extravagant. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Yi Junlin was unaware of what this black card represented. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this expression. "You better not say that to others in the future. It's easy to get beaten up." Tang Yaoyao gave Yi Junlin a big eye roll. Next, the 3 of them found a place to eat. But before they could finish their meal, a large group of people rushed into the restaurant, driving everyone else out. There were at least 500 to 600 people, filling the restaurant inside and out, each holding weapons and looking fierce. Su Shuer and Tang Yaoyao's faces changed, while Yi Junlin helplessly said, "Why can't I ever eat in peace?" It seemed he had bad luck when it came to eating out. Trouble always found him. Swish. At that moment, a figure walked in, dressed in leather and sporting silver hair, exuding an air of arrogance, like a rebellious wolf. He was the leader of the Wolf Gang, Wolf King. Wolf King's piercing gaze swept over Yi Junlin and the others as he walked over. Looking at Yi Junlin and Su Shuer, "You are Su Shuer and the kid who injured young Master Ito, right? You were sent by Ito High, weren't you? You're not from the Wolf Gang?" Yi Junlin glanced at Wolf King. "Oh, kid, you know about the Wolf Gang. You have some insight." Wolf King snorted coldly. And at that moment, a man approached Wolf King and whispered a few words in his ear. Swish. Immediately, Wolf King's expression turned cold as he stared at Yi Junlin. "You are the Yi kid who crippled young Master Ming? No wonder you know about my Wolf Gang. What a narrow road for enemies. You talk too much." Yi Junlin shook his head. "Kid, not only have you offended the Ming family, but you have also offended my Wolf Gang and young Master Ito. Today, I, Wolf King, will." Wolf King shouted at Yi Junlin, but before he could finish, Yi Junlin suddenly reached out, grabbing his head and smashing it onto the table while simultaneously holding a fork against his neck. "Let go of the leader." Immediately, the Wolf Gang members' expressions changed, pointing their weapons at Yi Junlin. "You." Wolf King was completely stunned. "Wolf King, huh? I thought you were so impressive." Yi Junlin said coldly to Wolf King. "Sneak attacks are no skill. Have the guts to let me go and fight again." Wolf King shouted. "You won't have that chance." Yi Junlin thrust the fork directly into Wolf King's throat. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the Wolf Gang members were all stunned. Su Shuer and Tang Yaoyao's faces changed as well. Bang! Yi Junlin directly threw Wolf King's corpse out. Looking at the Wolf Gang members with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes, scram. The Wolf Gang members, seeing their leader killed in an instant, were terrified, completely losing their desire to attack Yi Junlin, and all fled in panic. Sorry for scaring you, Yi Junlin said apologetically to Su Shuer and Tang Yaoyao. You really are ruthless, Tang Yaoyao muttered while looking at Yi Junlin. I don't like leaving any future troubles, Yi Junlin said, cutting the grass and removing the roots, leaving no hidden dangers. These 8 words were the philosophy that Yi Junlin's masters had instilled in him. Brother Junlin, I'm sorry for causing you trouble again. Su Shuer looked at Yi Junlin with an apologetic expression. You girl, why are you apologizing to me? Yi Junlin smiled slightly, then turned to Tang Yaoyao. Aren't you afraid to see me kill? What's there to be afraid of? I've seen plenty of killings on TV. Tang Yaoyao rolled her eyes. Yi Junlin then glanced meaningfully at Tang Yaoyao and said, let's eat somewhere else. In the blink of an eye, night fell. After Yi Junlin sent Su Shuer back to the Su family, Yin'er appeared in front of him and said, Young master, the Shun family in Jiangnan County has gathered 8,000 people and has entered Zhanghai. 8,000 people? That's quite a show of force. Yi Junlin chuckled lightly and said, let's go have some fun with them. Chapter 28. 8,000 Young Masters Want to Kill Yi Junlin Nightfall. Tonight's Zhanghai was no longer the usual hustle and bustle, but a quiet one. The Zhanghai governor had announced a curfew a few hours ago, prohibiting any citizens from being outside. Thus, the streets of Zhanghai tonight were empty and silent. However, at this moment, on a main road in Zhanghai, sat a figure, Yi Junlin. Before him was a tea set, and Yin'er was preparing tea for him, while Lung Feng stood beside him like a sword ready to be drawn, exuding a sharp aura. In this quiet street, the 3 of them stood out remarkably. Clop, clop, clop. Just then, a heavy and dense sound of footsteps came from afar. Soon after, a crowd appeared. In the blink of an eye, the entire street was filled with people, numbering at least 7,000 to 8,000, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. All these people were dressed in white mourning clothes, looking as if they were attending a funeral. They all held sharp blades in their hands, exuding a murderous aura. Leading them right in front was Shun Qinxiu, the head of the Shin family, one of the 6 major families of Jiangnan Prefecture. He was also dressed in white mourning attire, his face cold, and his eyes filled with endless killing intent. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, Shun Qinxiu led the 8,000 men gathered from various cities in Jiangnan Prefecture to appear in front of Yi Junlin, their gazes all sweeping towards Yi Junlin and the 2 others. At this moment, Yi Junlin picked up the tea brewed by Yin'er and took a light sip. Looking at her, Yin'er, your tea brewing skills are pretty good, but compared to my 3rd master, you're still a bit lacking. How could a subordinate compare to the master? Yin'er leaned in and said, Yi Junlin. Shun Qinxiu stared at Yi Junlin, his eyes flashing with cold, killing intent, and shouted directly. He had already seen Yi Junlin's photo, and the face of the enemy who killed his wife and child was deeply etched in his mind. Swish. Yi Junlin put down the teacup and finally turned his gaze towards Shun Qinxiu, saying, You are from the Shin family, right? I am Shun Qinxiu, the head of the Shun family. Yi Junlin, you killed my wife and child. Tonight, I will make you pay with your blood. Shun Qinxiu shouted angrily at Yi Junlin. Blood for blood? Hee hee. Yi Junlin sneered, disdainfully saying, killing them was what they deserved. Swish. His words immediately ignited Shun Qinxiu's fury, his eyes filled with infinite killing intent. And he clenched his fists, shouting, You dare to appear so arrogantly after killing my wife and child? Do you really think my Shin family doesn't exist? The Shin family? Yi Junlin revealed a contemptuous look. Just this one glance completely pushed Shun Qinxiu over the edge, and he directly shouted, Kill him. Tear him into pieces. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all 8,000 men present raised their sharp knives, ready to strike, but at this moment, a group of several hundred people rushed in, all dressed in the uniforms of the town military division, led by 5 individuals, one of whom was He Bing, the deputy commander of the Jiangnan Prefecture branch of the town military division, and the other 4 were the remaining 4 deputy commanders. Head of the Shin family, calm down. One of the deputy commanders shouted to Shun Qinxiu. His name was Xian Jian, the strongest among the 5 deputy commanders. with a status and strength in the Jiangnan Prefecture branch of the Town Military Division, second only to the commander. Town Military Division? What are you here for? Shen Qianxiu glared at Xian Jian. Head of the Shen family, I deeply regret what has happened to the Shen family, but please calm down. Gathering so many people to invade Jianghai will have a huge impact, and if it alarms the capital, it will be troublesome. Xian Jian said to Shen Qianxiu. So what? You want me to give up my revenge? Shen Qianxiu coldly stared at Xian Jian. Don't worry, head of the Shen family. The murderer of your wife and child will be captured by our town military division and dealt with accordingly. We will definitely give the Shen family an explanation. Xian Jian said directly. The revenge for my wife and child, I, Shen Qianxiu, will take care of myself. There is no need to trouble your town military division. Today, I will kill this son of the Yi family. No one can stop me, and whoever tries to stop me will be my enemy. Shen Qianxiu shouted word by word, each filled with killing intent, his bloodthirsty eyes fixed on Yi Junlin. I want to see who dares to touch the young master. Yenner said coldly, while Lung Feng drew out a dagger, exuding an icy killing intent. With just you two, do you think you can block my 8,000 men? Shen Qianxiu said with disdain. Who said it's just the two of us? Yenner smiled lightly. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a series of intense rumbling sounds came from the void. Dozens of helicopters appeared in the sky, and then more than 20 people jumped down from each helicopter. In the blink of an eye, nearly 300 figures appeared in front of Yenner, all dressed in uniform, looking cold, and holding various weapons. People from the Dragon Group? Xian Jian and the other 4 deputy commanders changed their expressions upon seeing the uniforms of these people, exclaiming in shock. These people were indeed members of the Dragon Group. Clearly, how could so many members of the Dragon Group appear? One of the deputy commanders said in shock. It should be noted that the Dragon Group is a specialized organization in Long Country that carries out various special tasks, and its members are all elite among elites, with any one of them capable of defeating a local organization. Now, nearly 300 members of the Dragon Group have suddenly appeared. This formation would be enough to seize the power of a small country. At this moment, He Bing spoke. The man following Yi Junlin is from the Dragon Group. Could it be that these Dragon Group members were called by them? How is that possible? To mobilize so many members of the Dragon Group. At least high-level officials of the Dragon Group would have to do it, right? Are you saying that this boy, who lost his family 7 years ago, is now a high-level official of the Dragon Group? A deputy commander questioned immediately. Even ordinary high-level officials of the Dragon Group would find it difficult to mobilize so many members at once, unless it was ordered directly by one of the elders or the leader of the Dragon Group. Xian Jian said seriously, then why are these Dragon Group members here? At this moment, the several deputy commanders of the town military division were left stunned. Shen Qianxiu looked at the group of Dragon Group members, and upon hearing the discussion among Xian Jian and others, his brows furrowed tightly. As the head of the Shen family, he naturally knew about the Dragon Group, an organization with great power and influence, but he didn't expect that the Yi family boy would have connections with them. They are. Yi Junlin also looked at these Dragon Group members with confusion. Young master, they are members of the Dragon Group. Yenner replied. You called them? Yi Junlin asked in surprise. No, it was the Tianji Pavilion. Lung Feng spoke, and Yenner turned her gaze to Shen Qianxiu. Do you still want to make a move? You brat. I didn't expect you could summon the Dragon Group to back you up, but even with the Dragon Group here, you still have to die. With just these people, they still can't protect you. Shen Qianxiu shouted with a sinister expression. This time, even if he offended the Dragon Group, he had to kill Yi Junlin. Otherwise, how could the Shen family maintain its face? Oh really? Yenner smiled mysteriously. Tat, tat, tat. Suddenly, heavy footsteps like thunder came from behind Yi Junlin, the sound echoing as if 1,000 troops were marching. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, Shen Qianxiu and Xian Jian's expressions changed, their gazes sweeping over. At this moment, behind Yi Junlin, a group of soldiers appeared, dressed in silver battle armor, wielding silver long spears, exuding an overwhelming aura, their killing intent unmatched. There were at least 1,000 of them, each with cold eyes and a terrifying battle intent, and their steps were in perfect formation, clearly a well-trained elite corps. This corps may only have 1,000 members, but the aura they emitted was enough to crush Shen Qianxiu's 8,000 men. Silver Dragon Guards. Xian Jian and the other 4 deputy commanders looked at this corps, their expressions changing again, shock evident in their eyes. How could the Silver Dragon Guards appear here? He Bing said in shock. What is going on tonight? The Dragon Group members have come, and even the Silver Dragon Guards are here," one of the deputy commanders said, somewhat numbly. "Who are they?" Yi Junlin looked at this corps with a puzzled expression. "Young master, they are from the Silver Dragon Guards, one of the 3 great imperial guards of the capital," Yenner said. "The 3 great imperial guards of the capital?" Yi Junlin was taken aback, and Yen explained. "The 3 great imperial guards are the top 3 forces guarding the capital, directly under the Elder Council." "So impressive. Did Tianji Pavilion bring them here?" Yi Junlin was surprised when Yenner nodded. He didn't expect that the Tiangui Pavilion would even mobilize the imperial guards who protected the capital. This is too impressive, right? The 5 deputy commanders were shocked because of the identity of the Silver Dragon Guard. After all, the 3 major imperial guards had always been responsible for guarding the capital, and they reported directly to the Elder Council, with no outsiders able to mobilize them. How could they appear here now? At this moment, with the Silver Dragon Guard's arrival, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became extremely oppressive. Even Shun Qianqiu's face looked quite ugly. Although he didn't know the identity of this legion, he could tell from their momentum and attire that they were not to be underestimated. Shun Qianqiu never expected that dealing with a young man whose family was destroyed would attract so many forces. But what shocked him was far from over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a series of sounds of air being cut through rang out. Suddenly, ropes shot out from the surrounding tall buildings, with one end bearing iron claws directly embedding into the ground. Following that, figures wrapped in black clothing, wielding black sickles, descended from the ropes, directly appearing around the 8,000 members of the Shin family. There were as many as 3,000 of these black-clad figures. Each one had a cold gaze, exuding a terrifying aura of slaughter, like a group of reapers from hell, causing the temperature of the air on site to drop dramatically, chilling to the bone. The members of the Shin family and those from the Town Marshal Division were also shocked upon seeing this group of black-clad figures descending from the sky. "Who are these people?" one deputy commander said with a grave expression. "They are assassins from the Dark Pavilion," Yenna said directly. Whoosh. As soon as Yenner said this, Shun Qianqiu's face changed drastically, his body trembling fiercely, disbelief in his eyes. The 5 deputy commanders from the Jiangnan district of the Town Marshal Division were equally shocked. The Dark Pavilion is one of the 4 top assassin organizations in the Dragon Kingdom. Anyone targeted by the Dark Pavilion cannot escape. Even the Town Marshal Division is quite wary of the Dark Pavilion and does not dare to provoke them easily. In the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom, many powerful figures would hire Dark Pavilion assassins to deal with certain individuals, but it costs an exorbitant amount to hire even one assassin from the Dark Pavilion. Now, with a full 3,000 Dark Pavilion assassins appearing here, this display left the 5 deputy commanders of the Town Marshal Division completely stunned. Shin Qianqiu, who also knew how terrifying the Dark Pavilion was deeply shocked. "Do you Shin family still want to kill the young master?" At this moment, Yenner looked at Shun Qianqiu and said coldly, while the latter's face kept changing. "Dare to touch the young master. Kill without mercy," Cold Front said expressionlessly. As soon as he said this, the members of the dragon team charged towards the Shin family, while over 1,000 Silver Dragon Guards also brandished their long guns and rushed towards the Shin family. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As for the 3,000 Dark Pavilion assassins, they also wielded their weapons and charged out, moving like phantoms through the Shun family's ranks, their weapons like scythes of death, reaping the lives of the Shun family's members. In an instant, with the 3 forces of the Dragon Team, Silver Dragon Guard, and Dark Pavilion attacking simultaneously, the 8,000 people mobilized by the Shin family were completely crushed, having no advantage at all, each one becoming a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This scene left the Town Marshal Division members dumbfounded. "You Town Marshal Division also want to kill the young master, right?" At this moment, Yenner looked at the Town Marshal Division members and said, "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." Yenner's words immediately changed the expressions of the 5 deputy commanders of the Town Marshal Division, their eyes filled with deep apprehension and fear. With the combination of the Dragon Team, Dark Pavilion, and Silver Dragon Guard, even if they mobilized everyone from the Jiangnan district of the Town Marshal Division, they would still be completely wiped out. This lineup is too formidable. At this moment, the 5 deputy commanders looked at Yi Junlin, their hearts filled with deep questions. Who on earth is this person? To be able to simultaneously mobilize the Dark Pavilion, Dragon Team, and Silver Dragon Guard, how much power must he possess? "Sorry, we have no intention of being enemies with young Master Yi." At this moment, Xianjian looked at Yi Junlin and cupped his fists in a salute. In the current situation, he could only say this. Otherwise, they might not be able to leave alive. Young master, should we directly annihilate the Shin family? Yinner asked Yi Junlin. The commotion tonight has already become quite substantial. Let's take it slow for now. If the Shun family continues to be oblivious to their situation, then there will be no need to spare them. Yi Junlin said directly. Although he wanted to destroy the Shin family, they were a top family in Jiangnan district with extensive connections. If he were to directly annihilate them, it would certainly cause a huge impact. He had 9 masters backing him, but he still didn't want to create too much noise. Of course, if he truly angered Yi Junlin, he wouldn't hesitate to stir up trouble. By the way, tell the Shin family to immediately lift the economic suppression against Jianghai. Otherwise, they will bear the consequences. Yi Junlin instructed Yinner. Yes. Yinner nodded. After that, Yi Junlin returned to the Yiping villa, but when he walked into the villa, he was taken aback. Chapter 30. Do you want me to disappear from this world? At this moment, in Yi Junlin's villa, a group of people stood there, each dressed in black suits. With cold expressions, their temples bulging, clearly all martial artists. Sitting on the sofa was a middle-aged man with a square face, exuding the authority of a superior. With a serious expression, standing in front of him was a woman with a stubborn look on her face, the very woman Yi Junlin had picked up from the bar. Lin Mengwei, you finally came back. Lin Mengwei looked at Yi Junlin with joy, quickly stepping forward and pulling him to stand in front of the middle-aged man, saying, Look, he is my boyfriend. Whoosh. Immediately, the middle-aged man's gaze turned cold, staring at Yi Junlin, filled with intimidation, making it so that ordinary people wouldn't dare to meet his eyes. At this moment, Yi Junlin was taken aback, his gaze sweeping towards Lin Mengwei, who was secretly signaling him. You are my daughter's boyfriend? The middle-aged man looked at Yi Junlin and shouted coldly, clearly Lin Mengwei's father. I'm not her boyfriend. Yi Junlin said directly. Lin Mengwei, seeing that Yi Junlin was completely uncooperative, immediately rolled her eyes in anger. Kid, you are smart enough, with your standing. You are not qualified to be my Lin Xingtian's son-in-law. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Junlin coldly, his words dripping with disdain and contempt. Dad, what are you saying? He is indeed not my boyfriend, because I'm still pursuing him. He just hasn't agreed to me. Lin Mengwei shouted at her father, Lin Xingtian. Whoosh. Lin Xingtian's expression darkened, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes as he looked at Lin Mengwei, directly shouting, Nonsense, you are my Lin Xingtian's daughter, the dignified young lady of the Lin family. How could you lower yourself to pursue someone else? What will the outside world think if this gets out? What face will my Lin family have left? Suddenly, Lin Xingtian's gaze swept towards Yi Junlin. Kid, I don't care who you are or what your relationship is with my daughter, but I want you to disappear from in front of her immediately and ensure that you have no further connection with her. Shouldn't it be you who should disappear? This is my home, and it seems you haven't grasped the situation. Yi Junlin replied, somewhat speechless. What kind of nonsense is this? Being asked to disappear in his own home? What about your home? I want you to vanish from my daughter's sight right now, or I'll make you disappear from this world entirely. Lin Xingtian said with a domineering expression, his high and mighty stance making Yi Junlin seem like an ant to be manipulated. Dad, you. Lin Mengwei, hearing her father say he would make Yi Junlin disappear from the world, felt her expression change, revealing a hint of anxiety. She quickly called out, knowing full well that with her father's power, making someone disappear in this world was a matter of minutes. Just now, she wanted Yi Junlin to be her shield to avoid her father forcing her back into an engagement. But she never intended for Yi Junlin to lose his life because of it. Now hearing her father's words, Lin Mengwei anxiously spoke, but before she could finish, Yi Junlin suddenly walked towards her father. You just said you want me to disappear from this world? Yi Junlin coldly said to Lin Xingtian as he approached. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, the group of martial artists in black suits in the villa narrowed their eyes and suddenly blocked Yi Junlin's path, staring at him coldly and assuming a combat stance. As if they would attack the moment, he took another step forward. Get lost. Yi Junlin glanced at the group of suited martial artists and coldly shouted. His words immediately darkened their expressions, and they all attacked Yi Junlin. This group consisted of martial artists above the 7th rank of the Yellow Realm, including several 9th-rank martial artists, and even 2 who were half a step into the Xian realm. Having so many martial artists as guards was enough to prove Lin Mengwei's father's background was not simple. But to Yi Junlin, these people were no different from ants. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Junlin moved like lightning. easily sending the group of martial artists flying in just a few moves. This scene made Lin Xingtian raise his eyebrows, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he looked at Yi Junlin. You are actually a martial artist. Swish. Yi Junlin stepped forward again, standing in front of Lin Xingtian, and with lightning speed, reached out towards him. Lin Xingtian's gaze hardened, and he suddenly countered, unleashing a fierce force towards Yi Junlin. Bang! Yi Junlin transformed his hand into a claw, forcefully smashing Lin Xingtian's attack, and his claw, like a bamboo being split, grasped Lin Xingtian's neck, lifting him up. You want me to disappear from this world? Yi Junlin said expressionlessly while holding Lin Xingtian. At this moment, Lin Xingtian's neck was tightly grasped by Yi Junlin, his face turning red and his expression contorted. The earlier majesty and dominance completely vanished. Swish. Lin Mingwei, seeing this, was taken aback. She never expected her father's strength would be instantly subdued by Yi Junlin. She had seen her father single-handedly kill a large tiger with a punch. In Lin Mingwei's world, her father was an extraordinary figure, but today she was truly enlightened. You. Lin Xingtian stared at Yi Junlin, wanting to say something but unable to get the words out. You want me to disappear from this world? Then let me make you disappear from this world. Yi Junlin coldly declared, preparing to send Lin Xingtian on his way. Don't. At this moment, Lin Mingwei reacted, quickly stepping in front of Yi Junlin and pleading, please. Don't kill my dad. Let him go. I'm begging you. Yi Junlin glanced at Lin Mingwei, seeing her anxious expression, and then he threw Lin Xingtian down to the ground. Thud. Lin Xingtian hit the ground, spitting out blood, his face showing a painful expression. Dad. Lin Mingwei rushed to Lin Xingtian's side, helping him up with a worried look. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin sat on the sofa and said coldly, for your daughter's sake, I won't kill you today, but you all get out of my house immediately. If you dare to show up again, there will be no mercy. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, Lin Xingtian stared at Yi Junlin, his expression constantly changing. Looking very ugly. Dad, you should go back first. Lin Mingwei urged her father. You're not coming back with me? Lin Xingtian looked sharply at Lin Mingwei, who responded. Didn't you hear me say I'm pursuing him? I won't go back until I become his girlfriend. He almost killed you just now, and you still want to pursue him? Lin Xingtian glared at Lin Mingwei in anger. Dad, you can't blame him for this. Who told you to say you wanted him to disappear? He was just warning you. He didn't really want to kill you. Lin Mingwei insisted. All right, Dad, hurry back. Otherwise, he really will kill you. Lin Mingwei kept urging her father. Lin Xingtian's gaze flickered as he looked at Yi Junlin. Let me tell you, if you dare to have any covetous thoughts about Mingwei, our Lin family will definitely not let you go. Swish. Yi Junlin's eyes flashed with killing intent as he stared at Lin Xingtian, causing the latter's expression to change. He left the villa with his group of guards. Thank you for not killing my dad just now. Lin Mingwei turned to Yi Junlin and said gratefully, What are you still doing here? Yi Junlin asked Lin Mingwei. She replied, Didn't I say I want to pursue you? Do you think I would believe that? Yi Junlin rolled his eyes at Lin Mingwei. That's right, I said that before just to fool my dad. Otherwise, he would have dragged me back to get engaged to a guy I really dislike. But now, I've made up my mind. I want to officially pursue you. Lin Mingwei said directly to Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin looked at Lin Mingwei in astonishment. Are you out of your mind? What are you talking about? I'm not joking. I've dreamed of marrying a great hero since I was little, and since even my father isn't your match, it proves that you are indeed a great hero. So I want you to be my boyfriend. Lin Mingwei said earnestly. I think you've watched too many TV dramas. What great hero? I'm not interested in you. Yi Junlin scoffed, getting up to head upstairs. Hey, I'm Lin Mingwei, at least a beautiful woman. I've got looks and figure. How could you not be interested in me? Hearing Yi Junlin's lack of interest, Lin Mingwei immediately felt dissatisfied. She had been treated like a princess since childhood, with suitors all around her. And now a man said he wasn't interested in her, which naturally made the proud young lady Lin Mingwei unhappy. You have no chest. Yi Junlin glanced at Lin Mingwei's flat figure and said bluntly. Lin Mingwei was stunned, and when she reacted, she looked at her lacking attributes. Her face turning red with anger as she gritted her teeth and yelled at Yi Junlin. Pervert, rogue, scoundrel. Meanwhile, in a hospital room in Shanghai, Ito Hai lay there. And in front of him stood a short, middle-aged man with a mustache, a gloomy expression on his face. Uncle, you finally came. You must avenge me. Ito Hai called out to the middle-aged man. How dare they hurt you like this? They're simply scoundrels. Where's that Wolf King? Didn't he catch the culprit? The middle-aged man spoke in broken Chinese, his expression dark and his eyes flashing with malice. I sent him to catch them, but he ended up getting killed. Ito Hai said. Killed? These Dragon Kingdom people are indeed unreliable, a bunch of useless trash. Don't worry, tomorrow I'll personally avenge you. Anyone who dares to touch my Ito family, I will make them wish they were dead. The middle-aged man had a sinister look in his eyes as he coldly shouted. Chapter 31. Behind the forces the next day, Jiangzhou, the Shun family. In the Shun family hall, a group of senior members stood with extremely grim expressions. The atmosphere was heavy, and before them lay a corpse, the body of Shun Qianqiu, the head of the Shun family. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, hurried footsteps came from outside. Shun Wanshan, the old man of the Shun family, rushed in. When he saw his son Shun Qianqiu's body, his entire body trembled violently, and his face turned pale instantly. Qianqiu, Shun Wanshan cried out as he looked at his son's body. Just as he uttered a word, he suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, staggering. Old master. The members of the Shun family quickly stepped forward to support him, but Shun Wanshan refused their help. He walked to Shun Qianqiu's body, looking at his son's unblinking eyes, filled with endless pain and sorrow. The old man had just experienced the loss of his daughter-in-law and grandson, and now his own son was dead. The blow to him was unimaginable. In an instant, Shun Wanshan seemed to age decades. Old master, you must take care of your health. The members of the Shun family urged, knowing that with Shun Qianqiu dead, they could only rely on the old man, or else the family would collapse completely. Who killed my son? Shun Wanshan gently closed Shun Qianqiu's open eyes and said with a dark expression. Then a member of the Shun family spoke up. The head of the family was likely killed by that brat from the Yi family. He sent people to bring back the head of the family's body. What about the 8,000 men? How could they not protect my son? Shun Wanshan roared, his veins bulging. Old master, they have had no news so far. I sent people to Jianghai to gather intelligence, but there has been nothing. They are likely all dead. The Shun family member lowered his head and said, causing the faces of the other Shun family members to change dramatically. All 8,000 dead. How is that possible? Even if they were all pigs, they couldn't all be killed in one night. Dead. All dead. Shun Wanshan's face was equally grim, exuding a strong killing intent. Old master, the other side also sent a message demanding that we immediately lift the economic blockade on Jianghai, or else, the Shun family member continued. Or else what? Shun Wanshan shouted. Or else the consequences will be on us. The Shun family member said directly. Boom. At that moment, Shun Wanshan erupted with immense rage, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. Everyone present felt a terrifying pressure, as if a volcano was about to erupt. Good, very good, Shun Wanshan said word by word, each filled with murderous intent. Immediately pass my orders to mobilize all the Shun family's funds to severely suppress Jianghai's economy. Tell everyone in Jianghai that as long as that brat from the Yi family is alive, our Shun family will make Jianghai's economy regress by 30 years. Also, immediately contact my second son and tell him that his brother, sister-in-law, and nephew are all dead. Yes, the members of the Shun family nodded in agreement. At the same time, contact Shunren and have him lead the venomous snake legion back immediately. Shun Wanshan commanded again. Swish, swish, swish. Hearing about the venomous snake legion, the expressions of the Shun family members changed. This venomous snake legion was a team that the Shun family had spent a fortune to cultivate abroad, having seen battle. And each member was a true executioner who wouldn't blink at killing. It was an important trump card for the Shun family, responsible for protecting some of the family's overseas interests, known only to high-ranking members of the Shun family. Now that the old man was summoning this team back, it was clear he was ready to put everything on the line against that brat from the Yi family. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan district base of the Jinwu division, Xian Jin and He Bing, along with the 5 deputy commanders, sat with heavy expressions. I have already investigated. There is no news regarding the appearance of the Dragon Team, Dark Pavilion, and Silver Dragon Guard in Jianghai last night. Even from the capital, there are no signs of any mobilization of the Dragon Team or Silver Dragon Guard. One deputy commander reported. How is that possible? Over 200 Dragon Team members and thousands of Silver Dragon Guards were mobilized. How could there be no traces at all from the capital? Did they just fall from the sky? He Bing said incredulously. This situation can only mean that someone has erased all these traces. Xian Jian said. Moreover, such a major incident occurred in Jianghai last night. Yet no news has leaked out. Clearly, someone is deliberately blocking the information. Who has such power? The four deputy commanders exclaimed in shock. That brat from the Yi family has been missing for 7 years. What has he been doing during this time? We haven't been able to find any information, which is enough to prove that the force behind him is far beyond our imagination. I have contacted the commander, and he will be back in a few days. Everything will wait until the commander returns. Xian Jian said. Shin Xianqiu is dead this time? I fear for the Shin family. He Bing expressed his concern. Now we can only wait and see how things unfold. Perhaps the Shin family can help us clarify what forces are actually behind that brat from the Yi family. Xian Jian's eyes flickered with intelligence. In the Jiangnan battle zone base, in a room, the district commander Wei Shan sat, his face changing in shock upon hearing the report from his aide. Is this true? Commander, it's absolutely true. Shun Xianqiu's body has been sent back to the Shun family. The aide replied. Who exactly is this kid? Contact the War Department immediately and find out the forces behind this Yi family kid. Wei Shan ordered directly. Meanwhile, in Jianghai, at the Bai family, 3 old men sat together, the elders of the Bai, Su, and Ming families. Old Bai, you see the situation now. That brat from the Yi family has been missing for 7 years and has completely transformed. He is no longer the same Yi family young master from 7 years ago. This time he has come prepared. If we don't unite now, we will really have to go sacrifice ourselves for that group of Yi family people. Elder Su said coldly. Do you have a good idea? Elder Bai, looking haggard and with a grim expression, stared at Elder Su. I do have a plan, but it requires the 3 families to join forces. Elder Su's eyes sparkled as he explained his plan. All right, let's do it. After a while, Elder Bai directly commanded, his expression ferocious as he shouted, this time, no matter what, I must make that Yi Junlin die. I want the Yi family to be completely exterminated. At the Yiping Bun, in Villa No. 1, Yi Junlin got up and went downstairs, only to see Lin Mingwei sitting at the dining table having breakfast. While Yenner was preparing breakfast for Yi Junlin. Why haven't you left yet? Yi Junlin frowned at Lin Mingwei. I said I would pursue you, so of course I can't leave. Lin Mingwei pouted. I've told you. I'm not interested in an airport. Yi Junlin replied bluntly. You. Lin Mingwei was so angry that she nearly choked on her food, biting into the bread in her hand, and exclaimed, I'm proud of my flat chest. I save fabric for the country. Stop making breakfast for this girl. You are mine, not her maid. Yi Junlin said to Yenner. At that moment, Yi Junlin's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Tang Yaoyao's urgent voice. Yi Junlin, hurry to school. Shuer is in trouble. Boom. In an instant, Yi Junlin's expression changed, and a killing intent radiated from him. He immediately skipped breakfast and rushed out. Chapter 32. Kill those who humiliate Shuer at Jianghai University. A large crowd had gathered on a playground, and in the center, surrounded by 20 to 30 figures dressed in black, wielding samurai swords, each with fierce eyes and exuding a chilling aura. Ito Kai sat in a wheelchair, staring gloomily at Su Shuer in front of him. While beside him stood a short middle-aged man with a mustache and hawk-like eyes, Ito Ken, who was Ito Kai's second uncle. On the other side, Tang Yao looked anxiously at Su Shuer, but because of the group of people holding samurai swords blocking her way, she couldn't reach Su Shuer at all. What do you want? Su Shuer looked at Ito Kai and Ito Ken, her expression somewhat tense. What do we want? It's all because of you, you wretched woman. That Kai has been hurt like this, and you still ask what we want. I tell you, today I will make you and that kid who hurt Kai wish you were dead. Ito Ken shouted coldly. Su Shuer's expression changed immediately, and she said, this has nothing to do with anyone else. If you want revenge, come at me. Wretched woman, even at this point, you still defend that man. Ito Kai, hearing Su Shuer's words, shouted angrily. Then his eyes revealed a cold glint as he looked at Su Shuer. Su Shuer, isn't that kid very concerned about you? Today, I will make you a complete joke, and I want to see if that kid will still care about you. You too, strip her of her clothes. Ito Kai shouted at the 2 men holding samurai swords. Hearing Ito Kai's words, the surrounding students all changed their expressions, secretly thinking this was too cruel. Su Shuer turned pale upon hearing that she would be stripped in public, her body trembling continuously. You bastards, how dare you? Tang Yao shouted at Ito Kai, wanting to rush forward, but was firmly blocked by the figure holding the samurai sword. Stop. At this moment, a shout came, and a group of young men in training uniforms appeared. They were all members of the Jianghai University Martial Arts Club, led by a burly young man with short hair, the president of the club, Situ Kong. Situ Kong, you're here to stir up trouble too. Ito Kai glanced at Situ Kong disdainfully. Ito Kai, you bastard, how dare you openly humiliate a girl in school? Are you even human? Situ Kong coldly shouted at Ito Kai. Those people from Ming country don't deserve to be human. That's right, they are a bunch of beasts. Other members of the martial arts club shouted indignantly. Ito Kai's expression darkened as he looked at Situ Kong and the others. Do you want to die? Ito Kai, I tell you, as long as I'm Situ Kong here today, I will never let you bully our Dragon Country girls. Situ Kong shouted directly. A bunch of ants. At this moment, Ito Ken sneered, waving his hand, and the group of samurai sword-wielding figures charged towards Situ Kong and the martial arts club members. Brothers, go. Situ Kong shouted, and they rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, a fierce sound of battle erupted. In the blink of an eye, the martial arts club members were all sent flying, each one falling to the ground, spitting blood and screaming. Soon, Situ Kong's body was also knocked back, half kneeling on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood. The group in black outfits had not even drawn their swords, and with just casual punches and kicks, they completely defeated the Zhonghai University Martial Arts Club members. This scene deeply shocked the surrounding students. They never expected that their country's martial arts would be so easily defeated. These people from Ming country are too strong, right? This is your Dragon Country's kung fu. It really is not worth mentioning. Ito Ken mocked. You. Situ Kong clenched his fists, staring angrily and unwillingly at Ito Ken. Strip her. At this moment, Ito Kai looked at Su Shuer and shouted directly. Immediately, the two figures with samurai swords walked towards Su Shuer, coming to her front to tear at her clothes, while the latter tightly protected her body, continuously shouting, "No, no." Just then, two silver needles suddenly shot out, piercing the necks of the two figures trying to tear Su Shuer's clothes. They didn't even have time to react before they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. This scene startled everyone present. Just then, a figure rushed in. It was Yi Junlin, who had hurried over. You finally made it. Tang Yao Yao shouted at Yi Junlin. Brother Junlin. Su Shuer looked at Yi Junlin with a pitiful expression. Yi Junlin looked at Su Shuer's helpless appearance, and a surge of furious rage erupted within him, radiating a terrifying aura of killing intent. He fixed his gaze on Ito Kai and Ito Ken, and in a cold, deliberate tone, he said, "You people from Ming country deserve to die. Uncle, he's the one who crippled my leg." Ito Kai shouted at his uncle upon seeing Yi Junlin appear. Immediately, Ito Ken's gaze turned to Yi Junlin, coldly saying, "So you are the one who crippled Kai's leg. You came just in time, capture him." In an instant, the group of samurai sword-wielding figures charged at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin struck out mercilessly, executing lethal moves, directly slaying each of them without leaving a single survivor. In less than half a minute, the 20 to 30 samurai from the Ito family were all brutally killed by Yi Junlin, their samurai swords still sheathed, as they never even had the chance to draw them. The students present watched in shock as these samurai were killed, their expressions changing dramatically, their eyes filled with fear. Ito Kai and Ito Ken's faces also changed. Anyone who insults Shuer shall die. Yi Junlin walked towards the uncle-nephew duo, his voice cold as if judging in hell. You brat, you actually have some skills. Today I. At this moment, Ito Ken coldly snorted, preparing to strike, as he was also a samurai with considerable strength. But before Ito Ken could act, Yi Junlin kicked out directly. Bang! The sound of a deafening explosion resonated. Ito Ken was sent flying by Yi Junlin's kick, crashing into a wall several meters away, the immense force embedding his body into the wall. With his body pinned in a large character shape against the wall, he continuously spat blood, his eyes wide open staring at Yi Junlin, unable to utter a word before he died. At this moment, everyone on the playground was frozen in shock, their eyes wide open, revealing looks of disbelief. Ito Kai was even more stunned. Just then, Ito Kai saw a shadow darkening before his eyes, and when he looked up, he saw Yi Junlin standing in front of him. You. Ito Kai looked at Yi Junlin, his soul nearly leaving his body, and screamed. But before he could say another word, Yi Junlin grabbed him and lifted him up, then slammed him down hard onto the ground. Uft! Ah! Ito Kai spat blood, letting out a piercing scream. Boom, boom, boom. Next, Yi Junlin continuously slammed Ito Kai into the ground, brutally smashing his body until it was a mangled mess, a horrific sight. The young master of the Ito family suffered such torment, ultimately meeting a tragic end. This scene further stiffened the expressions of everyone present. Their eyes were wide open, completely in shock. Soon after, Yi Junlin approached Su Shuer, gently holding her, and said, "Shuer, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well and let you suffer. It's okay, Brother Junlin. Su Shuer shook her head, her gaze sweeping over the bodies of Ito Hai and others. Brother Junlin, do you think killing them in public will have consequences? A group of beasts from Ming country. They deserve to die. Master C is right. All Ing people should die. Yi Junlin's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he coldly shouted. You're really impressive. At that moment, Tang Yaoyao came to Yi Junlin's side and praised him. Thank you for notifying me in time today. Yi Junlin looked at Tang Yaoyao gratefully. Without her warning, he couldn't imagine what Shuer would have suffered. Shuer is my good sister. It's what I should do. Tang Yaoyao said directly. Are you the one who crippled Ito Hai with a single move? At that moment, Situ Kong stood up from the ground, blood at the corner of his mouth. His face pale as he looked at Yi Junlin, his eyes filled with respect. Who are you? Yi Junlin looked at Situ Kong with confusion. I am Situ Kong, the president of the martial arts club at Jianghai University. I was just about to save Su, but unfortunately, our skills are too poor. And not only did we fail to help her, but we also made fools of ourselves. Situ Kong said awkwardly. Brother Junlin, President Situ and his club members were injured while trying to save me. Can you help them heal? Su Shuer looked at Yi Junlin and pleaded. Okay. Yi Junlin nodded. He approached Situ Kong and said, thank you for being willing to help. You're a real man. Whoosh. Then, Yi Junlin swiftly thrust a silver needle into Situ Kong. And soon, his injuries began to heal. Situ Kong looked at Yi Junlin with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Hero, you can also heal? Yi Junlin directly approached the other members of the martial arts club and healed all their injuries. Thank you. The members of the martial arts club looked at Yi Junlin and expressed their gratitude. All right, Shuer, let's go. I haven't had breakfast yet. Yi Junlin said as he walked over to Su Shuer. Hero, how about I treat you to breakfast in our cafeteria? Our breakfast is very rich. Situ Kong quickly said to Yi Junlin. Sure, I haven't eaten in a university cafeteria yet. Yi Junlin nodded. President, then. A member looked at the bodies on the ground with some worry. Don't worry, someone will handle it. Yi Junlin directly called Yinner to come and deal with the bodies. And he glanced at the students present. I hope no one else will know about today's incident. Hearing Yi Junlin's words, the students quickly regained their composure, nodding repeatedly. Their eyes filled with deep fear. Yi Junlin did not want the matter to escalate, as Shuer still needed to continue her studies at the school. If this became a big deal, it would inevitably affect her. Soon, Yi Junlin, Su Shuer, Tang Yaoyao, and Situ Kong headed to the cafeteria of Jianghai University. A few minutes later, they arrived at the cafeteria. As Yi Junlin and the others appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of a group of boys in the cafeteria. Of course, their focus was entirely on Su Shuer, who, having restored her beauty, was now the most beautiful girl at Jianghai University, drawing attention wherever she went. Is your cafeteria this big? Yi Junlin looked at the spacious cafeteria with several floors and couldn't help but exclaim. Jianghai University has tens of thousands of students. So the cafeteria can't be small. Tang Yaoyao muttered. Hero, what do you want to eat? I'll go get it for you. Situ Kong asked Yi Junlin. No need. I'll go buy it myself. Yi Junlin replied. Hero, you've eliminated harm for the people today and healed us. I must treat you to this breakfast. Situ Kong quickly said. All right, just buy something. By the way, don't call me Hero. I'm not a hero, just call me Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin directly stated. Then I'll call you Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, you guys go sit first, we'll go buy breakfast. Situ Kong led a few club members to the window to buy breakfast, while Yi Junlin and the two girls found a spot to sit down. Brother Junlin, are you really not worried about killing so many people today? Su Shuer looked at Yi Junlin with concern. Don't worry, it's fine. No one can bully you, Brother Junlin. Yi Junlin said confidently with a smile. I heard that Ito Hai's family is not simple and in country. Judging by their demeanor today, they should have a significant background. You should be careful. Tang Yaoyao reminded Yi Junlin. Wow. Yi Junlin glanced at Tang Yaoyao. You know about the Martial Suppression Division. That's impressive. The Martial Suppression Division is an organization in Long Country that suppresses martial artists. Aside from some notable figures or martial artists, ordinary civilians wouldn't know about it. Clearly, this Tang Yaoyao is not simple. Yi Junlin had already noticed that this girl was not ordinary. Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Tang Yaoyao's expression changed slightly. I heard it from others. What is the Martial Suppression Division? Su Shuer asked curiously. It's nothing. Yi Junlin shook his head. Come on. Yi Xiao, we got various breakfasts. See what you want to eat. Soon, Situ Kong and the club members returned with a pile of different breakfasts in front of Yi Junlin. That's too much. Shuer, have you eaten breakfast? If not, let's eat together, Yi Junlin said. Okay. Su Shuer nodded, despite having eaten breakfast, because she wanted to have breakfast with brother Junlin. Suddenly, a figure walked into the cafeteria, attracting everyone's attention again. At this moment, a girl dressed in brand-name clothes walked in, her long black hair cascading down, with delicate features, long willow-leaf eyebrows, slender eyes, a high-nose bridge, and a cherry-like mouth, making her look enticing. However, there was a hint of arrogance and coldness in her expression, resembling a goddess high above. This girl was indeed one of the top goddesses at Jianghai University, known as the Dream Goddess by countless boys, Han Churen. She had previously been voted as the most beautiful girl at Jianghai University, but since Su Shuer restored her beauty, she had fallen to second place. Nevertheless, she was still pursued by many boys. Goddess, what do you want to eat? I'll go get it for you. Goddess, this spot is good. You can sit here. Immediately, a group of students rushed to flatter Han Churen, and Tang Yaoyao couldn't help but say, a bunch of sycophants. At that moment, Han Churen seemed to have heard Tang Yaoyao's words. Her gaze swept over, and she immediately spotted Su Shuer, her expression slightly changing as she walked directly over. Soon, Han Churen stood in front of Su Shuer and said, You are Su Shuer? Hello. Su Shuer looked at Han Churen and stood up to respond. Although they were both students at Jianghai University, Su Shuer had previously been considered the ugliest girl due to her looks, while Han Churen was the absolute beauty. Thus, they had never met before. If Su Shuer hadn't restored her beauty and taken the title of the most beautiful girl, they might never have crossed paths. I heard that you were once called the ugliest girl at Jianghai University. I didn't expect you to become the most beautiful girl just after a few days. I want to know what kind of plastic surgery you underwent to achieve such results. Han Churen said to Su Shuer blandly. Su Shuer's expression changed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. And Tang Yaoyao immediately stood up, pointing at Han Churen and shouting, Han Churen, what are you saying? Who had plastic surgery? Isn't she the one who had plastic surgery? Han Churen replied leisurely. If you keep talking nonsense, I will make you the ugliest girl at Jianghai University. At this moment, Yi Junlin shot a cold glance at Han Churen. Who are you? Su Shuer's pursuer? Han Churen glanced at Yi Junlin, noticing his outfit worth only a few bucks. And a hint of disdain and contempt appeared in her eyes. Miss Han, sorry, we're eating. Could you please leave? Su Shuer said directly to Han Churen. Just then, a group of people rushed into the cafeteria. As soon as they entered, they began to look around for something. Led by a young man in designer clothes and an arrogant woman. This woman was none other than Zheng Yunyun, the daughter of the Zheng group, who had previously fought with Su Shuer over a dress at the boutique. Cousin, they're over there. Suddenly, Zheng Yunyun spotted Yi Junlin, Su Shuer, and Tang Yaoyao, and quickly called out to the young man beside her. The young man, Zhao Fei, the second son of the Zhao family, one of the 6 top families in Jiangnan County, glanced at Yi Junlin and the others, then led his group straight towards them. This scene attracted the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. It's that woman. Both Su Shuer and Tang Yaoyao recognized Zheng Yunyun, while Han Churen looked at Zhao Fei with a hint of surprise, especially when she saw him approaching her. Her expression lit up with joy as she called out, Zhao Gong, before Han Churen could finish her sentence. Zhao Fei and Zheng Yunyun reached Yi Junlin's table and coldly said to Yi Junlin, You are the ones bullying my cousin? Hey, who are you? You're not students of Jianghai University, are you? At this moment, Situ Kong looked at Zhao Fei and shouted, Where did this kid come from? Get lost. Zhao Fei glanced at Situ Kong with disdain and shouted, You. Situ Kong's expression turned angry, and he was about to step forward when a middle-aged man behind Zhao Fei suddenly struck out towards Situ Kong, and he was a martial artist. A 5th-grade Yellow Realm martial artist. Whoosh! Just as the martial artist's hand was about to hit Situ Kong, a chopstick shot out from Yi Junlin's hand, piercing through the martial artist's palm. The 5th-grade Yellow Realm martial artist's expression changed as he screamed, Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, everyone present changed their expressions. Situ Kong came back to his senses and looked at Yi Junlin. Thank you, young Master Yi. You brat actually know martial arts? No wonder you dare to bully my cousin. Zhao Fei looked at Yi Junlin with a cold snort. Cousin, hurry up and call someone to take care of this guy. And these 2 bitches, I want to teach them a good lesson. Zheng Yunyun had a sinister look on her face, her eyes glinting with malice as she stared at Yi Junlin and the others. These 2 girls are quite good-looking. Let my cousin have some fun before I teach them a lesson. Zhao Fei glanced at Su Shuer and Tang Yaoyao, a hint of wickedness flashing in his eyes. The other students in the cafeteria were shocked to hear this, while Han Charon sneered, looking like she was enjoying the show. You want to die? At this moment, Yi Junlin looked up at Zhao Fei. Oh, kid, you have quite the attitude. Do you know who I am? Zhao Fei coldly laughed at Yi Junlin's words. Kid, my cousin is the second son of the Zhao family, one of the 6 top families in Jiangnan County. With you, do you think you can touch my cousin? Do you think you have 9 lives? Zheng Yunyan looked at Yi Junlin with disdain and mocked him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Zhao Fei's identity was revealed, all the students in the cafeteria were taken aback. They all knew about the 6 top families in Jiangnan County. These were the powerful rulers of Jiangnan, untouchable by ordinary people like them. For a moment, everyone looked at Yi Junlin and shook their heads, showing pity, offending the young master of a powerful family. This brother was doomed. But just then, a brazen and arrogant voice rang out. The Zhao family is nothing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As this voice exploded in the cafeteria, everyone's expression changed in shock. They didn't expect someone would dare to speak to the Zhao family like that in Jiangnan County. Are they looking for death? Zhao Fei's expression also turned cold as he looked around and shouted, Who? Immediately, a group of people entered the cafeteria, led by a fat man covered in flesh. Dressed in a custom suit, looking like Mithriya Buddha. Behind this fat man followed a group of well-dressed individuals with imposing presence, all looking respectful. Among them was Feng, the owner of the mall who had conflicts with Yi Junlin and Zheng Yunyun. This fat man was Fu Datsai, the head of the Long Group's Jiangnan branch. Fu Datsai hurriedly walked towards Yi Junlin and shouted at Zhao Fei, The Zhao family is nothing. Get lost. Who are you? How dare you insult my Zhao family like this? You want to die? Zhao Fei said angrily after hearing Fu Datsai's words. Slap. Suddenly, Fu Datsai slapped Zhao Fei across the face and arrogantly shouted, A junior from the Zhao family dares to speak to me like that? Even if your grandfather Zhao Weiguo were here, he wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of me. As Fu Datsai slapped Zhao Fei, everyone present was shocked. And Zhao Fei covered his face, looking at Fu Datsai and roared, Bastard, you dare to hit me. Shut up, this is Fu, the head of the Long Group's Jiangnan branch. Before Zhao Fei could finish, a man in a suit behind Fu Datsai pointed at him and reprimanded him, which left Zhao Fei dumbfounded, staring blankly at Fu Datsai. Why you are Fu? As the second son of the Zhao family, he naturally knew about the Long Group and had heard of Fu Datsai's name. After all, he was someone even his Zhao family would not easily offend. However, he had never met Fu Datsai before, so he didn't recognize him, leading to this scene. For a moment, Zhao Fei's expression was extremely ugly. Other students in the cafeteria, upon learning the identity of this fat man, all gasped in shock, although they hadn't left the school yet. They knew how terrifying the Long Group was in Long Country. Anyone from the Long Group was regarded as a high and mighty figure, untouchable, let alone the head of a county branch, a truly unreachable existence. However, soon Fu Datsai's actions left everyone in the cafeteria astonished. Chapter 35. Make the Shen family go bankrupt in a day. After slapping Zhao Fei, Fu Datsai turned to Yi Junlin, instantly changing his expression to one of flattery and respect, saying, Young Master Yi, hello, I am Fu Datsai. I'm late, and let you be disturbed by these servants. This scene shocked all the students. Even Su Shuer, Tang Yaoyao, Situ Kong, and Han Charon were taken aback. After all, Fu Datsai was the head of the Long Group's Jiangnan branch, and his status was extraordinarily noble. Even the young master of the Zhao family could be slapped without hesitation. Yet he was so obsequious and respectful towards a young man. The stark contrast was truly unexpected. Yi Junlin glanced at Fu Datsai, his eyes sparkling. You know me? Young Master Yi, you possess the Supreme Dragon card, which makes you our Long Group's most esteemed guest. Fu Datsai said respectfully to Yi Junlin. He had rushed over after hearing Feng report that someone in Jianghai possessed the Supreme Dragon card, then used all means to find out the identities of Yi Junlin and the others, and followed the trail to this place. Fu Datsai's behavior is due to his clear understanding of who possesses the Supreme Dragon card. Those who have it are either the few at the top of the Dragon Chamber of Commerce Pyramid or true big shots with significant power and status in Longhua. No one else could possibly own the Supreme Dragon card, and no one is comparable to someone like Fu Datsai, who is merely a branch manager. Although Fu Datsai was surprised when he discovered Yi Junlin's identity, as it is difficult for someone of his status to obtain the Supreme Dragon card. It could be that a big shot with the Supreme Dragon card had a relationship with him. Even so, in Fu Datsai's eyes, Yi Junlin is still a big shot, which is why he is so flattering and respectful. After all, if he could connect with the big shot behind Yi Junlin by pleasing him, it would greatly benefit Fu Datsai's future, perhaps even allowing him to leap from a branch manager to the headquarters of the Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Of course, he has no idea how terrifying the big shot behind Yi Junlin is. There's no need to be so polite. Since you're here, you can handle these few people, so I can enjoy my breakfast. Yi Junlin said to Fu Datsai. All right, young Master Yi, you eat first. Fu Datsai respectfully nodded and glanced at Zhao Fei. You bastard. How dare you offend young Master Yi? Someone, throw him out and give him a good beating. Don't stop until he is half dead. No. I am the second young master of the Zhao family. Zhao Fei's expression changed, and he shouted. Even if Zhao Weigua comes today, you can't avoid this beating. Throw him out. Fu Datsai huffed with a strong demeanor. Immediately, several men in black suits reached for Zhao Fei, and the guards protecting Zhao Fei tried to stop them, but were easily taken down by the suited men. Although Zhao Fei's guards were martial artists, they were no match for Fu Datsai's men. Soon, Zhao Fei was dragged out and beaten up. Screams of agony echoed from outside the cafeteria, causing the expressions of the people present to change continuously. You are with that guy too? Fu Datsai's gaze shifted to Zheng Yun. That's right, they're all together. It's this woman who brought that guy to trouble him. Zheng Yun was about to quickly distance herself from the situation when Tang Yaoyao exclaimed gleefully. You. Zheng Yun was so furious that she nearly spat blood. Since you're all in cahoots, throw them out and beat them up together. Fu Datsai called out without any courtesy. No, Mr. Fu, I beg you. Zheng Yun quickly pleaded with Fu Datsai, but it was of no use. She was also dragged out and beaten. Young Master Yi, are you satisfied with this? Fu Datsai then asked Yi Junlin. It's all right. Yi Junlin nodded. At that moment, Yi Junlin's phone rang. It was a call from Yenner. Yenner, what's wrong? Yi Junlin asked. Young Master, the Shun family is causing trouble again. Yenner replied, stating that the Shun family had issued a notice saying that as long as Yi Junlin was alive, they would make Zhanghai's economy regress by 30 years. Young Master, the Shun family has mobilized all their financial resources to suppress the Zhanghai stock market and is using their power to blockade all enterprises in Zhanghai, causing chaos in the stock market and making everyone anxious. Yenner explained. Got it. Yi Junlin's expression turned cold upon hearing this, his eyes flashing with a chilling, killing intent. It seems the Shin family really wants to die. Since they want to play, then I'll play with them. With that, Yi Junlin hung up the phone and looked at Fu Datsai. Come out with me. Schwer, let's step outside for a moment. Yi Junlin said to Su Schwerer before walking out with Fu Datsai. At that moment, Han Sharon looked at Yi Junlin with a complete change in her expression. She gazed at Yi Junlin, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. Han Sharon never expected that the guy she had looked down upon moments ago would now be treated with such respect by the branch manager of the Dragon Chamber of Commerce. In comparison, the second young master of the Zhao family, whom she had always wanted to befriend, suddenly seemed insignificant. The two were on completely different levels. If she could climb up to Yi Junlin, the noble young master. Thinking of this, Han Sharon suddenly looked at Su Schwer. Recalling Yi Junlin's attitude towards her earlier, her eyes revealing deep jealousy and hatred. At that moment, Han Sharon was filled with profound jealousy towards Su Schwer. Not only had she taken away her title as the first school flower, but she had also gained the favor of a noble young master like Yi Junlin, while she had not, which naturally made Han Sharon extremely envious. Humph, you took away my title as the first school flower, then I'll take him away. Han Sharon silently vowed in her heart. She was completely confident in herself. In her eyes, Yi Junlin was merely attracted to Su Schwer's beauty, while her looks and figure were not inferior to Su Schwer's. Moreover, she understood better how to please these young masters. So she was sure she could make the mysterious noble young master, Yi Junlin, kneel at her feet. At this moment, Yi Junlin was unaware that someone was plotting against him. He brought Fu Datsai outside the cafeteria, and the latter looked at him. Young Master Yi, do you have any orders? You are the branch manager of the Dragon Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan County, right? Yi Junlin asked. Yes. Fu Datsai nodded. How does the power your branch controls compare to the Shin family? Yi Junlin asked again. Hearing Yi Junlin's question, Fu Datsai was somewhat surprised why he was asking this. But he still answered. The majority of the Dragon Chamber of Commerce's industries, companies, and assets in Jiangnan County are managed by the Jiangnan branch. Although the Shin family is one of the top 10 groups in Jiangnan County, they are naturally far behind our branch. All right. I want you to immediately mobilize all the forces of the Jiangnan branch to suppress the Shen family. I want the Shen family to go bankrupt within a day. Can you do it? Yi Junlin said directly to Fu Datsai. Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Fu Datsai's expression changed in shock, and Yi Junlin frowned. What's wrong? Can't do it. Young master, it can be done, but the Shun family is not a small company. Although I am the branch manager of Jiangnan. If we really want to take action against the Shen family, I must obtain the headquarters' consent. Otherwise, I have no authority to do so. Fu Datsai said to Yi Junlin. So you mean you only listen to the orders of the headquarters of the Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Yi Junlin looked at Fu Datsai coldly, and the latter's expression slightly changed as he nodded. Yes. Although Yi Junlin possesses the Supreme Dragon card, he is not a member of the Dragon Chamber of Commerce. So Fu Datsai naturally cannot just heed his orders to mobilize the chamber's forces against the Shun family. Then I have this. And you still want to listen to my orders? Suddenly, Yi Junlin revealed something to Fu Datsai. Chapter 36. Dragon Soul Ring. With Fu Datsai's refusal of Yi Junlin's order, he directly revealed an item. This item was a purple ring, in which a golden dragon seemed to be swirling. Then I have this. And you still want to listen to my orders? Yi Junlin rotated the purple ring in his hand and said to Fu Datsai. Boom. When Fu Datsai saw the purple ring, his mind exploded, and he was completely dumbfounded. How could you have the Dragon Soul Ring? Fu Datsai looked at Yi Junlin in disbelief, trembling as he gazed at the ring, filled with unimaginable shock. All of this was because of the ring in Yi Junlin's hand, for it was not an ordinary ring, but the Dragon Soul Ring of the founder of the Dragon Chamber of Commerce, representing the identity of the Dragon Head. In the Dragon Chamber of Commerce, this Dragon Soul Ring has supreme symbolic significance. With the ring out, the Dragon Head appears. This is a rule known by everyone in the Long family business. The meaning of this sentence is very simple. As long as one possesses the Dragon Soul Ring, they are the Dragon Head and can command the entire Long family business. Even the current president of the Long family business must unconditionally obey the orders of the Dragon Head. However, since the Dragon Head has retired from the world, the Dragon Soul Ring has also disappeared and has never appeared again. But every member of the Long family business has seen a photo of the Dragon Soul Ring after joining the business, so they won't mistake it when they see it. Therefore, Fu Datsai immediately recognized that the ring in Yi Junlin's hand was indeed the one representing the identity of the Dragon Head. Are you the new Dragon Head? Fu Datsai, looking at Yi Junlin, said in shock. Swish. The next moment, Fu Datsai knelt down in front of Yi Junlin, respectfully bowing his head and saying, I. Fu Datsai did not know the identity of the Dragon Head and was disrespectful just now. Please punish me, Dragon Head. Seeing Fu Datsai trembling, Yi Junlin was also taken aback. This ring was given to him by his fifth master, who said that with it, he could mobilize the entire Long family business. That's why he intended to take it out to test it, but he didn't expect the effect to be so good. His fifth master had already retired for so many years, yet a ring of his could still inspire such awe in the Long family business members. His fifth master truly was remarkable. Yi Junlin couldn't help but sigh. He looked at Fu Datsai and said, Ignorance is no crime. Get up. Thank you, Dragon Head. Fu Datsai quickly expressed his gratitude, already sweating profusely, his back completely soaked. Don't call me Dragon Head. Just continue to call me Young Master Yi. Yi Junlin said directly. Yes, Young Master Yi. Fu Datsai replied respectfully, while feeling extremely shocked in his heart. He didn't expect the new Dragon Head to be so young, which was truly hard to believe, if it weren't for him seeing the Dragon Soul Ring with his own eyes, and knowing that this ring was previously in the hands of the Dragon Head, making it impossible for anyone to possess it without the Dragon Head's consent. He probably wouldn't believe any of this. Could it be that this young Master Yi is the disciple of the Dragon Head? Fu Datsai secretly speculated, as this was the only reason that could explain why the Dragon Head would give the Dragon Soul Ring to Yi Junlin. Now, can I order you to bankrupt the Shen family within a day? Yi Junlin continued looking at Fu Datsai. Yes, of course. Young Master Yi's orders are not to be disobeyed. Fu Datsai replied hastily, looking at Yi Junlin. Young Master Yi, should I immediately inform the headquarters of the business about your appearance and have them come to welcome the Dragon Head? No. I don't want to cause too much of a stir. For now, don't tell anyone about my identity except for you. Yi Junlin said immediately. He only wanted to take revenge for the Yi family for now and didn't want to make a big fuss. Yes. Fu Datsai nodded, feeling secretly pleased in his heart. The Dragon had only revealed his identity to him, which proved the Dragon Head's trust in him. If he could become the Dragon Head's confidant, wouldn't entering the headquarters of the business be a sure thing? Thinking of this, Fu Datsai squinted his eyes and looked at Yi Junlin with a flattering expression. Young Master Yi, did the Shin family offend you? Should I send someone to destroy the Shin family? The Shin family is a prominent family in Jiangnan County. Can you really destroy them just like that? Yi Junlin looked at Fu Datsai and said, although the Shin family is powerful, they are nothing in front of the Long family business. As long as young Master Yi gives the order, I can immediately mobilize all forces to destroy the Shin family. Fu Datsai vowed confidently, don't destroy them yet. I want the Shin family to watch their own family decline and perish bit by bit. That feeling is the most torturous, Yi Junlin said coldly. Fu Datsai was shocked, thinking that this Dragon Head was indeed cunning. Yes, young Master Yi, I understand. I'll do it right away and guarantee that the Shin family will go bankrupt before sunset today, Fu Datsai said directly. Good. Yi Junlin nodded. They then exchanged contact information and returned to the cafeteria. Feng, from now on, you must do whatever young Master Yi needs, understand? Fu Datsai ordered Feng, who looked surprised and quickly nodded. Then young Master Yi, I will take my leave. Fu Datsai quickly left with his people. Young Master Yi. Feng glanced at Yi Junlin and said, you should go back too. If there's anything, I will find you. Yes. Feng immediately handed Yi Junlin a business card and then turned to leave. At this moment, all the students in the cafeteria looked at Yi Junlin with shock and disbelief. Swish. At this moment, Han Charon walked towards Yi Junlin. Her face was no longer cold and disdainful, but she showed a goddess-like smile as she introduced herself. Hello, my name is Han Charon. Schwer. Let's go after we're done eating. Yi Junlin directly ignored Han Charon, took Su Schwer's hand, and walked outside. Swish. At this moment, Han Charon appeared quite embarrassed. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to greet someone in school, only to be completely ignored, especially in front of so many students, which made her feel utterly humiliated. Han Charon, just now you were looking down on others, but now that you see someone with an impressive identity, you immediately put on a flattering face to flirt. You really are quite the green tea. Tang Yaoyao sarcastically said to Han Charon without holding back, then turned and left. Tang Yaoyao's words directly provoked a very ugly expression on Han Charon's face. Her eyes filled with anger, her face like frost. Outside the cafeteria, Yi Junlin said goodbye to Su Schwer and was about to leave the school when suddenly Situ Kong rushed over and called out to him. Young Master Yi, please wait a moment. Is there something else? Yi Junlin looked at Situ Kong and asked, Young Master Yi, I want to be your disciple. Please accept me as your student. Situ Kong knelt down before Yi Junlin. Chapter 37. Enemies from 7 years ago, you want to be my disciple? Yi Junlin looked at Situ Kong in astonishment. Yes, young Master Yi, I know you are a martial arts expert. I have always wanted to improve my strength, but unfortunately, I have had no one to guide me. Therefore, when I saw you make a move, I thought of becoming your disciple to learn martial arts. Situ Kong earnestly said to Yi Junlin, your skills are actually quite good. There's no need to become my disciple. Yi Junlin replied, as he had just graduated himself and couldn't possibly be a master to someone else. Young Master Yi, I know you are comforting me. My skills are nothing otherwise. I wouldn't even be able to defeat that Edo High guy, causing the students in our martial arts club who love Dragon Country's martial arts to be mocked by Edo High, saying our martial arts are inferior to their karate. For this reason, I want to find you to be my teacher and learn true martial arts so that I can make those people from in-country not look down on our Dragon Country's martial arts. Situ Kong pleaded, please, I beg you to take me as your disciple. Get up first. Yi Junlin said lightly, and Situ Kong stood up. I'm about the same age as you. It's really not appropriate for you to be my disciple. However, seeing that you genuinely love Dragon Country's martial arts, when I have time, I will guide you a bit. I can't guarantee you'll become a top-tier expert, but I can definitely help you beat those karate practitioners from in-country, Yi Junlin said to Situ Kong. Although Situ Kong felt a bit disappointed for not successfully becoming a disciple, he was still very excited to hear that Yi Junlin was willing to guide him. Thank you. Young Master Yi. All right, after a few days when I finish some matters, I will guide you a bit, Yi Junlin said directly, and after he finished speaking, he left. Situ Kong watched Yi Junlin leave, clenching his fists, his eyes filled with intense hatred as he said, Mother, don't worry. I will definitely work hard to improve my strength. When the time comes, I will make that man who betrayed you pay the price. After leaving Jianghai University, Yi Junlin found Yin Er. Yin Er, You don't have to stay by my side to take care of me anymore. Young master, did Yen Er do something wrong? Yen Er's expression changed, and she hurriedly spoke. No, I have another task for you. Yi Junlin said to Yen Er. Please give your orders, young master. Yen Er replied. I want you to secretly protect Shui Er for the next 24 hours. You must ensure her safety. If you encounter someone you can't handle, contact me immediately. In short, you must not let Shui Er be in any danger. Can you do that? Yi Junlin looked at Yen Er. Yes, young master. Yen Er immediately agreed. Yi Junlin did this to protect Shui Er, not wanting today's incident to happen again. With Yen Er's strength and her female identity, it would not only be convenient for her to protect Shui Er, but also put Yi Junlin at ease. By the way, young master, I have already retrieved all the assets of the Yi family that were divided up by the Bai family, Su family, Ming family, and other people in Zhanghai. However, how should we handle these assets next? Yen Er looked at Yi Junlin and asked, integrate all these assets. I want the Yi family name to reappear in the Zhanghai business world. Yi Junlin said coldly. The Yi family group was his father's hard work, and Yi Junlin naturally wanted to rebuild the Yi family as a form of comfort for his father's spirit in heaven. Understood. Yen Er nodded. In 6 days, it will be the anniversary of my Yi family's death. After the anniversary, the Yi family will publicly announce its return. Yi Junlin said coldly. All right, young master. But young master, since the Yi family is going to be re-established, we need to choose a management person for the company. Who should it be? Yen Er looked at Yi Junlin and asked, management person? Let me think. Yi Junlin said in a deep voice. This management position must be carefully selected, as it relates to the future development of the Yi family. Just then, Yi Junlin's phone rang. Hello? Yi Junlin answered the call, and Jiang Muji's voice came through. Mr. Yi, are you free for lunch today? My father has been wanting to invite you for a meal. I'm free. I'll come over later. Yi Junlin said directly. An hour later, Yi Junlin arrived at the Jiang family's villa. While Yi Junlin was heading to the Jiang family, a shocking event occurred in Jiangnan County. Fu Dekai, the head of the Long family business's Jiangnan branch, suddenly mobilized hundreds of billions of funds to fiercely suppress the Shun family stock market. The Shun family was originally pressuring the Zhanghai stock market, but did not expect to be suddenly attacked by Fu Dekai, resulting in heavy losses in the stock market and a sharp decline in stock prices. This change left the Shun family utterly confused, not understanding why the Long family business suddenly targeted them. Not only the Shun family, but the entire Jiangnan business world was baffled. After all, the Shun family had never had any grievances with the Long family business before. Why did Fu Dekai suddenly mobilize hundreds of billions to suppress the Shun family? Next, Fu Dekai not only mobilized funds to suppress the Shun family stock market, but also activated all the resources of the Long family business in Jiangnan County to pressure the Shun family in various ways, such as forcing the Shun family's major suppliers to terminate their cooperation with the Shun group and crazily digging into the Shun family's senior executives and core members. Facing Fu Dekai's series of relentless attacks, the Shun family suffered heavy losses and was completely bewildered. The various companies in Jiangnan County that had partnerships with the Shun family, upon seeing this situation, chose to terminate their contracts with the Shun family for fear of offending the Long family business. After all, compared to the Shun family, they were more afraid of offending the Long family business. Offending the Shun family might still leave a glimmer of hope, but offending the Long family business meant a dead end in Long country. As companies announced their termination of contracts with the Shun family, the Shun family's stock price plummeted, leading to a significant crash. In an instant, the Shun family, which had the support of the powerful Shun family, found itself on the verge of collapse and bankruptcy. As the Shun family was being suppressed, the major companies in Zhanghai breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, in the Jiang family's residence in Jiangzhou, the old master of the Shun family, upon hearing about the Shun family's predicament, was so furious that he spat blood and fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, in Long country, in the capital, in a luxurious private room of a club, a young man dressed extravagantly and wearing a luxurious watch was drinking wine, with 2 stunning models giving him a massage, enjoying a royal treatment. At this moment, the door of the private room opened and a man hurried in, respectfully saying to the young man, "Young master, something has happened." "What happened?" The young man said casually. "The Yi family kid has returned." The man replied, "The Yi family kid?" The young man was taken aback, and the man continued, "It's that young master Yi Junlin, who was trampled underfoot by you 7 years ago." then had his limbs broken and was thrown into the sea. What? In an instant, the young man's expression changed. If Yi Junlin were here, he would immediately recognize this young man as the mysterious young master who humiliated and tormented him 7 years ago, leading to the destruction of his family. Chapter 38. Do you want to die? He's still alive? At this moment, the young master who caused the Yi family's downfall 7 years ago revealed a hint of surprise upon hearing that Yi Junlin was still alive. Yes, young master. And it seems this kid possesses extraordinary strength. He has caused quite a stir in Shanghai just a few days after returning. The man reporting detailed Yi Junlin's recent activities in Shanghai, including that he had made those forces that had once dealt with the Yi family go to the Yi family on the anniversary to pay their respects and apologize. Hearing this, the young master took a sip of red wine and sneered. This waste is somewhat interesting, being thrown into the sea with broken limbs and still surviving. Now he dares to come back for revenge. How amusing. Young master, should I contact someone immediately to deal with him? The man asked the young master. No need. It's too boring to just kill him. Didn't he want those who dealt with the Yi family to go to the Yi family on the anniversary to pay respects and apologize? Then on that day, when he thinks he can take revenge on the Yi family and redeem himself, we will send him straight to hell. Isn't that more fun? The young master said with a playful smile. What you say makes sense. The man nodded. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, at the villa where Jiang Shengtian lived, Yi Junlin arrived. Mr. Yi, you are here. Jiang Mugu welcomed Yi Junlin with a smile. Young Master Yi, Jiang Shengtian, wearing a white coat, looked at Yi Junlin with a good complexion. Chairman Jiang, it was nothing much to save you before. You really don't have to be so polite. Yi Junlin said. If it weren't for young Master Yi, I would probably be dead by now, and the Jiang family business would have been taken away as well. Moreover, I learned that when Su Tianwang sent someone to deal with Mugu, it was also young Master Yi who intervened. If not, Mugu might have faced disaster. Therefore, young Master Yi has 3 great favors to our Jiang family, and I, Jiang Shengtian, must express my gratitude. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel at ease. Jiang Shengtian said sincerely. Father, Mr. Yi, the meal is ready. Let's eat and chat. At this moment, Jiang Mugu said. And both Jiang Shengtian and Yi Junlin went to the dining table. Young Master Yi, I toast you first. Jiang Shengtian raised his glass to toast, then drank it down in one go, and Yi Junlin did the same. Chairman Jiang, I actually came this time to ask for a favor. Then, Yi Junlin looked at Jiang Shengtian and said, to which the latter responded with confusion, Young Master Yi, you're being too polite. If you need anything, just say it. I want Miss Jiang. Yi Junlin said directly. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Jiang Muge had just taken a sip of red wine and was immediately choked, coughing repeatedly. Jiang Xingtian was also taken aback. Then a smile appeared on his face as he said, So young Master Yi means that. Just in time. My Muge doesn't have a boyfriend yet. If young Master Yi likes her, I absolutely support it. In an instant, Jiang Muge's face turned crimson, showing a hint of shyness, instantly transforming from a mature woman into a little girl. Yi Junlin also quickly realized that his words were ambiguous and hurriedly explained, Don't misunderstand. What I mean is that I want Miss Jiang to be the president of my Yi group. President of Yi group? Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Jiang Xingtian was momentarily stunned. While Jiang Muge's eyes flickered for a moment, her expression quickly returning to normal as she looked at Yi Junlin and asked, Mr. Yi, are you referring to the Yi family from before? That's right, I plan to rebuild the Yi family, but right now, the Yi family lacks a manager. And I'm not good at business, so I need someone to help me manage it. Yi Junlin said directly. Then why me? Jiang Muge asked curiously. As the daughter of Chairman Jiang, Miss Jiang should have strong abilities in business, otherwise Su Tianwang wouldn't target you so much. Moreover, I believe Miss Jiang is trustworthy. So I hope you can become the president of Yi Group and manage it for me. I wonder if Miss Jiang is willing? Yi Junlin looked at Jiang Muge and said one by one. Okay. Jiang Muge agreed without any hesitation. You agreed so quickly? Yi Junlin was somewhat surprised. You saved me twice and also saved my father and the Jiang Chamber of Commerce. Now that you're asking, I certainly have no reason to refuse. However, I can't guarantee that I will manage it well. Jiang Muge said lightly, regaining her mature demeanor. No problem. Yi Junlin said nonchalantly. Young Master Yi, thank you for your trust in my Muge. By the way, young Master Yi, if you need anything from our Jiang Chamber of Commerce for the reconstruction of the Yi family, just let me know. Then, Jiang Xingtian looked at Yi Junlin and said, I plan to hold an opening ceremony for the Yi family in a few days, and I hope Chairman Jiang can attend. Yi Junlin said. I will definitely be there. Jiang Xingtian replied. Get out of the way. Suddenly, a voice shouted from outside the villa. Bang! The villa's main door was directly blasted open. Immediately, a group of people stormed in. The leader of this group was none other than Ning Hao from the Chinese Medicine Association. Apart from Ning Hao, there were several imposing figures beside him, followed by a group of people dressed in white martial arts attire, each with bulging temples and shining eyes, clearly all warriors. At this time, Jiang Xingtian, Jiang Muge, and Yi Junlin all turned their eyes toward Ning Hao and the others. You brat is also here, not bad. The whole family is eating well. Ning Hao looked at Yi Junlin, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. Young Master Ning, what brings you here? And what does it mean for you to barge into my house with such a group? Jiang Muge stood up and looked at Ning Hao coldly and said, Illegal entry? So what? Who dares to arrest me? Ning Hao arrogantly scoffed. It seems that last time slap hasn't taught you a lesson. Yi Junlin took a sip of wine and looked at Ning Hao coldly. Brat, I will always remember that slap. Since you're here today, it's just right. I will return that slap to you tenfold. Ning Hao's eyes flickered with a chilling glint as he stared at Yi Junlin. Do you want to die? Yi Junlin glanced at Ning Hao, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Young man, you have quite the audacity, wanting to kill young Master Ning. Do you know his identity? How dare you harbor murderous intent against young Master Ning? At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit with an imposing demeanor beside Ning Hao looked at Yi Junlin with disdain and snorted. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yi Junlin waved his hand, and a chopstick shot out like a bullet. Chapter 39. A mere physician, can he really turn the world upside down? Poof! In an instant, the chopstick pierced through the middle-aged man's throat, a spray of blood gushed from his throat, and his eyes widened in shock, completely unable to react before collapsing to the ground. Swish, swish, swish. This scene instantly changed the expressions of Ning Hao and the people beside him. You actually killed Manager Su? Do you know his identity? He is the manager of the Chinese Medicine Association in Longhua, a subordinate of our association's president. Ning Hao looked at Yi Junlin and coldly shouted. So what? Yi Junlin said indifferently. Brat, you dare to kill someone from my Chinese Medicine Association? Simply arrogant. Come, take him down. Immediately, another person beside Ning Hao shouted coldly. Instantly, the group of people dressed in white martial arts attire charged toward Yi Junlin. They were all guards cultivated by the Chinese Medicine Association, specifically for protecting the high-ranking members of the association. Swish, swish, swish. This group of guards quickly reached Yi Junlin, each moving like lightning, their aura formidable. Yi Junlin waved his right hand again, and several chopsticks shot out, directly aiming at this group of guards. Poof, poof, poof. In an instant, as this group of guards charged in front of Yi Junlin, they were all pierced by the chopsticks, blood spraying from their bodies. The next second, this group of martial artist guards cultivated by the Chinese Medicine Association all fell to the ground. At this moment, Ning Hao and the few high-ranking members of the Chinese Medicine Association had extremely ugly expressions. They had come this time to seek revenge for Ning Hao, but did not expect that before they could even take revenge, so many of their own had already died. You. Ning Hao stared at Yi Junlin, his eyes filled with rage, and at this moment, Yi Junlin stood up and walked toward him. As Yi Junlin approached, Ning Hao's face turned extremely ugly, his body trembling slightly. What do you want? Ning Hao looked at Yi Junlin and shouted. Since that slap last time didn't teach you a lesson, then this time I'll thoroughly make you learn. Yi Junlin said coldly. Brat, don't act recklessly. Young Master Ning is a disciple of Old Zhou, one of the 5 directors of our Chinese Medicine Association. Old Zhou is a towering figure in the medical field of Longhua, respected by many nobles in the capital. If you dare to harm young Master Ning, Old Zhou will definitely not let you go. That's right. Just one word from Old Zhou. Countless people will want you dead. At this moment, the few high-ranking members of the Chinese Medicine Association threatened Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin, if you dare to touch me, my master will definitely not let you go. Ning Hao shouted at Yi Junlin. Whoosh. The next second, Yi Junlin directly grabbed Ning Hao by the neck and lifted him up. Instantly, Ning Hao's face turned red. Struggling continuously, while the high-ranking members of the Chinese Medicine Association were all frozen in shock. Young Master Yi, why don't we just let it go? At this moment, Jiang Xingtian looked at Yi Junlin and said involuntarily. He was very clear about the influence and status of Ning Hao's master in Longhua. After all, The other party was a towering figure in the medical field of Longhua, having saved many powerful figures. If Ning Hao died, that old Zhou would be furious. And without needing to act himself, countless powerful figures would seek to put Yi Junlin to death. But Yi Junlin did not say a word. Exerted force with his right hand, and directly snapped Ning Hao's neck, casually throwing his body on the ground. For someone who had been given a chance and still came to seek death, Yi Junlin would absolutely not give him another opportunity to cause trouble. You actually really killed young Master Ning? The senior members of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association watched in disbelief as Ning Hao met a tragic end, their eyes wide with shock as they looked at Yi Junlin. At this moment, they could already imagine how furious old Zhou would be, and when old Zhou was angry, the entire medical community of Longhua would be shaken. Do you want to die too? Yi Junlin glanced at the high-ranking officials of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, causing them to nearly kneel in fear, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads, not daring to speak any longer. Take this guy's body and roll out. Go back and tell that so-called master of his not to provoke me, or he will die. Yi Junlin shouted expressionlessly. Immediately, the few senior members of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association hurriedly lifted Ning Hao's body and quickly fled the scene. Yi Junlin then turned to Jiang Xingtian, President Jiang. I apologize for making a mess of your home. It's nothing. Jiang Xingtian shook his head, looking at Yi Junlin. Young Master Yi, you killed Ning Hao he. I know what President Jiang wants to say. No need to worry about me. His master is just a doctor with some skills. Nothing impressive. Yi Junlin said lightly. He didn't take Ning Hao's master seriously at all. A mere doctor couldn't cause any upheaval. After that, Yi Junlin stayed at the Jiang family for a while, discussing matters related to the Yi family with Jiang Muge before leaving. In another ancient-style courtyard, in a hall, a middle-aged man sat there with a solemn expression. He was Lin Mingwei's father, Lin Xingtian. At this moment, a butler stood in front of Lin Xingtian and said, Master, this is all the information we could find regarding that Yi Junlin. Why is there only information from 7 years ago? What about the information during these 7 years? Lin Xingtian frowned as he looked at the materials regarding Yi Junlin in his hand. Master, we haven't found anything. He hasn't left any traces during these 7 years. As if he really died, the butler replied. Lin Xingtian frowned even more. With the power of the Lin family, finding someone, no matter how well hidden, should be no problem. Yet they couldn't find any information on Yi Junlin for the past 7 years, which made Lin Xingtian somewhat incredulous. It seems this kid is indeed quite strange. Lin Xingtian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The butler spoke again. Master, now that the young lady is staying in Zhanghai and refuses to return, how should we explain this to the Mu family? Should we postpone the engagement? No, this marriage must go on. It relates to the future of the Lin family. Lin Xingtian's expression turned cold, saying, seal off all information regarding Mengwei. We absolutely cannot let the Mu family know that Mengwei is currently in Zhanghai. Yes. The butler nodded, saying, but master, how are we going to bring the young lady back? That Yi Junlin. Don't worry, someone will take care of him. Lin Xingtian said in a deep voice, standing up and heading towards an ancestral hall deep in the Lin family's backyard. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Yi Junlin returned to his villa, while Lin Mingwei sat on the sofa eating snacks. Are you planning to stay here for good? Hurry up and leave. Yi Junlin said unkindly as he approached Lin Mingwei. Oh, come on, don't be so stingy. I have nowhere to go now. Let me stay for a few days. Lin Mingwei immediately pulled Yi Junlin's hand and acted cute. Just as Yi Junlin was about to speak, Lin Mingwei directly said, let's go. I'll take you to a fun place. Without waiting for a response, Lin Mingwei pulled Yi Junlin out. Chapter 40. Born to be a calamity in Zhanghai. In a bar, heavy metal music blared, shaking the soul, with men and women everywhere drinking and dancing. At this moment, Yi Junlin and Lin Mingwei appeared in this bar. This is the fun place you mentioned? Yi Junlin looked at Lin Mingwei in surprise. That's right, the first time I came to a bar. I thought it was quite fun. Lin Mingwei pouted. Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? Yi Junlin said speechlessly. This young lady almost got picked up by someone after getting drunk in the bar last time, yet she still dared to come back. Of course, I haven't forgotten. I brought you along, and with your skills, who would dare to have ideas about me? Lin Mingwei smiled mischievously. I'm not interested in being your bodyguard. Yi Junlin rolled his eyes at Lin Mingwei, but he didn't leave. Instead, he went to the bar counter to order a drink. You can drink whatever you want, tonight. I'll pay. Lin Mingwei said boldly as she approached Yi Junlin. No need, I'm not short on money. Yi Junlin replied directly. After that, Yi Junlin and Lin Mingwei started drinking. A moment later, a guy with yellow hair approached Lin Mingwei and said, "Little beauty, our boss wants to invite you for a drink." He looked Lin Mingwei up and down, swallowing hard at her slender figure. Not interested. Lin Mingwei refused him on the spot while drinking. The yellow-haired guy's expression turned cold, looking at Lin Mingwei with a sinister glare. "Little beauty, do you know who my boss is? He's the one in charge of this bar, the infamous Tiger Brother of Jianghai. Do you dare to disrespect him?" "What Tiger Brother? Get lost, you're being annoying." Lin Mingwei snapped back with an annoyed look. "You." The yellow-haired guy's face darkened, and he was about to make a move when a group of people walked over, led by a middle-aged man wearing leather armor with a tiger tattoo on his chest, looking fierce, followed by a group of thugs. "Tiger Brother." The yellow-haired guy saw the man with the tiger tattoo and hurriedly called out respectfully. He was indeed his boss. "Tiger Brother, little beauty, you have quite the fiery personality, but I like girls like you. Come, let's drink together." Tiger Brother looked at Lin Mingwei, his eyes gleaming like a wolf, directly reaching out to grab her. Lin Mingwei reacted quickly, immediately hiding behind Yi Junlin, shouting, "Don't touch me. I have a boyfriend." The Tiger Brother's gaze shifted to Yi Junlin, his eyes flashing coldly, arrogantly saying, "Kid, I have my eyes on your woman. Get lost now." "So arrogant, huh?" Yi Junlin said casually while drinking. "This is my territory. I can be as arrogant as I want. Get lost, or I'll." Tiger Brother said arrogantly. But before he could finish, Yi Junlin picked up a wine bottle from the bar and smashed it down on Tiger Brother's head. Bang! The wine bottle shattered, opening a gash on Tiger Brother's head, blood pouring out. Yi Junlin snorted coldly, annoying. At that moment, the yellow-haired guy and the thugs behind Tiger Brother changed their expressions, and all the patrons in the bar turned to look this way. When they saw Tiger Brother being hit, they were all shocked. After all, Tiger Brother was the boss of this bar street. Who dared to touch him? "You bastard, how dare you hit me?" At this moment, Tiger Brother held his head, looking at Yi Junlin with a fierce expression, roaring, "Get him! Chop this bastard up!" Immediately, all the thugs behind Tiger Brother pulled out knives and rushed at Yi Junlin, swinging their weapons wildly. The other patrons in the bar couldn't help but close their eyes, unable to bear to watch Yi Junlin's tragic fate. Soon, cries of agony filled the bar, and everyone felt something was off, opening their eyes to find the scene shocking. Yi Junlin was still sitting there, while all of Tiger Brother's thugs lay on the ground, moaning in pain. At this moment, Tiger Brother was utterly stunned, looking at Yi Junlin in disbelief. He hadn't even seen how the other party made his moves, and all his thugs were incapacitated. "This is too bizarre. Who are you? You came here on purpose to cause trouble, didn't you? Do you know who my master is?" Tiger Brother shouted at Yi Junlin. "If you keep talking, no one can save you," Yi Junlin said coldly. "Yo, who is so angry?" Immediately, a soft and enchanting voice came from outside the bar. A woman in a black cheongsam walked in, the high slit of her dress revealing a pair of long, fair legs, paired with purple high heels. Her figure was graceful and curvy, with wavy burgundy hair, and her stunning looks, complemented by her alluring phoenix eyes and long lashes, captivated everyone at first glance. This woman exuded sexiness and charm, making it hard for anyone to resist. As soon as the Cheongsam lady appeared, a group of men in the bar couldn't help but swallow hard, revealing expressions of obsession. Who was this woman? So sexy. If only one could have a taste of her. Many people looked at the Cheongsam lady and started to speak, showing signs of eagerness. "You dare to have designs on her? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Someone immediately reminded, and his words piqued the curiosity of more people, who began to ask who this woman was. "She is the master behind Tiger Brother, named Mei Nyang, and she also has a nickname, the Black Widow." Someone who knew the Cheongsam lady spoke up. "Black Widow? Why is she called that?" Many people were puzzled. "Because she has had 3 husbands, and all of them died after being with her. It is said that Mei Nyang is a natural calamity, specifically targeting men, and any man who is with her ends up dead, which is why she carries the title of Black Widow. Now do you still dare to have designs on her?" The person who knew the Cheongsam lady looked at the others and snorted coldly, and his words immediately doused the thoughts of those in the bar who had designs on her, making them feel as if they were splashed with cold water, their hearts trembling and instantly sobering up. A calamity that specifically targets men. No matter how beautiful she is, they wouldn't dare touch her. Dying under a pomegranate skirt. Being a ghost and still flirtatious. That's just talk. If it really came to them dying for a woman, that would be impossible. "Magia, You came just in time. This kid beat me up like this. You have to stand up for me. Tiger brother looked at the Cheongsam lady and quickly came forward to complain. Little brother, are you the one who beat up my man? Main Yang looked at Yi Junlin. Her red lips slightly parted, her soft voice making one's bones feel weak. Yi Junlin looked at Main Yang, frowning, his eyes flashing with a strange light. As if he had realized something, he said, "It was me. What is the problem? Little brother, you're quite bold. Do you know who I am? What will happen to the person who beats me?" Main Yang said directly to Yi Junlin. Kid, in Shanghai, aside from the Wolf King of the Wolf Gate, Mei Jie is the biggest. Now that the Wolf King is dead, we, the Mei clan, are the underground queens of Shanghai. You beat me today? Which is like slapping Mei Jie's face. You can't leave here. Tiger brother shouted at Yi Junlin. Really? Yi Junlin smiled lightly. Looking at Tiger brother and Main Yang, do you know how the Wolf King died? Immediately, Main Yang frowned, and Tiger brother yelled at Yi Junlin. Kid, what do you mean? I killed the Wolf King. Yi Junlin took a sip of his drink and said directly. Chapter 41. The Day of Reckoning Boom. As soon as Yi Junlin said that he killed the Wolf King, the bar fell into silence, and then it exploded with noise, everyone looking at Yi Junlin in disbelief. Shock written all over their faces. Who is the Wolf King? No one in the bar would not know. He is the underground overlord of Shanghai, an existence that no one dares to offend. But just 2 days ago, news suddenly spread that the Wolf King had been killed, which shook the entire Shanghai. Yet no one knew who did it. Now that Yi Junlin said he killed the Wolf King, it was naturally shocking. Whoosh. Tiger brother was first stunned upon hearing Yi Junlin's words. Then he laughed loudly. Haha. Kid, you really are not afraid of blowing your own trumpet. You dare to say such things? You think you can kill the Wolf King? It's simply ridiculous. Crack. The wine glass in Yi Junlin's hand suddenly shattered. And with a wave, the shards shot out and pierced through Tiger brother's body. Uffed. Tiger brother's body was pierced by the shards, blood splattering everywhere. His eyes wide open, and he fell to the ground. Now do you believe it? Yi Junlin said. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the expressions of everyone in the bar changed, and Main Yang narrowed her enchanting phoenix eyes, staring at Yi Junlin. Little brother, really good skills. No wonder you could kill the Wolf King. Main Yang then lightly clapped her hands, smiling enchantingly. That smile was like 100 flowers blooming, instantly captivating all the men in the bar, making them fall for her. But Yi Junlin's gaze remained calm and unaffected. Aren't you going to avenge your subordinate? Yi Junlin looked at Main Yang and said, to which she directly replied, such trash dared to offend someone like little brother. He deserves to die. Little brother. I'm Main Yang. May I know how to address you? Main Yang approached Yi Junlin, her red lips slightly parted. A fragrance like orchids and musk wafting towards Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin said indifferently. Young Master Yi, I apologize for the offense earlier. How about I invite young Master Yi for a drink, as an apology? Main Yang said softly, her alluring eyes filled with charm as she looked at Yi Junlin. Fox spirit, let us go. Lin Mingwei, who was beside them, snorted at Main Yang, directly pulling Yi Junlin to leave. Is this young Master Yi's girlfriend? She is really beautiful. Main Yang smiled at Lin Mingwei. Humph. Lin Mingwei looked at Main Yang, pouting, then looked at Yi Junlin. Aren't you leaving? If you don't leave now, this fox spirit will eat you up. Yi Junlin glanced at Main Yang, said nothing, and walked outside. Main Yang watched Yi Junlin's back, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a strange light. You just looked at that woman. You weren't enchanted by her, were you? I'll tell you, this woman is so flirtatious. She is obviously a fox spirit. Don't fall for it. Outside the bar, Lin Mingwei mumbled to Yi Junlin. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin murmured to himself, a natural charm body. I didn't expect to encounter it here. What are you saying? Lin Mingwei looked at Yi Junlin curiously. At this moment, Yi Junlin's phone rang, and when he answered, Fu Datsai's voice came through. Young Master Yi, the Shen family has declared bankruptcy. Well done. Yi Junlin praised. Thank you for the compliment, young Master Yi. This is what I should do. However, I received a message from headquarters today, asking me why I targeted the Shen family. I found an excuse to brush it off, but I'm worried they won't just believe it. I'm afraid, Fu Datsai said. There's nothing to be afraid of. If it really comes to it, let them come find me. Yi Junlin said coldly. Yes. Young Master Yi. Young Master Yi, do you have any other instructions? Fu Datsai asked. Yi Junlin then informed Fu Datsai about the upcoming opening of Yi's company in a few days, asking him to help find some people to support it. Okay. Young Master Yi. Fu Datsai immediately agreed. Meanwhile, in Jiangzhou, the Shen family. In a room of the Shen family, Shen Wanshan lay on the bed, looking incredibly haggard and aged. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a dragon-patterned battle robe, with a cold expression, walked in. If someone from the War Department were here, they would be shocked to see this dragon-patterned robe, as only current generals of the Dragon Kingdom are qualified to wear it. At this moment, when the middle-aged man saw Shen Wanshan's condition, his expression changed, and he quickly stepped forward, calling out, "Father." As the middle-aged man called out, Shen Wanshan slowly opened his eyes and said, "Qianjun, you're finally back." "Father, I'm sorry I'm back." The middle-aged man looked guilty, and he was Shen Wanshan's second son, Shen Qianjun, Shen Qianqiu's brother. "Qianjun, your elder brother, sister-in-law, and Aoer are gone, and the Shen family is no more." At this moment, Shen Wanshan said with a pained expression, "Father, I already know everything. I will definitely avenge my elder brother, sister-in-law, and Aoer. As for the Shen family, I will make the Long family give me an explanation. If they don't provide one, I will lead my troops to flatten the Long family's Jiangnan branch." Shen Qianjun said coldly, emanating a terrifying aura of slaughter. "Qianjun, I have already sent Shenren to lead the Poison Snake Legion back. You must avenge your elder brother, sister-in-law, and Aoer," Shen Wanshan said, gripping Shen Qianjun's hand tightly. "Father, don't worry. I heard that in a few days it will be the anniversary of the Yi family's tragedy. That brat Yi Junlin wants all those who have harmed the Yi family to go and apologize on that day. I will personally send him on his way that day," Shen Qianjun declared word by word, his eyes flashing with a chilling, killing intent. Meanwhile, in a room in a courtyard in the capital, an angry shout erupted, "Bastard!" Inside the room, an elderly man with white hair and beard had a furious expression. In front of him stood a man trembling in fear. This elderly man was Zhou Sanqing, one of the 5 honorary directors of the Chinese Medicine Association in Longhua, and he was also Ning Hao's mentor. At this moment, Zhou Sanqing was filled with rage upon learning that his beloved disciple had been killed. This Yi Junlin is simply arrogant to the extreme, bullying people too much. Zhou Sanqing slammed the table in front of him, scolding angrily, and the priceless purple sandalwood table shattered immediately. "Old Zhou, calm down. The association is already studying how to handle this matter." The man responded, "What is there to study? An eye for an eye. That brat killed my disciple. He must pay with his life. Immediately issue a message in my name. Whoever can bring this murderer to me, I will treat them for free." Zhou Sanqing commanded with an imposing demeanor. "Understood." The man nodded, knowing that once this news was released, it would surely cause an earthquake. Meanwhile, in another family in Longhua, 2 figures were sitting together. One was Gongsun Yang, the 3rd master of the Gongsun family, who previously sought the mountain river map from Yi Junlin, and the other was his second brother Gongsun Lai. "Third, Master Sun has already issued an order. We must retrieve the mountain river map within a week, or there will be consequences, which you should be very clear about." Gongsun Lai said seriously to Gongsun Yang, "I understand. I will immediately gather personnel. This time, no matter what, we will get the mountain river map back." Gongsun Yang said in a deep voice, then sighed, "What a pity. If it weren't for the incident with elder brother falling into madness, our large Gongsun family wouldn't have to be at the mercy of that Master Sun." Gongsun Lai immediately said, "Third brother, this matter cannot be spoken carelessly. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if Master Sun hears it. Hurry and retrieve the mountain river map." "Understood." Gongsun Yang nodded. In the Yinghua, when the head of the Ito family, Ito Taku, saw the bodies of his son and younger brother, he was furious. "Baka!" Ito Taku was extremely enraged, his eyes filled with intense killing intent as he roared, "Damn Longhua people, how dare you kill my son and brother? I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Immediately, Ito Taku planned to mobilize a large number of powerful individuals to take revenge on Longhua. Unbeknownst to Yi Junlin, so many people were after him. The following days passed peacefully for him, with no one coming to trouble him, allowing him to enjoy some tranquility. Soon, the anniversary of the Yi family tragedy arrived. Chapter 42, Commemoration and Killing. As Yi Junlin descended the mountain, 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the anniversary of the Yi family tragedy. 7 years ago today, the Yi family was destroyed. 7 years later today, Yi Junlin was going to seek revenge for the Yi family. "Young master, are we setting off?" Lung Feng respectfully asked Yi Junlin. "Let us go," Yi Junlin said indifferently, walking towards the villa's exit. Lin Mingwei lazily walked down from upstairs and looked at him. What are you doing so early in the morning? Commemoration and killing. Yi Junlin replied with 4 words, leaving the villa towards the Yi family's old residence. At the same time, at the Jiangnan branch of the town military division, 5 vice commanders were standing in front of one person, respectfully calling out, "Welcome back, Commander. I didn't expect that I would only be gone for half a month. And so much has happened in Jiangnan." The middle-aged man in a black cloak, standing in front of the 5 vice commanders, said coldly. He was Xiang Tian, one of the 9 commanders of the town military division. "Commander, today is the anniversary of the Yi family tragedy. Shanghai is unlikely to be peaceful today." The head of the 5 vice commanders, Xian Jian, said to Xiang Tian, "Not just not peaceful, something big is about to happen." Xiang Tian's eyes flashed with sharpness as he coldly stated, "Does the commander know something?" The 5 vice commanders asked curiously. Yi Junlin killed Zhou Sanqing's disciple from the Chinese Medicine Association. Xiang Tian replied, "Swish, swish, swish." Upon hearing this, the faces of the 5 vice commanders changed drastically, filled with shock. He actually killed old Zhou's disciple. Is he crazy? Several vice commanders couldn't help but exclaim, knowing very well the reputation and status old Zhou held in Longhua's medical community. It was no exaggeration to say that just one word from him could make countless powerful figures serve him, as they all knew that even the powerful would eventually fall ill, and at that time, old Zhou would be their lifeline. Therefore, these people were all eager to curry favor with old Zhou. Now that old Zhou's disciple had been killed, how could he let it go? Moreover, Shen Qianjun from the Shen family has already returned. Xiang Tian continued, and his words made the 5 vice commanders' expressions change completely. Shen Qianjun is back? This is a huge problem. Xian Jian said solemnly. This time, Shanghai will definitely be a bloodbath. And the town military division's job is to prevent this situation from escalating and causing social unrest. Send my orders. Mobilize all town military division members from the Jiangnan branch. Follow me to Shanghai. Xiang Tian commanded with authority. At this moment, many people were heading towards Shanghai. In Shanghai, a storm was brewing. At the Yi family's old residence, Yi Junlin arrived. In front of what had become a wasteland, there was a large altar with tablets of the deceased placed on it, representing the spirits of Yi Junlin's parents, sister, and other members of the Yi family. Father, mother, sister. Yi Junlin looked at the tablets before him, his eyes revealing a trace of pain as memories surged back, filling him with sadness. Then, Yi Junlin stepped forward to light 3 incense sticks, bowing to the spirits of the Yi family members one by one. Father, mother, sister, I hope you can live well in heaven. Today, I will avenge you. I will not let go of any enemy who has harmed you. Yi Junlin's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent as he bowed again. Brother Junlin. At that moment, the voice of Schwerer came. Yi Junlin glanced over and saw Su Schwerer appearing, holding the hand of old Su, followed by Su Tianhua and Su Tianmin. Among them, Su Tianhua and Su Schwerer's mother, Du Mingwan, both looked reluctant. Schwerer, Grandpa Su, why did you come? Yi Junlin asked Su Schwerer and the others. Brother Junlin, today is the anniversary of uncle and aunt, so we naturally have to come to pay our respects. Su Schwerer replied. Junlin, I have a good relationship with your father. But when the Yi family was in trouble back then, I couldn't help at all. I have always felt very guilty. Today, I brought the Su family to pay respects, as a way to apologize to your father. Old Su said with a guilty expression. Grandpa Su, you are being too polite. Even if the Su family had helped back then, it wouldn't have made a difference and might have even implicated the Su family. Yi Junlin said. Father, the Yi family members are all dead. What are we here to worship for? I heard that this kid is threatening to make those who have harmed the Yi family come to apologize today. If those people come to kill us, we will be in danger. Su Tianhua looked at the old master Su and spoke. Shut up. If it weren't for Junlin clarifying the poisoning issue for you, do you think you could still be here? Go and pay your respects to the Yi family immediately. The old master Su coldly reprimanded Su Tianhua. With that reprimand, Su Tianhua dared not say anything further. Next, the old master Su, Su Schwerer, Su Tianhua, and Su Tianmin couple took turns to pay their respects. Afterwards, Yi Junlin looked at the old master Su and said, Grandpa Su, you should go back after you finish. Junlin, I heard that the Bai family, Su family, and Ming family are conspiring about something. It should be to deal with you. Can you handle it alone? Do you need me to find some people to come? The old master Su looked at Yi Junlin and said, to which the latter shook his head. Grandpa Su, you don't need to worry about me. Today, only those who have harmed my Yi family will have matters to deal with. Humph, such nice words. What can you do alone? Even if your skills are high, how many people can you handle? I think you are simply looking for death. Since you have survived, you should find a good place to live quietly for your next life, instead of running around recklessly seeking revenge. You really have no brains. Du Mingwan looked at Yi Junlin with disdain and disgust. Mom. Su Shuer looked at Du Mingwan with dissatisfaction. All right, stop talking. The old master Su coldly shouted. Then looked at Yi Junlin. Junlin, do you really not need the Su family's help? No, Grandpa Su, you should go back first. Yi Junlin said directly. Soon, the old master Su and the others left first, and Su Shuer ran up to Yi Junlin and kissed him on the cheek, saying, Brother Junlin, you must not have any trouble. Don't worry, silly girl. Yi Junlin affectionately patted Su Shuer's head. Just after the Su family left, 3 figures appeared here. These 3 were the old masters of the Jiang, Bai, Su, and Ming families. You finally came, but is it just the few of you? I want everyone in your family to come to worship and apologize to my Yi family. Yi Junlin looked at the 3 with indifference. Kid, do you really think we are here to apologize? Today we are here to send you down to reunite with those from the Yi family. The old master of the Ming family stared coldly at Yi Junlin. You will definitely die today. The old master of the Su family shouted. Dead. The old master of the Bai family stared at Yi Junlin with endless killing intent. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, heavy and dense footsteps came from all directions. In the next moment, a large group of people appeared around the Yi family old residence, numbering at least 3,000 to 4,000. These thousands of people were dressed differently, with some holding military daggers and wearing mercenary outfits, others dressed in black clothing like assassins, and even a large number of vicious-looking thugs with murderous intent, as well as a group of imposing martial artists. In short, these thousands of people were not to be trifled with, each one filled with murderous intent, rushing in aggressively and completely surrounding the area. Yi Junlin glanced at these thousands of people and said coldly, Is this the group of people you spent days gathering? That's right. Among them are famous mercenary soldiers from abroad, as well as many international assassins and a group of bloodthirsty thugs, plus a batch of martial artists from the underworld, each with dozens of lives on their hands. And their purpose today is to kill you. Even if you are a god, you will definitely die today. The 3 old masters shouted at Yi Junlin with fierce expressions. To kill such a young kid. You gathered so many people. Isn't that overkill? At this moment, a sturdy man holding an axe looked at Yi Junlin with disdain. This kid is very strong. You must not be careless. Today, whoever kills him will be rewarded with 1 billion. The old master of the Bai family shouted. That's right, just kill him. And you'll get 1 billion. The old masters of the Ming and Su families shouted in unison. Swish, swish, swish. Upon hearing the 1 billion, the eyes of these thousands of people sparkled with burning light. For them, the temptation of 1 billion was enormous, enough for them to risk their lives. 1 billion. I'm coming for it. Suddenly, the man who had just spoken while holding the axe shouted and charged at Yi Junlin, resembling a wolf pouncing on a sheep. The others naturally did not want to be outdone, fearing that the 1 billion would be snatched away by someone else, all gripping their weapons and rushing towards Yi Junlin. At this moment, these thousands of mercenaries, assassins, thugs, and martial artists all had the demeanor of not stopping until they killed Yi Junlin. The scene was extremely intimidating, even comparable to the previous 8,000 from the Shun family. After all, these thousands of people were real butchers who would not blink an eye at killing. Unlike the guards of the Shin family. At this time, Cold Blade was about to make a move, but was stopped by Yi Junlin. Today, I will kill them. Yi Junlin said expressionlessly, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Swish. Immediately, Yi Junlin charged out, unleashing a killing spree. Bang. The man with the axe who was at the front was directly smashed by Yi Junlin's punch, obliterating both him and his axe. Puff, puff, puff. Next, Yi Junlin moved like lightning, weaving through the crowd of thousands, using both fists and feet, with each strike taking the life of one person or even several. At this moment, Yi Junlin resembled a killing machine, wildly slaughtering these people. He also vented all the pain and anger caused by the Yi family's Memorial Day onto these people, going on a rampage. In the blink of an eye, half of these thousands had been killed. In front of Yi Junlin, whether they were mercenaries, assassins, or notorious thugs, none could withstand his punch. In an instant, the remaining 1,000 or so people were trembling with fear, each gripping their weapons, but no longer daring to advance. Yi Junlin's demonic slaughter completely sobered them up from the frenzy caused by the 1 billion. But while they stopped, Yi Junlin did not. Instead, continuing to charge at them and slaughter madly. Soon, hundreds more bodies lay on the ground. At this moment outside the Yi family old residence, corpses were strewn everywhere, and blood stained the ground. The three old masters looked on with extremely ugly expressions, their eyes filled with disbelief. Charge! Kill him! 20 billion! The three old masters shouted angrily as they saw the people retreating and not daring to attack Yi Junlin, directly doubling the bounty. Now they had expended almost all their wealth to kill Yi Junlin, but it was all worth it. Otherwise, if Yi Junlin was not eliminated, their three families would be doomed. But unfortunately, even if they offered more money, these people did not dare to act. At this moment, this group of butchers had been scared out of their wits, only wanting to escape, but Yi Junlin gave them no chance to flee. Puff, puff, puff. Soon, a spray of blood erupted. The thousands of people gathered by the three families all met a tragic end at the hands of Yi Junlin. Now, Yi Junlin was covered in blood, with a heavy killing aura, his eyes shining with a blood-red light. At this moment, the three old masters were completely stunned. Kneel! Yi Junlin looked at them and shouted angrily, his voice like thunder, causing the three to kneel down. Thud! 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 The three of them all knelt down, their faces pale and filled with despair. They never expected that Yi Junlin's strength had become so terrifying. He was simply not human. Bow down! Yi Junlin shouted again. Yi Junlin, even if you kill us today, the Yi family cannot be brought back. They have already become a group of lonely souls and wild ghosts. The old man of the Ming family shouted at Yi Junlin. Boom! Yi Junlin's anger surged, and with a single palm strike, he directly smashed the old man's head. Bow down! Yi Junlin shouted once more. The expressions of the old men from the Bai and Su families kept changing, and the old man from the Su family yelled, Yi boom! Immediately, Yi Junlin struck again, smashing the old man's head. Bow down! Yi Junlin shouted again. Yi Junlin, you will not have a good death. The old man of the Bai family shouted at Yi Junlin, his eyes filled with rage. Boom! In an instant, Yi Junlin struck again, sending this old man from the Bai family to his death. Cold Blade! Yi Junlin called out. Young master. Cold Blade glanced at Yi Junlin, who coldly said, Go and kill everyone from the three families, and bring me their heads. Yes. Cold Blade nodded. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, a round of applause sounded. A middle-aged man clad in a dragon-patterned battle robe, with a cold expression, appeared. It was Shun Qianjun, the second son of the Shin family, followed by 4 men in battle uniforms, and behind them were over 1,000 people, all dressed in dark black clothing, their eyes glinting like poisonous snakes, sending chills down one's spine. They were the Snake Legion, a military group cultivated by the Shun family abroad. Yi Junlin, you really have some ability. Thousands of people, and you say you can kill them all. Shun Qianjun looked at Yi Junlin, clapping his hands with a chilling expression. Who are you? Yi Junlin looked at him coldly. The head of the Shin family you killed was my elder brother. I am Shun Qianjun. Shun Qianjun coldly shouted at Yi Junlin. People from the Shin family. Here to seek death? Yi Junlin glanced at Shun Qianjun. A man in battle uniform beside Shun Qianjun pointed at Yi Junlin and shouted, How dare you speak to the general like that? General? Upon hearing this, Yi Junlin glanced at Shun Qianjun. Kid, open your eyes and see clearly. Standing before you is one of the 36 generals of our dragon country, General Shun. The man in battle uniform said proudly. The title of Dragon Country General is a prestigious honor personally conferred by the War Department. Anyone who receives this title has made great contributions to the Dragon Country. There are only 36 generals in the entire Dragon Country War Department, each one stained with the blood of countless enemies, their status higher than that of a regional governor. Shun Qianjun is one of the 36 generals, but due to his status, apart from the senior members of the Shun family and the War Department, others do not know his true identity. The dragon-patterned battle robe worn by Shun Qianjun can only be worn by those qualified as generals of the Dragon Country. However, upon learning of Shun Qianjun's identity, Yi Junlin remained expressionless and said, Dragon Country General? Then you must die. Chapter 44. My people, can you touch them? Dragon Country General? Then you must die. Yi Junlin said to Shun Qianjun with an expressionless face. His words caused the expressions of the 4 men in battle uniforms behind Shun Qianjun to change. They never expected Yi Junlin to be so arrogant, not even putting the dignified Dragon Country General in his eyes. This was too audacious. You are quite arrogant. But if you want to kill me, you need to see if your strength is enough. Shin Blade. Shin Qianjun glared at Yi Junlin and coldly shouted. At his command, a man with a scar on his face and a fierce, ruthless gaze directly held a military blade and pointed it at Yi Junlin, shouting, Snake Legion, kill. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, this man led the Snake Legion charging towards Yi Junlin. The members of the Snake Legion were all death warriors who had experienced various wars abroad, much stronger than ordinary mercenaries. They charged at Yi Junlin with their bloodthirsty military daggers, their eyes sharp and fierce, like poisonous snakes ready to strike. Swish. Before Yi Junlin could make a move, Cold Blade charged out directly, wielding a dagger and engaging in a fierce battle with the members of the Snake Legion. Uft, uft, uft. In an instant, Cold Blade slit the throats of the members of the Snake Legion one by one, blood gushing out. Swish. At this moment, the leader of the Snake Legion, Shin Blade, focused on Cold Blade, swinging his military blade towards him. Clang! Cold Blade blocked with his dagger, and their weapons clashed, producing a piercing metallic clang. Stumble! Shin Blade was knocked back several steps, and Cold Blade seized the opportunity to charge forward, wildly stabbing at his vital points. After a fierce battle, Shin Blade was directly stabbed in the chest by Cold Blade, his eyes wide in shock. He tried to counterattack but was kicked away by Cold Blade, crashing to the ground and spewing blood, ultimately dying. At this moment, the members of the Snake Legion, seeing their leader killed, charged angrily at Cold Blade, but none of them were his match. Soon, the members of the Snake Legion fell one by one, completely unable to compete with Cold Blade. You guys, take him down. Shin Qianjun looked at Cold Blade and instructed the 4 men in battle uniforms behind him. These 4 were his personal guards, all of whom were elite soldiers. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, the 4 men rushed towards Cold Blade. Their attacks swift and aimed at his vital points. Bang, bang, bang. For a time, Cold Blade and these 4 men engaged in a fierce battle. Although he was outnumbered 4 to 1, he showed no signs of being at a disadvantage. Soon, they exchanged over 100 blows, and despite the 4 men teaming up, they failed to gain any advantage over Cold Blade, instead sustaining several injuries themselves. At this moment, Shin Qianjun frowned. His body moved like a sharp arrow charging towards Cold Blade, and he threw a punch directly. This punch, due to its excessive speed, created a sharp sound explosion as it sliced through the air. Just as Cold Blade had repelled the 4 men, Shin Qianjun's fist appeared before him, leaving him no chance to dodge or counter. Bang! Just as Shin Qianjun's fist was about to land on Cold Blade, a large hand suddenly descended, directly grabbing Shin Qianjun's fist, preventing him from advancing another inch. The owner of this large hand was Yi Junlin, who looked at Shin Qianjun coldly and said, My people, can you touch them? Swish. Shin Qianjun looked at Yi Junlin, his expression changing. He increased the strength in his fist, but he couldn't budge Yi Junlin's hand. Crack. Immediately, Yi Junlin squeezed hard, crushing Shin Qianjun's fist, causing the latter's expression to change and reveal a look of pain. Then he swung his other fist wildly at Yi Junlin. Bang! As a result, Yi Junlin kicked out directly, sending Shin Qianjun flying. Shin Qianjun's body flew over 10 meters, kneeling on the ground and spitting blood. His right hand's fist now twisted and deformed, with white bones exposed. General, the 4 men in battle uniforms looked at Shin Qianjun's injury, their faces changing as they shouted. Then glared angrily at Yi Junlin. You dare to attack the general? You are dead. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yi Junlin flicked his hand, and 4 silver needles shot out, piercing the foreheads of the 4 men, killing them instantly, leaving them sprawled on the ground, eyes wide open in death. At this moment, Shin Qianjun's face was extremely ugly, staring fixedly at Yi Junlin. He never expected Yi Junlin's strength to be so formidable. As a battle general, he was actually defeated in one strike, which was simply unbelievable. The battle generals of the Dragon Kingdom were nothing like this. Yi Junlin looked at Shin Qianjun with disdain. Upon hearing Yi Junlin's words, Shin Qianjun was furious and glared at him, saying, Do you dare to touch me? Are you trying to become an enemy of the War Department? I am a person who does not provoke others if they do not provoke me. If someone offends me, I will surely kill them. If you want to kill me, then you must die, regardless of your identity or background. There are no exceptions. Yi Junlin looked at Shin Qianjun and shouted, Do you know the consequences of killing me? I am a battle general personally appointed by the Marshal of the War Department, with a 1-star general rank. If I die, you will become a wanted target throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, and there will be no place for you to hide. Shen Qianjun looked at Yi Junlin with disdain and shouted, clearly not believing that Yi Junlin dared to kill him. There is nothing in this world that I do not dare to do, Yi Junlin said expressionlessly as he took a step closer to Shen Qianjun. When Shen Qianjun saw Yi Junlin coming towards him, his expression changed. Just as Yi Junlin reached him, a sharp blade suddenly appeared in Shen Qianjun's left hand. He sprang up and lunged at Yi Junlin. This attack from Shen Qianjun was incredibly fast, and given the short distance between them, an ordinary person would be unable to react in time to defend. However, Yi Junlin seemed to have anticipated Shen Qianjun's actions. He reached out and swiftly grabbed Shen Qianjun's left hand, crushing it. Immediately, Shen Qianjun let out a painful grunt, his face contorted in agony, and at that moment, the blade fell to the ground, which Yi Junlin caught and pressed against Shen Qianjun's neck. You! Shen Qianjun glared at Yi Junlin, his eyes filled with unwillingness. I said I would kill you, so you must die? Yi Junlin said coldly. Just as he was about to act, a cold and domineering voice interrupted, Stop. Just then, as the icy voice rang out, the blade in Yi Junlin's hand sliced through Shen Qianjun's throat, and a spray of blood erupted. Chapter 45. Is Sister Not Dead? Swish. At this moment, a figure appeared. It was Xiang Tian, the commanding officer of the Jiangnan branch of the Town Military Division, followed by 5 deputy commanders and a group of members from the Jiangnan branch. When they saw the corpses strewn all over the ground, their expressions changed drastically. Especially when they saw Shen Qianjun's corpse, the 5 deputy commanders were all stunned. The battle general of the Dragon Kingdom, Shen Qianjun, had actually been killed? At this moment, the 5 deputy commanders were completely shocked. The 36 battle generals of the Dragon Kingdom were all personally appointed by the Marshal of the War Department. They were all true great generals, with such high status that even the powerful figures in the capital had to show them respect. Now, Shen Qianjun, a battle general, had died here. If this news spread, the impact would be unimaginable. At this time, Xiang Tian looked at Shen Qianjun's corpse, his expression equally grim. He stared at Yi Junlin and said coldly, I just told you to stop. Why didn't you listen? You think I must listen to you just because you told me to stop? Who do you think you are? Yi Junlin replied disdainfully. The 5 deputy commanders were taken aback by Yi Junlin's words, secretly thinking that this young man was indeed incredibly arrogant to speak to their commanding officer like that. It should be noted that the 9 commanding officers of the Town Military Division had a status higher than that of regional governors, and due to their special status, everyone had to treat them with utmost respect. No one had ever dared to openly insult a commanding officer of the Town Military Division, and Yi Junlin was absolutely the first to do so. Swish. Upon hearing Yi Junlin's words, Xiang Tian frowned and said coldly, Yi Junlin, being young and powerful may be normal, but being too arrogant is not a good thing. The taller the tree, the more likely it is to be blown down. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Yi Junlin retorted bluntly. You have killed a battle general of the Dragon Kingdom, committing a heinous crime. Today, I will take you into custody. You better not resist, or you might live a little longer. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground. Xiang Tian declared sternly. Arrest me? Haha. Yi Junlin sneered. You think you are qualified to arrest me? Swish. In an instant, Xiang Tian vanished from his spot and suddenly appeared in front of Yi Junlin, transforming his hand into a claw imbued with fierce energy. Tearing through the air as he reached for Yi Junlin, Yi Junlin remained unfazed, clenching his right fist and directly striking back to meet Xiang Tian's claw. Bang! A dull, thunderous sound echoed. Xiang Tian was sent staggering back, his eyes revealing an incredulous expression as he looked at Yi Junlin. The 5 deputy commanders and other members of the Town Military Division were all shocked, their faces displaying astonishment. Their commanding officer was actually no match for Yi Junlin. How could this be? A young junior was able to repel one of the 9 commanding officers of the Dragon Kingdom's Town Military Division. If this news got out, no one would believe it. You. Xiang Tian's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yi Junlin, his expression constantly changing. You are not my match. Get lost. Yi Junlin said coldly. Who is behind you? Xiang Tian fixed his gaze on Yi Junlin, his eyes flashing with intelligence. He understood Yi Junlin's background well. 7 years ago, he was just an ordinary young master from a family, not even a martial artist. Yet in just 7 years, he had attained such formidable cultivation. This indicated that he had grown to this level in a mere 7 years. Since he had become so powerful in such a short time, there must be some strong force supporting him. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to reach this level on his own. It's none of your business. Yi Junlin replied coldly. No matter who is behind you, this is the Dragon Kingdom, and you cannot act recklessly. You have killed a battle general of the Dragon Kingdom, which is a death sentence. No one can save you. You better return with me immediately, or once the War Department is enraged, you will undoubtedly die. Xiang Tian warned coldly. Whoever gets angry, let them come find me. You can leave now. Yi Junlin shouted coldly, displaying an utterly unrestrained demeanor. Unexpectedly, the waste who was trampled and wantonly humiliated by the young master 7 years ago had now grown to such a shocking level. At this moment, a cold and mocking voice rang out. Immediately, a group of people appeared. Leading this group was a man in his 30s with a proud expression, looking at Yi Junlin with disdain. Swish. When Yi Junlin saw this person, his eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming killing intent erupted from him, exuding a terrifying aura of slaughter. He recognized this person. He was indeed the lackey of the mysterious young master from 7 years ago, the one who had called people to break his limbs and then threw him into the sea. Yi Junlin had also etched this person's face into his memory. You indeed came, Yi Junlin said coldly as he looked at the person. He had intentionally escalated matters to attract the attention of that young master, allowing him to come personally, so he wouldn't have to search for him. Now it seemed that the young master was indeed aware of his existence, but had not come in person. However, it didn't matter, as long as he captured this lackey. Yi Junlin would be able to find out where that person who had caused his family to be destroyed was hiding. Kid, your life is pretty tough. You still haven't died. But it doesn't matter. You were lucky to survive 7 years ago, but today, you will undoubtedly die. Go. The young master's lackey coldly snorted at Yi Junlin, and the several people behind him charged at Yi Junlin. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as these people made their move, a terrifying power erupted. They were all profound realm-level experts. Swish. The strength of those few people caused Xiang Tian's expression to change, revealing great surprise. After all, being able to easily summon several experts in the Xian realm is not something an ordinary force or individual can achieve, and moreover, the strength of these Xian realm experts was not low, all being above second-tier Xian realm. Crack, crack, crack. As these Xian realm experts rushed to Yi Junlin's side, he struck out like lightning, eliminating them one by one without mercy. Swish. The young master's lackey, witnessing these Xian realm experts being killed in an instant, changed color, utterly shocked. The young master's lackey stared wide-eyed at Yi Junlin, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Junlin rushed to him, grabbing his neck and slamming him to the ground. Poof! The lackey spat blood, a look of pain on his face. Tell me, where's your master? Yi Junlin's expression was fierce, his eyes red as he looked at the lackey, who was so frightened that he couldn't even speak clearly. At that moment, the lackey's phone rang, and Yi Junlin directly pulled it out and answered. Soon, a young voice came from the phone. How is it? Did that kid take care of it? Swish. Hearing this voice, an endless killing intent erupted from Yi Junlin, his hand gripping the phone, making cracking sounds. This voice belonged to the young master who had caused Yi Junlin's family to be destroyed years ago. Yi Junlin suppressed his inner fury and shouted, Sorry to disappoint you. I'm not dead yet. Instantly, there was silence on the other end for several seconds. And then the young master's voice rang out again. Kid, it seems I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to grow to this level. 7 years ago, you forced my sister to death, killed my parents, and destroyed my Yi family. Now, I will collect all these blood debts from you one by one. Yi Junlin gripped the phone, each word he spoke filled with terrifying killing intent. Hee. At this moment, the young master on the other end was not frightened. Instead, he sneered and said mockingly, Kid, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? But no matter how strong you've become, in front of me, you're just trash, a waste. Want to seek revenge on me? That's just laughable. The young master continued to mock Yi Junlin, then coldly added, By the way, I have to tell you something. Your sister is not dead. Boom. Upon hearing the last words, Yi Junlin's pupils contracted, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. Chapter 46. Annihilation of 3 clans. Boom. After hearing the mysterious young master say that his sister was not dead, Yi Junlin's pupils shrank, and a surge of killing intent erupted. As this killing intent burst forth, it directly solidified the air around him, leaving everyone present gasping for breath. feeling a strong sense of suffocation. What did you say? Yi Junlin clenched the phone, gritting his teeth as he shouted. I said your sister is not dead. But do you want to know where she is now? The mysterious young master on the other end chuckled playfully. Where's my sister? Tell me. Yi Junlin roared, his voice shaking the eardrums of those nearby. Want to know? Wait until you die, and then I'll tell you. Ha ha ha. The mysterious young master laughed heartily. Bang! In an instant, the phone in Yi Junlin's hand was crushed into pieces, and his cold gaze swept toward the young master's lackey as he shouted with murderous intent, Tell me, where is your master? The young master's lackey looked at Yi Junlin with a face full of fear, about to speak when suddenly, four cold lights appeared behind Yi Junlin, transforming into four blades that slashed directly at him. Watch out, young master. Lung Feng's expression changed as he shouted at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin abruptly turned around, his fists smashing out, directly colliding with the four blades and shattering them forcefully. Poof, 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 poof. Yi Junlin's fist struck through the air like a bamboo shoot, instantly sending the four figures flying, all crashing to the ground, spitting blood madly, and dying on the spot. These four were dressed in black tight-fitting clothes, their faces covered with masks, revealing only their eyes. In-country ninjas? The commanding officer of the Jinwu Division, Xiang Tian, looked at these four and frowned in surprise. The technique they had just used was indeed ninjutsu, which could conceal their forms, and only the ninjas from in-country understood this. But why would there be in-country ninjas here? Swish. At this moment, the young master's lackey took the opportunity while Yi Junlin dealt with the four ninjas to quickly get up and run outside. But just then, a group of in-country warriors armed with katana charged towards him. The leader, a middle-aged man dressed in Sakura country samurai attire, sporting a handlebar mustache, gripped a katana and without saying a word, swung it directly, splitting the lackey in half on the spot, not even giving Yi Junlin a chance to stop him. When Yi Junlin saw this only clue to finding the mysterious young master vanish, his expression turned extremely grim. His eyes filled with endless killing intent as he glared at the group of in-country warriors. You must be the kid who killed my Edo family's second master and young master, right? Today, the in-country man who had slain the young master's lackey stared at Yi Junlin and shouted, but before he could finish his sentence, Yi Junlin charged forward, delivering a punch at him. Poof! Yi Junlin's punch landed directly on the man, exploding his body, blood splattering everywhere, staining Yi Junlin and transforming him into a hellish killing god. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, the warriors from the Edo family present all changed their expressions, while Yi Junlin revealed a bloodthirsty gaze and charged out, beginning a massacre. Poof, poof, poof. In the blink of an eye, this group of warriors was completely slaughtered by Yi Junlin, unable to fight back at all. The members of the Jinwu Division watched Yi Junlin's frenzied killing spree, each swallowing hard, their eyes filled with fear. They had never witnessed such a crazy and bloody massacre. This Yi Junlin was simply a madman. The five deputy commanders looked at Yi Junlin with expressions of numb shock. Swish. Once these people were dealt with, the anger and killing intent within Yi Junlin gradually subsided, and his cold eyes swept towards Xiang Tian. Aren't you all leaving? Do you want to die alongside them? Xiang Tian looked at Yi Junlin, his gaze flickering, not saying a word as he led the Jinwu Division members to leave. He knew very well that if he said one more word, it might provoke this person's killing intent. As the Jinwu Division members left, Yi Junlin called out, Lung Feng, at your service. Lung Feng stepped forward and bowed. Take this Tianji order and go notify the Tianji Pavilion. Do everything you can to find the location of that young master, and also find out whether my sister is alive or dead. Yi Junlin directly handed the Tianji order his master had given him to Lung Feng. Years ago, the bodies of his parents and sister were thrown into the Yi family and burned in a great fire. So Yi Junlin was unsure whether the young master's words were true, but he preferred to believe that what the other party said was true, for then he would still have a relative in this world. Yes, young master. Lung Feng took the Tianji order, his expression changing, and he replied respectfully. Meanwhile, the deputy commander Xianjian looked at Xiang Tian. Sir, what should we do now? With Shun Qianjun dead in Jiangnan County, if the War Department investigates, our Jinwu Division might be implicated. This person's strength is too strong. His background is definitely not simple. Even the War Department can't blame us, Xiang Tian said solemnly, his eyes flickering. It seems the entire Jiangnan County will not be peaceful now. Soon, an hour passed, and a piece of news spread across Jianghai. The Bai Su, and Ming families were completely slaughtered, and all the heads of the members of these families were severed, turning them into headless corpses. This news sent shockwaves through Jianghai. In a hospital in Jianghai, a woman with her face wrapped in bandages sat there, listening to a man in front of her. Her pupils dilated in shock as she exclaimed, "What did you say?" "Miss, the entire Bai family has been wiped out by that Yi Junlin. Now, you are the only survivor of the Bai family. You must leave quickly and don't let Yi Junlin find you. Otherwise, your life will be in danger." The man said to the woman, who was Bai Zhuo, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Since Yi Junlin disfigured her and humiliated her, Bai Zhuo had been staying in the hospital for treatment and hadn't returned to the Bai family, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Yi Junlin. Upon hearing about the destruction of her family, endless hatred filled Bai Zhuo's eyes as she gritted her teeth and shouted in anger. Then, Bai Zhuo clenched her fists tightly, making a cracking sound, her expression fierce as she declared, "Yi Junlin, you destroyed my beauty, humiliated my body, and exterminated my family. This hatred is irreconcilable. I, Bai Zhuo, swear that I will not rest until I avenge this." Her voice, filled with infinite hatred, echoed in the room. After that, Bai Zhuo left the hospital, completely disappearing from Jianghai. Yi Junlin, however, did not pay attention to this woman, yet he did not know that in the near future, Bai Zhuo would bring him a heap of trouble. After collecting the heads of the three families to pay homage to the souls of the Yi family, Yi Junlin left the Yi family's old residence, covered in blood, and returned to his villa. However, at that moment, the atmosphere in Yi Junlin's villa was tense. In the villa, a black-clothed old man stood with a group of people. This black-clothed old man was the mysterious elder who had bid for the map of mountains and rivers at the auction, while the other group consisted of Gongsun Yang and the strong members of the Gongsun family he brought along. The black-clothed elder held a box in his hand, which contained the map of mountains and rivers, the treasured possession of the Yi family. It was clear that this elder and Gongsun Yang had found Yi Junlin's residence, intending to steal the map of mountains and rivers, but the elder had taken it first. "I don't care who you are, hand over the map of mountains and rivers, or you won't leave here today," Gongsun Yang said coldly to the black-clothed elder. "Get lost." The black-clothed elder's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent, and a cold aura erupted from him. "It seems you want to fight." Gongsun Yang's expression turned cold as he looked at the black-clothed elder and prepared to strike. At that moment, Yi Junlin walked in, looking at the group coldly, and said, "Stealing my things in my house, and you want to fight here? Do you think so little of me?" Swish, swish, swish. The gazes of the black-clothed elder and Gongsun Yang turned to Yi Junlin. When they saw him covered in blood and exuding killing intent, their expressions changed dramatically. "You." Gongsun Yang was about to speak when Yi Junlin coldly interrupted. "Put down the map of mountains and rivers and end it yourself." Hearing Yi Junlin's domineering and cold words, Gongsun Yang and the others' faces changed. As for the black-clothed elder, he looked at Yi Junlin with disdain and said, "Kid, you have quite the audacity. Last time, I didn't fight you for the map of mountains and rivers because I didn't want to make too much noise. Do you really think you are impressive just because you killed a minor officer? I will claim this map of mountains and rivers today." Swish. Yi Junlin's cold eyes swept towards the black-clothed elder, and he stepped forward, instantly appearing in front of him, clawing out directly. The black-clothed elder's expression changed as he saw Yi Junlin attacking him. Just as he was about to strike back, Yi Junlin's claws swiftly grasped his throat, leaving him no chance to resist. Crack! In an instant, Yi Junlin crushed the black-clothed elder's throat with one claw, and the elder's eyes widened in shock. Until his death, he never expected that with his profound realm strength, he would be killed in an instant by a young man. Bang! Yi Junlin seized the map of mountains and rivers, and the elder's corpse fell to the ground, dying with eyes wide open. This scene caused Gongsun Yang and the other members of the Gongsun family to change their expressions in shock. Swish! Yi Junlin's gaze swept towards Gongsun Yang, who clasped his fists and said, "Young Master Yi, I know I shouldn't have barged into your house, but my Gongsun family must obtain this map of mountains and rivers. So I apologize." Suddenly, Gongsun Yang shouted, "Attack!" Whoosh! In an instant, a figure shot out from behind Gongsun Yang, rushing towards Yi Junlin like a ghost, moving unpredictably and making it hard to catch. But Yi Junlin remained expressionless, striking out with one palm, sending the attacker flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, dying on the spot. Swish! Seeing that a master cultivated by his family was killed in one move by Yi Junlin, Gongsun Yang's expression turned very ugly. He never expected Yi Junlin's strength to be this terrifying. You finally returned. At that moment, Lin Mingwei ran down from upstairs, looking at Yi Junlin and letting out a sigh of relief. She had been startled when the two groups invaded the villa and quickly hid, only daring to come out after hearing Yi Junlin's voice. Miss. Soon, several people appeared, and the leader looked at Lin Mingwei and called out. They were all from the Lin family, including two profound realm warriors. What are you doing here again? Lin Mingwei frowned at them and said displeasedly, Miss, we are here on the orders of the family head to take you back and deal with this kid. The leader said, glancing at Yi Junlin with a cold look, kill him. Swish. In an instant, the two profound realm warriors charged at Yi Junlin, both unleashing their 5th grade profound realm strength. Finding death, Yi Junlin's expression turned cold, his hands moving like twin dragons reaching for pearls, directly striking out. Seeing this, Gongsun Yang's expression tightened, and he quickly led the members of the Gongsun family to leave the area. Bang! Bang! Two dull thunder-like sounds echoed. The two 5th grade profound realm warriors collided fists with Yi Junlin, their fists and arms exploding, and Yi Junlin's fist slammed into their chests, instantly piercing through. Puff! Puff! The two profound realm warriors spat blood and flew out, crashing in front of the speaker, whose expression froze. These two were honored members of the Lin family, having cleared many strong opponents for the family, yet they were now killed by Yi Junlin's fists. How could this be possible? Lin Mingwei's expression changed slightly as she shouted at the man, Why aren't you leaving quickly? Do you want to die here? The man glanced at Yi Junlin and turned to leave with his people. As for Yi Junlin, he shot a glance at Lin Mingwei and said, Leave here immediately. Or don't blame me for being rude. After finishing, Yi Junlin took the map of mountains and rivers and went upstairs. While Lin Mingwei looked at the corpses on the ground, her expression changing constantly, thinking, Is this guy a psychotic killer? Does he love killing this much? Several hours later, the Shin family, one of the 6 great families of Jiangnan, was bloodily slaughtered, with over 1,000 members of the Shun family all exterminated, not a single one left. This news caused a sensation throughout Jiangnan. The Shun family was one of the 6 great families in Jiangnan, deeply rooted and untouchable, yet now they had been wiped out. This was shocking. Everyone was curious about who had the power to annihilate the entire Shin family, but no one knew the answer. At this moment, within the Dragon Kingdom's War Department, the news of Shun Qianjuan's death reached the department, causing a stir. Immediately, the high-ranking officials of the War Department were furious. After all, Shun Qianjuan was a general awarded by their department, and now he had been killed just like that. Wasn't this a slap in the face to the War Department? Soon, the War Department issued an order to the commander of the Jiangnan War Zone, demanding that he immediately gather the troops and apprehend the murderer of Shun Qianjuan in the shortest time possible. If he failed to do so, he would no longer be fit to hold that position. At the same time, the young master who had destroyed the Yi family sat in a room, smoking a cigarette, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. In front of him stood a man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, with a crew cut and a cold expression. Young master, should I personally go and kill that kid? This man spoke with indifference, exuding an overwhelming aura. That kid even killed Shun Qianjuan. It seems that he has encountered quite a few opportunities in these 7 years and has become so strong. However, now that he has offended the War Department, he will have to bear the consequences himself. We need not lift a finger, just watch the show quietly. The young master exhaled a puff of smoke, the corners of his mouth curling up in a wicked smile, exuding an air of someone in control of everything. Meanwhile, in a mysterious location in the capital, a figure suddenly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, The Heavenly Secret Order has appeared. Chapter 48. High School Deskmate Ye's Building. Yi Junlin appeared here because Jiang Mu-gu contacted him, wanting to report on the situation regarding the Yi family. This building had now been rebranded with the Yi family name and had once again become the headquarters of the Yi group. Yi Junlin then entered the building and went straight upstairs. Soon, he arrived outside an office and pushed the door open. Inside the office sat a woman in a suit, exuding a cold and regal aura. It was Jiang Mu-gu. Standing in front of her was another woman in a professional outfit, holding documents and reporting. Mr. Yi, you're here, Jiang Mu-gu exclaimed, quickly standing up to greet him, while the woman in the professional outfit turned to look at Yi Junlin, showing a hint of surprise. This woman was the one Yi Junlin had met last time, who had almost been harassed by that old boss. Are you discussing work? I hope I'm not interrupting, Yi Junlin said. Oh, no. The secretary was just updating me on some matters, Jiang Mu-gu replied, glancing at the woman. Xiao Zhang. You can leave now. Yes, President. The woman nodded, gave Yi Junlin a glance, and walked outside. Yi Junlin felt a sense of familiarity looking at her, but couldn't recall why. Mr. Yi, do you know Secretary Zhang? Jiang Mu-gu noticed Yi Junlin's gaze and asked. I have a familiar feeling. Maybe I mistook her for someone else. Yi Junlin responded. Xiao Zhang was the secretary of the old boss who occupied Ye's building before. I think she has good abilities and is sincere, so I kept her on as my secretary. Jiang Mu-gu explained. Oh, I see. Maybe I did meet her last time I was here. Yi Junlin shrugged, then looked at Jiang Mu-gu. What did you want to report to me? Mr. Yi. I mainly wanted to update you on the processes and matters regarding tomorrow's opening. Jiang Mu-gu began, but Yi Junlin interrupted, saying, You can decide these matters yourself. No need to ask me. After all, Mr. Yi, you are the owner of the Yi family. Since the Yi family is opening tomorrow, you should still understand these processes and matters in advance. Jiang Mu-gu replied. Upon hearing her words, Yi Junlin stated directly, I will attend the opening tomorrow, but I won't attend as the owner of the Yi family. Huh. Jiang Mu-ji's gaze sharpened as she looked at Yi Junlin. Mr. Yi, from now on, the Yi family will be fully entrusted to you. I will just be a behind-the-scenes owner. Yi Junlin said calmly. All right. Jiang Mu-gu nodded. Afterward, Yi Junlin and Jiang Mu-gu chatted for a while before he left the office, preparing to exit. Just then, a voice called out from behind him. Yi Junlin. Swish. Yi Junlin turned around and saw the secretary standing in front of him, looking a bit nervous. Hello, is there something you need? Yi Junlin inquired. Don't you remember me? Zhang Yunqi looked at Yi Junlin with a hint of disappointment. Yi Junlin stared at her and said, Do we know each other? In our first year of high school. We were desk mates. At that time, my meal card was out of money, and you borrowed yours. Zhang Yunqi recounted. It's you. As soon as Zhang Yunqi mentioned it, Yi Junlin suddenly remembered the girl who had sat beside him back then, who was thin and a bit timid. They had been desk mates for a year. But then the Yi family encountered trouble, and now, 7 years later, Yi Junlin didn't recognize her at first. You finally remembered me. Seeing that Yi Junlin recognized her, Zhang Yunqi broke into a radiant smile. I'm sorry, it's been so long. I didn't recognize you right away, Yi Junlin said awkwardly. Then added, But you've changed a lot compared to before. You've become so beautiful. No wonder I didn't recognize you. Hearing Yi Junlin's compliment, Zhang Yunqi's cheeks flushed, and she looked at him shyly. When you came last time, I recognized you. I just didn't have the chance to greet you. I've heard about your family's situation. Are you okay? I'm fine. It's all in the past. Can I have your contact information? Zhang Yunqi asked nervously. Of course. Yi Junlin replied. The two exchanged contact information, and Yi Junlin said, Let us keep in touch. I'll be on my way. In the blink of an eye, night fell. With nothing to do, Yi Junlin returned to the bar he had visited last time and ordered a drink. With the 3 major families destroyed, his revenge for the Yi family was halfway accomplished. Next, he needed to find that young master and investigate whether his sister was alive or dead. Now, Yi Junlin could only wait quietly for news from the heavenly secret pavilion. Unknowingly, Yi Junlin had downed several dozen shots of vodka. Hey, girl, what are you pretending for? A waitress shouldn't be touched? Acting all high and mighty. Today, I'm definitely going to touch you. Not only that, I'm going to have some fun with you. At that moment, from a nearby booth, a loud scolding voice rang out. Yi Junlin glanced over and spotted a familiar figure. At that booth sat several wealthy young men, one of whom was grabbing a woman in a white shirt and a form-fitting short skirt. The woman, holding a fruit platter, was clearly a waitress at the bar. And that woman was none other than Zhang Yunqi. Sir, please show some respect. I'm a waitress, not a hostess. Zhang Yunqi said angrily, trying to pull her hand away, but he held onto her tightly, sneering. Oh, you're still trying to act? Is it because you think the money's too little? I have plenty, the young man boasted arrogantly, pulling out a stack of cash and throwing it in Zhang Yunqi's face, causing her eyes to redden, filled with helplessness. Now, can I play with you? The young man sneered, ready to pull Zhang Yunqi into his arms. Suddenly, a large hand appeared, grabbing the young man's hand that was holding Zhang Yunqi, causing his expression to change dramatically as he screamed in pain, letting go of Zhang Yunqi's hand. Swish. Zhang Yunqi turned around to see Yi Junlin standing in front of her, her eyes lighting up with joy. But then she remembered something and lowered her head. Not daring to look at Yi Junlin, her eyes filled with conflict. Who the hell are you? Let go of me. The young man gritted his teeth, glaring at Yi Junlin. Crack. With a single squeeze, Yi Junlin broke the young man's hand, causing him to cry out in pain, tears streaming down his face. The other young men at the booth changed their expressions and glared at Yi Junlin. Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you make a move here? Do you know where this place is? This is Madame May's bar. She has rules, and anyone who causes trouble here will end up in a terrible situation. The Madame May they spoke of was none other than Mainyang. Whoosh. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. At this moment, Madame May walked over in a high-slit black cheongsam, her long, fair legs swaying with a kind of allure. Madame May has arrived. The young masters looked at Mainyang, all with expressions of fear. Madame May, this bastard broke my hand. He went against your rules. You mustn't let him go. At this time, the young master whose hand was broken by Yi Junlin repeatedly said to Mainyang, Slap. Mainyang didn't say a word, just slapped him directly. Chapter 49. Do you want to seduce me? Slap. A crisp and loud slap echoed in the bar. But Mainyang's slap was not on Yi Junlin's face, but on the face of the young master with the broken hand. This slap completely stunned the young master and the other young masters. Madame May, you. The young master who was slapped looked at Mainyang with a puzzled expression, but she didn't waste time talking and directly shouted, Get him out of here. He is not allowed to set foot in this bar again, and these others too. Throw them out together. As soon as Mainyang's words fell, the young master with the broken hand and the other young masters at the booth were all picked up by Mainyang's subordinates and thrown out of the bar. At this moment, Mainyang looked at Yi Junlin with a respectful expression. Young Master Yi, I'm sorry for disturbing you again. The people in your bar are really not capable. Yi Junlin casually glanced at Mainyang, and she nodded. What young Master Yi said is true. Mainyang guarantees that this kind of thing will not happen again in the future. Yi Junlin then turned his gaze to Zhang Yunxi. Are you okay? Thank you. Zhang Yunxi looked at Yi Junlin gratefully, and Yi Junlin curiously asked, Aren't you working at Yes? How come you are a waitress here? Don't misunderstand. I'm just part-time. Zhang Yunxi explained. Mainyang's gaze turned to Zhang Yunxi. Miss, I'm sorry for the trouble you went through earlier. Later, I will have someone give you some compensation. And if you continue to work part-time here, your salary will be 5 times higher. Hearing this, Zhang Yunxi was taken aback. She didn't expect such a good thing. However, she was not foolish, and her mind quickly guessed that this matter should be related to Yi Junlin. Thank you, boss, but I don't need the compensation. As for the salary, just pay me according to the normal rate. Zhang Yunxi said. All right then. Mainyang glanced at Zhang Yunxi, and the latter looked at Yi Junlin and said, I'll go back to work now. Young Master Yi, I apologize for what happened earlier. This young lady will definitely not be harassed again here in the future. At this moment, Mainyang continued to say to Yi Junlin, You do have a good eye. Yi Junlin said, and was about to return to the bar to drink. At this time, Mainyang looked at him. Young Master Yi, may I have the honor of personally mixing you a drink? You can mix drinks? Yi Junlin glanced at Mainyang, and she charmingly said, I know a bit. If young Master Yi doesn't mind, you can come upstairs with me, and I'll mix a drink for you. All right. Yi Junlin directly agreed, and followed Mainyang to a room on the second floor of the bar. As soon as he stepped into the room, a fragrant scent like orchids and musk wafted over. The entire room was decorated very romantically, filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, and there was a bar on one side, stocked with various drinks. Young Master Yi, please sit for a moment. Mainyang went directly to the bar and skillfully started mixing drinks, while Yi Junlin sat on the sofa. A few minutes later, Mainyang brought a bright and enchanting drink to Yi Junlin. Young Master Yi, this is the drink I made, try it. Yi Junlin picked up the glass and took a sip, saying, not bad. This drink is called Fiery Red Lips, and there's another way to drink it. I wonder if young Master Yi would like to try? Mainyang sat beside Yi Junlin, her face full of charm. What method? Yi Junlin asked curiously. Immediately, Mainyang took a sip of the drink, her red lips becoming even more alluring, and directly leaned towards Yi Junlin's lips, clearly intending to feed him the drink. Whoosh. Yi Junlin frowned and looked directly at Mainyang. Do you want to seduce me? Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Mainyang stopped, swallowed the drink in her mouth, and looked at Yi Junlin with her alluring phoenix eyes. Exhaling lightly, does young Master Yi not like Mainyang? At this moment, Mainyang's enchanting gaze, combined with her soft and tender voice, along with the faint fragrance, was enough to make most men unable to extricate themselves. Even Yi Junlin felt a surge of desire within him. This innate seductive body was indeed formidable. Instantly, Yi Junlin silently recited a Buddhist scripture to calm his mind. He raised the glass and drank it all in one go. I don't like women who are too proactive. All right, I've had my drink. I'm leaving. Yi Junlin stood up directly. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that something would really happen. After all, he had never experienced matters between men and women. And facing a woman with an innate seductive body who was actively flirting, it was really not easy to resist the temptation. If it weren't for his strong self-discipline, he might have already fallen. Young Master Yi, are you leaving just like that? Don't you want to stay and have a few more drinks with Mainyang? Mainyang looked at Yi Junlin with reluctance, her watery eyes making it hard to refuse, but Yi Junlin walked out without looking back. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, a series of crashing sounds suddenly came from the first floor of the bar. Yi Junlin rushed downstairs and saw a large group of people in white clothes rushing into the bar, wielding sharp blades, crazily smashing the bar's facilities. The customers and bar staff all hid aside in fear, while Mainyang's subordinates were all knocked down to the ground. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in my territory? At this time, Mainyang walked down and shouted at these people in white. Immediately, from among the group of white-clad individuals stepped out a middle-aged man with a cold expression, a strong physique, and fierce, violent eyes, exuding the aura of a fierce tiger. He glanced at Mainyang and directly said, "You are the one who has replaced the Wolf Gate as the underground lord of Jianghai. Mainyang? Who are you?" Mainyang looked at him and said in a deep voice, "White Tiger Gate, Zhan Hu." The man looked at Mainyang coldly and said, his voice booming like a tiger's roar, making everyone's ears buzz. Whoosh. Upon hearing the words White Tiger Gate, Mainyang's expression changed, and she looked at him in astonishment. "You are from the White Tiger Gate?" "That's right," Zhan Hu shouted. "I wonder what brings you all from the White Tiger Gate to find Mainyang today?" Mainyang asked. "Our gate lord wants you to submit to the White Tiger Gate." Zhan Hu looked at Mainyang coldly. Whoosh. Upon hearing the other party's words, Mainyang's expression changed again, her brows furrowing and her gaze flickering. "What? You are unwilling?" The man glanced at Mainyang and shouted fiercely. Mainyang indeed wanted to submit to the White Tiger Gate, but unfortunately, she already had a master. Then, Mainyang said regretfully, "You have a master? Who?" Zhan Hu's expression turned cold as he looked at Mainyang and shouted, "Him." Mainyang's gaze directly swept toward Yi Junlin. Chapter 50. The Four Great Overlords Whoosh. As soon as Mainyang said that her master was Yi Junlin, Zhan Hu's gaze turned to Yi Junlin, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. "Him? Just a kid who hasn't even matured yet? You would recognize him as your master? Are you really interested in this young brat?" Zhan Hu looked at Yi Junlin with disdain. Hearing Mainyang's words, Yi Junlin's gaze turned toward him, and at that moment, Mainyang hugged his arm. Looking very affectionate, "I really have fallen for him, so I willingly submit to him. But he is not just some immature kid. Do you know how the Wolf King died?" "How did he die?" Zhan Hu asked curiously. "He killed him." Mainyang looked at Yi Junlin and said directly, "Shua." Hearing this, Zhan Hu's expression changed slightly as he glanced at Yi Junlin. "He killed the Wolf King? How is that possible? Do you think I'm a fool?" Zhan Hu was quite familiar with the Wolf King, the leader of the Wolf sect. The opponent's strength was extraordinary, with many subordinates. Killing him was no easy task. Otherwise, the White Tiger sect wouldn't have waited until today to plan an attack on Jianghai, and this young kid in front of him was only in his 20s. How could he possibly kill the Wolf King? Believe it or not, but if you want me, Mainyang, to submit to your White Tiger sect, it can only be done with my master's consent. Mainyang looked at Yi Junlin with a charming expression. "Since you say he is your master, then I will kill him." A hint of killing intent appeared in the eyes of the White Tiger, and he threw a punch directly at Yi Junlin. His punch was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, unstoppable. Shua. Yi Junlin looked at Zhan Hu without any expression. Just as the opponent's punch was inches away, he swiftly swung his right hand, countering the attack, and directly grabbed his throat. "Kacha!" Yi Junlin said nothing and directly crushed the throat of this White Tiger sect's elite. Bang! Then, with a wave of his hand, Zhan Hu's corpse fell to the ground, stunning the group of White Tiger sect members. "You actually killed Lord Zhan Hu." At this moment, the members of the White Tiger sect glared at Yi Junlin, each gripping their blades, exuding a cold, murderous aura. "Do you want to die too?" Yi Junlin casually glanced at the group of White Tiger sect members. His gaze was filled with bloodlust and brutality, causing the members to shudder inexplicably. Breaking out in cold sweat and feeling as if their hearts had stopped beating, experiencing a suffocating sensation. Retreat. Soon. One of the overseers in the White Tiger sect glanced at Yi Junlin with apprehension and ordered people to carry Zhan, whose body, away from there. Young Master Yi, you are truly impressive. At this time, Mingyang looked at Yi Junlin, her face blooming like a flower. Do you know what will happen if you use me? Yi Junlin glanced at Mingyang. His calm gaze sent chills down her spine, making her feel cold all over. Mingyang's face turned slightly pale. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Junlin coldly said, since you just said I am your master, remember, from now on, I am your master. After leaving that statement, Yi Junlin directly left the bar. Upon hearing this, Mingyang's eyes kept flickering. Afterward, Yi Junlin returned to the villa. Lin Mingwei was no longer there, and Yi Junlin went upstairs, opening the treasured landscape painting of the Yi family. Yi Junlin had seen this painting when he was very young, but in his eyes, it was just an ordinary landscape painting, nothing special about it. Therefore, he had always been puzzled about why this painting could be considered a treasure of the Yi family. Now, outsiders had attempted to seize this painting multiple times, which made Yi Junlin curious about it. He felt that there must be some hidden secrets in this painting, but he had yet to discover them. Next, Yi Junlin carefully observed this painting, wanting to see if there was anything hidden within. However, after observing it for a whole hour, he found nothing. In his eyes, it was just an ordinary landscape painting, with no other mysteries. Could it be that I was wrong? This is just an ordinary painting? Yi Junlin murmured to himself. Meanwhile, in a room of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Yang and his second brother Gongsun Lai sat there, both with serious and heavy expressions. This person's strength is actually so terrifying? After listening to Gongsun Yang's report, Gongsun Lai frowned, his eyes filled with astonishment. His strength indeed exceeds my imagination. Among the young generation of Longhua, few possess such cultivation. Even if there are, they would only exist among those noble families or the major forces in the capital. But this person's family has long been destroyed, yet he has such strength, which shows that he must have encountered extraordinary opportunities in recent years. Gongsun Yang analyzed in detail. It's useless to say these things now. If we can't get that landscape painting, we won't be able to report back to Master Sun. Gongsun Lai said with a heavy expression. Second brother, you find a way to stall Master Sun. I'll go find someone. Gongsun Yang said directly. Gongsun Lai was taken aback and looked at Gongsun Yang. Find someone? Who are you looking for? Are you looking for someone who can deal with that Yi family son? Gongsun Yang shook his head. No. I'm looking for someone who can cure my elder brother. As long as my elder brother can recover, we won't need to be threatened by Master Sun anymore. Chua? Upon hearing this, Gongsun Lai frowned. You and I both know the situation of elder brother. Previously, we searched for so many famous doctors and masters without being able to cure him. Who else can you find? The president of the Longhua Traditional Medicine Association, Shui Changqing. Gongsun Yang said with a firm gaze. In Jiangnan County, there was a magnificent building, with a giant white tiger statue placed outside, exuding majesty and dominance. This was the location of the White Tiger sect, one of the 4 underground overlords of Jiangnan County. In Jiangnan County, there were 4 underground overlords: Qinglong Mountain Villa, White Tiger sect, Zhuke Society, and Xuanwu Pavilion. Their influence spread across various cities in Jiangnan County, and many hotels, clubs, real estate companies, and other major industries were controlled by these 4 overlords. They each also had a large number of personnel and a group of martial artists, which made their current strength so formidable that even the original 6 major families of Jiangnan County did not dare to provoke them lightly. Of course, these 4 overlords would not easily offend the 6 major families either. Both sides maintained an agreement of non-interference, and sometimes even collaborated. This time, upon learning that the leader of the Wolf sect had been killed, the White Tiger sect planned to take the opportunity to advance into Jianghai. However, they did not expect that they would suffer a setback before achieving their goal, not only failing to capture Jianghai, but also losing a key player. Who dares to kill someone from my White Tiger sect? Such audacity. I want to see how powerful a mere small place like Jianghai really is. At this moment, within the White Tiger sect, when Yang Tianhu learned of his subordinate Zhan Hu's death, he was furious and immediately issued an order to let the people of Jianghai know how formidable the White Tiger sect was. The next day, at 9 in the morning, Yi Junlin left the villa and headed to the Yi family, preparing to attend the opening ceremony of the Yi family. Outside the Yi family building, a pile of flower baskets had already been arranged, and luxury cars were gathered outside. All the high-level executives of the Jiang Family Business Association, led by Jiang Xingtian, had come to participate. Even many business leaders from other areas of Jiangnan County appeared, all coming to support the Yi family at the behest of Fu Datsai. Thank you all for coming to the opening ceremony of the Yi family today. At this moment, Jiang Muge stood in front of everyone, smiling. Suddenly, dozens of Audi cars surrounded a Bentley and rushed in, drawing the attention of everyone present. Then, a large group of bodyguards dressed in black suits, with cold expressions, got out of the Audi cars, approached the Bentley, and one of them opened the car door. A middle-aged man in a suit, with a square face and a powerful aura, stepped out of the car and walked directly towards the Yi family. At this moment, Jiang Muge looked at the imposing middle-aged man and couldn't help but ask, "Sir, are you also here to attend our Yi family's opening ceremony?" Yi family. The middle-aged man glanced at Jiang Muge and coldly shouted, "I am here to find the Yi family's son, Yi Junlin. Let him come out." Chapter 51. If he is unworthy, then am I worthy? Shua, shua, shua. As soon as the middle-aged man's words fell, Jiang Muge, Jiang Xingtian, and the others all turned their gazes towards him. Jiang Muge frowned slightly and looked at the middle-aged man. "Sir, are you here to cause trouble? I don't want to repeat myself. Let Yi Junlin come out." The middle-aged man said coldly with a fierce expression, "You are looking for me?" At this moment, Yi Junlin's figure appeared, quietly watching the middle-aged man. Swish. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Junlin and coldly said, "You are Yi Junlin? Who are you?" Yi Junlin replied indifferently, "I am Su Tianfang, the president of the Su Group in the capital." The middle-aged man stated directly. His words changed the expressions of Jiang Muge and Jiang Xingtian, as well as the other executives present. The Su Group is a large corporation among the top 100 in the Dragon Country, with a strong background in the capital, making it a significant force. Even Jiang Xingtian's Jiang Chamber of Commerce cannot be compared to the Su Group, or rather, the companies behind the people present combined are not a match for the Su Group. Su Tianfang. I don't know him. Yi Junlin looked at the president of the Su Group and curled his lips. Even I don't know him. What a frog at the bottom of a well. No wonder he dares to kill even old Zhou's disciple. He really doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Su Tianfang looked at Yi Junlin with disdain. Yi Junlin glanced at him and said, "So you came for that guy, but old Zhou didn't come himself to avenge his disciple and instead sent an outsider. It seems this disciple isn't very important to him. Clearly, this president of the Su Group came to avenge Ning Hao, or more precisely, he wanted to use Yi Junlin to curry favor with old Zhou. Humph, kid, how dare an ant like you make old Zhou personally deal with you? You really overestimate yourself." Su Tianfang waved his hand directly and commanded, "Someone, capture this kid. And this so-called Yi family, just swallow them up." Swish. As soon as Su Tianfang finished speaking, Jiang Muge's expression changed, and Jiang Xingtian stepped forward and said, "President Su, please calm down. This is all a misunderstanding." Su Tianfang glanced at Jiang Xingtian and coldly said, "Who are you?" "Hello, President Su. I am Jiang Xingtian, president of the Jiang Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan County. Regarding the matter between young Master Yi and young Master Ning, Before Jiang Xingtian could finish, Su Tianfang coldly interrupted. "What? You want to plead for this kid? Let me tell you, you're not worthy." Su Tianfang's words made Jiang Xingtian extremely embarrassed, yet he couldn't refute it. Although the Jiang Chamber of Commerce is one of the top few in Jiangnan County, it is indeed far behind a large group like the Su Group. If he is unworthy, am I worthy? Suddenly, a proud voice came. "Who?" Su Tianfang frowned, scanning the surroundings. At this moment, Fu Datsai arrived with a large group of people. He was the one who just spoke. When Su Tianfang saw Fu Datsai, his expression changed, and he was surprised. "Mr. Fu, what are you doing here?" As the head of a branch of the Long Chamber of Commerce, Fu Datsai is well known not only in Jiangnan County, but also in the entire business world of the Dragon Country, so Su Tianfang recognized him at a glance. Moreover, due to the Long Chamber of Commerce behind Fu Datsai, Su Tianfang showed him a bit of respect. Humph. Fu Datsai looked at Su Tianfang with a completely unfriendly expression and said, "Su Tianfang, have you forgotten who you are just because you have a little money? Why are you speaking so arrogantly?" Swish. Hearing Fu Datsai's words, Su Tianfang felt a bit awkward and said, "Mr. Fu, what do you mean by that?" Fu Datsai directly replied, "I am friends with young Master Yi. What do you think I mean?" Because of Yi Junlin's previous instructions, Fu Datsai did not reveal the relationship between Yi Junlin and the Long Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, This president of the Su group would probably be scared out of his wits. But even so, upon learning that Yi Junlin was friends with Fu Datsai, Su Tianfang's expression still turned very ugly, showing a look of surprise in his eyes. He looked at Yi Junlin, clearly unable to understand how such a lowly and destitute young man could become friends with the head of a branch of the Long Chamber of Commerce. Not only could he not understand, but even Jiang Xingtian and his daughter, along with the others present, looked astonished. They never expected Yi Junlin to have such a connection with Fu Datsai. Soon, Su Tianfang's expression kept changing as he said in a deep voice, "Mr. Fu, I apologize. I did not know your relationship with this person, but this person killed old Zhou's disciple. I only came today to seek justice for old Zhou. Seeking justice doesn't concern you. Go cool off somewhere." Fu Datsai shouted arrogantly. Oh, such a big tone. One would think the president of the Long Chamber of Commerce has arrived. At this moment, a playful and frivolous voice came. Swish, swish, swish. The crowd turned to see several more people appearing, led by a young man dressed in designer clothes, exuding a rebellious aura. Young Master Yin, what brings you here? Su Tianfang looked at the young man, his expression startled, and hurriedly approached with a flattering and humble demeanor, as if the young man were his master and he were a servant. This fat man is just a branch manager of the Long Chamber of Commerce. Why should you fear him? The young man coldly snorted at Su Tianfang, who nodded repeatedly. What young Master Yin says is correct. You are from the Yun family in the capital? Fu Datsai looked at the young man, frowning. At least you have some insight. You know my identity. The young man coldly replied. Yun family? At this moment, Jiang Xingtian looked at the young man, his pupils contracting in shock. Jiang Muge looked curiously at her father and asked, Father, what is the Yun family? The Yun family is a first-class family in the capital. Their status is many levels higher than the Zhou family, and the 6 great families in Jiangnan County are no different from ants in front of them. Jiang Xingtian explained. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. Even Mr. Fu, the head of a branch of the Long Chamber of Commerce, is disregarded. I didn't expect him to be from the Yun family. Given the Yun family's status, the Long Chamber of Commerce probably wouldn't offend the Yun family over a branch manager. Jiang Xingtian added. At this moment, Fu Datsai looked at the young man and asked, Are you also here for young Master Yi? Swish. The young man glanced at Yi Junlin and coldly said, This kid killed old Zhou's disciple, causing old Zhou to be in a bad mood. Originally, old Zhou was supposed to treat my grandfather, but now this kid has delayed it. What do you think I should do? Upon hearing the young man's words, Fu Datsai's expression changed, his eyes flickering, while Su Tianfang directly shouted, delaying old Yun's treatment. This kid deserves to die. That's right, he indeed deserves to die. I came today to take his corpse to quell old Zhou's anger. The young man coldly shouted at Yi Junlin. What if I don't agree? Fu Datsai directly shouted back. The young man looked at him arrogantly and said, You are just a manager sent by the Long Chamber of Commerce to Jiangnan County. Do you really think you are a high-ranking member of the Long Chamber of Commerce? With your status, you dare to obstruct me? Today, even if I kill you, the Long Chamber of Commerce won't do anything to me. Swish. Yi Junlin's expression turned cold upon hearing this, and just as he was about to speak, Jiang Muge quickly stepped forward to the young man and said, Young Master Yun, please calm down. What? Little beauty, are you also trying to protect this kid? The young man glanced at Jiang Muge, who then spoke. Young Master Yun, you want old Zhou to help your grandfather, so you want to kill young Master Yi, right? That's right. The young man replied. Actually, young Master Yi can also treat illnesses, and his medical skills may not be inferior to old Zhou's. So if you are willing, you can let young Master Yi treat your grandfather. This way, everyone doesn't have to become enemies. What do you think? Jiang Muge looked at the young man and said, He can treat illnesses? The young man glanced at Yi Junlin and coldly laughed. Do you think I'm stupid? How could he compare to old Zhou? It's truly laughable. He doesn't even have the qualifications to carry old Zhou's shoes. Noisy. Yi Junlin suddenly spoke, and a silver light shot out rapidly. Chapter 52. Turning into a mute swish. In an instant, a silver needle pierced into the young man's body. The latter was taken aback, opening his mouth to say something, but found he couldn't say anything at all, as if he had turned into a mute. Swish, swish, swish. This scene startled Su Tianfang, Jiang Muge, Fu Datsai, and others. What did you do to young Master Yin? Su Tianfang shouted at Yi Junlin. Nothing much, just turned him into a mute. Yi Junlin shrugged. His words changed the expressions of everyone present, and the young man glared at Yi Junlin, opening his mouth to speak, but unable to utter a sound. You bastard. You actually dared to make young Master Yun a mute? Someone, take him down. Su Tianfang angrily scolded Yi Junlin. Immediately, the group of bodyguards he brought rushed towards Yi Junlin. Block them. Fu Datsai shouted directly, and his guards rushed out to engage in fierce combat with Su Tianfang's bodyguards. Su Tianfang's bodyguards were just ordinary guards, while Fu Datsai's guards were martial artists. So despite their numbers, they were no match for Fu Datsai's guards. In the blink of an eye, all of Su Tianfang's bodyguards were taken down. Then, several guards protecting young Master Yun also rushed out. And they were all Huangjing martial artists, engaging in a fierce battle with Fu Datsai's guards. Bang bang bang. After a fierce battle, the guards of young Master Yun ultimately lost and were all injured. Fu, do you want to make an enemy of the Yun family? Do you know what the consequences of this will be? At this moment, Su Tianfang looked at Fu Datsai with a cold expression. Of course I know, but so what? I, Fu Datsai, will do as I please, and you have no right to interfere. But you, a lackey, better be careful not to overextend your hospitality and end up in trouble. Fu Datsai squinted his eyes and coldly snorted. If he hadn't known Yi Junlin's identity, he might not have gone against the Yun family for him. But now that he knew, he had to protect Yi Junlin to the end. After all, in front of the newly appointed dragon head of the Long Clan Chamber of Commerce, even the powerful Yun family was nothing. Hearing Fu Datsai's words, Su Tianfang was furious but had no way to refute him. All right, stop wasting time. Hurry up and get lost. Yi Junlin said impatiently, glancing at the young man. Didn't you say I was unworthy to be compared to old Zhou? Then go have him cure your muteness. I want to see if he can fix you. The young man glared at Yi Junlin, suppressing his anger, and turned to leave, with Su Tianfang quickly following behind. All the injured bodyguards and guards left one after another. All right, let the opening ceremony continue. At this moment, Yi Junlin said to Jiang Muge, Continue. Fu Datsai also spoke. Then, the interrupted opening ceremony of the Yi family continued. An hour later, the ceremony concluded. In one of the offices of the Yi family, Jiang Muge looked at Yi Junlin. Mr. Yi, you really are impressive. Even someone as big as President Fu knows you. But about the Yun family and old Zhou, you don't need to worry about it. I will handle it. Just focus on developing the Yi family. Yi Junlin said. By the way, don't release any news reports or photos about me today, and don't let my existence be known within the company. Yi Junlin instructed. He did this because he didn't want it to affect his normal life. Understood. Jiang Muge nodded. Okay, you can get back to work. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Yi Junlin stood up and walked outside. Just as he left the office, Zhang Yunxi approached him and said, Thank you for last night. No problem. Yi Junlin replied. Could you not tell President Jiang about my part-time job at the bar? Zhang Yunxi pleaded, looking at Yi Junlin. At this moment, Yi Junlin asked curiously, Your secretary salary should be good. Why do you need to work as a waitress at a bar? I need money, Zhang Yunxi said in a small voice, lowering her head and not daring to look at Yi Junlin. Did something happen? Are you really short on money? Yi Junlin couldn't help but ask. Zhang Yunxi hesitated and didn't answer, and Yi Junlin didn't press further. Don't worry, I won't tell President Jiang. If you really need money, I can lend you some. No, thank you. Zhang Yunxi shook her head. Seeing this, Yi Junlin didn't say anything more. After all, if she didn't want to talk, he couldn't ask further. By the way, I received an invitation from several students from our high school, saying they want to organize a reunion. Do you want to go? Zhang Yunxi asked Yi Junlin. Reunion? Forget it. I only studied for a year and don't know many classmates, so I won't go to join the fun. Yi Junlin shook his head. All right then. Zhang Yunxi nodded. Before long, it was afternoon. In the capital city, the Yun family. When the members of the Yun family learned that their young master had become a mute, they were all shocked. The head of the Yun family, Yun Zhongtian, the father of young Master Yun, was especially furious. Bastard, who dares to lay a hand on my son? Head of the Yun family. I originally wanted to help young Master Yun capture that kid, but unexpectedly, the head of the Jiangnan branch of the Long Clan Chamber of Commerce, Fu Datsai, helped that kid, injuring all my men and young Master Yun's guards, and even boasting about going against the Yun family. At this time, Su Tianfang fanned the flames in front of Yun Zhongtian. Fu Datsai, a mere branch manager of the Long Clan Chamber of Commerce, dares to go against my Yun family? He has quite the audacity. Yun Zhongtian reprimanded. Steward, immediately contact the Long Clan Chamber of Commerce and demand an explanation. Also, get in touch with old Zhou. We must invite him to cure my son at all costs. Notify the secret guards to go and bring back that Yi Junlin's head. Yun Zhongtian's face was ashen, his expression cold as he commanded. While the head of the Yun family was furious, Yi Junlin received news from Lung Feng, young master. The commander of the Jiangnan battle zone, Wei Shan, has led troops to Jianghai, likely under orders from the War Department to capture you. Capture me? Hee. Yi Junlin scoffed. Soon, outside Yi Junlin's villa, it was surrounded by numerous fully armed soldiers, each holding firearms and exuding a strong aura. They were from the Jiangnan battle zone. Led by Commander Wei Shan. Action! Wei Shan called out sternly, and the men he brought were about to storm into the villa to capture him. But at that moment, the villa door opened, and Yi Junlin walked out leisurely, saying, "So many people, what are you planning to do?" Yi Junlin, son of the Yi family. Wei Shan looked at Yi Junlin with a stern expression. "You are the commander of the Jiangnan battle zone?" Yi Junlin glanced at Wei Shan, who looked back at him. "It seems you already knew I was coming. Your news is quite good. Here to capture me?" Yi Junlin shrugged. "That's right. You killed General Shun. I, the commander, am here under orders to apprehend you. If you dare resist, you will be executed on the spot," Wei Shan said directly. And as soon as he finished speaking, the group of soldiers behind him raised their firearms, aiming at Yi Junlin. Instantly, the atmosphere became extremely tense, and a faint smell of gunpowder spread. Swish! Lung Feng stood beside Yi Junlin, holding a dagger and coldly watching these people, while Yi Junlin appeared very calm. Smiling lightly. "Quite tough, huh? Yi Junlin, I know you are a master and quite powerful, but in this world, no matter how strong you are, you can't outmatch a bullet. You better surrender obediently, or at my command, you will become a beehive," Wei Shan said with an imposing tone. "What I dislike the most is surrendering," Yi Junlin said. Swish! Wei Shan's expression turned cold, and he shouted, "Open fire. I want to see who dares to pull the trigger." Suddenly, a cold voice echoed. Chapter 53, The Senior Brother Arrives. Swish! As this voice rang out, Wei Shan glanced around and saw a group of people walking over, all wearing long group uniforms. People from the long group? Wei Shan frowned as a few people approached. The leading man said coldly, "I want to see who dares to shoot." At this moment, Wei Shan spoke up. "This commander is executing military orders. How could you people from the Dragon Group be here? You are Commander Wei Shan from the Jiangnan War Zone, right?" The man glanced at Wei Shan and coldly said, "You can't touch him." His tone carried a commanding feeling, making Wei Shan frown. Although the Dragon Group was not to be offended, he was, after all, a dignified commander of a war zone and also part of the War Department, which belonged to a different organization. So he would not allow the Dragon Group to ride over him. He looked at the other party and coldly said, "This commander is executing military orders, and no one is allowed to obstruct. Otherwise, anyone who does will be treated as an accomplice and taken down." Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, a group of soldiers from the Jiangnan War Zone aimed their weapons at the group from the Dragon Group. "Commander Wei has quite the temper." A deep voice came from behind the group of Dragon Group members. The group parted into two rows, and a man in a cloak, looking to be in his 30s or 40s, slowly walked forward, his face stern, exuding an invisible pressure. "Greetings, Lord Longxi." The Dragon Group members all respectfully called out to him. "Longxi." Swish! Upon hearing this title, Wei Shan's expression changed, revealing a look of surprise. Among the Dragon Group, there were 4 Longxi responsible for managing the entire organization, and their status was only second to that of the elusive leader of the Dragon Group. Each of these 4 Longxi was incredibly powerful and had the authority to mobilize the entire Dragon Group, holding a status several levels higher than that of Wei Shan. "The commander of a war zone. You are one of the 4 Longxi of the Dragon Group?" Wei Shan said, staring at the man. The latter looked at him and replied, "I am Fu Xiao, one of the 4 Longxi." Upon hearing this name, Yi Junlin showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Wei Shan's expression kept changing as he looked at Fu Xiao and said, "I didn't expect that even the esteemed Longxi would be alarmed today. This is truly unexpected. Longxi Fu, are you here to defy the military orders of the War Department for this kid?" Wei Shan said seriously to Fu Xiao. "He is a person we need in the Dragon Group, so you can't touch him," Fu Xiao said directly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "You." Immediately, Wei Shan's expression darkened, and just as he was about to speak, Fu Xiao continued, "If you have any dissatisfaction, you can contact the War Department and let them come talk to me personally, or go find our leader." Swish, swish, swish. Hearing the other party's extremely aggressive words, Wei Shan's expression kept changing. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. "No need to talk. This kid killed General Shun. No one can protect him." As this cold voice sounded, two men in military uniforms, with cold expressions and exuding an air of iron-blooded killing intent, appeared. General Du, General Foam, Wei Shan exclaimed in surprise, as these two were indeed the other two of the 36 generals of Long Country. So you are the Long Sea of the Dragon Group? Let me tell you, even if your Dragon Group leader comes personally today, he cannot protect this kid. General Du looked at Fu Xiao and said coldly, his eyes filled with a chilling, killing intent. That's right. This kid killed General Shun and slapped our War Department in the face. He must pay the price. General Foam also shouted. At this moment, Yi Junlin appeared calm, as if watching a show. Is that so? If you want to move him, then let's see if you have the strength. Fu Xiao said directly. Swish, swish. The eyes of the two generals glinted coldly as they stared at Fu Xiao. General Du said coldly, I have long heard that the four Long Sea of the Dragon Group are top experts. Today, we want to see if you are really that powerful. After they finished speaking, both of them simultaneously attacked Fu Xiao. Their strength surpassed that of Shun Qianjun. But Fu Xiao remained unhurried as he raised a palm to meet their attack. Swish. Fu Xiao stepped with a peculiar rhythm, evading the attacks of the two generals like a phantom, then struck out with a palm, targeting both generals simultaneously. The two generals' expressions changed as they hurriedly tried to defend. But upon contact with Fu Xiao's palm, they were sent flying backward, kneeling on the ground and spitting blood. One palm, and the difference was clear. Wei Shan watched in shock as Fu Xiao instantly defeated two top generals of Long Country with a single palm. It was hard to believe. The 36 generals of Long Country are all blood-soaked warriors, known for sweeping through armies, and belong to the top tier of combat strength in the War Department. Yet now, two generals working together were defeated in one move. It was truly unbelievable. Swish. Immediately, Wei Shan looked at Fu Xiao with a serious expression. He never expected this Long Sea to be so powerful. However, he was even more curious about what relationship Yi Junlin had with this Long Sea. Worthy enough for him to come personally to protect him and even risk offending the War Department. It seems you two need to practice more. With this level of strength, how can you protect the homeland and guard the borders? Fu Xiao said to the two generals, making them feel embarrassed. They did not expect that their combined efforts would be defeated in one move, as expected of one of the four Long Sea of the Dragon Group. Today we have lost, but we will not let the grudge against General Shin go. The two generals coldly warned Yi Junlin. Kid, today you are lucky to have someone protecting you, but next time you won't be so lucky. After saying this, the two generals left, and Wei Shan's gaze flickered as he led his subordinates away. With Fu Xiao here today, it was impossible for him to capture Yi Junlin, so he could only report this matter back for higher authorities to decide. As everyone left, Fu Xiao turned his gaze to Yi Junlin, walked over, and directly knelt halfway on the ground, saying, Fu Xiao, disciple of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, pays respect to the young master. Senior brother Fu, you are being too polite. You are my senior brother. How can you kneel to me? Please get up, Yi Junlin directly said. While Fu Xiao was one of the 7 outer disciples accepted by his third master, ranked 6th, making him his 6th senior brother. The young master is too polite. You are the closed-door disciple of the Pavilion Master and possess the Heavenly Machine Order, destined to be the future master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. I am merely an outer disciple accepted by the Pavilion Master, so I truly cannot claim to be the young master's senior brother. Fu Xiao said, whether closed-door disciple or outer disciple, since you became my senior brother before me, you are my senior brother. Please rise, Yi Junlin insisted. Thank you, young master. Fu Xiao replied, and Yi Junlin looked at him. You don't need to call me young master. Just call me junior brother. All right, Fu Xiao replied solemnly. Senior brother Fu, thank you for coming to my aid just now. Yi Junlin expressed his gratitude, to which Fu Xiao shook his head. Junior brother, you are the future master of our Heavenly Machine Pavilion. As a member of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, I naturally cannot let you be bullied. Don't worry. I will find a way to handle the War Department matter and will not let them disturb you again. Thank you very much, senior brother Fu, Yi Junlin said. Fu Xiao then stated, Junior brother, although today is our first meeting, as members of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, there is no need for such formality. If you have any issues in the future, just come find me. Of course, your other senior brothers will also step in to help you. All right, Yi Junlin nodded. Just then, he received a phone call, and his brow furrowed. Chapter 54, Introducing a Matchmaker. At the Su family restaurant. The old master of the Su family and his family were sitting down for a meal, and in addition, there was a young man dressed in a suit. looking handsome and exuding an elite aura sitting there. Mom, Jun is great, but I don't like him. I like Junlin. At this moment, Su Shuer was arguing with her mother, Du Mingwan. Du Mingwan reprimanded. What's so good about that kid? Can he compare with Jun? Jun is a Ritterny PhD graduate from a world-class prestigious university, and now he works for the Long family business, even becoming the manager of the Zhanghai branch. He is talented and has a bright future, while that kid has lost everything and is nothing compared to Jun. Mom, Su Shuer said with dissatisfaction. At this moment, the young man spoke up. Aunt, please don't be too angry. Shuer is just too young and naive, so she doesn't understand this matter well and can easily be deceived. Now that I'm back, I will protect Shuer and not let her be deceived again. Shuer has me to protect her. No need for you. At that moment, a cold voice entered the dining room as Yi Junlin walked in directly. Junlin. Su Shuer looked at Yi Junlin's appearance, her face instantly lighting up as she excitedly ran towards him. Yi Junlin affectionately patted Su Shuer's head. This scene fell into the eyes of the young man, whose expression darkened. What are you doing here? Du Mingwan looked at Yi Junlin with an unhappy expression. Junlin, you came just in time. Let us eat together. Old Master Su spoke to Yi Junlin. Thank you, Grandpa Su. I haven't eaten yet. Yi Junlin smiled slightly. The reason he came here was that he received a call from Yin Air, learning that Du Mingwan was introducing a partner for Su Shuer, so he rushed over immediately. 7 years ago, Yi Junlin and Shuer were still teenagers and had promised each other to be together for a lifetime. Although 7 years have passed, their feelings for each other have not changed. Therefore, in Yi Junlin's heart, Shuer has long been his woman, and he naturally could not allow anyone else to interfere with her. The young man in front of him was Yang Yujun, the partner Du Mingwan was introducing to Shuer. There's south no place for you here. Du Mingwan coldly snorted at Yi Junlin. Junlin, sit here. Shuer, you come over too. Old Master Su directly said. Immediately, Yi Junlin and Su Shuer sat on either side of Old Master Su. This should be the young master that Shuer likes, right? At this moment, Yang Yujun glanced at Yi Junlin, who completely ignored him and was serving food to Shuer. Yi Junlin, are you impolite? Didn't you hear Yujun talking to you? Du Mingwan reprimanded Yi Junlin. Aunt, it's not Yi Junlin's fault. He is a person who has lost everything and probably hasn't been taught what family education and manners are. Yang Yujun said with a condescending air, sneering. Swish. This remark made Yi Junlin's gaze sharpen as he shot a cold glance at the young man. For a moment, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Su Tianmin quickly said, Junlin, don't take it to heart. Yujun just returned to the country and doesn't understand the situation, so please don't mind him. Humph, Yi Junlin. Let me be direct with you. Yujun is the son of a friend of mine, and he has known Shuer for a long time. He is a Ritterny PhD from a top university abroad and has now become a member of the top business association, the Long family business. And he is also a planning manager at the Jiangnan branch. I have chosen him as Shuer's future husband, and he is the son-in-law that I, Du Mingwan, have recognized. Du Mingwan directly said to Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin glanced at Yang Yujun and said, who Shuer's future husband is should be chosen by Shuer herself. Humph. You just think Shuer is naive and can be easily manipulated by you. I tell you, you are worthless now, nowhere near Yujun. Do you think you qualify to be Shuer's husband? Du Mingwan mocked. Whether I qualify or not, that is not certain. Yi Junlin smiled lightly. Young Master Yi is quite confident, but I heard you have nothing now, probably don't even have a job. If you can't support yourself, how can you give Shuer a bright future? My company is short on security, why don't you come work at my company? 3,000 a month should be enough for you to support yourself. As for Shuer, you don't need to interfere. You don't deserve Shuer. At this moment, Yang Yujun looked at Yi Junlin with an air of superiority, mocking him. Swish. Yi Junlin glanced at him and replied, you don't need to worry about whether I have a job or not, but I think you might not have a job very soon. Haha. Yang Yujun sneered. Looking down at Yi Junlin, let me tell you, I was just appointed as the planning manager of the Jiangnan branch of the Long family business. How could I be out of work? That's ridiculous. I think you're just jealous of me. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Yang Yojun's phone rang, and he hurriedly answered. Mr. He, what can I do for you? What? I've been fired? Why? The next moment, Yang Yujun stood up abruptly, disbelief written all over his face. Soon after, despair appeared in his eyes as he repeatedly pleaded on the phone. Mr. He, please give me another chance. If I did something wrong, I'll correct it immediately. Please don't fire me. Slap. At that moment, Yang Yojun's phone was hung up. Yujun, what happened? Du Mingwan quickly asked Yang Yujun. Isn't it obvious? He has been fired. Yi Junlin smiled lightly, looking at Yang Yujun. It seems my prediction was quite accurate. You really have no job now. You. Yang Yojuan's face turned cold, filled with anger as he stared at Yi Junlin, veins bulging on his forehead. Aunt, I'm leaving. Yang Yujun took a deep breath, said this to Du Mingwan, and quickly left. What is going on? How could Yujun be suddenly fired? Du Mingwan looked puzzled, while Old Master Su and others were also filled with doubts. As for Yi Junlin, he sneered. This proves that even heaven could not stand to see him. Shut up. Du Mingwan shouted at Yi Junlin. With Yujun's knowledge and ability, even if he was fired, he could quickly find a good job. And you? You didn't even go to university, and your family is gone. What can you do in the future? You might really just have to be a security guard. That's enough. Mingwan, don't say any more. At this moment, Old Master Su frowned and reprimanded. With his reprimand, Du Mingwan dared not say anything further. Junlin, don't listen to her nonsense. Grandpa knows about your relationship with Shuer, and Grandpa fully supports you being together. Old Master Su looked directly at Yi Junlin and said, Thank you, Grandpa. Yi Junlin smiled slightly. All right, let us eat. Old Master Su then called everyone to start eating. After the meal, Su Shuer saw Yi Junlin off. Looking at him, Junlin, is Yujun losing his job related to you? Otherwise, what a coincidence. What? Are you feeling sorry for him? Yi Junlin looked at Su Shuer with a hint of jealousy. The latter quickly said, Junlin, don't misunderstand. Although I have known Yujun for a long time, I have no relationship with him. I have always only liked you, Junlin. Silly girl, I was just teasing you. Yi Junlin gently flicked Su Shuer's nose and said, That guy has bad intentions. Don't have any contact with him in the future. Okay. Su Shuer nodded and looked at Yi Junlin. By the way, Junlin, our school's anniversary gala is tomorrow night. Do you want to come? Me? I'm not from your school. What would I go for? Yi Junlin asked in confusion. I've never attended such a large banquet and am a bit nervous, so I want you to accompany me. Su Shuer looked at Yi Junlin with anticipation. All right. I have nothing else to do anyway. Yi Junlin agreed directly. Thank you, Junlin. Su Shuer kissed Yi Junlin on the face and returned with a shy expression. Just then, Yinner appeared behind Yi Junlin and said, Young master, that Yang Yujun dares to lay a hand on Miss Su. Should I deal with him? No need. Just let him lose his job. Consider it a lesson for him. Yi Junlin shook his head. It was indeed his doing that Yang Yujun got fired. He had sent a text message to Fu Datsai at that time, asking him to fire Yang Yujun, which is why he mentioned that the other party might lose his job. Continue to protect Shuer, Yi Junlin said faintly and left the Su family directly. Afterwards, Yi Junlin went to the bar he had visited before, intending to have a few drinks. However, as soon as he entered the bar, his expression changed. Chapter 55. Why should I do it myself? At this moment, the bar had been turned into a wreck. Inside the bar stood a large group of people dressed in white, wielding sharp knives, exuding a murderous aura. Who are you? Get out. One of them coldly shouted as they saw Yi Junlin enter. Yi Junlin glanced at these people and recognized that they were affiliated with the White Tiger sect, clearly here for revenge. Where's Main Yang? Yi Junlin asked coldly. Kid, you talk too much. The man snorted coldly, gripping his knife and slashing at Yi Junlin. Clearly someone who wouldn't hesitate to kill. Swish. In an instant, Yi Junlin waved his hand, performing a technique to disarm, taking the sharp knife and slashing out with it. Puff. The White Tiger sect member had his throat sliced open by Yi Junlin's knife, his eyes wide as he fell to the ground. At this moment, the other White Tiger sect members in the bar turned cold, all drawing their knives and rushing towards Yi Junlin. Puff, puff, puff. Yi Junlin, expressionless, swung the sharp knife and directly killed this group of White Tiger sect members one by one. In the blink of an eye, dozens of White Tiger sect members were slaughtered, and just as Yi Junlin was about to continue, he heard shouting from the second floor of the bar. He glanced over and threw a knife, piercing a White Tiger sect member and pinning him to the wall, then leaped up to the second floor. At this moment, in the room where Main Yang was mixing drinks, she was bound to the sofa, and a man with a buzz cut and a sinister expression was tearing at her clothes, saying, Beautiful woman, no need to shout. Today I'll have a good time with you. If you make me happy, I might even plead with the leader to spare your life. Main Yang glared at him coldly and shouted, You will die a terrible death. Even if I die, it will be after I'm done having my fun. The man sneered, about to completely tear off Main Yang's clothes. But at that moment, a large hand suddenly appeared, grabbing the man by the hair and slamming him to the ground, tearing his scalp open and covering him in blood. The owner of that large hand was Yi Junlin, who loosened the ropes around Mei Nyang's hands and asked, "Are you okay?" Seeing Yi Junlin appear like a deity in her moment of despair, Mei Nyang's heart, which had been frozen, rippled with emotion as she said, "Thank you. Bastard, who are you? How dare you touch me?" The man got up from the ground, looking fierce and bloodthirsty as he stared at Yi Junlin. "Be careful. He is the crazy tiger, one of the 5 tigers of the White Tiger sect. And his strength is even more terrifying than that of the battle tiger." Mei Nyang warned Yi Junlin. Swish, swish, swish. Then, the White Tiger sect members outside all rushed in, calling out to Crazy Tiger, "Big brother, are you okay? You came just in time. Get rid of this bastard for me." Crazy Tiger roared. Immediately, this group of White Tiger sect members charged at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin seized another knife and began a massacre. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, Yi Junlin seemed like a god of death, ruthlessly reaping the lives of these White Tiger sect members. These people couldn't even withstand a single strike from Yi Junlin, and all died miserably. Seeing this, Crazy Tiger's expression darkened, and he suddenly drew a long knife that exuded a bloody aura, directly slashing at Yi Junlin. Clang! Crack! Yi Junlin looked at Crazy Tiger's incoming blow and also struck with his knife. The two knives collided, producing a sharp ringing sound, and Crazy Tiger's long knife was cut in half on the spot. Puff! Yi Junlin cleaved Crazy Tiger's body in two with one stroke. This scene stunned the remaining White Tiger sect members. Yi Junlin, still gripping the knife, continued to charge out. Half a minute later, all the people Crazy Tiger brought were killed by Yi Junlin, not one left. Yi Junlin then discarded the knife in his hand and glanced at Mei Nyang, saying, "Go mix me a drink." Mei Nyang looked at Yi Junlin, then stood up to mix the drink. Soon, Mei Nyang brought a glass of wine to Yi Junlin, who began to drink it right in front of the corpses scattered on the ground. This scene was extremely bizarre. If it were anyone else, seeing such a bloody scene would probably make them vomit everything inside, let alone drink. "Thank you for today." Mei Nyang looked at Yi Junlin and expressed her gratitude again. "I said, I am your master now, and since you are mine, no one can touch you." Yi Junlin took a sip of wine and said coldly. Hearing Yi Junlin's latter statement, Mei Nyang's heart trembled, and her gaze toward Yi Junlin was no longer seductive, but rather filled with complex emotions. "I've received news that the White Tiger sect is preparing to fully advance into Jianhai. This Crazy Tiger is just a vanguard. Soon the main forces of the White Tiger sect will enter Jianhai. At that time," Mei Nyang looked at Yi Junlin and warned, but before she could finish, Yi Junlin coldly interrupted, "If they come to seek death, then let them. The White Tiger sect is not an ordinary force." Mei Nyang informed Yi Junlin of the detailed situation regarding the 4 major powers in Jiangnan County, but he remained indifferent, saying, "You don't need to worry about the White Tiger sect. Just remember, from now on, you will be the underground queen of Jianhai." "Thank you, master." Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Mei Nyang's gaze flickered for a moment, and she replied respectfully, "All right, you clean up this bar first." Yi Junlin finished his drink, stood up, and was about to leave. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly turned back to Mei Nyang and asked, "I heard you killed 3 husbands before. Is that true?" "Yes, are you afraid?" Mei Nyang glanced at Yi Junlin, and he shrugged. "No, I'm just curious how you still have 3 husbands when you're still a virgin." Swish. Yi Junlin's words made Mei Nyang's face flush. Then Yi Junlin left. After leaving the bar, he contacted Lung Feng, instructing him to keep an eye on the White Tiger sect. If they dared to step into Jianhai, there would be no mercy. Jianhai was where Yi Junlin had grown up, and since he planned to stay there for a long time, he intended to firmly control it to avoid various troubles in the future. This was also why Yi Junlin made Mei Nyang the underground queen of Jianhai. He needed someone who could help him handle anything. Although he had Lung Feng and Yenner, they were both people of his third master. He needed someone of his own. At this moment, Yi Junlin's gaze suddenly caught sight of a figure ahead. Meanwhile, in a certain place in the capital, 3 figures were seated. One of them was a middle-aged man in a white long robe with deep-set eyes, while the other 2 were elderly men in long robes. "The head disciple of the master has appeared. What do you plan to do?" One of the old men asked the middle-aged man. "What if he appears?" The middle-aged man picked up a cup of tea, looking relaxed. The old master has given him the Tianji order, indicating he plans to pass the position of the Tianji Pavilion Master to him. "Are you really willing to just hand over the position of the master?" the other old man said to the middle-aged man in a deep voice. The middle-aged man smiled slightly and took out a token, saying, "Now the heavenly secret token is in my hands." The token he took out was the heavenly secret token that Yi Junlin had previously given to Lung Feng. The heavenly secret token. The two old men stared at the token, their expressions changing. How did this heavenly secret token end up in your hands? The two old men looked at the middle-aged man in surprise, to which he replied, he wanted to investigate the murderer who destroyed his family back then. So he brought out the heavenly secret token. My little junior brother is still too naive. The middle-aged man shook his head. Even if you have the heavenly secret token, it's useless. As long as the old pavilion master says a word, he will still become the new pavilion master. One old man scoffed. What if he is no longer around? The middle-aged man said lightly. Swish, swish. The two old men looked at each other in shock. You don't mean to kill him, do you? If you take action and the old pavilion master finds out, it will be over. They both said. Why would I need to do it myself? The middle-aged man took a sip of tea and smiled lightly. Chapter 56. You have to be responsible for me the next day. In the villa of Yi Junlin at Yiping. In a room, Lin Mingwei slowly woke up, touched her still slightly dizzy head, and looked at the somewhat familiar room in confusion, asking, Where am I? Of course you are in my house. At that moment, Yi Junlin walked into the room and looked at Lin Mingwei, saying, It's you. Lin Mingwei looked at Yi Junlin, her eyes showing surprise. And then her gaze quickly scanned the surroundings. This was indeed the room she had stayed in at Yi Junlin's villa before. How did I end up here? Lin Mingwei asked in shock. She only remembered wandering around Jianghai for a day after leaving Yi Junlin's villa, then going to a bar alone at night to drink, and later got so drunk that she lost consciousness. She never expected to wake up again here. You really have a short memory. The first time I met you, you were drunk at a bar, and last night you were dead drunk again. If I hadn't happened to find you, you would have probably been eaten clean by a pack of bar wolves. Yi Junlin scolded Lin Mingwei. After leaving Mingyang's bar last night, he happened to find this woman squatting outside another bar throwing up, and had no choice but to bring her back. Although he wasn't interested in her, he couldn't just watch her get drunk alone and be picked up by someone else. Thank you. Lin Mingwei felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing Yi Junlin's words, then noticed she was wearing a nightgown and asked, Did Sister Yenner change my clothes last night? No, Yenner is not here. Yi Junlin replied indifferently. Then who changed my clothes? Lin Mingwei looked at Yi Junlin in confusion. Is there anyone else in this villa besides me? Yi Junlin shot her a look as if she were an idiot and walked out. Immediately, Lin Mingwei's expression froze, and she was dazed for several seconds. Soon, her face turned bright red, filled with shyness and embarrassment, and she directly covered her head with the blanket. As Yi Junlin went downstairs, Lung Feng stood in the living room and said to him, Young master, I have prepared breakfast. You can make breakfast too? Yi Junlin looked at Lung Feng in surprise, to which the latter shook his head. No, I bought it outside. Yi Junlin was momentarily stunned, looking at Lung Feng. You are quite honest. By the way, how is the matter I asked you to notify the Heavenly Secret Pavilion about? Yi Junlin asked Lung Feng. What he wanted to know most now was the information about the young master who destroyed his family and his sister. Young master, the Heavenly Secret Pavilion is still investigating. There is no news for now, Lung Feng said solemnly. Tell them to use all the power of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion to make sure they find results for me. Yi Junlin said coldly. He initially didn't want to use the power of his masters, but now it was quite difficult to investigate these matters on his own. So he had to borrow their influence. Understood. Lung Feng nodded. At this moment, Lin Mingwei, still in her nightgown, ran downstairs and shouted at Yi Junlin. You have to be responsible for me. Responsible? Responsible for what? Yi Junlin looked at Lin Mingwei in confusion. Responsible for marrying me. Lin Mingwei huffed. Yi Junlin glanced at Lin Mingwei. Are you feverish? Marry you? How is that possible? Lin Mingwei angrily retorted. You saw my body. Shouldn't you be responsible for me? You vomited all over yourself last night. If I didn't change your clothes, who would? Yi Junlin said dismissively. Besides, with your flat chest and lack of curves, who would want to look? Lin Mingwei, the young lady, was so enraged by Yi Junlin's words that she almost spat blood. You scoundrel, just you wait. I will definitely make you see whether I have curves or not. Lin Mingwei pouted and huffed, then ran away. Meanwhile, in Jiangzhou, at the White Tiger sect, when the sect master Yang Tianhu learned that another general under him had been killed, he was furious. Damn it, someone immediately gather 5,000 disciples of the White Tiger sect to march into Jianghai and kill that Mainyang and her master without mercy. Anyone who dares to oppose the White Tiger sect in Jianghai, kill them all. Yang Tianhu roared. In the capital, in a room, an old man with white hair was treating a young man, with several silver needles inserted into the young man's head and chin. These two were Zhou Sanqing, one of the 5 honorary directors of the Chinese Medicine Association of Long Country, and the young master of the Yun family, who had been turned mute by Yi Junlin. At this moment, the head of the Yun family, Yun Zhongtian, stood beside him, looking very nervous. After several minutes, Zhou Sanqing pulled out the silver needles from the young master and looked at him. Try to see if you can speak now. The young master opened his mouth, but still couldn't say anything. Old Zhou, why can't my son speak yet? Is he still not cured? Yun Zhongtian asked anxiously. Looking at his son, Zhou Sanqing frowned, his gaze flickering, and finally said, Your son's condition is beyond my ability to treat. What? Even you can't cure my son? Hearing this news, Yun Zhongtian's face turned extremely ugly, unable to believe it. Zhou Sanqing's expression was equally grim. As a renowned medical master in the Chinese Medicine Association, he could treat various diseases, but now he couldn't cure this young master, which naturally made him feel a bit embarrassed. Your son's condition is very tricky. With my current abilities, I really cannot treat him. Perhaps only the president can hope to help, Zhou Sanqing said solemnly. At once, Yun Zhongtian's face turned ashen. The president of the Chinese Medicine Association was a true master in the medical field of Long Country, and very few people in the capital could invite him to take action. Even with the Yun family status, it was impossible. Old Zhou, is there really no other way? Yun Zhongtian asked. The only remaining option is to let that Yi Junlin take action. His medical skills are quite remarkable. I underestimated him, Zhou Sanqing said, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Yun Zhongtian's gaze sharpened, and he immediately made a phone call. Notify the dark guards. Do not kill that kid. Bring him back alive. If he can be brought back and presented to me, I would like to meet him, Zhou Sanqing said seriously. Yes, Yun Zhongtian nodded. At the same time, in the Long Country War Department base, in a room, the 2 generals who had fought against Fu Xiao were standing there, looking extremely displeased. General Xue, that kid killed one of our War Department generals. Are we just going to let him go? That Fu Xiao is one of the 4 dragon commanders. Does he really dare to go against the entire War Department? Du General looked at Xue General, one of the 36 generals, and said, This is the decision from above. You don't need to worry about Shin General's death. Xue General replied with an air of authority, just as Du General wanted to say something else. He was pulled out of the room by another phone general. This kid actually has connections with the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. It seems I need to investigate this thoroughly. At that moment, Xue General's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, at a certain place in the military base, the 2 generals stood there. Du General angrily said, Why did you pull me out just now? Don't you want to avenge Brother Shin? Of course I want to avenge Brother Shun, but since Xue General has said so, saying more won't help. It's better to find another way to avenge Brother Shun. Feng General replied solemnly. What other way do you have? Du General asked, glancing at Feng General, whose eyes flickered with brilliance as he said, Go find Ling General. He always protects his own, and he won't allow anyone to harm the people in the military department. If he knows Brother Shun was killed, he will definitely avenge him. Moreover, with his status, even if the higher-ups find out later, he won't face any consequences. This plan is good. If Ling General takes action, even with that guy Fu Xiao protecting him, that kid will undoubtedly die. Du General's eyes gleamed coldly as he exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, night fell. At Jianghai University, Yi Junlin appeared. Chapter 57. Anniversary Gala. Tonight is the 50th anniversary gala of Jianghai University, and Yi Junlin came to accompany Su Shuer to the anniversary dinner. At this moment, many luxury cars were parked at the school gate. Numerous men and women dressed in various designer suits stepped out of these luxury cars, all of whom were invited outstanding alumni of Jianghai University. These outstanding alumni were all influential and wealthy figures. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called outstanding alumni. Compared to these glamorous people, Yi Junlin, who arrived by taxi in ordinary attire, seemed somewhat out of place. Even those alumni showed disdain when looking at Yi Junlin, unwilling to spare him a second glance as they walked straight into the school. At this moment, Tang Yaoyao, dressed to the nines, approached Yi Junlin, exuding youthfulness and charm, making her stand out. Where's Shuer? Yi Junlin asked Tang Yaoyao. Shuer is changing clothes to go on stage as the host. She asked me to come get you. Tang Yaoyao pouted. Oh, then let's go. Yi Junlin nodded and walked toward the school, while Tang Yaoyao looked at him and pouted. I'm dressed so beautifully today. Aren't you going to compliment me? You look good, Yi Junlin said directly, and Tang Yaoyao rolled her eyes at him, retorting, so perfunctory. Then, Yi Junlin followed Tang Yaoyao to the largest gymnasium at Jianghai University, which had been transformed into the venue for the anniversary gala, looking no different from a cocktail party. Here, aside from the group of outstanding alumni, there were also many student representatives from Jianghai University, mostly female students, all dressed glamorously, eager to flirt with these distinguished seniors. Soon, the anniversary gala began, and Su Shuer appeared on stage wearing a high-end dress worth 360,000, immediately drawing countless gazes. Su Shuer, with her perfect figure, appearance, and temperament, was complimented by this expensive dress, making her resemble a noble princess. Many men on site, especially those so-called outstanding alumni, gazed at her with fiery eyes. At this moment, another campus beauty, Han Churen, looked at Su Shuer with deep jealousy in her eyes. Shuer looks really beautiful tonight, Tang Yaoyao exclaimed as she admired Su Shuer. My woman, how could she not be beautiful? Yi Junlin said with a slight smile while holding a glass of wine. So narcissistic. Tang Yaoyao rolled her eyes at him again. Su Shuer then took the microphone and went on stage to host the anniversary gala. After a round of speeches from the university's higher-ups and several representatives of outstanding alumni, Su Shuer announced, everyone, the next part of the anniversary gala is the dance segment. You can freely choose a partner to dance with. I hope everyone enjoys themselves. Afterward, Su Shuer left the host stand and scanned the crowd, quickly spotting Yi Junlin. Just as she was about to approach him, a figure appeared in front of her, saying, Su Jr., I am your senior from the class of 19. I would like to invite you to dance. Is that convenient? Su Shuer was taken aback and was about to refuse when several alumni came up to her, all wanting to invite her to dance. For a moment, Su Shuer felt flustered. At that moment, a man in his mid-20s, dressed in a white suit, handsome and exuding an extraordinary noble aura, walked over. Su Jr., I am your senior Hao Hua. May I have the honor of inviting you to dance? The man in the white suit slightly bowed, extending a hand towards Su Shuer with a smile, embodying the etiquette of a noble gentleman. At this moment, those who had previously wanted to invite Su Shuer to dance all stepped back, giving up their chance. The reason they did this was that they recognized the noble aura of the man before them. He was the most famous among their alumni, named Hao Hua, the young master of the Hao family, which was one of the top 3 large groups in Jiangnan County. Moreover, he was already the vice president of the Hao family at a young age, a true prodigy. How could anyone dare to compete with such a prodigy? At this moment, the other women in the crowd looked at Su Shuer with envy, as they had all wanted to strike up a conversation with Hao Hua. But he had completely ignored them. Now he personally invited Su Shuer to dance, making them feel envious and jealous. Su Shuer looked at Hao Hua, about to speak. But he continued, Su Jr., this is my first time inviting someone to dance. You wouldn't refuse me in front of so many people, would you? His words clearly put Su Shuer in a difficult position, making it hard for her to turn down his invitation without losing face. As the host, Su Shuer knew very well Hao Hua's identity, and if she were to refuse him, it would likely anger the higher-ups of Jianghai University. Just as Su Shuer found herself in a dilemma, Yi Junlin walked over directly. He approached Su Shuer, wrapped his arm around her waist, and looked coldly at Hao Hua, saying, Shuer is my woman. If you want to find someone to dance with, go find someone else. With that, Yi Junlin took Su Shuer and walked to the side, leaving Hao Hua's outstretched hand hanging awkwardly in the air, his face darkening instantly. This was the first time he had been publicly embarrassed like this. At that moment, the expressions of everyone present changed repeatedly, especially those who knew Hao Hua's identity were shocked. How could anyone in Jiangnan County dare to disrespect the young master of the Hao family like this? Were they looking for trouble? As one of the top 3 large groups in Jiangnan County, the Hao family had industries spread across various cities in the county, and their status was not much different from the 6 major families of Jiangnan County. Hao Hua, as the young master of the Hao family, was someone whom no one dared to disrespect in Jiangnan County, let alone embarrass him like this. Suddenly, Hao Hua withdrew his hand, his expression dark as ink, and his gaze swept toward Yi Junlin, coldly saying, Stop. Hearing Hao Hua's words, everyone's eyes turned toward Yi Junlin, who stopped and looked back at him, coldly responding. Wasn't what I said clear enough? I heard it clearly, but I think you don't deserve Su Jr. Hao Hua looked at Yi Junlin with disdain and said, I don't think you deserve Su Xiume. His eyes were filled with blatant contempt. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Hao Hua finished speaking, the entire banquet hall fell silent, and everyone's gaze turned to Hao Hua and Yi Junlin. Su Shuer was about to speak when Yi Junlin shot a glance at her, saying, "My woman, whether she deserves you or not is none of your business. A dog meddling in others' affairs." Seeing that Yi Junlin dared to insult him, Hao Hua's expression darkened, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Young man, as a senior, I have the obligation to help my junior sister distinguish between you pretty boys who only know how to seduce innocent girls. Moreover, with Su Xuemei's beauty, her man must be a true prodigy. Do you think you qualify for that title?" Hao Hua mocked Yi Junlin mercilessly. The alumni from Jianghai University present shook their heads at Yi Junlin, thinking that offending the distinguished young master of the Hao family would lead to his downfall, and his girlfriend would undoubtedly be taken by Hao Hua. Looking at Su Shuer, a stunning beauty with excellent looks, figure, and temperament, the alumni swallowed hard but dared not covet her, as they were not like Yi Junlin, who would offend the young master of the Hao family for a woman. Only a fool would do such a thing. "Senior Hao, I respect you as a fellow Jianghai University alumnus, but please don't go too far," Su Shuer said, looking dissatisfied. "Su Xuemei, I'm helping you," Hao Hua replied. "Yes, Su Xuemei, with your talent and beauty, you deserve someone like Senior Hao, a true prodigy. This guy next to you is just a pretty boy. Following him won't lead to good results." "That's right. Senior Hao is already a vice president at a young age, known as a leader in the Jiangnan business world. Comparing him to this kid is like comparing a lion to an ant." At this moment, several alumni present began to flatter Hao Hua and belittle Yi Junlin. Su Shuer was furious and wanted to say something, but Yi Junlin stopped her, smiling. "It's okay, Shuer, don't be angry. A bunch of sycophants." Yi Junlin glanced coldly at the flattering alumni, which only angered them further as they shouted, "Kid, what did you say? I didn't want to bother with you. But if you insist on putting your face in front of me for a slap, don't blame me," Yi Junlin said coldly to them and Hao Hua. "With you? You think you can slap our faces?" Hao Hua sneered, saying, "Kid, I'll give you a chance to slap our faces." The highlight of tonight's banquet is the alumni donating for the construction of Jianghai University. "As long as your donation exceeds mine, you can consider it a slap in my face." "Haha, young Master Hao, aren't you just making this kid embarrassed? With his shabby clothes worth a few dozen bucks, what can he donate? He probably needs others to donate money to him. With this kid, even if he can scrape together a few $100, it would be impressive. Expecting him to donate? That'll probably take a lifetime." "That's right. Young Master Hao's monthly allowance is probably what this kid would earn in 10 years. Expecting him to donate more than young Master Hao? That's like expecting the sun to rise from the west." In an instant, those who had just flattered young Master Hao took the opportunity to mock Yi Junlin again, looking at him as if he were a circus monkey, filled with ridicule and amusement. Others present merely smiled at Yi Junlin, thinking that young Master Hao was humiliating him. After all, judging by his age, temperament, and clothing, he looked like an ordinary college student. How could he possibly donate more than young Master Hao? "Kid, how about it? I've given you a chance to slap my face. I wonder if you dare to take it?" Hao Hua mocked Yi Junlin. "Since you enjoy being slapped in the face so much, I'll naturally help you out. How much do you plan to donate?" Yi Junlin smirked. The crowd was shocked to hear that Yi Junlin was actually going to compare donations with young Master Hao. They all wondered if this kid had gone mad. Even Hao Hua showed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Yi Junlin to really dare to agree to the donation challenge. "Kid, you really don't know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth, do you? Do you know young Master Hao's background? You think you can compare your donation to his? That's right. If you can donate more than us, we consider you impressive." Many people mocked Yi Junlin recklessly. "You guys talk so much nonsense. Why don't you donate?" Tang Yaoyao walked over, looking at them with disdain. "I, Mo Jia, as a student of Jianghai University, will donate 500,000 to give back to my alma mater." One of the sycophants said first. "I, Su Tsong, will donate 500,000. I, Lu Jia, will donate 800,000. Immediately, they all shouted, and after they finished speaking, they looked at Yi Junlin with a smug expression, as if saying, "You have the ability to donate too? Just this little money? You guys are even embarrassed to say it out loud?" Yi Junlin glanced at them disdainfully. "Kid, your tone is quite arrogant. You can also donate a few 100,000, right? Let us see if you can pull it off." They pointed at Yi Junlin and shouted, "What do you plan to donate?" At this moment, Yi Junlin looked towards Hao Hua, who adjusted his suit, and said in a condescending tone, "I, Hao Hua, today represent the Hao family, donating 30 million to Jianghai University. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Hao Hua's words were spoken, the scene erupted in an uproar, and everyone was shocked by his generosity. 30 million. That was incredibly lavish. In an instant, both the graduated alumni and the students present looked at Hao Hua with envy. At this moment, the most excited were the school leaders from Jianghai University, who were almost jumping up with excitement. Thank you, young Master Hao, for today's donation to our alma mater. Young Master Hao is truly an outstanding student of Jianghai University. On behalf of all the faculty and students, I sincerely thank you. The principal of Jianghai University quickly said, holding the microphone. Kid, I've donated. Now it's your turn. I want to see how much you can donate. Hao Hua looked at Yi Junlin with a playful expression, while others looked at Yi Junlin, ready to see him make a fool of himself. 30 million? I thought you were so good at boasting that you could donate a few hundred million. It seems you can't. Yi Junlin shrugged at Hao Hua. Swish. Hao Hua's expression darkened as he coldly snorted. Kid, don't waste words. If you're going to donate, hurry up. If you can't donate and are afraid of embarrassment, kneel down and bow 3 times, and I can help you donate a little. 10 billion. At that moment, Yi Junlin suddenly spoke up. As soon as he opened his mouth, the entire venue fell silent, a pin-drop silence. What did you say? Hao Hua's expression changed as he stared at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin glanced at him and said, I said I will donate 10 billion to Jianghai University. Boom. As soon as this statement was made, the scene was in an uproar, and everyone stared at Yi Junlin with wide eyes, showing incredulous expressions. 10 billion? How is that possible? Someone actually donates 10 billion? This is not 10 bucks, it's a whole 10 billion, equivalent to the total assets of a medium-sized company. Even a powerful group like the Hao family, ranked among the top 3 in Jiangnan, would find it difficult to come up with 10 billion at once. And Yi Junlin actually pledged 10 billion directly, which was truly shocking. It's impossible. How could you possibly have 1 billion? At that moment, Hao Hua's expression changed, staring at Yi Junlin and exclaimed, Are you really planning to donate 1 billion to the school? The principal of Jianghai University looked at Yi Junlin in disbelief. This guy is just trying to show off. How could he possibly donate 1 billion? Even if you sold him, he wouldn't be worth 1 billion. That's right. If he can donate 1 billion, I'll eat shit. Yes, if he donates 1 billion, I'll eat shit too. At this time, the few people who had been mocking Yi Junlin shouted, not believing that he had 1 billion. The others present also thought Yi Junlin was joking. After all, even if he really had money, it wouldn't be possible to casually take out 1 billion to donate, right? That would be insane. Swish. Yi Junlin directly took out the Supreme Dragon card and looked at the principal. Can this be used to swipe? It can. The principal nodded. And Yi Junlin handed him the Supreme Dragon card. Swipe it. At this moment, the principal looked at the Supreme Dragon card in Yi Junlin's hand, still not daring to believe it contained 1 billion, but adhering to the principle of better to believe than not, he immediately went to swipe it. What are you holding? It doesn't even look like a bank card. Can this thing really swipe out 1 billion? The few people continued to mock Yi Junlin, still not believing he had 1 billion. However, one person in the crowd looked at the Supreme Dragon card Yi Junlin had taken out, his eyes widening in surprise. A few minutes later, the principal ran back with an excited expression, his face flushed with excessive excitement. He looked at Yi Junlin and said excitedly, Thank you for donating 1 billion to Jianghai University. All of us at Jianghai University are extremely grateful for your donation. As soon as the principal's words came out, everyone present was dumbfounded, completely stunned. Hao Hua and the group of sycophants were all shocked. Principal, does he really have 1 billion in that card? Hao Hua shouted at the principal. Yes, Hao Xiao, there really is 1 billion in that card. And it has already been donated to the school. The principal nodded repeatedly. You're not colluding with him to trick me, are you? At this moment, Hao Hua's expression darkened as he stared at the principal. He simply couldn't believe that Yi Junlin would have 1 billion, and just like that, donated it. Hao Xiao, how could I dare to trick you? If you don't believe me, I can show you the transaction record. The principal quickly said to Hao Hua. In an instant, Hao Hua's face turned extremely ugly, feeling as if he had eaten shit. He never expected to be slapped in the face so hard, and it was a resounding slap. As for the group that had just mocked Yi Junlin, all their expressions went stiff, unable to say a word, while the other people present looked at each other in disbelief. They were all stunned by Yi Junlin's 1 billion. Han Charan in the crowd looked at Yi Junlin waving 10 billion, her heart racing, completely captivated, secretly vowing, I will definitely win you over. At this moment, Yi Junlin took back the Supreme Dragon card and glanced at the group that had mocked him earlier, coldly saying, "Did you not want to eat shit? You can eat it now." That was all a misunderstanding. One of them suddenly came to his senses, looking at Yi Junlin awkwardly. Misunderstanding? Weren't you all so enthusiastic about mocking just now? Now it's a misunderstanding? Yi Junlin coldly shouted. In an instant, this group of people looked embarrassed, extremely awkward, and each one directed their gaze at Hao Hua. "You brat." Hao Hua's expression returned, looking at Yi Junlin, just about to speak when the latter coldly said, "You still have the face to talk after just donating a few million? If I were you, I would have found a hole to hide in long ago." "You." Hao Hua was so enraged that his face turned pale, unable to articulate his words. "From now on, remember, if you have no money, don't come out to flirt and show off, to avoid embarrassing yourself." Yi Junlin looked at Hao Hua with a cold mockery, took Su Shui's hand, and left. In that moment, Hao Hua stood there, the sound of Yi Junlin's sarcastic words echoing in his ears. Seeing the strange looks from the crowd, he was completely furious. After leaving the banquet, Su Shui looked at Yi Junlin with some concern and said, "Brother Junlin, you were too impulsive just now, donating 1 billion like that. How long will it take to earn that back?" "It's nothing, just 1 billion, Yi Junlin said nonchalantly. After all, this was pocket money given to him by his fifth master, so why not use it? "Shui, let me take you home now," Yi Junlin said. "I still need to handle some other matters from the banquet." "Why don't you go back first, Brother Junlin?" Su Shui said. "All right." Yi Junlin nodded. He directly hugged Su Shui and then left. However, just as Yi Junlin walked onto a small path, he suddenly heard a series of reprimands coming from a nearby grove. "Situ Kong, you don't know what's good for you. It's an honor for you that the young master can use your blood essence. Do you really think just because your surname is Situ, you are the young master of the Situ family? You're just a bastard of the Situ family. If it weren't for the family head's compassion, you wouldn't even qualify to have the surname Situ." In the grove, a middle-aged man in a black suit stood there, followed by several others, and in front of him stood Situ Kong, the president of the martial arts club at Jianghai University. At this moment, the middle-aged man was reprimanding and mocking Situ Kong. Situ Kong clenched his fists, his face pale with anger, and shouted at the middle-aged man, "I have no relationship with your Situ family. Why should I sacrifice myself just because your young master has a problem? Since you have taken the surname Situ, you must contribute to the Situ family, and now is your time to contribute." The middle-aged man said coldly, "To save your young master, you want my life? Your Situ family is truly a group of cold-blooded and heartless beasts." Situ Kong coldly shouted, "You dare?" The middle-aged man's expression darkened, and he swung his hand to slap Situ Kong. Chapter 60. A place of great danger. Whoosh. Suddenly, a silver needle shot out, directly piercing the middle-aged man's hand, causing him to groan in pain and shout, "Who?" The group behind the middle-aged man looked around vigilantly. At this moment, Yi Junlin leisurely walked over. Situ Kong looked at Yi Junlin in surprise. "Young Master Yi, who are you?" The middle-aged man shouted at Yi Junlin. "What does it matter who I am to you?" Yi Junlin glanced at him expressionlessly. "Take him down." The middle-aged man commanded coldly, and his followers charged at Yi Junlin, all of them with strength above the 7th rank. Slap! Yi Junlin instantly swung out a hand. A fierce force erupted, sending the group flying, each one landing on the ground, spitting blood. Swish! This scene made the middle-aged man's pupils constrict in shock. He looked at Yi Junlin and shouted, "Who are you? Do you dare to oppose the Situ family?" Yi Junlin coldly glanced at the middle-aged man, took a step forward, instantly scaring him back a few steps, then turned and ran, while the group that had been knocked down also scrambled to get up and leave. "Thank you, young Master Yi." At this time, Situ Kong looked at Yi Junlin with gratitude. Yi Junlin glanced at Situ Kong and asked, "What was the relationship between those people and you?" Situ Kong's gaze flickered. "They are from the Situ family, and I am the illegitimate son of the Situ family head." "Illegitimate son?" Yi Junlin's eyes showed a hint of surprise. "My mother was once a maid in the Situ family, and as a result, she was violated by the head of the Situ family after a drinking spree. Later, she was expelled from the Situ family. After leaving, my mother found out she was pregnant with me, and she worked hard on her own to give birth to me. Over the years, my mother worked multiple part-time jobs to support my education, but eventually, her body broke down from exhaustion and she fell seriously ill. Before she died, she revealed my true identity to me, and that day, I learned that I was actually an illegitimate child." Situ Kong said this with a self-deprecating smile. his face filled with loneliness. Then why are they looking for you now? Yi Junlin asked curiously. The eldest son of the Sidhu family has health issues and needs a bone marrow transplant, and only a close relative's bone marrow will do. However, once a person's bone marrow is gone, they won't have much time left to live. That's why they thought of me, wanting to use my bone marrow to save their young master. Situ Kong scoffed, his eyes filled with bitterness and anger. It's truly laughable. In their eyes, my life as an illegitimate child is worthless. To save their young master, they can casually sacrifice me, all while claiming that I'm contributing to the Sidhu family. It's utterly ridiculous. Does your father, the head of the Sidhu family, agree to this? Yi Junlin frowned, unable to imagine a father willing to sacrifice his own son's life. He is not my father, and in his heart, I have never existed as his son. To him and the entire Sidhu family, I am merely a nameless, illegitimate child. Only that eldest son of the Sidhu family is his true son. If my life could save his precious son, he would unhesitatingly choose to sacrifice me. Situ Kong's fists tightened, his eyes filled with endless hatred. In their eyes, your strength is not enough, which is why they look down on you, Yi Junlin said calmly. I know. That's why I've been practicing martial arts, to one day become a true powerhouse, and then take my mother's spirit tablet to the Sidhu family to seek justice for her. But now it seems, I can't even protect my own life, let alone seek justice for my mother. Situ Kong's eyes were filled with unwillingness, his face reflecting helplessness and desolation. I can give you a chance to seek justice for your mother. Come to Villa Number 1 at Ipin Bun tomorrow, and I will personally teach you. Yi Junlin said directly to Situ Kong. Really? Situ Kong's eyes lit up with excitement. Thank you, young Master Yi. I despise ungrateful people. The Sidhu family looks down on you, treating you like an ant to be trampled. You must become stronger and slap them in the face hard, making them realize that the life of the Sidhu family's young master is valuable, and so is your life, Situ Kong. Yi Junlin said coldly. Yes, young Master Yi. At this moment, Situ Kong clenched his fists, his face filled with excitement and determination. All right, I'll take my leave. After speaking, Yi Junlin turned to go home. But suddenly, he sensed something, and his gaze swept towards the southeast corner of the school. What are you looking at, young Master Yi? Situ Kong asked curiously as Yi Junlin headed towards the southeast corner of Jianghai University. Soon, Yi Junlin passed several teaching buildings and arrived at the outside of a seemingly abandoned building, surrounded entirely by thick barbed wire, clearly preventing anyone from entering. In the quiet night, the building gave off a creepy and eerie vibe, with intermittent sounds of ghostly wails that sent shivers down one's spine. Young Master Yi, why are you here? This is not a good place. Situ Kong followed him and said, You know this place? Yi Junlin looked at Situ Kong, who replied, Young Master Yi, this building is called the Ghost Building. It is said that many people have jumped from here before, and they all did so inexplicably, without any warning, leading to various supernatural legends that scared other students away. The school, considering its reputation, completely abandoned this building and sealed it off, not allowing anyone to get close. Ghost Building? Yi Junlin then focused on the building, sensing a rich aura of malevolence within it, realizing it was a genuine place of great danger. This malevolent aura was invisible to ordinary people. Only martial artists with sufficient strength could perceive it. However, if an ordinary person stayed here too long, they would be invaded by the malevolent aura, leading to insanity. The people who jumped from the building before must have been invaded by this malevolent aura, which is why they jumped inexplicably. But why is there such a strong malevolent aura here? Could there be something extremely dangerous hidden within? Yi Junlin couldn't help but speculate. He then planned to climb over the barbed wire to investigate the building, but Situ Kong called out, Young Master Yi, are you going to enter this ghost building? You can't. Suddenly, Yi Junlin's gaze sharpened, and he pulled Situ Kong aside. Just moments after they disappeared, two figures in black appeared, staring at the building before them. The malevolent aura is getting stronger. It seems that the seal won't hold for much longer. One of them spoke. After all these years, that thing is finally about to re-emerge. We must report back to the master immediately. We cannot let it fall into anyone else's hands. The other person's eyes glinted with a sharp light as they coldly stated, staring at the building. Then, the two of them left. After they departed, Yi Junlin and Situ Kong emerged. Yi Junlin looked at the building, murmuring to himself, a seal? That thing. Could it be that a great danger is sealed here? Soon, Yi Junlin understood that there was something sealed inside this building, and now that the seal was about to break, It was causing a large amount of malevolent aura to emerge. The two people earlier were there to seize that thing. Interesting. Yi Junlin smiled slightly, not expecting to make such a discovery during his visit to Zhanghai University. Who were they? Situ Kong asked curiously. You don't need to worry about that. Remember to come find me tomorrow, and don't mention tonight's events to anyone. Yi Junlin instructed and left the area. Now that Yi Junlin had a rough understanding of the ghost building situation, he decided not to venture inside again. Next, Yi Junlin returned directly to the villa, but he didn't see Lin Mingwei there and didn't mind as he went upstairs towards the bathroom. As soon as Yi Junlin opened the bathroom door, a piercing scream echoed throughout the villa. Chapter 61. Practicing fist. At that moment, in the bathtub of Yi Junlin's room, a woman was lying inside, enjoying a comfortable bubble bath. This woman was none other than the young lady, Lin Mingwei. When Lin Mingwei saw Yi Junlin suddenly barge in, her face turned pale, and she let out a piercing scream, quickly covering her chest with both hands. Yi Junlin was also taken aback, looking at Lin Mingwei. What are you doing here? Get out quickly, Lin Mingwei shouted at Yi Junlin. Immediately, Yi Junlin stepped out of the bathroom. A few minutes later, Lin Mingwei came out wearing a bathrobe, looking a bit embarrassed. You just barged in without knocking. Were you doing it on purpose? Lin Mingwei shot Yi Junlin an annoyed glance. Hey, you need to understand that this is my room. Why should I knock when I go into my own bathroom? But you, why are you bathing in my room? Are you trying to seduce me? Yi Junlin smirked, acting as if he had seen through Lin Mingwei's intentions. Lin Mingwei spat. You think too highly of yourself. How could I possibly seduce you? I just came to borrow your bathtub because there isn't one in my room. Who knew you would come back so suddenly? That's for the best. I'm not interested in you, Yi Junlin said directly. You. Lin Mingwei was almost enraged by Yi Junlin's words. Shouldn't that be her saying it? Humph. Lin Mingwei huffed heavily and turned to run back to her room. Damn Yi Junlin, I'll kill you. Back in her room, Lin Mingwei grabbed a pillow and beat it like it was Yi Junlin. Could it be that I'm just not attractive at all? After venting her frustration, Lin Mingwei glanced at her figure and muttered. Earlier in the morning, Yi Junlin had said she had no chest and no butt, and then he said he wasn't interested in her at night. This had greatly shaken Lin Mingwei's confidence, who usually prided herself on being a beauty, and she started to doubt herself. No, I must prove my charm. I refuse to believe that with my looks and figure, I can't make you interested. Lin Mingwei pouted and huffed. For women, if a man shows interest, they might feel disgusted, but if a man shows no interest at all, it can be equally upsetting. Especially for a beauty like Lin Mingwei, who found it hard to accept this. So she was determined to prove her charm to Yi Junlin and let him know if she really had any. Meanwhile, in Zhanghai, a remarkable young man sat holding a glass of red wine. And he was the one who had cast a peculiar glance at Yi Junlin when he took out the Supreme Dragon card at the Zhanghai University anniversary banquet. Yi Junlin, the Yi family heir who was wiped out 7 years ago? The young man's eyes flickered upon hearing his subordinate's report. Young master, why are you investigating this person? A subordinate standing before him asked, puzzled. That kid took out a Supreme Dragon card tonight. The young man said lightly. What? That's impossible. How could he have the Supreme Dragon card from the Long family business? The subordinate's expression changed dramatically. I'm curious too, which is why I had you investigate. The young man took a sip of red wine, his eyes flashing. Young master, should I investigate him further? The subordinate asked. Yes. Look into his information from the past 7 years. I have a feeling this kid is not simple and might be useful to me, the young man said calmly. And the subordinate nodded before leaving. Then, the young man's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, lost in thought. Before long, a new day arrived. Yi Junlin got up and went downstairs, where he saw Lung Feng standing there, though his face looked a bit pale and his breath was weak. You're injured? Yi Junlin asked, looking at Lung Feng. Last night, the White Tiger sect gathered 5,000 people. I got a bit hurt when I went to deal with them. But it's nothing, Lung Feng replied solemnly. 5,000? That's quite a big operation. Yi Junlin snorted and directly wielded a silver needle, stabbing it into Lung Feng's body. And his injuries quickly healed. Thank you, young master. Lung Feng said gratefully. You have good potential. I'll teach you a unique skill now. Practice it well, and it can elevate your strength. Yi Junlin then passed on a unique skill from his 6th master to Lung Feng. If the top powerhouses in the Dark World knew Yi Junlin casually passed on the unique skill of the Dark Emperor to someone else, they would probably be furious. After all, the Dark Emperor's unique skill was something countless top powerhouses in the Dark World could only dream of, and Yi Junlin just gave it away, which seemed like a waste. Of course, Yi Junlin wouldn't know that. To him, he had learned most of his sixth Master S skills. So teaching them to others wasn't a problem. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Yi Junlin walked over and opened it to find Situ Kong standing outside. Calling out to him, "Young Master Yi, you're here quite early. Have you eaten breakfast?" Yi Junlin asked. "I've already eaten," Situ Kong replied, and Yi Junlin said directly, "All right. Then today I'll teach you a bit." Yi Junlin then went to the villa's yard and said to Situ Kong, "Your foundation isn't solid enough yet, so I'll teach you a set of boxing techniques. Practice diligently." "Okay." Situ Kong's eyes lit up with excitement. Suddenly, a group of men in black appeared, each wielding sharp blades, their eyes coldly fixated on Yi Junlin. "Yi Junlin, come with us." Yi Junlin glanced at the group and coldly asked, "Who sent you?" "You'll find out when you come with us. Go." One of them shouted, and they charged at Yi Junlin. These men were the dark guards sent by the Yun family from the capital. "Just right. I'll use you guys to practice my punches. Situ Kong, watch closely," Yi Junlin said directly. He unleashed a set of boxing techniques and attacked the group, while Situ Kong focused intently on every move Yi Junlin made. At that moment, Yi Junlin executed a domineering boxing technique, moving with great agility and striking fiercely, his punches like thunder. To practice this technique, Yi Junlin didn't immediately knock the group of Yun family dark guards down. Instead, he used them as human punching bags for several dozen minutes before finally sending them all flying, each one half dead and howling in pain. "Did you remember everything?" Yi Junlin yelled at Situ Kong. "I remembered." Situ Kong nodded. "Good. You remembered it in one go. You have good talent. Now you can start practicing," Yi Junlin said directly. After that, Situ Kong began to practice in front of Yi Junlin, looking quite impressive, while Yi Junlin occasionally provided pointers. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed, and Situ Kong was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. "You did well. What you need to do next is practice your punches every day until you master this technique. I'll write you a prescription, and you can gather the ingredients according to it to make a potion. After practicing each day, soak for an hour," Yi Junlin instructed one by one. "Thank you, young Master Yi," Situ Kong said with deep gratitude. Yi Junlin then wrote a prescription for Situ Kong, gave him some instructions, and let him leave. At that moment, Yi Junlin received a phone call. "Young Master Yi, something happened to President Fu." A hurried voice came from the other end of the line. Chapter 62. Is this reason enough? Jiangzhou Airport. Yi Junlin appeared here alone, and the reason he came to Jiangzhou was that he received a call from Fu Datsai's assistant, who informed him that someone from the Long family business headquarters had come to say that due to Fu Datsai's enmity with the Yun family, they wanted to remove him from his position and even hand him over to the Yun family for punishment. This call was naturally made by Fu Datsai's assistant at his request, seeking Yi Junlin's help. Fu Datsai had offended the Yun family because of Yi Junlin, and he certainly wouldn't let anything happen to him. Otherwise, who would work for him in the future? After leaving the airport, Yi Junlin immediately took a taxi to the branch of the Long family business in Jiangzhou. As he got in the car, a woman stood not far away. Watching him get in, her eyes flickered. This woman was Zheng Yunyun, who had previously competed with Su Schwerer for a dress. She had come today to pick up a friend, but unexpectedly ran into Yi Junlin. Immediately, Zheng Yunyun hurried back to the Zhao family and told her cousin Zhao Fei about Yi Junlin's arrival in Jiangzhou. "That kid has come to Jiangzhou." Zhao Fei showed a surprised expression upon hearing Zheng Yunyun's words. "Cousin, do you think he might be here to deal with us?" Zheng Yunyun worriedly asked. "Humph, that's even better. I was planning to go to Jianghai to deal with him, but I didn't expect him to deliver himself right to my door." At this moment, a chilling glint flashed in Zhao Fei's eyes as he coldly exclaimed, "Cousin, are you going to deal with him?" Zheng Yunyun looked at Zhao Fei in surprise. The latter replied coldly, "I have received news that guy Fu Datsai is going to be dismissed by the Long family business. Now he can't even protect himself, let alone this kid. Last time, because of this guy, I was beaten up by Fu Datsai and had no vent for my anger. Now that this kid has come to my door, I can't be blamed. The humiliation and harm Fu Datsai caused me, I will return it tenfold or 100-fold to this kid. I want him to suffer more than death." At this moment, Zhao Fei's eyes were filled with endless hatred, and he directly took out his phone to gather people to deal with Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin, of course, had no idea that someone was already targeting him as soon as he arrived in Jiangzhou. He had already arrived at the branch office of the Long family business. At the entrance of this branch, Fu Datsai's assistant was anxiously waiting. Seeing Yi Junlin appear, he hurriedly stepped forward with a respectful expression and said, "Young Master Yi." He had seen Yi Junlin before, and although he did not know his true identity, he was aware that the other party was the owner of the Supreme Dragon card. So he treated him with great respect. "Is Fu Zong here?" Yi Junlin asked. "President Fu is in the office. And there are also people from the headquarters of the Long family business there." The assistant replied. "Take me there." Yi Junlin walked directly into the branch. At this moment, in Fu Datsai's office, Fu Datsai stood there with a deep expression, while a figure sat in his originally designated office chair. It was a man in his 30s with an arrogant face, his feet propped up on the desk, looking extremely arrogant. Behind him stood 4 men in black, each with a fierce aura, clearly experts. "Fu Datsai, you really have some guts. Not only do you dare to privately mobilize the power of the business association to deal with the Shun family in Jiangnan, but you even dare to offend the prestigious Yun family in the capital. Have you been sitting in this position for too long and become swollen-headed, forgetting who you are?" The cold and arrogant man scolded Fu Datsai. Fu Datsai was about to speak when the man coldly interrupted. "Enough, no need to say more. The headquarters is very angry about your actions this time, and the Yun family has also pressured the business association because of this. Therefore, after unanimous discussion at the headquarters, it has been decided to dismiss you from all positions in the Long family business and hand you over to the Yun family for disposal. As for the person in charge of the Long family business branch in Jiangnan, I will take over." Swish. At this moment, Fu Datsai's expression darkened as he stared at the man and said, "He shall. You cannot dismiss me from my position, nor can you hand me over to the Yun family." The man looked at Fu Datsai as if he had heard the biggest joke and coldly replied, "Fu Datsai, are you crazy? Do you know what you are saying?" "I know very well." Fu Datsai squinted his eyes and said, "Hee, this is interesting. Fu Datsai, you really think you are something. Today, I want to hear what reason you have for not allowing the headquarters to dismiss you and not sending you to the Yun family." The man looked at Fu Datsai with a mocking expression. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open, and a cold voice came in. "Is this reason enough?" Swish. A black flash shot out, which was a card that flew towards the man and landed directly on the desk in front of him, causing his face to turn pale with fright, almost slipping off his chair. The 4 men in black behind him changed their expressions and immediately blocked the sides of the man, staring at the office door. At this moment, Yi Junlin walked in from outside, his expression indifferent. "Young Master Yi." Fu Datsai, seeing Yi Junlin appear, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that as long as young Master Yi was here, no one could harm him. "Who are you?" The man snapped angrily at Yi Junlin after regaining his composure. "The reason you want is right in front of you. Is this reason enough?" Yi Junlin looked coldly at the man. The man's gaze swept to the black card inserted in front of him, which was indeed Yi Junlin's Supreme Dragon card. The man directly pulled out the Supreme Dragon card, and upon seeing it, his pupils instantly constricted, and his expression changed dramatically. He stood up in disbelief. This is the Supreme Dragon card." At this moment, the man's eyes revealed extreme shock as he looked at Yi Junlin. "This Supreme Dragon card is yours?" "Not mine." "Then whose could it be?" Yi Junlin replied coldly. "How could you possess the Supreme Dragon card?" The man looked at the Supreme Dragon card in his hand, appearing very excited. He knew very well the value and rarity of the Supreme Dragon card. There were very few people in the entire Long Kingdom who were qualified to own a Supreme Dragon card. It was hard to believe that this young man in front of him possessed one. He even doubted whether the card was fake, but after careful verification, he had to believe that this Supreme Dragon card was real. "Is this reason enough to ensure that you won't punish Fu Datsai?" Yi Junlin coldly spat at the man, whose expression kept changing. He glanced at Fu Datsai and said, "Do you know of the existence of this Supreme Dragon card?" "Of course. The rules of the Long family business, he shall. You wouldn't be unaware, right? Anyone who possesses a Supreme Dragon card is the most distinguished guest of the Long family business and must be fully protected." And since young Master Yi instructed his subordinates to deal with the Shin family, they naturally had to comply. And if the Yun family wanted to act against young Master Yi, the subordinates naturally had to stop them. Otherwise, wouldn't that violate the rules of the Long family business? Fu Datsai looked at the man and said lightly, "Swish, swish, swish." In an instant, the man's expression became extremely ugly as he looked at Fu Datsai and shouted, "In that case, why didn't you report this matter?" "It was I who did not allow him to report it." "What's wrong? Is that not allowed?" Yi Junlin shot a glance at the man, whose expression changed. He hurriedly approached Yi Junlin with a respectful demeanor and said, "Young Master Yi, you misunderstood. What you said is certainly fine. Earlier, it was my lack of understanding of the situation with the headquarters that led to this misunderstanding. Please forgive me, young Master Yi. Then are you still going to remove his position and hand him over to the Yun family? Yi Junlin looked coldly at the man, who immediately shook his head. Of course not. In that case, you can leave. Yi Junlin said indifferently, and the man respectfully nodded and left with the 4 others. At this time, Fu Datsai looked at Yi Junlin and said, "Thank you, young Master Yi, for your help today. This all started because of me, so I naturally have to resolve it." Yi Junlin said lightly, and Fu Datsai looked at him. "Young Master Yi, now that He Shao knows you have the Supreme Dragon card, he will definitely report it. Let him report it, as long as they don't know my true identity. It's fine." Yi Junlin glanced at Fu Datsai, who quickly said, "Please rest assured, young Master Yi, without your permission, I absolutely will not reveal your true identity to anyone." "That's good. Since there's nothing else, I'll head back," Yi Junlin said, and was about to leave when Fu Datsai spoke up. "Young Master Yi, you just arrived in Jiangzhou. It would be a shame to leave so soon. How about I take you around Jiangzhou? It's much more prosperous than Jianghai." "No need. I'll stroll around by myself," Yi Junlin said as he walked out. As He Shao left the branch, he made a phone call. "Big brother, a Supreme Dragon card has appeared in Jiangzhou." "What? The Supreme Dragon card? What exactly is going on?" A deep voice came from the other end of the line, and He Shao recounted the matter in detail. "This is impossible. There are only 9 Supreme Dragon cards, and I know exactly who the other 8 belong to. It definitely isn't this person." The person on the other end of the line said immediately. "What about the last one?" He Shao asked curiously. The person on the other end continued. "The owner of the last card is even less likely to be him. So the Supreme Dragon card in his hand is definitely fake." "What? Fake? That is impossible. I checked it," He Shao exclaimed in shock. "You have never seen a real Supreme Dragon card. How do you know if it's real or fake? How dare someone make a fake Supreme Dragon card? That's quite bold." "You're watching Fu Datsai and that kid. I'm going to Jiangzhou right now," the person on the other end of the phone said coldly. After hanging up, He Shao snorted coldly. "Good for you, Fu Datsai. How dare you find someone to make a fake Supreme Dragon card? You're dead meat." Chapter 63. Not for sale in Jiangzhou. On the street, Yi Junlin was walking alone, looking around as he was preparing to buy a gift for Shuer. After all, Shuer had suffered for years from the pain of disfigurement because of him, and he felt very guilty. So he wanted to buy a gift for her as a small way to make it up to her. The biennial jewelry conference would be held today at 7 p.m. at the Jiangzhou International Building, featuring hundreds of jewelry pieces crafted by top jewelry masters from home and abroad. At this moment, Yi Junlin's attention was caught by a TV news report playing on a large screen not far away. He stared at the news and murmured, "The jewelry conference, that would make a nice gift." Clearly, Yi Junlin planned to choose a piece of jewelry at the conference as a gift for Shuer. However, there were still several hours until the conference started, so he found a place to grab a bite to eat first. In the blink of an eye, night fell. At 6:55 p.m., Yi Junlin arrived at the Jiangzhou International Building. Today, due to the jewelry conference, the entire building had been cleared out, and only those participating in the conference could enter. The security was tight, with numerous armed police stationed outside, as this conference featured hundreds of expensive jewelry pieces worth billions, and any mishap was unacceptable. Just as Yi Junlin was about to step into the building, the guard at the door stopped him, saying, "Sir, please show your invitation." "Invitation? What is that?" Yi Junlin asked in confusion. "Anyone attending this jewelry conference must have an invitation to enter. If you don't have one, please leave," the guard said directly. An invitation for a jewelry conference? Yi Junlin was somewhat speechless. Just as he was about to contact Fu Datsai to get an invitation, a woman's voice suddenly called from behind him, "Young Master Yi." Swish. Yi Junlin turned around and saw a woman in a gown with exceptional grace and exquisite looks standing in front of him, looking delighted. It was none other than Han Churen, the second beauty of Jianghai University. "It's you?" Yi Junlin glanced at Han Churen, appearing quite indifferent. "Young Master Yi, are you here for the jewelry conference?" Han Churen asked enthusiastically. "Yes, but I don't have an invitation, and they won't let me in," Yi Junlin replied coldly. Han Churen immediately took out an invitation and said, "Young Master Yi, I have an invitation. Let me take you inside." Yi Junlin glanced at Han Churen and did not refuse. Although he had no good feelings towards this woman, it was too much of a waste of time to have Fu Datsai get an invitation now. Since there was already one, why waste time? Seeing Yi Junlin agree, Han Churen's eyes lit up with joy. She had been worried about finding an opportunity to get closer to Yi Junlin, and unexpectedly, this chance had come. Han Charon then took the invitation and led Yi Junlin into the building, heading toward the exhibition hall where the jewelry conference was being held. Young Master Yi, why did you suddenly come to Jiangzhou? My family is in Jiangzhou. You can find me if you need anything. Han Charon took this opportunity to try to get closer to Yi Junlin, but he completely ignored her, making her feel a bit frustrated. However, thinking of his identity, she could only endure it. This big fish she had to catch. Soon, they arrived at the exhibition hall, where a large crowd had gathered. All of them prominent wealthy figures from Jiangnan County, all well-known and influential. At the forefront of the exhibition hall, there were independent counters, each with a glass display case showcasing exquisite jewelry pieces, each marked with the name and price of the jewelry. The prices of these jewelry pieces started from hundreds of thousands, with some even reaching tens of millions or over $1 billion, truly priceless. At this moment, many wealthy ladies and young heiresses looked at these jewelry pieces with eager and excited eyes. After all, jewelry has an irresistible allure for women, especially these top-tier pieces. Young Master Yi, all these jewelry pieces are designed by the world's top jewelry designers. Which one do you like? Charon can buy it for you. Han Charon said with a smile. No need, I have money. Yi Junlin simply replied with 5 words, leaving Han Charon speechless. Next, Yi Junlin began to look around, preparing to select a piece of jewelry suitable for Schwer. After some selection, Yi Junlin finally set his sights on a crystal pendant. This crystal pendant had a main body like a star-shaped sapphire, surrounded by a circle of crystals. Under the illumination of the lights, it was truly stunning and dazzling. Ocean Star. Yi Junlin gazed at the crystal pendant, his eyes sparkling. He felt this pendant was very suitable for Schwer. However, the price of this ocean star was extremely expensive, a full 1 billion, making it one of the top jewelry pieces at the conference. Around the counter of Ocean Star, many young heiresses gathered, all showing eager gazes at the pendant, clearly wanting to have it. But upon seeing the price, they hesitated. After all, 1 billion was not something everyone could afford to spend on a pendant. Young Master Yi, do you want to buy this pendant? Han Charon came to Yi Junlin's side. Looking at the pendant named Ocean Star, her eyes also showing a glimmer of excitement, clearly tempted, but upon seeing the price, she gave up. Yi Junlin looked at the pendant and turned to the staff member nearby, saying, I want to buy this pendant. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Yi Junlin's words were spoken, everyone else present was startled, looking at him in disbelief. Someone really wants to buy this pendant worth 1 billion? Are they crazy? Even the staff member was taken aback, looking at Yi Junlin and saying, Sir, are you sure? Sure. Yi Junlin replied directly. All right, I'll contact someone right away. The staff member nodded and left quickly, soon returning with a middle-aged man in a suit. Is it you who wants to buy this crystal pendant? The middle-aged man looked at Yi Junlin in surprise. That's right, pack it up for me. Yi Junlin nodded. Sorry, this crystal pendant is not for sale. The middle-aged man shook his head and said directly. Chapter 64. Today I will kill them swish. Upon hearing that the crystal pendant was not for sale, Yi Junlin's expression changed, and he asked, Why is it not for sale? The others present looked at the middle-aged man with curious expressions, as during the jewelry conference, anyone who wanted something could purchase any jewelry at the conference. Why was this pendant not for sale? Because this pendant has already been reserved by someone, so it cannot be sold to you, sir. The middle-aged man apologized. Yi Junlin frowned, his eyes flickering. He hadn't expected that this 1 billion pendant had already been reserved. Immediately, Yi Junlin looked at the middle-aged man and said, You just said this pendant was reserved by someone, so it hasn't been officially sold to them yet, right? The middle-aged man was taken aback and nodded. However, the next sentence from Yi Junlin left him utterly stunned. Since that's the case, I'll buy this pendant for 10 times the price. You shouldn't be unwilling, right? Yi Junlin said directly. Whoosh. With these words from Yi Junlin, everyone else present was shocked, each showing an incredulous expression as they looked at him. 10 times the price. That's 100 billion. Isn't it? Spending 100 billion to buy a pendant? Is he crazy? Han Charon, who was standing nearby, was also secretly shocked. Previously, Yi Junlin's donation of 10 billion at school had already opened her eyes. But now he was willing to spend 100 billion on a pendant, which almost made her think money was worthless. The young ladies present, witnessing Yi Junlin's extravagant purchase of the pendant named Ocean Star for 100 billion, looked at him with hearts racing, feeling captivated. If you were to gift this pendant to them, It seemed that these high-born young ladies would instantly fall for him, turning into devoted admirers. At this moment, the middle-aged man swallowed his saliva upon hearing Yi Junlin's words, unable to believe. "Young master, are you serious?" "Of course," Yi Junlin replied directly. 100 billion? That's ridiculous. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. The crowd turned their gazes and saw a group walking toward them, led by Zhao Fei, the second young master of the Zhao family. One of the prominent families in Jiangnan County, along with his cousin Zheng Yunyun, followed by a group of bodyguards. "Young Master Zhao." The crowd looked at Zhao Fei's arrival, all respectfully calling out, "Kid, do you really think you can come up with 100 billion? You're really just boasting." Zhao Fei approached, mocking Yi Junlin. Whoosh. Yi Junlin glanced at Zhao Fei. "Looks like you Haven T had enough of the last beating, and you're here to seek death again?" "Humph." Zhao Fei coldly snorted at Yi Junlin. "Kid, last time you had Fu Dechai protecting you, but now that Fu Dechai is finished, I want to see who is protecting you today. How do you know he has finished?" Yi Junlin shot a glance at Zhao Fei, who coldly replied, "Humph. I've already received news that the headquarters of the Long family business has sent someone to dismiss Fu Dechai, so your support is gone. Today, I'll make you look good. Kid, this time you're dead for sure." Zheng Yunyun also pointed at Yi Junlin and shouted, "So you dared to come looking for death after hearing about Fu Dechai's troubles, huh? But are you sure Fu Dechai is finished?" Yi Junlin shrugged and smiled playfully. "Of course, the current Fu Dechai is nothing," Zhao Fei said confidently. "Young Master Zhao, such big words." Suddenly, Fu Dechai's voice came in. At this moment, a fat figure appeared. It was Fu Dechai, walking straight toward them. Whoosh. Zhao Fei was startled at Fu Dechai's appearance, then showed a disdainful expression. After all, in his view, Fu Dechai had already been stripped of all positions and was nothing, and as the second young master of the Zhao family, he naturally had nothing to fear. "Fu Dechai, you..." Zhao Fei was about to mock Fu Dechai, but the latter's fleshy hand slapped him directly, knocking him heavily to the ground. Fu Dechai, weighing 200 pounds, was not to be underestimated. One slap left Zhao Fei badly injured, half of his teeth knocked out. This scene stunned everyone present. Zhao Fei was completely dazed. He never expected Fu Dechai would dare to hit him. "Cousin." At this moment, Zheng Yunyun was stunned, and after reacting, she hurriedly helped Zhao Fei up. "Fu Dechai, you dare to hit me?" Zhao Fei covered his face, glaring at Fu Dechai with a fierce expression. Slap. Fu Dechai slapped him again, knocking him down once more, shouting, "Kid, it seems I was too lenient on you last time, letting you become so arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. What are you going to do about it? You bastard, get him." Zhao Fei, bloodied, shouted to his bodyguards. As these bodyguards were about to act against Fu Dechai, the assistant beside Fu Dechai coldly said, "Standing before you is the head of the Jiangnan branch of the Long family business. If you dare to lay a hand on President Fu, aren't you afraid of the Long family's retaliation?" Whoosh. Hearing this, the group of bodyguards retreated, fully aware of the Long family business's terrifying power. If they truly offended the Long family, they would undoubtedly face severe consequences. "You haven't been dismissed?" Zhao Fei, hearing the assistant's words, narrowed his eyes, staring at Fu Dechai. "Sorry to disappoint you." Fu Dechai coldly snorted, then turned his gaze to Yi Junlin, respectfully saying, "Young Master Yi, are you okay?" "I'm fine, but I don't want to see those two again," Yi Junlin said coldly. And Fu Dechai immediately nodded. "I understand." Whoosh. Fu Dechai's gaze swept toward Zhao Fei and Zheng Yunyun, coldly saying, "Someone, drag them out and deal with them." Just this simple sentence caused the faces of the wealthy and powerful present at the jewelry conference to change. The second young master of the prestigious Zhao family was to be killed just like that? How audacious! Zhao Fei and Zheng Yunyun were completely stunned. Zhao Fei shouted, "You can't kill me. I'm the second young master of the Zhao family. If you kill me, the Zhao family won't let you go?" "Humph, the Zhao family is nothing." Fu Dechai sneered. "Today, I'll make sure you die clearly. Someone, go inform Zhao Weiguo." Fu Dechai coldly huffed, looking at Zhao Fei. "Today, I'll let you see if your father can save you." Soon, after a dozen minutes, Zhao Weiguo, the head of the Zhao family, one of the 6 major families in Jiangnan County, appeared here, accompanied by Zheng Yunyun's father, Zheng Qiu. "Father, save me." Zhao Fei and Zheng Yunyun, seeing their father appear, grasped onto him like drowning children clutching at a lifeline, calling out. At this moment, Zhao Weiguo walked over, looking at Fu Dechai and speaking, "President Fu, this is..." Today I want to kill them. Do you agree? Fu Dechai coldly asked Zhao Weigua. Whoosh. Zhao Weigua's and Zheng Qiu's faces instantly changed, looking very ugly. President Fu, my son is unruly. If he has offended you, please forgive us. The Zhao family has always had a good relationship with the Long family business. I hope President Fu can be magnanimous and spare them this time. Zhao Weigua immediately spoke. What if I insist on killing them? Fu Dechai squinted his eyes, coldly spitting out. Zhao Weigua's expression darkened as he replied, if President Fu insists on taking my son's life, then the Zhao family can only become enemies with the Long family business. You think the Zhao family is worthy to be enemies with the Long family business? Fu Dechai sneered. Just then, another group of people walked in at the entrance. The leader was a man in his 40s, dressed in an expensive suit, exuding a powerful aura, followed by He Xiao, who was to replace Fu Dechai during the day, and behind them were a group of muscular men with cold expressions. All of them skilled fighters. Why are you here? Fu Dechai looked at the man with an imposing aura, surprised. Fu Dechai, you have some nerve. The imposing man looked at Fu Dechai with a stern voice. Arrest him. With his command, the people behind him immediately moved to grab Fu Dechai. Chapter 65. Those who offend young master, ye will be killed. Whoosh. This sudden scene left Fu Dechai somewhat unresponsive, and everyone else present was stunned, at a loss. What did I do? Why are you arresting me? At this moment, Fu Dechai looked at the man in confusion. Why arrest you? Don't you understand? You dare to have someone create fake Supreme Dragon cards to deceive the Chamber of Commerce? You really don't want to live anymore. The nearby He Xiao coldly snorted at Fu Dechai. Fake Supreme Dragon cards? Fu Dechai's expression changed, and the others present were shocked to hear this, as they all knew that the dragon cards of the Long family's Chamber of Commerce were divided into several levels, with the Supreme Dragon card being the highest. Owning this card would make one the most distinguished guest of the Long family's Chamber of Commerce, enjoying the highest treatment and rights, which shows the importance of the Supreme Dragon card. But Fu Dechai actually dared to make fake Supreme Dragon cards. That was quite bold, wasn't he? Big brother. It was him. He used the fake Supreme Dragon card to deceive me. He Xiao pointed at Yi Junlin and shouted. Swish. The man glanced at Yi Junlin and coldly said, take him down. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, the group of people in combat gear rushed towards Yi Junlin, who curled his lips, who said my Supreme Dragon card is fake. Humph, still talking tough when death is imminent. He Xiao scoffed. While his big brother looked at Yi Junlin, there are only 9 Supreme Dragon cards in total. I know the owners of the other 8. You have no connection with them at all. Do you think they would give you their Supreme Dragon cards? Isn't there's still one left? Yi Junlin said faintly. The last Supreme Dragon card. You are even less likely to possess it. The man looked at Yi Junlin and coldly shouted. He knew very well that the last Supreme Dragon card was taken by the Dragon Head, and it was even less likely to appear in the hands of this young man. Kid, you don't need to struggle to your death, making fake Supreme Dragon cards. You and Fu Dechai are doomed. He Xiao said coldly to Yi Junlin. At this moment, Zhao Weigua and Zheng Qiu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, while Zhao Weigua looked at Fu Dechai with some schadenfreude and said, Fu, I didn't expect that the one to die now is not my son, but you. Take him down, take him away. The man shouted again, and those rushing towards Yi Junlin were about to subdue him, but Yi Junlin sent them flying. Swish. The man's expression turned cold as he stared at Yi Junlin. Do you dare to resist? Ignorant fool. First, take a look at this. Yi Junlin directly tossed the Dragon Soul Ring to the other party. The latter caught it and instantly trembled, his pupils constricting, revealing an expression of disbelief. You. The man stared wide-eyed at Yi Junlin, shocked into silence. Yi Junlin looked at him. Are you still planning to say this is fake? Big brother, this seems to be. At this moment, He Xiao looked at the ring, feeling somewhat familiar. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the man, who was He Feng, felt an upheaval in his heart, his face changing like a chameleon, showing a shocked expression. He never expected that Yi Junlin actually possessed the Dragon Soul Ring. This is a symbol of the Dragon Head. Only the founder of the Long family's Chamber of Commerce, the Dragon Head, possessed it. How could it be in the hands of this young man? And he didn't think that this Dragon Soul Ring was fake, after all. The Supreme Dragon card might be imitated, but the Dragon Soul Ring is unique in the world, with no possibility of imitation. Could it be that he is? Thinking of Yi Junlin possessing the Supreme Dragon card, along with this Dragon Soul Ring, He Feng suddenly had a bold guess that the other party was related to the Dragon Head. Or rather, The other party was the successor of the Long family's Chamber of Commerce chosen by the Dragon Head, which is why he possessed the Dragon Head's Supreme Dragon card and Dragon Soul Ring. Once this guess emerged, Hifeng's expression changed, cold sweat pouring down. He never expected that the young man in front of him had such a significant background. He immediately approached Yi Junlin, returned the Dragon Soul Ring, and was about to kneel down, but at that moment, Yi Junlin leaned closer to him and gently said in his ear, "I don't want others, including those from the Long family's Chamber of Commerce, to know my identity." Swish. Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Hifeng's gaze sharpened, and he nodded. Understood. At this moment, the other people present were completely baffled, not knowing what was happening. Soon, Hifeng said, "Let Fu be released. Everything just now was a misunderstanding." Hearing Hifeng's words, Xiao was taken aback and shouted, "Big brother, shut up." Hifeng glared at his brother and then turned his gaze to Fu Dekai, showing some resentment. He understood that Fu Dekai should have known Yi Junlin's identity long ago, but this guy didn't give any hints, almost causing him to offend the new Dragon Head. "Fu, I apologize for what just happened. Please don't take it to heart." Hifeng then said to Fu Dekai, who shook his head, "You're being polite. I'm fine, but these two have offended young Master Yi they." Swish. Hifeng's gaze swept towards Zhao Fei and Zheng Yunyun, coldly saying, "Those who offend young Master Yi, kill." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Weiguo and Zheng Qiu, who had just relaxed, felt their hearts drop again. Zhao Weiguo hurriedly said to Hifeng, "Hello. I am Zhao family's head of Jiangnan County. My son and niece are mischievous." Before Zhao Weiguo could finish, Hifeng coldly interrupted, "Zhao family, right? I know. One of the 6 major families in Jiangnan County. What? Do you Zhao family want to wrestle with my Long family's Chamber of Commerce?" Swish. Zhao Weiguo's face changed, looking very ugly, his eyes filled with hesitation. Hifeng looked at Zhao Weiguo with a stern expression. "Today, your son must die. If you are not satisfied, feel free to make a move. I want to see if a mere county family can shake my Long family's Chamber of Commerce." As soon as Hifeng's words fell, Zhao Fei and Zheng Yunyun were directly grabbed and dragged out. Weiguo. At this moment, Zheng Qiu's expression changed. Looking anxiously at her big brother-in-law Zhao Weiguo, wanting him to take action, but the latter's face was ashen, his eyes flickering. Finally, he looked at Fu Dekai, Hifeng, and Yi Junlin, saying, "My son and niece made mistakes, so they should be punished. I hope the Long family's Chamber of Commerce will not blame my Zhao family for this." Clearly, Zhao Weiguo ultimately gave up his 2 children for the sake of the Zhao family, while Zheng Qiu's eyes were filled with unwillingness. But since even her big brother-in-law gave up, what could she do? "You are quite sensible," Hifeng said coldly. "Then we will take our leave." Zhao Weiguo took Zheng Qiu and directly left. The crowd was shocked, as they never expected that the second son of the Zhao family would just end like this. At this moment, Yi Junlin's gaze turned to the middle-aged man responsible for selling the crystal pendant and said, "Now this crystal pendant can be sold to me, right?" Swish. Swish. Immediately, both Hifeng and Fu Dekai looked towards the middle-aged man, who looked at the 2 big shots and felt overwhelmed, sweating profusely, repeatedly saying, "Of course. This crystal pendant was already reserved by this lady. Who allowed you to sell it to others?" Suddenly, a cold and domineering voice rang out. Chapter 66. In Jiangnan County, whoever I want to die must die. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a large group of people dressed in blue appeared at the jewelry conference scene, numbering over 100, their imposing manner startling everyone present. People from the Qinglong Villa. Fu Dekai frowned at the group in blue, while many people present recognized their identity, for only those from Qinglong Villa would wear blue clothes in Jiangnan County. Qinglong Villa is one of the 4 underground overlords in Jiangnan County, on par with Baihuman, and it is the strongest among the 4 overlords. With its influence spreading across all industries in Jiangnan County, and possessing extremely powerful connections, many powerful figures in Jiangnan County were eager to establish relations with Qinglong Villa. Even the previous 6 major families did not dare to easily confront Qinglong Villa, demonstrating its fearsome reputation. Swish. Just as everyone was discussing why the people from Qinglong Villa would appear here, a girl dressed in designer clothes, wearing sunglasses and adorned with various jewelry, exuding an arrogant aura, walked in. Isn't that the young lady of Qinglong Villa, Duziline? That crystal pendant worth 10 billion was actually reserved by her? At this moment, many people were discussing the young lady of the Qinglong Villa. At this moment, Du Zilin took off her sunglasses and walked over with a strong demeanor, looking at the middle-aged man and shouting, "This Ocean Star pendant has already been reserved by me. Who allowed you to sell it to someone else?" Swish. The middle-aged man looked at the young lady of the Qinglong villa, and his expression changed, revealing a hint of nervousness, momentarily speechless. "You only reserved it, but didn't buy it, so naturally, he can sell it to someone else. At worst, you'll have to pay a breach of contract fee. Of course, if you don't want that, I can offer 10 billion to buy this pendant from you. What do you think?" Yi Junlin said to Du Zilin. Du Zilin glanced at Yi Junlin, proudly saying, "Do you think I lack money? I want this pendant, and whoever dares to snatch it from me will die." Swish, swish, swish. With the last word die spoken by Du Zilin, everyone present felt a shudder in their hearts, secretly thinking that she truly deserved to be the young lady of Qinglong Villa, so domineering that she would threaten death at the drop of a hat. At this moment, He Feng's expression turned cold, saying, "Young girl, your tone is quite big. Today, I want to see who you can make die. In Jiangnan County, whoever I want to die will die." Du Zilin crossed her arms, taking on a high and mighty posture, while the more than 100 people she brought from Qinglong Villa all drew out gleaming sharp knives, exuding a cold, murderous aura that made the atmosphere at the scene suffocating. "If you dare to snatch from me, you must die." At this moment, Du Zilin glanced at Yi Junlin, and as soon as she finished speaking, someone in green clothing rushed towards Yi Junlin with a knife. At this moment, everyone present finally witnessed how powerful, domineering, and ruthless this young lady of Qinglong Villa was. Yi Junlin's expression turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, those who rushed at him in green all fell to the ground. He looked at Du Zilin and said, "Originally, I didn't want to argue with you. But since you want to kill me, then don't blame me." Swish. Yi Junlin stepped forward, instantly appearing in front of Du Zilin and directly grabbing her throat. "Let go of the young lady." The group from Qinglong Villa shouted at Yi Junlin, each one rushing forward with knives in hand. "Take them down," He Feng shouted coldly. And the people he brought rushed out, wanting to engage in a fierce battle with the Qinglong Villa group. But at this moment, a voice came from outside, "Stop." Swish. At this moment, a young man with an extraordinary appearance and demeanor walked in, exuding a refined aura with every gesture, followed by a man in a blue long robe with narrow eyes, holding a sword in his hands. "Young master." The group from Qinglong Villa looked at the young man and all bowed. This young man was none other than Du Yunxiao, the young master of Qinglong Villa. "Big brother, save me." Du Zilin cried out in pain upon seeing her brother appear. Swish. Du Yunxiao glanced at his sister, calmly looking at Yi Junlin, and said, "This young man. My sister was a bit reckless just now. Please forgive her. Could you let her go? I am not merciful to anyone who wants to kill me." Yi Junlin replied coldly. As soon as his words fell, he exerted force with his hand, directly breaking Du Zilin's neck. Bang! Yi Junlin casually tossed Du Zilin's lifeless body at Du Yunxiao's feet. At this moment, everyone present was stunned, their eyes wide open in disbelief. They never expected that Yi Junlin would actually kill the young lady of Qinglong Villa. And the people from Qinglong Villa also did not expect Yi Junlin to be so bold. Du Yunxiao looked at his sister's corpse, and his previously calm expression gradually darkened, a shadow of gloom appearing in his eyes. He crouched down, closed his sister's unblinking eyes, and uttered a single word, "Kill." Whoosh. In an instant, a piercing sound of slicing air rang out. The man in blue who followed Du Yunxiao shot towards Yi Junlin like an arrow, his speed reaching its peak, breaking through the air with a whooshing sound, and the sword in his hand was drawn out. A dazzling sword light flashed as it aimed for Yi Junlin's throat. The speed of the man in blue was too fast, and his sword was even faster, so fast that everyone didn't even see what happened. While He Feng and Fu Datsai's expressions changed as they realized it was too late to stop him. Just as everyone thought Yi Junlin would be killed by this sword, he waved his right hand, and his index and middle fingers lightning fast clamped down on the opponent's sword. At this moment, the sword in the blue-clad man's hand was only an inch away from Yi Junlin's throat, yet it was firmly gripped by Yi Junlin's 2 fingers, unable to advance a single step. The blue-clad man's expression darkened as he gripped the sword, exerting more force, but still couldn't make the sword advance even half an inch. Yi Junlin's 2 fingers seemed like an insurmountable chasm, firmly blocking the opponent's sword. Crack! The next second, Yi Junlin squeezed his fingers, and the sword was directly broken by him. He then threw the half-sword tip at the blue-clad man, who quickly dodged the attack. Swish! The blue-clad man's expression changed. He reacted quickly, twisting his body to evade the blow, but Yi Junlin's palm suddenly appeared, striking directly at his chest. Puff! The blue-clad man was directly sent flying by Yi Junlin's palm, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Good swordsmanship, but still lacking a bit of finesse. Yi Junlin commented as he looked at the blue-clad man. Du Yunxiao watched as the blue-clad man was defeated in an instant. His expression slightly changed, his eyes flickering as he looked at Yi Junlin. I didn't expect you to be a hidden expert. Yunxiao underestimated you. Come and take revenge for your sister. Don't waste time, Yi Junlin said directly. But unexpectedly, Du Yunxiao did not continue to attack. Instead, he picked up his sister's corpse and left directly. Then the blue-clad man also got up from the ground, glanced at Yi Junlin, and left, while the remaining people from Qinglong Villa all departed one by one. Is that it? Boring. Yi Junlin pouted, looking at the middle-aged man, and took out the Supreme Dragon card. All right, now this pendant can be wrapped up for me. Go swipe the card. Young Master Yi, just a pendant. How could I let you pay? I'll cover this. Yifeng quickly spoke up. Clap. The next second, the lights at the jewelry conference suddenly went out, plunging the scene into darkness. Chapter 67. Invitation from the Vermilion Bird Society. Why did the lights suddenly go out? What's going on? As the lights at the jewelry conference suddenly went out, chaos ensued. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out. Soon, the lights at the scene turned back on, and everyone found Yi Junlin pinning a man to the ground. One hand gripping his neck and the other hand holding one of the man's hands, which was clutching the Ocean Star pendant worth 1 billion. The display case for the Ocean Star was already empty, and the glass cover protecting the jewelry had been sliced open by some sharp weapon. The thing I want. Is it something you can steal? Yi Junlin looked at the man coldly, directly taking the pendant from his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, 3 figures suddenly charged towards Yi Junlin, each wielding sharp blades and moving extremely fast. 2 of them attacked Yi Junlin while the other reached for the pendant in his hand. Clearly, they were all in cahoots with the man on the ground, all here to steal the pendant known as the Ocean Star. At this moment, the others were astonished, not expecting that there were thieves present here. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Junlin looked at the 3, and with a shake of his hand, 3 silver needles shot out, instantly taking the lives of the 3. You. The man pinned under Yi Junlin looked at his companions being killed, his face changing as he glared at Yi Junlin. You're dead. Crack. Yi Junlin directly crushed the man's neck without any hesitation. Young Master Yi, are you okay? Yifeng and Fu Datsai quickly stepped forward to check on Yi Junlin, who spat out, I'm fine. These people don't look like ordinary thieves. Should I check their identities? Yifeng asked. No need. Who cares who they are? Yi Junlin dismissed him. Next, Yi Junlin refused Yifeng's offer to pay and personally bought the pendant. The jewelry store didn't actually demand 10 billion from him. Instead, they have the price to 5 billion, all thanks to the influence of the Long family business. After that, Yi Junlin left with the pendant, and Han Charan followed beside him, saying, Young Master Yi, this pendant is so valuable. I wonder which lady is fortunate enough to have it. This pendant is only worthy of Shui heir. Yi Junlin replied directly. Hearing this, Han Charan's expression darkened, filled with jealousy and deep resentment. She thought to herself that her family background, looks, and figure were not inferior to Su Shui heirs, and yet the latter, who was once ugly, now stood above her, taking away her title of school beauty and attention at school. Even someone like Yi Junlin, a prodigy, doted on her so much, spending a fortune to buy her jewelry. This twisted Han Charan's heart, even leading to murderous thoughts against Su Shui heir. If Su Shui heir were gone, wouldn't Yi Junlin and that 10 billion pendant belong to her? As for Yi Junlin, who had already exited the building, he was unaware of Han Charan's thoughts. Otherwise, he might have killed her on the spot. Swish. As Yi Junlin stepped out of the building, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of him. The door opened, and a woman in a red dress with an exquisite appearance stepped out and walked up to Yi Junlin, bowing and saying, Young Master Yi, hello. Who are you? Yi Junlin asked curiously, looking at her. I am a member of the Zhuke Society, sent by the president to invite young Master Yi to a gathering. May I have the honor? The woman said humbly. The Zhuke Society is one of the 4 underground powers in Jiangnan County. Yi Junlin didn't expect that after offending the Qinglong Mountain Villa, the Zhuke Society would appear and specifically invite him. He wondered what their intentions were. Can I refuse? Yi Junlin replied coldly. Please don't make it difficult for me, young Master Yi. If I can't invite you, I might not survive tonight. The woman knelt before Yi Junlin. Your president is that ruthless? Interesting, then let's go. Yi Junlin smirked and got into the car. A few minutes later, the Rolls-Royce stopped outside a luxurious clubhouse. Surrounded by high-end cars, as many prominent figures from Jiangnan County entered the clubhouse. Gentleman's Paradise. The name was quite direct. Yi Junlin smiled lightly at the clubhouse name as the woman in red said, Young Master Yi, please come in. She led Yi Junlin into the clubhouse, which was decorated extravagantly, high-end and classy, resembling a true royal palace. Of course, the most eye-catching were the women in various kipeos, all with excellent figures and appearances, making it feel like stepping into a land of women. Whenever they saw a man, they would smile and bow, greeting him as master, instantly uplifting the mood and providing a sense of satisfaction. The woman in red took Yi Junlin to the top floor of the clubhouse, where there was only one room. As the door opened, a luxurious scene unfolded before them. The floor was covered with imported Persian carpets. The ceiling featured crystal chandeliers exclusive to European royalty, and the walls displayed famous paintings by Picasso. Additionally, there were various valuable antique decorations, making the entire room as luxurious as a palace. As Yi Junlin stepped into the room, the woman in red retreated and closed the door. Yi Junlin remained calm, sitting on the genuine leather sofa, pouring himself a drink as if he had returned home. Young Master Yi, you are truly handsome, making me a little moved. A charming voice suddenly rang out. From behind a beaded curtain in the room, a woman in a red dress with red hair, styled elegantly, stepped out, her proud figure accentuated. This woman exuded a mature charm, her allure rivaling that of Mei Yang. Yet she also possessed a noble aura that Mei Yang lacked, resembling a queen, evoking a strong desire for conquest. You are the president of the Zhuke Society? Yi Junlin looked at the woman calmly. You can call me Ai Huang. The woman said as she sat down next to Yi Junlin, adopting a coy demeanor, her phoenix eyes making hearts race. So what do you want from me? Yi Junlin got straight to the point. I want you to be Ai Huang's man. Ai Huang leaned close to Yi Junlin, whispering in a tantalizing voice that was hard to resist. After experiencing Mei Yang's seduction last time, Yi Junlin appeared quite composed this time. Glancing at Ai Huang, I don't know you, and you want me to be your man right away. Do you take me for a fool? Ai Huang's lips curled up slightly as she poured herself a glass of red wine, crossing her long, delicate legs, exuding a bewitching and fiery aura, while also presenting a queenly demeanor with a hint of restraint. You are remarkably calm. No wonder you are the man who publicly killed the young lady of Qinglong Mountain Villa. Truly extraordinary. At this moment, Ai Huang took a sip of red wine, her soft tongue licking her red lips, igniting impulsive thoughts. Is that why you want me to be your man? Yi Junlin chuckled lightly. Of course, that's not all. You also defeated Qinglong Mountain Villa's top expert, Qing Jian, in one move. To be able to kill him at your age shows your immense talent. Ai Huang continued. Qing Jian? You mean that swordsman next to the young master of Qinglong Mountain Villa? His sword skills are decent, but his strength is garbage. Yi Junlin scoffed. Hearing this, Ai Huang's gaze flickered slightly. While others might not know Qing Jian's strength, she was well aware that he was one of the top 4 experts of Qinglong Mountain Villa, with abilities reaching the semi-mystical level, making him one of the best in Jiangnan County. Yet, to Yi Junlin, he was nothing but garbage. How strong must Yi Junlin be? In an instant, Ai Huang's interest in Yi Junlin deepened. Yi Junlin looked at Ai Huang. Is there anything else? There's one more important point. You possess the Supreme Dragon card. Ai Huang stated directly. This card represents the most distinguished guest status of the Long family business. Having it means you have a powerful background. You seem to want me to be your man, but in reality, you want to control me to use my background and abilities to elevate the Zhuke Society. Yi Junlin said with a playful smile, looking at Ai Huang. You're not looking for a partner. You just want a slave you can use, right? President of the Zhuke Society, am I right? Young master, you misunderstand me. I genuinely want to be your woman. Ai Huang immediately looked at Yi Junlin with a charming gaze, her alluring eyes enough to tempt anyone. But I'm not interested in you. Yi Junlin replied straightforwardly. He finished speaking and stood up to walk outside. Ai Huang gazed at Yi Junlin, her phoenix eyes sparkling with light, lost in thought. As Yi Junlin left the room, the woman in red entered and respectfully said to Ai Huang, Master, are we just going to let him go? This person is not simple. Even I can't fully understand him. Ai Huang smiled alluringly, but I am quite interested in him. Master, he killed Du Zilin, The Qinglong Villa will not let him survive tonight, said the woman in red, reporting to the president. A large group of people from Qinglong Villa has arrived outside. Suddenly, a woman hurried in and bowed to Anai Huang. Why have the people from Qinglong Villa come? The woman in red's expression changed, while Anai Huang stood up and said, "Don't worry, they are not here to deal with us." Anai Huang then walked to the window and glanced outside. At that moment, a large group of people dressed in green, wielding sharp knives, appeared outside the club. Numbering in the hundreds, all members of Qinglong Villa. Leading them was a man in a blue robe, around 50, with white eyebrows and eagle-like eyes that sent chills down one's spine. He was Bai Ying, one of the 4 top experts of Qinglong Villa. Swish. At that moment, Yi Junlin had just walked out of the club and encountered this group. People from Qinglong Villa? Yi Junlin glanced at them and said, "You arrived quite quickly. Are you the one who killed our young lady from Qinglong Villa?" Bai Ying coldly stared at Yi Junlin, exuding a murderous aura. "I killed her. Do you have a problem with that?" Yi Junlin replied calmly. In Jiangnan County, daring to oppose Qinglong Villa is truly seeking death. "Kill," Bai Ying commanded. And the hundreds of Qinglong Villa members behind him charged at Yi Junlin with knives drawn. Crack! Yi Junlin stepped forward, instantly crushing one person's wrist, causing the knife to fall, which he caught and swung down. Thud! The person was cleaved in half, blood and entrails splattering everywhere. Thud, thud, thud! Yi Junlin wielded a knife, plunging into the crowd of hundreds, slaughtering them indiscriminately. These well-trained Qinglong Villa members didn't even catch a glimpse of Yi Junlin before being killed one by one. In the blink of an eye, over 100 Qinglong Villa members were all taken down by Yi Junlin. At this moment, Bai Ying frowned, moved his body like a gust of wind, and instantly disappeared from his spot. The next second, this top expert of Qinglong Villa appeared in front of Yi Junlin, one hand transforming into a claw, fiercely reaching for his head. This claw contained a fierce energy that could crush steel, let alone a human head. Bai Ying's speed was extremely fast, making his attack swift and giving no chance for reaction. His strength had reached the first level of the Xianjing realm, even stronger than the previous man in the green shirt. But he was fast. Yi Junlin was even faster. Thud! Just as the claw was 3 inches away from Yi Junlin's head, Yi Junlin's knife pierced through Bai Ying's chest, a spray of bright red blood erupting from the wound. Bai Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. Swish! Yi Junlin pulled the knife out, and Bai Ying fell to the ground, eyes wide open in death. At that moment, the remaining Qinglong Villa members were all stunned, watching Bai Ying being killed. "Anyone else wants to die?" Yi Junlin said expressionlessly. Instantly, all the Qinglong Villa members fell silent. They looked at the corpses on the ground, then at Yi Junlin, their eyes filled with fear, and they retreated. Clang! Yi Junlin threw the knife behind him, which lodged into the door of the club, and he left in a carefree manner. At this moment, on the top floor of the club, Anai Huang and the woman in red witnessed the entire scene. "His strength is so formidable," the woman in red exclaimed in shock. "At such a young age to have this level of power, it seems his background is indeed not simple. You go investigate his identity carefully, but do not let him find out. That last knife was a warning to us." Anai Huang's eyes sparkled, and she smiled slightly. "Yes, master." The woman in red nodded and turned to leave the room. "You will definitely become my possession." At this moment, Anai Huang opened her palm, gently clenched it. Her eyes filled with ambition and desire, exuding a strong, queenly aura. As for Yi Junlin, after leaving the club, he walked directly into a secluded alley and said, "Come out." Chapter 69. A bounty of 5 billion for the person who takes Yi Junlin's head. Swish, 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 swish. As soon as Yi Junlin's voice fell, 4 figures suddenly appeared in front and behind him, blocking him in the alley. "You've been following me all the way. What do you want?" Yi Junlin looked at the 4 coldly. He had noticed someone following him since he left the club, which was why he appeared in this alley. "Hand over the ocean star," one of the 4 said, looking at Yi Junlin. "You came for that pendant too?" Yi Junlin was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that this pendant would attract so many people, and they were not ordinary folks. "The pendant is mine. Why should I give it to you?" Yi Junlin said coldly. "If you don't hand it over, don't blame us." The 4's expressions turned cold as they attacked Yi Junlin. All 4 were powerful, experts at the Xianjing level. Crack, 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 crack. Then, Yi Junlin moved, striking like lightning, crushing all 4 of their throats. These 4 Xianjing experts didn't even last one move against Yi Junlin. However, after eliminating the 4, Yi Junlin did not leave. Instead, he glanced toward the end of the alley, where a man dressed in black was approaching him step by step. The four top bounty hunters were instantly killed. Your strength is quite impressive. The man in black came closer, standing 3 meters away from Yi Junlin, watching him. A bounty hunter? Yi Junlin glanced at the 4 corpses on the ground, not expecting their identities to be bounty hunters. He had heard his 6th master mention bounty hunters before. They were a special group from abroad. Bounty hunters, as the name implies, are people who work for a bounty. Whenever someone issues a reward task, there will be someone to take action. Whoever ultimately completes the task can receive the bounty. That is what bounty hunters do. The tasks can be bizarre, including killing, treasure hunting, theft, guarding, and so on. Now, these 4 bounty hunters wanted to seize the pendant, proving that someone had issued a bounty task for it, which is why bounty hunters appeared. Yi Junlin then looked at the man in black. Are you also a bounty hunter? I am not a bounty hunter. The man in black shook his head, looking at Yi Junlin. But I am also here for the Ocean Star. Hand it over. It seems you also want to die with them. Yi Junlin said coldly. Swish. In an instant, the man in black flashed, disappearing from his spot. In the dark alley, his figure appeared beside Yi Junlin like a ghost, wielding a dagger resembling a military knife, stabbing directly at Yi Junlin's vital points. This strike was fast, fierce, and precise, without any hesitation. Moreover, this person's strength was several levels higher than that of the 4 bounty hunters. But in front of Yi Junlin, the opponent was still no different from an ant. Crack! Yi Junlin extended his hand just as the opponent's strike was about to hit him, directly grabbing his throat and crushing it on the spot. Bang! With a flick of his hand, the body of the man in black was casually thrown on the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Yi Junlin then disappeared into the alley. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just a minute after Yi Junlin left, 2 more people appeared, looking at the corpse of the man in black on the ground, their eyes filled with surprise. Even the 89th ranked assassin on the blacklist, the Phantom, was killed. It seems the opponent's strength is formidable, one of them said solemnly, while the other responded, immediately notify the higher-ups. We must obtain that Ocean Star. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin was unaware that a small pendant had plunged him into a dark vortex. At the same time, in the outskirts of Jiangzhou, in a picturesque location by the mountains and water, there stood a grand villa. Above the entrance of the villa hung a plaque inscribed with the words, Qinglong Villa. This was the headquarters of the 4 major underground overlords of Jiangnan County, Qinglong Villa. This villa was a sacred place that many officials and nobles in Jiangnan County aspired to enter. At this moment, in the main hall of the villa, a man in his late 40s with graying temples, holding 2 beads in his hand and dressed in a tang suit, sat there with a gloomy face, exuding a terrifying oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. He was none other than Du Jinting, the master of Qinglong Villa. Whoosh! Soon, a figure appeared. It was Du Jinting's son, Du Yunxiao. How is it? Du Jinting asked with a dark expression. Father, Bai Ying is dead, and half of the members sent from Qinglong Villa are also dead or injured, Du Yunxiao said in a low voice. Boom! Hearing this, an overwhelming rage erupted from Du Jinting, his anger uncontrollable. Damn it! Du Jinting slammed his hand on the table, reprimanding, and the expensive golden silk Nanma table was instantly smashed to pieces. Father, please calm down. Du Yunxiao bowed. Bai Ying and those people were all killed by that kid? Du Jinting asked, suppressing his anger. Du Yunxiao nodded. Yes, according to those who escaped, that kid's strength is terrifying. He killed Bai Ying in 1 move. Moreover, father, that kid also went to the gentle place, supposedly personally picked up by someone from the Zhuke Society. Could he have some connection with the Zhuke Society? Or was he sent by someone? At this moment, Du Yunxiao looked at his father and said, Humph. In response, Du Jinting sneered, that woman. I doubt she has the guts to kill my Du Jinting's daughter. You immediately send someone to investigate this kid's identity, and also notify the Viper and Dark Edge. Let them come back immediately. I want that kid and everyone around him to accompany Zeline in death. Du Jinting commanded word by word, his eyes filled with intense, killing intent. Yes, father. Du Yunxiao nodded. Meanwhile, in another location in Jiangzhou, He Xiao and his elder brother He Feng were sitting there, the former looking shocked at his brother. Brother, are you serious? Is that kid really the dragon head? He possesses the dragon soul ring. He is the new dragon head of the Long Family Chamber of Commerce. He Feng said solemnly. Then, if he is the dragon head, the current leader of the Long Family Chamber of Commerce will have to step aside? He Xiao's expression changed repeatedly, full of surprise. Just wait. The Long family chamber of commerce is likely to be stirred up by this. He Feng's eyes flickered, his expression very grave. Meanwhile, in the Zhao family, Zhao Weiguo looked at the corpse of his second son Zhao Fei in front of him, his face as dark as ink, filled with intense anger. Zhao Weiguo, are you still a man? Can't even protect your own son? What use is it for you to be the head of the Zhao family? At this moment, Zhao Weiguo's wife was holding Zhao Fei's corpse, heart-wrenchingly cursing at Zhao Weiguo. Enough! Zhao Weiguo coldly shouted, his eyes revealing a chilling, killing intent. Looking at the steward beside him coldly, help me contact the Dark Pavilion. I want that kid's life. The kid Zhao Weiguo referred to as naturally Yi Junlin. He could not confront the Long family chamber of commerce, so he could only target Yi Junlin, just as Jiangzhou was stirred up by Yi Junlin's appearance. Far away in the capital city, a mysterious young master who had destroyed the Yi family was smoking a cigarette and said coldly, I truly underestimated this kid. I didn't expect him to make the War Department stop pursuing him. Indeed, he hasn't wasted these 7 years. But playing like this is even more interesting. Go send out a bounty. Following that, this young master said, whoever takes Yi Junlin's head will receive a reward of 5 billion. Chapter 70, Situ Kong. I've got your back the next day. At Jiangzhou Airport, on a plane heading to Shanghai, Yi Junlin was sitting there. Suddenly, a woman rushed over, directly passing by Yi Junlin and sitting down beside him against the airplane window. The woman was wearing a fitted crop top and blue jeans, showcasing her fair waist and long legs perfectly. However, her face was covered with a mask and sunglasses, topped with a baseball cap, hiding her face completely. At this moment, 4 tall men in black suits walked through the cabin, standing next to Yi Junlin's seat, staring at the woman. One of them spoke, Miss Lan, do you think you can run away? Please come with us. Whoosh. The woman sitting next to Yi Junlin's face changed instantly under the mask as she said, I told you, I have no interest in your young master. Since Miss Lan is unwilling to come with us, we can't be blamed. The 4 men were about to make a move to forcibly take the woman away. Just then, a flight attendant approached them and said, what are you doing? Please stop immediately. The plane is about to take off. Do not disrupt the normal operation of the flight. Shut up. The man who spoke among the 4 reprimanded the flight attendant. Then they reached out past Yi Junlin to grab the woman. And Yi Junlin frowned. You're blocking me. Kid, shut up. The man glared at Yi Junlin. Slap. Yi Junlin immediately slapped the man, knocking him to the ground. The other 3 men changed their expressions and were about to attack Yi Junlin, but Yi Junlin knocked them all down as well. Get out of my way. Don't delay my return home. Yi Junlin coldly shouted. The 4 men covered their faces as they got up from the ground, just about to say something. But Yi Junlin coldly said, if you talk more, I'll throw you off this plane. The 4 men looked at Yi Junlin's intimidating gaze. Their hearts trembled, suppressing their anger, and quickly left the cabin. Soon, the plane took off normally. At this moment, the woman took off her sunglasses and mask, revealing a flawless face that exuded a somewhat ethereal charm. She looked at Yi Junlin and smiled slightly. Thank you for helping me just now. I just didn't want them to disrupt the flight, not that I was helping you. Yi Junlin leaned back against the seat and said. Lan Mengdai was taken aback. She didn't expect Yi Junlin to say this, especially after she revealed her true face. Normally, when someone sees her true appearance, shouldn't they be excited like fans, screaming for autographs? Why was he so indifferent? You don't recognize me? Lan Mengdai looked at Yi Junlin and couldn't help but ask. Yi Junlin glanced at the woman and said, do we know each other? With Yi Junlin's words, Lan Mengdai was directly caught off guard, not knowing how to respond. She didn't expect that in this era of such developed entertainment, there would be young people who didn't recognize her, which made her doubt whether her influence had declined. Yi Junlin didn't think much of it, and directly closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the plane to land. On the way, Lan Mengdai occasionally glanced at Yi Junlin, noticing that he hadn't said a word to her, which made her a bit disheartened. Even if he didn't know her, she was still a beautiful woman, right? It was infuriating that he completely ignored her. Several hours later, the plane landed at Shanghai Airport. Yi Junlin and Lan Mengdai walked out of the airport together, where a business car was parked outside, with 2 women standing next to it, Zhang Muge and her bodyguard, Xiao Yu. At that moment, Zhang Muge looked surprised to see Yi Junlin and Lan Mengdai together. Lan Mengdai ran over to her and hugged her, saying, Muge, I've missed you so much. Mengdai, it's been a long time. Zhang Muge smiled slightly at Lan Mengdai, who then said, Muge, this is my first time in Shanghai. You have to treat me well. Don't worry, I will. Jiang Muge nodded, then turned her gaze to Yi Junlin, asking, Yi Xiao, what are you doing here? Do you know each other? Lan Mingdai looked at Yi Junlin and Jiang Muge in surprise, and Jiang Muge replied, You know Yi Xiao too? Lan Mingdai shook her head. I don't know him, but we came on the same flight, and he sat next to me. What a coincidence! Jiang Muge said in astonishment. Yi Junlin looked at Jiang Muge and said, You two can chat slowly. I'm heading back. Yi Xiao, do you need a ride? Jiang Muge asked. But Yi Junlin waved his hand, no need. Soon, Yi Junlin took a taxi and left. At this moment, Lan Mingdai looked at Jiang Muge curiously and asked, Muge, are you very familiar with this guy? You even call him Yi Xiao? Jiang Muge replied, That's a long story. Let's get in the car first. She took Lan Mingdai into the car and also left the airport. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin sat in the taxi, originally planning to return to the villa, but then received a call from Tang Yaoyao. Hello, what's up? Yi Junlin asked. Where are you? Can you come to the school? Tang Yaoyao said. And Yi Junlin's expression changed. Is Shuer in trouble again? It's not about Shuer. If you have time, hurry over. Tang Yaoyao urged. Yi Junlin hung up the phone and called out to the taxi driver. Master, go to Zhanghai University. After several minutes, Yi Junlin arrived at Zhanghai University. At that moment, a group of people had just come out of the school. Among them was Situ Kong, who was covered in blood and being held by that group. Yi Junlin frowned and walked over, looking at the group coldly. Let him go. Yi Xiao. Situ Kong gasped and called out to Yi Junlin. Then, Tang Yaoyao ran over and said to Yi Junlin, You're here. Yes, it's them. They suddenly came to school and beat up classmate Situ like this. Wanting to take him away, even the school security couldn't stop them. That's why I called you for help. Tang Yaoyao explained quickly. Who are you? Get out of the way. The leader of the group, an elderly man with gray hair wearing a long gown, looked at Yi Junlin and shouted, his face exuding an invisible authority. Without needing to guess, Yi Junlin knew that these people were from the Situ family. I said let him go. Yi Junlin stepped forward and shouted at the old man. You're overestimating yourself. The old man sneered, and two people behind him attacked Yi Junlin. Bang! Bang! With a wave of his hand, Yi Junlin sent those two flying, crashing to the ground with screams. The old man frowned and was about to say something when Yi Junlin stepped forward, grabbing his neck and coldly saying, I don't want to say it a third time. The old man's face turned red as he struggled, and the group behind him changed their expressions. Shouting at Yi Junlin, Kid, let Butler Hu go immediately. Crack! Yi Junlin crushed the old man's neck and threw him to the ground, then charged out, sending the entire group flying. He dusted off his hands and coldly said, You forced me to act. Situ Kong looked at Yi Junlin and said, Thank you, Yi Xiao. Don't talk. Yi Junlin directly used a silver needle to stab Situ Kong to help him heal. The members of the Situ family looked at Yi Junlin, their eyes filled with fear. In less than 3 minutes, Situ Kong's injuries had healed, and Yi Junlin pulled out the silver needle, looking at the group coldly. Go back and tell the Situ family that Situ Kong is under my protection now. If you're not afraid of death, come at me. Hearing Yi Junlin's words, the group trembled and dared not say anything more, carrying the old man's corpse and leaving. When did you two get so close? Tang Yaoyao asked curiously, looking at Yi Junlin and Situ Kong. Yi Xiao is teaching me martial arts. Situ Kong replied. Oh, I see. Tang Yaoyao understood, and Yi Junlin looked at her. Where's Shuer? Shuer didn't come to school today? Tang Yaoyao answered. Yi Junlin asked, Why didn't Shuer come to school? I asked her before. She said there was something at home to deal with, but I'm not sure. Then, Yi Junlin's expression hardened. He was worried that Shuer was in trouble and went directly to the Su family. Chapter 71. Going to the street to be a beggar at the Su family. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. In the position that originally belonged to the old master of the Su family sat a young man, Hao, the son of the Hao group, one of the top 3 groups in Jiangnan County. The old master Su Tianghua, Su Tianmin, Du Mingwan, Su Shuer, and others stood there, their expressions very grim. Su Shuer, you only have one choice. Either obediently become my woman, or let the Su group go bankrupt. Hao looked at Su Shuer with a playful smile. He came here today to vent the resentment from being slapped in the face by Yi Junlin at Zhanghai University, directly using the Su group as leverage to force Su Shuer to become his woman. Previously, Yi Junlin said that Su Shuer was his woman. So Hao wanted to make Su Shuer willingly fall into his embrace and see what expression Yi Junlin would have then. At this moment, Su Shuer heard Hao's words, her expression constantly changing, filled with conflict. She obviously couldn't betray brother Junlin, but she also couldn't let the Su group go bankrupt because of her. The Su group was the lifeblood of the Su family. Once it was gone, the Su family would be completely finished. With the strength of the Hao group, making the Su group go bankrupt was just a matter of minutes. Hao Xiao, are you really going to go this far? The old master Su glared at Hao Hua, who coldly snorted, go this far. So what? Swear, why don't you just agree to be Hao Xiao's woman? Hao Xiao is the future heir of the Hao group. Being his woman is definitely not a loss. At this moment, Su Tianhua quickly said to Su Shuer, as he didn't want the Su group to go bankrupt. After all, he still wanted to be the master of the Su group. Shut up. The old master Su coldly scolded Su Tianhua and looked directly at Hao Hua, saying, Hao Xiao, I know how formidable the Hao group is, but your conditions, I'm sorry, the Su family cannot agree. That's right. Su Tianmin also stated. As he was well aware of Shuer's feelings for Junlin, so he would absolutely not let his daughter sacrifice herself for the Su family. Swish. At this moment, Hao Hua's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with a cold light. You Su family members really have some backbone. In that case, don't blame me. After today, you Su family members can wait to go beg on the streets. As soon as Hao Hua's words fell, Su Shuer's expression changed. And just as she was about to say something, a cold voice suddenly came from outside. The ones who should go beg on the streets should be you. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Su Shuer and the others looked over and saw Yi Junlin walking in with a cold expression. Brother Junlin. Su Shuer looked at Yi Junlin's appearance, as if she had found her backbone. The latter came to her side, patted her head, and comforted her, saying, It's okay. I'm here. You brat, you're here too. Hao Hua looked at Yi Junlin with a cold expression, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. I didn't hold you accountable before, but I didn't expect you to dare to trouble Shuer. It seems you really don't know how to die. Yi Junlin looked at Hao Hua and coldly shouted, Humph, kid, the one who doesn't know how to die should be you. I just didn't bother with you before. Otherwise, do you think you could be so carefree? I am the distinguished young master of the Hao family. Playing with you is as easy as squashing an ant. Hao Hua said disdainfully while looking at Yi Junlin. Hao family. After today, there will be no Hao family. Yi Junlin said expressionlessly as he took out his phone and dialed Fu Datsai's number. Young Master Yi, what can I do for you? Fu Datsai's voice came from the other end of the line. I want the Hao group to declare bankruptcy immediately. Yi Junlin shouted word by word into the phone. His words shocked both the Su family members and Hao Hua. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Hao Hua looked at Yi Junlin with a mocking expression and laughed loudly. How ridiculous. Who do you think you are? The ruler of Longhua? You want the Hao family to declare bankruptcy immediately? You're really not afraid of blowing yourself up. What is this guy doing? Isn't he embarrassed? Du Mingwan looked at Yi Junlin with a face of blame. After finishing the call, Yi Junlin looked at Hao Hua. You will soon know whether I am bragging or not. All right, today I will see how you plan to backtrack. Hao Hua coldly snorted at Yi Junlin. Soon. Within 10 minutes, Hao Hua received a call from his father. As soon as he picked up, Dad, what's wrong? You bastard. Who on earth have you offended? At this moment, Hao Hua's father's furious roar came from the other end of the line, and Hao Hua was directly startled by this roar, unable to react. Dad, what do you mean? I haven't offended anyone. Hao Hua said in confusion. If you haven't offended anyone, how could the Long Family's business association suddenly target the Hao family? Now the Hao family stock is plummeting, suffering huge losses, you ungrateful son. Hao Hua's father shouted angrily, and his voice was so loud that even without speakerphone, everyone present could hear it clearly. The old man Su and the others were shocked. They didn't expect the Long Family's business association to suddenly target the Hao family. I don't care who you've offended. If you still want to keep the Hao surname, immediately go apologize to them and seek their forgiveness, otherwise, I will disown you. Hao Hua's father yelled and hung up the phone. At this moment, Hao Hua was completely stunned. Suddenly, Hao Hua thought of something, his pupils constricted, and he stared at Yi Junlin. Was it you? Did you make the Long Family's business association target the Hao family? Hee. Yi Junlin sneered, without answering. But his sneer was self-evident, proving that this matter was indeed his doing. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence. How could you command the Long Family's business association? Hao Hua looked at Yi Junlin with an extremely ugly expression, never expecting that the other party had a connection with the Long Family's business association. Do you still think I'm bragging? Yi Junlin said coldly. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Hao Hua's expression kept changing, and his father's last words echoed in his ears. Finally, gritting his teeth and suppressing his anger, he looked at Yi Junlin. I'm sorry, it was all my fault earlier. I beg you to spare the Hao family. Is this how you beg? Yi Junlin snorted coldly. Hao Hua clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and finally knelt in front of him with a thud. At this moment, in order to save the Hao family's bankruptcy, he completely put aside his dignity. After all, this little humiliation was nothing compared to losing everything if the Hao family really went bankrupt. I'm sorry, I beg you to spare the Hao family. Hao Hua continued to plead on his knees in front of Yi Junlin. I said, after today, there will be no Hao family. And you, prepare to go to the streets and become a beggar. Yi Junlin looked down at Hao Hua and said coldly. Chapter 72, The Queen of the Music World. Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Hao Hua raised his head, filled with rage, and stared at him with a crazed expression, shouting, You bastard, I'll fight you. Swish. Immediately, Hao Hua stood up and rushed towards Yi Junlin, grabbing him and throwing him out. Bang! Hao Hua crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood like crazy. Break his limbs and throw him on the street. Yi Junlin coldly ordered. Swish. At this moment, Yinner, who had been hiding in the shadows, appeared and dragged Hao Hua's body outside. Soon, screams came from outside as it was clear that Yinner had broken his limbs. At this moment, the old man Su and the others were still in shock. Beep, beep, beep. Afterwards, their phones began to ring with a series of message notifications. The old man Su Tianghua, and the others came back to their senses and looked at their phones, their expressions changing as they were all stunned. They saw that they all received the latest news. The news reported that the Hao Group was facing a comprehensive strike from the Long Family Business Association, and the top 10 major groups in Jiangnan County were all involved in targeting and suppressing the Hao family. In less than half an hour, the stock price of the Hao family, which ranked in the top 3 in Jiangnan County, completely collapsed, declaring bankruptcy, and the chairman of the Hao Group even jumped to his death. Seeing this news, the old man Su and the others changed their expressions. They didn't expect the Hao family to actually go bankrupt, which was truly surreal. The Hao family was one of the top 3 large groups in Jiangnan County, with assets in the hundreds of billions, and just like that, it was gone? It was hard to believe if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Swish. Swish, swish. At that moment, the old man Su Tianghua, and the others all turned their gazes towards Yi Junlin, their hearts filled with shock. Junlin, you and the Long Family Business Association. The old man Su couldn't help but ask Yi Junlin. I once unexpectedly saved the head of the Jiangnan branch of the Long Family Business Association, and this time I used that favor to ask him to target the Hao family. Yi Junlin fabricated a reason and did not reveal the truth. After all, matters concerning his several masters were not suitable for public disclosure. I see. The old man Su nodded, while Du Mingwan snorted. I thought you were so impressive. It turns out you were just using a favor to show off. What a shame that your brain isn't working. You used up such a big favor just like that. All right, enough said. If it weren't for Junlin this time, our Su family would be finished. The old man Su said directly. Grandpa Su, Uncle Su, now that the matter is resolved, I'll take Schwer out to have some fun. Yi Junlin said as he directly took Su Schwer and left. This kid really treats Schwer well. The old man Su sighed. Indeed, with him protecting Schwer, we can rest assured. Su Tianmin nodded. Tianmin, starting tomorrow, you will officially take over the Su family. At this moment, the old man Su looked at Su Tianmin and said directly. The latter was taken aback, and Su Tianhua's expression changed as he said unhappily, Father, what do you mean? Isn't the Su family always under my responsibility? You are not suitable to manage the company from now on. The Su family will be handed over to your second brother to manage, and you will assist him. The old man Su said coldly. Su Tianghua unwillingly exclaimed, Father. All right, enough said, it's settled. The old man Su finished speaking and walked out. Humph. Immediately, Su Tianghua shot a cold glance at Su Tianmin, returned to his room, took out his phone, and dialed a number, saying something. When he hung up, a cold look appeared in his eyes as he said, Su Tianmin, don't blame me. The old man forced me to do this. On the other side, Yi Junlin and Su Schwer left the Su family and found a nice restaurant to have a meal. Schwer, this is a gift I bought for you. Do you like it? Yi Junlin directly took out the crystal pendant, and Su Schwer looked at the pendant in surprise and said, What a beautiful pendant. This pendant is called the Ocean Star, and I think it suits you perfectly. Yi Junlin introduced. Su Schwer held the pendant, gazing at the sapphire that sparkled blue like the ocean, and couldn't help but look at Yi Junlin. Brother Junlin, this pendant must be very expensive, right? No matter how expensive it is, as long as you like it, it's worth it. Yi Junlin smiled. Thank you, Brother Junlin. Su Shuer revealed a sweet smile, and then looked at Yi Junlin, feeling a bit shy. But I didn't prepare a gift for you. It's okay. This gift is something I owe you. Over the years, you've suffered so much because of me, and now I just want to make up for it. You don't need to take it to heart. Yi Junlin said. Brother Junlin, Shuer is not wronged. Su Shuer shook her head and directly kissed Yi Junlin on the cheek. Just then, two women walked into the restaurant together and happened to see this scene, both of them stunned. These two women were none other than Jiang Mugu and Lan Mengdai. Isn't that the guy? Lan Mengdai looked at Yi Junlin in surprise, while Jiang Mugu's expression changed as she watched Su Shuer kiss Yi Junlin, revealing a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Is that his girlfriend? Immediately, Lan Mengdai looked at Su Shuer curiously, mumbling, no wonder this guy isn't interested in me. It turns out he has such a beautiful girlfriend. Although Lan Mengdai was very confident about her looks, she still felt a bit inferior after seeing Su Shuer. Mugu, should we go say hello? Lan Mengdai looked at Jiang Mugu, who seemed a bit hesitant. Mugu, your expression seems off. Are you jealous? At this moment, Lan Mengdai looked at Jiang Mugu curiously. No, stop talking nonsense. Jiang Mugu shook her head, and Lan Mengdai said directly, then let's go say hello. Immediately, Lan Mengdai pulled Jiang Mugu over and greeted Yi Junlin. Hi. Yi Junlin and Su Shuer both turned their gazes. Yi Xiao, what a coincidence. Jiang Mugu said to Yi Junlin, to which he replied, you guys are also here to eat? Yeah. I hope we're not disturbing you, Jiang Mugu said softly. Brother Junlin, who are these two? At this time, Su Shuer looked at the two women curiously. This is Jiang Mugu, a friend of mine, and the other one. I don't know. Yi Junlin introduced directly, while Lan Mengdai immediately said, I'm Lan Mengdai. Lan Mengdai? Could you be the famous pop diva Lan Mengdai? Upon hearing the name, Su Shuer suddenly realized something and looked at her in surprise. You know me. Lan Mengdai smiled. And Su Shuer's eyes lit up with surprise. I've heard quite a few of your songs before. I didn't expect to see you in person here. It's such a stroke of luck. Can you give me an autograph? Of course. Then, Lan Mengdai took out a pen and signed her name for Su Shuer, while Yi Junlin curled his lips. Pop diva? Is that impressive? Brother Junlin, you don't know? Miss Lan is currently the hottest star in the Dragon Country music scene. Her released albums have set various sales records, and she is called the new generation of pop diva. Many people at our school are loyal fans of Miss Lan. Su Shuer introduced. Did you hear that? Humph. Lan Mengdai looked at Yi Junlin proudly. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin remained calm and continued eating. Yi Xiao, who is this young lady? At this time, Jiang Mugu asked Su Shuer. Her name is Su Shuer, my girlfriend. Yi Junlin said directly. Hello, Su Miss. Jiang Mugu greeted Su Shuer, her expression a bit unnatural, while Lan Mengdai looked at the pendant on the table in surprise. Isn't this the Ocean Star pendant created by a top jewelry designer from Italy? Ocean Star? Jiang Mugu's gaze shifted to the pendant. This Ocean Star is said to be worth 1 billion. How did it end up here? Lan Mengdai exclaimed. 1 billion? Su Shuer was taken aback by the price and looked at Yi Junlin. Brother Junlin, is this pendant so expensive? I said as long as you like it. No matter how expensive it is, it's not a problem. Yi Junlin smiled slightly and was about to put the pendant on Su Shuer. Just then, a cold light suddenly shot toward Yi Junlin's hand holding the pendant. Chapter 73. Only one-way whoosh. The cold light was a dagger aimed directly at Yi Junlin's palm. The three women were startled, while Yi Junlin frowned. He waved his hand and instantly caught the dagger. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of figures appeared in the restaurant, all dressed in black, tight-fitting clothes, their eyes glinting coldly, exuding an icy aura. Among this group, a middle-aged man with a stern expression led the way, his eyes shining with a cold light, staring at the pendant in Yi Junlin's hand. Yi Junlin coldly glanced at the group. Here for the pendant again? Young man, hand over the pendant in your hand, or it will bring you a fatal disaster. The middle-aged man coldly commanded. I want to see if you can bring me a fatal disaster. Yi Junlin said disdainfully. Go. The middle-aged man immediately issued the order, and the dozens of people behind him were about to attack Yi Junlin, but at that moment, two other figures appeared, Cold Wind and Yenner. The two of them rushed towards the group, and Cold Wind's strength had also improved significantly. Bang, bang, bang. Cold Wind and Yenner directly engaged in battle with the group, while the middle-aged man's expression tightened as he charged toward Yi Junlin. Swish! In an instant, the man reached Yi Junlin, wanting to snatch the pendant, and his strength was above the 6th rank of the puff. Just as the man's hand was about to touch the pendant, the dagger Yi Junlin was holding suddenly stabbed into his palm, pinning it directly to the table. Ah! The man let out a pained groan, his face twisted, and with his other hand, he fiercely attacked Yi Junlin. Puff! Yi Junlin raised a chopstick and similarly pierced the man's other hand, pinning it to the table again. At this moment, the man's face was twisted, his expression extremely ugly. Speak, who are you? Why do you want to take this pendant? Yi Junlin coldly asked. Ever since he got the pendant, he had faced several attacks, which showed that this pendant was definitely not simple. However, the man gritted his teeth and said nothing. If you don't speak, then die. Yi Junlin suddenly pulled out the dagger and directly slashed the man's throat, causing the other party's eyes to widen in shock as he fell to the ground. Lan Mingdai beside them changed color upon seeing a dead body, scared and screamed. As for Zhang Muge and Su Shuer, they had seen Yi Junlin kill before and did not panic. At this time, Cold Wind and Yinner had also dealt with those dozens of people. You guys clean up here and investigate their identities and the situation of this pendant, Yi Junlin instructed. Then Cold Wind and Yinner cleared away the corpses, while Yi Junlin looked at Su Shuer. Shuer, let's keep this pendant with me for now. Since he hadn't figured out the situation of the pendant, Yi Junlin didn't dare to give it to Su Shuer to avoid putting her in danger. Okay. Su Shuer nodded and said, Brother Junlin, this pendant seems to be quite unusual. Should we just not keep it? How could that be? This is the first gift I gave you. How could you refuse it? Yi Junlin shook his head. Then, he glanced at Zhang Muge and Lan Mingdai. You weren't scared just now, were you? You killed someone? Lan Mingdai looked at Yi Junlin, a bit nervously. Is there a problem? Yi Junlin glanced at her, appearing very calm. To him, killing was nothing serious. Lan Mingdai wanted to say something, but Zhang Muge said, Young Master Yi, we won't disturb you and Miss Su's meal any longer. We'll take our leave. Zhang Muge directly pulled Lan Mingdai away from there. Next, Yi Junlin and Su Shuer continued eating, while in an ancient mansion in another county of Longhua. At this moment, in the main hall, a man of extraordinary presence sat there, somewhat resembling Situ Kong. He was Situ Xiongtian, the head of the Situ family, and Situ Kong's father. At this moment, Situ Xiongtian furrowed his brows upon hearing the report from his subordinate, who had returned from Jianghai University. Who is that kid? He even dared to kill my Situ family steward. Head of the family, this kid's name is Yi Junlin. He is the young master of a family that was destroyed 7 years ago in Jianghai, and he just returned to Jianghai these past few days. The subordinate reported, a young master from a destroyed family actually has such strong strength? Situ Xiongtian's eyes flickered. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to obstruct the rescue of my son must die. Suddenly, a strong woman's voice came from outside. A woman dressed in luxury walked in, her expression dark and fierce. She was Madame Situ, Shangwan Miaoyun. Madam, what brings you here? Situ Xiongtian looked at Shangwan Miaoyun and asked, while she coldly retorted, if I hadn't come, Fenger would be dead. Until now, you haven't brought that wild seed back. Are you reluctant to move him? Shangwan Miaoyun's expression was icy, and Situ Xiongtian helplessly said, how could that be? You just heard, someone is protecting him. That's why I couldn't bring him back. Shangwan Miaoyun coldly said, protecting that wild seed? Then just kill him. I don't care about anything else. Within 3 days, I must see the blood of that wild seed in front of me. If you, as the head of the Situ family, can't do it, I will go find my father and let the Shangwan family handle it. After leaving this harsh statement, Shangwan Miaoyun directly left. Situ Xiongtian's expression darkened as he looked at his subordinate and commanded, go notify Qing Feng, let him bring Situ Kong back, and if there is any obstruction, kill without mercy. Yes, the subordinate nodded. Jianghai. After Yi Junlin and Su Shuer finished their meal, he sent her back to school and returned to his villa. What's wrong? You look so glum. Yi Junlin looked at Lin Mingwei, who was sitting on the sofa with a furrowed brow and a troubled expression. My father just called and said that if I don't go back, he will completely expel me from the Lin family, no longer recognize me as his daughter, and cut off all my funds. Lin Mingwei spoke. Then just go back. What's the big deal? Yi Junlin said dismissively. No way, if I go back, I will have to get engaged to that guy from the Mu family. I don't want to marry him. Lin Mingwei immediately shook her head, looking completely unwilling. Then do you want to sever your father-daughter relationship and be expelled from the family? Yi Junlin looked at Lin Mingwei, and she shook her head. Of course not. This won't work, that won't work. Then you only have one way left. Yi Junlin said lightly. What way? Lin Mingwei looked at Yi Junlin curiously. Die? As long as you die, you won't have to get engaged, nor will you have to sever ties with your father. Yi Junlin said seriously. You go die? Lin Mingwei immediately gave Yi Junlin a big eye roll, threw a sofa cushion at him, and angrily went upstairs. Yi Junlin mumbled. Isn't my suggestion good? Soon, night fell. Yi Junlin went to Mei Nyang's bar again, intending to have her mix a few drinks. The drinks Mei Nyang made were quite good, although they weren't as good as those brewed by his masters. Compared to other drinks he had since coming down the mountain, they were still pretty decent. Young Master Yi. As soon as Yi Junlin entered the bar, Mei Nyang's subordinate greeted him respectfully. Where's Mei Nyang? Yi Junlin asked. The owner is upstairs meeting a few people. The subordinate replied. Yi Junlin walked directly upstairs, and as soon as he reached the door, he heard Mei Nyang's cold and angry voice from inside. Impossible. I absolutely won't agree to such an absurd thing. Chapter 74, Borrowing a Womb. Impossible. I absolutely won't agree to such an absurd thing. At this moment in the room, Mei Nyang looked angrily at a woman in front of her and refused. This woman was dressed luxuriously, exuding an air of superiority, with a maid-like attendant beside her and 4 men in black standing behind, exuding a fierce aura. You bitch, if it weren't for you, how could my good son have died? Now you want to lend your body to leave a bloodline for the Yin family, and you dare to refuse? This woman glared at Mei Nyang fiercely and scolded, slapping her directly. Slap. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open, and Yi Junlin rushed in, grabbing the woman's hand. The woman looked at him and shouted, Who are you? Let me go? Bang. With a wave of Yi Junlin's hand, the woman stumbled back and fell to the ground. Madam. The maid's expression changed, and she hurriedly stepped forward to help the woman up. Are you okay? Yi Junlin looked at Mei Nyang and asked, and she shook her head, looking at him. Thank you, master. Master? The woman glanced at Yi Junlin, then looked at Mei Nyang with a grim expression. I said, why did you refuse directly? Turns out you found a toy boy as a lover, and you even call him master. You really know how to play. I said long ago that you are a loose woman. My son shouldn't have married you. Slap. Hearing the woman's insults, Yi Junlin's expression turned cold, and he slapped her directly, knocking her mouth crooked. Say one more word, and I'll make sure you can never speak again. Yi Junlin coldly shouted. You dare. You actually hit my family's madam. You all take him down. At this moment, the maid angrily shouted at Yi Junlin, directly commanding the 4 men in black to attack him. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 men in black rushed towards Yi Junlin, each with strength above the 6th rank of the Yellow Realm. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 of them came quickly, but left even faster. Before they could get close to Yi Junlin, they all flew out, crashing to the ground and screaming in pain. You. The woman glared at Yi Junlin with a dark and angry expression. Get lost. Yi Junlin spat out a word, causing the woman to tremble inwardly, her back breaking out in cold sweat. Then, the woman left with the help of her maid, while the 4 guards also endured the pain and crawled up from the ground, leaving the place. Thank you, master. Mei Nyang thanked Yi Junlin. That woman is your deceased husband's mother? Yi Junlin sat on the sofa and looked at Mei Nyang, who nodded and said, She is the mother of my 3rd husband. Madam Yin, the 1st family of Anling County. What did you mean by leaving a bloodline just now? Yi Junlin continued to ask. My 3rd husband was the only son of the Yin family. Now that he is dead, the Yin family has no successors. They specifically found someone to extract my 3rd husband's sperm and want me to cooperate in giving birth to a Yin family bloodline so that the Yin family has a successor. Mei Nyang explained one by one, and Yi Junlin was quite surprised after hearing it. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Can't they just find any woman for this? Yi Junlin asked curiously. They said they consulted a master, and it is only possible for me to give birth to a boy if I get pregnant, which would allow the Yin family to continue its lineage. Upon hearing Mei Nyang's words, Yi Junlin scoffed. What nonsense. He looked at Mei Nyang and said, You don't need to take such absurdity seriously. If they dare to come again, just contact me directly. Yes, master. Mei Nyang nodded. Prepare a glass of wine for me. Yi Junlin said. Soon, Mei Nyang prepared a glass of wine for Yi Junlin, who leisurely began to drink. Do you know the president of the Zhuke Association? Yi Junlin asked Mei Nyang. I know. She is one of the 4 underground overlords of Jiangnan County. This president of the Zhuke Association established such a huge force as a woman and became a local overlord in Jiangnan County. She is truly a legend. Meng Yang sighed. Do you want to replace her? Yi Junlin asked while drinking, looking at Meng Yang. The latter was taken aback and asked, Master, what do you mean by that? Since you have become my subordinate, you cannot just remain in this small place of Jianhai. Yi Junlin made a meaningful statement. Outside the bar, the lady from the Yin family cursed with a gloomy face. Damn dog men and women, wait for me. I will contact the family and have them send people over immediately. In the blink of an eye, the night was deep and quiet. After staying in the bar for an hour, Yi Junlin returned to the villa, ready to sleep. But as soon as he entered the room and turned on the light, he was taken aback. At this moment, lying on Yi Junlin's bed was a woman in a lace-long dress, her long, fair legs wrapped in black stockings intertwined, exuding a different kind of sensuality. This woman was Lin Mingwei. What are you doing? Trying to seduce me? Yi Junlin looked at Lin Mingwei's outfit and curled his lips. After experiencing the allure of Meng Yang and Inai Huang, Lin Mingwei's little tricks completely failed to pique Yi Junlin's interest. Didn't you say before that I have a bad figure and you're not interested in me? So now are you interested in me? Lin Mingwei blinked at Yi Junlin, smiling, with a hint of shyness and nervousness in her eyes. Not interested. Yi Junlin bluntly said 3 words, which hit Lin Mingwei hard. She didn't expect her careful dressing to not arouse any interest from Yi Junlin, which was simply humiliating for her. All right, you can leave now. Don't disturb my sleep. Yi Junlin pouted. No way, what you just said hurt my young heart. You must compensate me. Lin Mingwei sat up and looked at Yi Junlin with a pitiful expression. What do you want? Yi Junlin glanced at the girl, knowing she had other intentions. I have an appointment with someone tomorrow. You just need to accompany me and pretend to be my boyfriend. Lin Mingwei said immediately. Not doing it. Yi Junlin refused without thinking. And Lin Mingwei's eyes turned red instantly, tears welling up, looking at Yi Junlin with a wronged expression. Boo-hoo. You're bullying me. Huh. Seeing Lin Mingwei's look, Yi Junlin was left speechless and said, When did I bully you? You are bullying me, boo-hoo. For a moment, Lin Mingwei cried, even louder. All right. I agree to you. Is that okay? Yi Junlin helplessly agreed, sensing that if he didn't agree to this girl tonight, he might not be able to sleep. Oh yeah. Thank you. Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Lin Mingwei immediately turned from tears to smiles. Her tears vanished, and her face was full of excitement. Seeing Lin Mingwei's performance that could rival a Sichuan opera face-changing act, Yi Junlin couldn't help but exclaim, Your acting skills could win an Oscar. Hee. Lin Mingwei smiled slyly and said, You promised me. You can't go back on your word. See you tomorrow. Then Lin Mingwei bounced out. And Yi Junlin shook his head helplessly. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Junlin was still in a dream when he suddenly received a call from Su Schwerer. As soon as he picked up, Su Schwerer's crying voice came from the other end. Boo-hoo, Junlin Gidge. Swish. Yi Junlin instantly woke up and asked, Schwerer, what happened? Junlin Gidge, my dad had an accident. Su Schwerer sobbed. Chapter 75, Car Accident Su Family. At this moment, Old Master Su sat there, looking heavy and his expression extremely grim. Meanwhile, Du Mingwan and Su Schwerer were crying beside him. Swish. At this time, Yi Junlin rushed in and called out to Su Schwerer, Schwerer. Junlin Gidge. Boo-hoo. Su Schwerer looked at Yi Junlin and directly threw herself into his arms, crying with tears streaming down her face. Schwerer, what exactly happened to Uncle Su? Yi Junlin asked Su Schwerer. Sigh. Old Master Su said sadly. This morning, Tianmin was driving to another place to negotiate a cooperation deal, but unexpectedly, when passing a winding mountain road, an accident occurred, and the car fell off the cliff. Swish. Hearing Old Master Su's words, Yi Junlin's expression changed. He didn't expect Uncle Su to have such an accident. What about Uncle Su? Yi Junlin couldn't help but ask. And at that moment, Su Tianghua walked over quickly. Tianghua, how is it? Old Master Su hurriedly asked Su Tianghua. Since learning about Tianmin's accident, Old Master Su had asked Su Tianghua to go to the scene immediately to understand the situation, wanting to see if there was still hope for Tianmin. Father, the second brother's car fell off the cliff and exploded. The entire car was completely destroyed, and the second brother, Su Tianghua said, lowering his head. The last few words left unsaid, but the meaning was clear. Su Tianmin was already dead, and there were no remains. Tianmin. After learning the exact news of her husband's death, Du Mingwan cried out in pain and fainted directly. Mom. Su Schwerer's expression changed. and Yi Junlin stepped forward to support the fainted Du Mingwan. Mom, what's wrong? Don't scare me. At this moment, Su Shuer looked at her mother with worry. She had just lost her father and didn't want to see her mother in trouble. Shuer, don't worry, Andy just got too agitated and fainted for a moment. She just needs to rest. Yi Junlin comforted. Sai, what kind of sins has my Su family committed? Why must it be treated this way? At this moment, Old Master Su trembled, looking desolate, his body swaying, unable to stand steady. In that moment, Old Master Su seemed to age several years, his spirit and energy gone. The incident with Su Tianlin had just happened, and now Su Tianmin was dead. This was a huge blow for Old Master Su, especially losing a child before his eyes, which was the most painful thing in life. Father, you must take care. Su Tiang was said to Old Master Su with concern, while a barely noticeable cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tianghua, why did Tianmin's car have an accident? Old Master Su then asked. According to the police's response, it was likely that the second brother's car had a sudden flat tire, causing it to lose balance and crash into the highway guardrail, ultimately going off the cliff and causing the fuel tank to leak and explode. Su Tianghua replied. Sai, perhaps this is fate. Old Master Su said wearily. At this moment, Du Mingwan was slowly waking up after Yi Junlin's acupuncture. Mom, how are you? Su Shuer asked worriedly as she looked at Du Mingwan. Tianmin, why did you leave like this? Du Mingwan cried out in despair. Swish. Suddenly, Du Mingwan stared at Yi Junlin and accused. It's all your fault. You caused the demise of the Yi family back then, and now that you've returned, how much trouble has the Su family faced because of you? Now even Tianmin has been harmed by you. Mom, what are you talking about? Dad's accident has nothing to do with Junlin Gij. Su Shuer quickly looked at her mother and said, What do you mean it doesn't matter? He's just a jinx. Ever since he returned, how much trouble has he brought to our Su family? Your dad was doing fine, and as soon as he came back, something happened. If it's not because of this jinx, then what is it? Du Mingwan shouted frantically with a twisted face. Enough. Shuer, take your mother back to her room. Old Master Su scolded. Mom, let me help you back to your room to rest. Su Shuer supported her mother and left, while the latter continued to yell at Yi Junlin. Jinx, it's all your fault. Junlin, your Aunt Du is just too upset to accept this blow right now and is speaking out of turn. I apologize on her behalf. Please don't take it to heart. Old Master Su said to Yi Junlin with an apologetic expression. Grandpa Su, you're too polite. I won't mind. Now that Uncle Su is in trouble, you need to take care of your health. If you need anything, just let me know. Yi Junlin replied to Old Master Su. Old Master Su nodded wearily. Afterward, Yi Junlin stayed at the Su family for a while before leaving. He originally wanted to accompany Shuer, but she was preoccupied with her mother, so he didn't want to disturb them and left first. Young master, I found information about the pendant. Soon, Lung Feng came to Yi Junlin. What is going on? Yi Junlin asked. I found out that someone overseas issued a bounty. Whoever retrieves that Ocean Star pendant can receive a bounty of 2 billion. Lung Feng replied. Is that true? Yi Junlin was surprised. At this moment, he finally understood why so many people were trying to snatch the pendant. However, the pendant is only worth 1 billion. Why would someone be willing to offer 2 billion as a reward? Swish. Yi Junlin took out the pendant to examine it. His eyes filled with curiosity. His intuition told him that this pendant hid a huge secret. By the way, young master, the group that attacked you yesterday is the Black Hawk Mercenary Corps, which ranks in the top 20 of the mercenary world. I also found out that many people are involved in this bounty task, so there will likely be a large number of people coming to seize this pendant. Lung Feng continued. Haha, let them come, then. I'm just bored anyway. It'll be a good distraction. Yi Junlin said with a light smile. By the way, young master, there's one more thing. At this moment, Lung Feng's expression became serious as he looked at Yi Junlin. Yesterday, someone also issued a bounty. Another bounty? Yi Junlin asked in surprise. The other party issued a bounty of 5 billion for your head. Lung Feng said solemnly. Swish. Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows in shock. 5 billion for my head. Is my head really worth that much? A bounty at this price is extremely high, both domestically and internationally. So many powerful forces might take the job. Lung Feng replied. It's fine, let them come. I don't care, Yi Junlin said nonchalantly. But I am curious who would offer such a high price for my life. Since coming down the mountain, he hasn't offended many people. Who would put a price of 5 billion on his head? I've contacted Tiangue Pavilion to investigate. Lung Feng said directly, while Yi Junlin looked at him. Have you found any news about the young master who destroyed my Yi family and my sister? There's still no news from Tiangue Pavilion. Lung Feng replied. Swish. Yi Junlin furrowed his brows, his gaze flickering. Although he didn't know much about Tiangue Pavilion, based on previous situations, his third master's Tiangue Pavilion should be a very large organization. How could they have found nothing so far? This made him instinctively feel something was off. Suddenly, Yi Junlin's phone rang. It was a call from Lin Mingwei. You need to come to Age Cafe quickly. I'll send you the address. Lin Mingwei said directly. Chapter 76. If he wants to kill me, I'll kill him. Age Cafe. At this moment, Lin Mingwei was sitting in casual attire. Across from her was a handsome young man dressed in high-end brand clothing, wearing a $1 million Patek Philippe watch, exuding an aura of a wealthy young master. Two bodyguards in black suits stood by his side, both martial artists at the 9th rank of Huang Realm. This young man was Mu Chun, the one Lin Mingwei's father forced her to get engaged to. Mingwei, this is the first time you've actively asked me out. I'm very happy. It seems you no longer mind our relationship. Mu Chun smiled as he looked at Lin Mingwei. What relationship do we have? Lin Mingwei said while sipping her coffee. Glancing at Mu Chun, we are about to get engaged, so naturally, we are in the relationship of fiancé and fiancée. Mu Chun said blandly. Sorry, but I don't plan to get engaged to you. Lin Mingwei said directly. Swish. At this moment, Mu Chun's expression darkened as he looked at Lin Mingwei. Mingwei, don't joke with me. Our marriage was agreed upon by both the Mu family and the Lin family. It was arranged by our parents. How can we go back on it? But I already have a boyfriend. Do you think I would get engaged to you? Lin Mingwei said again. Swish. Mu Chun's expression changed. Surprised, you have a boyfriend? That is impossible. Mingwei, how could you possibly have a boyfriend? Mingwei, don't use this kind of tactic on me. It won't work. Mu Chun shook his head, clearly not believing what Lin Mingwei said. Darling, you're here. At this moment, Lin Mingwei suddenly stood up and called out, and Mu Chun turned around abruptly to see a young man approaching. It was Yi Junlin. Lin Mingwei walked directly to Yi Junlin, affectionately linking her arm with his, and sat in front of Mu Chun. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing his fiancée getting so intimate with another man, Mu Chun's face turned dark as ink. Mu Chun, this is my boyfriend, Yi Junlin. Lin Mingwei introduced to Mu Chun. Impossible. How could he be your boyfriend? Mu Chun glared at Yi Junlin with a dark expression, coldly shouting. Smack. Seeing that Mu Chun still didn't believe it, Lin Mingwei gritted her teeth and directly kissed Yi Junlin on the face, then said, now you believe it, right? Hey, I only agreed to pretend to be your boyfriend. I didn't agree to be taken advantage of. Yi Junlin protested in Lin Mingwei's ear, while she shot him a glare, cursing inwardly. This bastard, he kisses me and still looks aggrieved. So annoying. Lin Mingwei. At this moment, Mu Chun looked furious, his eyes wide open. Mu Chun, now that you know I have a boyfriend, please go tell my father that this engagement can be cancelled. Lin Mingwei said to Mu Chun. This was the reason she asked Yi Junlin to pretend to be her boyfriend, to make Mu Chun back off. She wanted to propose cancelling the engagement herself, so her father wouldn't blame her later. Haha. Suddenly, Mu Chun sneered, giving off a chilling vibe. What are you laughing at? Lin Mingwei frowned and looked at Mu Chun. Lin Mingwei, you're doing this today to make me cancel the engagement, right? I want to do as you wish. Mu Chun said coldly. You. For a moment, Lin Mingwei didn't know how to respond. She didn't expect Mu Chun to be so stubborn. As for you, touching my woman, die? As Mu Chun spat out the last word, his two bodyguards charged at Yi Junlin, attacking fiercely and directly targeting Yi Junlin's vital points, showing no mercy. Swish. Yi Junlin casually flicked his hand, and two silver needles shot out, piercing the foreheads of the two bodyguards. Their eyes widened as they fell to the ground. Swish. Mu Chun's expression changed as he stared at Yi Junlin. You're actually a master? At this moment, a man in a Zhongshan suit suddenly appeared, standing beside Mu Chun with a vigilant expression, staring intently at Yi Junlin. He was also sent by the Mu family to secretly protect Mu Chun. You want to kill me, right? Yi Junlin said to Mu Chun. That's right, you deserve to die. Mu Chun coldly shouted, calling out to the man beside him. Uncle Su, kill him. Swish. The man turned his hand into a palm and attacked Yi Junlin. Whoosh. Another silver needle shot out quickly, piercing through the man's forehead, and he fell directly at Mu Chun's feet. At this moment, Mu Chun was completely panicked, looking at Yi Junlin with a fierce yet weak expression. You. Whoosh. Immediately, the fourth silver needle shot out, directly piercing Mu Chun's forehead, his eyes wide open as he fell onto the table. Swish. When Lin Mingwei saw Mu Chun being killed, her expression changed. Looking at Yi Junlin, You killed him? He wanted to kill me, so I killed him, Yi Junlin said extremely calmly. At this moment, Lin Mingwei's expression kept changing. She had come to find Yi Junlin just to make Mu Chun retreat, but she didn't expect him to lose his life directly. Mu Chun was the eldest young master of the Mu family, the future heir of the Mu family, and now he was dead, just like that? Would the Mu family let this go easily? It should be known that behind the Mu family. Thinking of this, Lin Mingwei suddenly felt that she had caused a huge disaster this time. Just as Lin Mingwei was about to say something to Yi Junlin, he got up. All right, I've finished what I promised, goodbye. Yi Junlin left the CAF with a carefree expression. As for Lin Mingwei, looking at Mu Chen's corpse, her face was extremely ugly, and in the end, she picked up her phone to call her father. On Yi Junlin's side, he had not left the CAF for long when he received a message from Mei Nyang and headed straight to the bar. At this time, the bar was not open, and Mei Nyang was sitting face to face with a man with a handlebar mustache. The latter looked at Mei Nyang and said, Miss Mei Nyang, the White Tiger Gate is currently eyeing you closely. You can only cooperate with our Ito family to resist the White Tiger Gate, so don't think about it anymore. With the support of our Ito family, I guarantee that it won't be long before you become the ruler of the underground world in Jiangnan County. Mei Nyang took a sip of her drink and said lightly, Did you just say that the supporter behind the Wolf Gate is also your Ito family? That's right. If it weren't for the killing of the Wolf Gate's leader, Miss Mei Nyang probably wouldn't have had the chance to sit here and talk with me. The man with the handlebar mustache spoke with a hint of disdain, and his words were also telling Mei Nyang about the strength of the Ito family behind him. So, your Ito family has long wanted to get involved in the position of the underground overlord in Jiangnan County. Mei Nyang said, That's right. So Miss Mei Nyang better think carefully about whether or not to cooperate with us. If you don't agree, the Ito family will support another force, and by then, Miss Mei Nyang's outcome will probably not be good. The man with the handlebar mustache coldly snorted. Swish. Yi Junlin's figure appeared and walked over directly. And when Mei Nyang saw Yi Junlin approaching, she said to the man, Whether to cooperate with your Ito family or not, that depends on my master. Your master? The man was taken aback. Yes, it's him. Mei Nyang pointed at Yi Junlin, and the man's gaze swept over to Yi Junlin, frowning. You are from the Ito family? Before the man could finish speaking, Yi Junlin coldly looked at him. That's right, I am. Just as the man was about to introduce himself at length, Yi Junlin directly struck and crushed his throat. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, several samurai from the Ito family beside them looked cold and attacked Yi Junlin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Junlin flicked his hand, and dozens of silver needles shot out, directly taking the lives of these samurai. Master, do you have a grudge with the Ito family? Mei Nyang looked at Yi Junlin, and the latter nodded. I killed their young master, and I didn't expect them to come looking for you to discuss cooperation. They want to control the underground world of Jiangnan County, and the previous Wolf Gate was supported and established by them. This Ito family has quite an ambition. Mei Nyang said softly. A mere person from Ingwa dares to meddle in Longhua. It's really overestimating themselves. Yi Junlin coldly snorted disdainfully. Master, someone sent a letter. At this moment, a subordinate of Mei Nyang brought a letter, and when she opened it, her brow furrowed. What's wrong? Yi Junlin looked at Mei Nyang, and she replied, The leader of the White Tiger Gate sent an invitation, inviting me to a gathering tonight. Swish. Immediately, Yi Junlin's lips curled slightly, and Mei Nyang said, Master, the leader of the White Tiger Gate personally came to invite me. This is probably a feast of wolves. Should I go? Mei Nyang looked at Yi Junlin. Go, why not? Since he personally came to deliver a head, how could we refuse? Yi Junlin sneered, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Yi Junlin and Mei Nyang headed directly to the location mentioned by the leader of the White Tiger Gate, the Drunken Immortal Building. Chapter 77. Inside the Drunken Immortal Building. Fighting is prohibited in the center of Jianghai City. In a bustling area stands a building that resembles an octagonal pagoda, constructed entirely of red bricks and green tiles. Full of ancient charm, just like an ancient tavern. This is a tavern called Drunken Immortal Building. At this moment, Yi Junlin and Mei Nyang arrived here. Looking at the three characters Drunken Immortal Building on the sign, puzzled. Is this a tavern? That's right. This is the most famous tavern in Jianghai and even the whole country, known as the #1 tavern in Longhua. Mei Nyang introduced. So impressive? Yi Junlin exclaimed in surprise. The wine inside the Drunken Immortal building is different from the wine outside. Anyone who has drunk the wine from the Drunken Immortal building will be very fond of that taste, and this kind of wine cannot be found outside. It is rumored that the wine in the Drunken Immortal building is all handmade and the most top-notch wine. It is said that even gods would get drunk after just one sip, which is also the origin of the name Drunken Immortal building. Nowadays, Drunken Immortal buildings are spread all over the country, becoming a sacred place in the hearts of countless wine lovers. However, the wine in the Drunken Immortal building is not cheap and is not something ordinary people can afford. Meng explained one by one. Interesting. Yi Junlin smiled slightly and directly stepped into the tavern. Welcome. As soon as they entered the tavern, two women dressed in qipao and veiled faces bowed to Yi Junlin in welcome. The tavern is decorated with ancient charm, and every material used is extremely exquisite and sophisticated, making it low-key luxury with connotation. Ladies, you are guests of the Yang family leader, right? Another qipao woman walked over and whispered to Yi Junlin and Meng. Yes. Meng replied. Please follow me. The qipao woman led Yi Junlin and Meng directly upstairs, and the tavern was very quiet, with no one else besides them. When Yi Junlin inquired, he learned that the entire Drunken Immortal building had been booked by the leader of the White Tiger Gate today. Soon, they arrived at a private room, and in this private room, there was a Nama table, at one end of which sat a middle-aged man with a tiger back and bare waist, dressed in a white shirt, who was the leader of the White Tiger Gate. Yang Tianhu. Behind him stood four men in black Zhongshan suits, each exuding a fierce aura, with high temples, clearly all martial artists, and not weak at all. Yang family leader, your guests have arrived. The qipao woman said to Yang Tianhu with a slight bow, and then turned to leave. Yang Tianhu put down his wine glass, glanced at Yi Junlin and Meng, and looked at Meng. You must be Meng, as charming as your name suggests. Who are you? Yang Tianhu then turned his gaze to Yi Junlin and said solemnly, Yang family leader, this is Mengyang's master. Meng said, Swish. Yang Tianhu's eyes showed a hint of surprise as he looked at Yi Junlin. You are the master behind Meng? That's right. Yi Junlin carelessly sat opposite Yang Tianhu, picked up the wine jug on the table, poured a cup for himself, and took a sip. Instantly, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. The wine from the Drunken Immortal Tower was indeed good, and it was truly handcrafted. Most importantly, the brewing method was not simple. It was similar to his ninth master's brewing method, except that the materials and some techniques were lacking. He never expected to drink ancient brewed wine in this mundane world. Yi Junlin couldn't help but sigh. This ancient brewed wine was made using ancient brewing methods. To this day, many ancient brewing techniques have long been lost, and the wines produced now are made with various modern machines, lacking the flavor of ancient brewed wine. At this moment, Yang Tianhu looked at Yi Junlin, who was carefree and completely unafraid, and a glimmer of unusual color flashed in his eyes, saying, No wonder you can become the master behind Meng. You indeed have some skills. Looking at it this way, those people I sent from the White Tiger Gate must have all been killed by you, right? Yang Tianhu said coldly. Exactly. Yi Junlin calmly replied while drinking. Yang Tianhu's eyes revealed a hint of cold light as he said, I said it was just a woman. How could she possibly have such great influence? It turns out you were the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. All right, I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense. Let's get straight to the point. What do you want? Yi Junlin shrugged. You killed so many people from my White Tiger Gate. Logically, I should make you pay with your life. However, I value talent, so I plan to give you a chance. As long as you are willing to join my White Tiger Gate, I can let the past be the past. Yang Tianhu looked at Yi Junlin with a stern expression. The reason he was like this was that the 5,000 men he previously sent had been slaughtered to a large extent, and only one person had done it. This made Yang Tianhu realize that the force behind Meng was not simple. So he didn't plan to go all out but wanted to recruit the other party into the White Tiger Gate, thus enhancing its strength. Join the White Tiger Gate. Yi Junlin glanced at Yang Tianhu, who replied, That's right. Join my White Tiger Gate, and the past will be forgotten. Joining is fine, but you have to let me sit as the leader. As soon as Yi Junlin said this, Yang Tianhu's expression changed instantly, dark as ink, and he said, Are you joking with me? Do I look like I'm joking? Yi Junlin leisurely sipped his wine, while Meng stood beside him, carefully pouring more wine. Young man, it seems you are determined to oppose my White Tiger Gate. Yang Tianhu then looked at Yi Junlin with a grim expression, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. Swish. At this moment, The four men behind Yang Tianhu all focused on Yi Junlin, each revealing a cold, killing intent. What? Are you going to make a move? Yi Junlin smiled slightly. If you are unwilling to join my White Tiger Gate today, then next year on this day will be your 2 memorial days. Yang Tianhu said coldly. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, outside the wine house, a series of dense footsteps could be heard. Mei Yang's expression changed as she quickly walked to the nearby window, looked outside, and her face changed. She hurried back to Yi Junlin and said, There are at least thousands of people from the White Tiger Gate outside, all armed. Yi Junlin looked at Yang Tianhu and said, It seems you came prepared. I said, Either join my White Tiger Gate or die. Now it's up to you to decide. Yang Tianhu looked at Yi Junlin with a strong demeanor. Yi Junlin smiled slightly, looking at Yang Tianhu, and said, I choose for you to die? Swish. The next second, the wine cup in Yi Junlin's hand shot directly at Yang Tianhu. Bang. Immediately, Yang Tianhu's expression changed, and he struck out with his palm, shattering the wine cup, but his body was knocked back a few steps. Looking at Yi Junlin with surprise, You dare to make a move here? What is there to be afraid of? Yi Junlin said nonchalantly, while Mei Yang's expression changed as she looked at him, about to say something when a cold voice echoed in the private room, in the drunken immortal tower. Fighting is prohibited. Chapter 78. Kneel and submit in the drunken immortal tower. Fighting is prohibited. As this voice rang out, a hint of unusual color appeared in Yi Junlin's eyes. Mei Yang hurriedly said to Yi Junlin, Master, there are rules in the drunken immortal tower. No one is allowed to fight inside, or they will face the punishments of the drunken immortal tower. Kid, you really have some guts to dare to fight in the drunken immortal tower. Yang Tianhu looked at Yi Junlin with a cold expression. Yi Junlin, however, did not care. If I want to fight here, I will fight, and no one can stop me. Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Yang Tianhu was shocked. Anyone who has been to the drunken immortal tower knows that the only rule is that no one is allowed to cause trouble or fight inside. Anyone who violates this rule will face severe consequences, such as losing limbs or being bedridden for life. Moreover, this rule applies to everyone, regardless of whether you are a powerful official or a wealthy young master, or even a local tyrant. In short, anyone who dares to cause trouble in the drunken immortal tower will face its punishment and will never be able to step foot in it again. Many people have challenged this rule in the past, but regardless of their status or background, they all ended up disabled, and their forces did not dare to seek trouble with the drunken immortal tower. Over time, everyone came to know that the drunken immortal tower was not just an ordinary wine house. The force behind it was incredibly terrifying, so no one dared to cause trouble there anymore. Even someone as strong as Yang Tianhu did not dare to break this rule. He chose to meet Mei Yang in the drunken immortal tower to prevent the other party from making a move. But what he did not expect was that this kid in front of him dared to openly break the rules of the drunken immortal tower and even said such provocative words. Swish. Even Mei Yang was startled when she heard Yi Junlin's words. She was just about to remind him not to speak recklessly when the door of the private room was opened, and a woman in a red qipao walked in, followed by several other women. Young master, are you going to break the rules of my drunken immortal tower? The woman in the red qipao looked at Yi Junlin with a cold expression. I want to kill. No rules apply. Yi Junlin stared at Yang Tianhu, walking towards him step by step. Swish. The woman's gaze sharpened, and her body moved, rushing towards Yi Junlin, a palm attacking from behind, containing a fierce wind. Bang! Yi Junlin didn't even look at the woman's attack. He simply countered with a punch, directly sending her flying. Uft! The woman in the red qipao flew out, crashing into the door and spitting blood. Swish! Swish! Seeing Yi Junlin actually attacking someone from the drunken immortal tower, both Yang Tianhu and Mei Yang were shocked. At this time, the people from the drunken immortal tower also changed their expressions, and the injured woman in the red qipao looked at Yi Junlin. Are you sure you can bear the consequences of breaking the rules of the drunken immortal tower? Yi Junlin completely ignored the woman and walked straight towards Yang Tianhu. Attack! Yang Tianhu coldly commanded as he looked at Yi Junlin coming closer, and the four men behind him charged directly at Yi Junlin. All four were Xianjing martial artists, the four strongest from the White Tiger Gate. Crack! 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 Yi Junlin moved like lightning, directly passing through the four men, and their throats were all broken. Each of them stared with wide eyes, collapsing to the ground. For Xianjing martial artists were instantly killed. This scene shocked even Yang Tianhu. But before he could be shocked for a second, A strong sense of death crisis swept over him. He abruptly looked up and saw Yi Junlin's figure appearing in front of him. Swish! Yang Tianhu's expression changed, and he struck out with his palm, but before his hand could reach Yi Junlin's hand was already on his neck. Crack! Another crisp and pleasant sound of bones breaking echoed. One of the 4 underground overlords of Jiangnan County, the leader of the White Tiger Gate, had his throat crushed by Yi Junlin, dying on the spot without any power to resist. When Mei Yang saw such a formidable hero die like this, her eyes widened in shock, unable to believe it. Although she knew Yi Junlin was terrifying, she never expected him to be this terrifying. Able to kill even a dominant overlord who shook the entire county just like that. It was simply horrifying. After eliminating Yang Tianhu, Yi Junlin directly carried his corpse and walked outside. The people at the Drunken Immortal Tower looked at Yi Junlin, their expressions changing one by one. The wine at the Drunken Immortal Tower is good. I'll come back to try it next time. Just as Yi Junlin was about to walk out of the private room, he glanced at the woman in the red cheongsam and smiled slightly. This statement, however, fell on the ears of the people at the Drunken Immortal Tower, filled with blatant provocation. This kid broke the rules of the Drunken Immortal Tower, injured their people, and even said he would come back to drink? That was simply too arrogant. Soon, Yi Junlin walked out of the Drunken Immortal Tower carrying Yang Tianhu's corpse. And outside the restaurant, a large group of White Tiger Gate members had gathered, all holding firearms, their eyes flashing with cold light. Bang! Yi Junlin tossed Yang Tianhu's corpse directly in front of this group of people. Leader. When the White Tiger Gate disciples saw their leader's corpse, their faces changed, revealing disbelief. Now I give you 2 choices. 1. Follow your leader to death. 2. Lay down your weapons and kneel in submission. Yi Junlin said to this group of White Tiger Gate members with a blank expression. You bastard. You killed the leader. You will not die a good death. Everyone, shoot him. A mid-level member of the White Tiger Gate looked at Yi Junlin angrily and was about to open fire when a silver needle shot out, taking his life directly. Thud. The mid-level member of the White Tiger Gate fell to the ground, dead, without a trace of life. Is there anyone else who wants to die with him? Yi Junlin glanced lightly at this group of people. Your leader is dead. Are you sure you want to throw your lives away for him? Mei Yang coldly said to the group. The eyes of these White Tiger Gate disciples flickered, and in the end, they chose to lay down their weapons and kneel one by one to Yi Junlin. Good. From now on, you will obey all her orders, understood? Yi Junlin pointed at Mei Yang and instructed these people. Yes. The disciples of the White Tiger Gate nodded in unison. Tonight, you will go to the headquarters of the White Tiger Gate and take complete control of it. I will send someone to assist you, Yi Junlin said to Mei Yang. And he directly called for Lung Feng to assist Mei Yang in taking down the White Tiger Gate. After that, Yi Junlin headed towards the Yiping Bun. As it was relatively close, he did not take a taxi but walked back. However, when he passed by a secluded street, he saw several yellow-haired thugs surrounding a woman, touching her and not letting her leave. What are you doing? Go away, don't touch me, or I will call the police. The woman looked nervously at these men, and she was Zhang Yunqi. Little beauty, go ahead and call. By the time you finish calling, we'll have had our fun. The group of yellow-haired thugs looked at Zhang Yunqi with wicked smiles, and one of them reached out towards her chest. Bang! As a result, before this person's hand could touch Zhang Yunqi, a powerful force sent him flying, and he crashed heavily onto the ground, spitting blood and screaming in agony. Swish! The remaining few men's expressions changed, and upon glancing, they saw a young man standing coldly in front of them. Who are you, kid? The group looked at Yi Junlin with some fear. Get lost. Yi Junlin exuded a cold, murderous intent, directly scaring these men into turning and running. Are you okay? Yi Junlin looked at Zhang Yunqi, who breathed a sigh of relief and said, Thank you. Are you off work and heading home? Yi Junlin asked as he looked at Zhang Yunqi, and she nodded. It's so late. It's not safe for a girl like you. Let me walk you home. Yi Junlin said to Zhang Yunqi, but she shook her head. No need. That would be too much trouble. No problem. I have nothing else to do anyway. Let us go. After some hesitation, Zhang Yunqi ultimately agreed. A few minutes later, Yi Junlin escorted Zhang Yunqi to a rundown, messy housing area, which was the slums of Zhanghai. Yi Junlin was somewhat surprised that Zhang Yunqi lived here. She was a secretary of a prominent group and even worked part-time at a bar at night, so her income should not be low. How could she live in a place like this? My home is just ahead. You can go back now, Zhang Yunqi said somewhat awkwardly to Yi Junlin. You brat. You finally came back. Hurry up and give me some money. Suddenly, a middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol, disheveled, and with gray hair, stumbled onto the scene, shouting at Zhang Yunqi, "Dad, why have you been drinking so much again?" Zhang Yunqi's expression changed when she saw the man. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and give me money." The man shouted at Zhang Yunqi, trying to snatch the bag from her hands. Yi Junlin frowned and was about to intervene when Zhang Yunqi said, "Dad, I'll give you the money. Let us go back first, and I'll give it to you at home." "Thank you, Yi Junlin. We'll head back now," Zhang Yunqi hurriedly said to Yi Junlin and helped the man inside. Seeing this, Yi Junlin didn't say much and turned to leave. Zhang Yunqi supported the man into a flat, and the latter drunkenly shouted, "Hurry up and give me money. Dad, you either drink or gamble every day. My salary has been spent by you. Where's the money left?" Zhang Yunqi said helplessly to the man before her. "You think I don't know? You secretly saved a lot of money." The man complained, and Zhang Yunqi's expression changed. "No, that's for my brother's surgery. I can't give it to you. That little brat is half dead. What surgery? It's a waste of money. Hurry up and give me the money." The man drunkenly shouted. "Absolutely not," Zhang Yunqi said resolutely. Slap. Suddenly, the man slapped Zhang Yunqi's face, cursing, "Are you going to give it or not?" "No." Zhang Yunqi covered her face, tears welling up in her eyes as she rejected him again. "You ungrateful girl. I raised you, and you want to give me a little money? I'll beat you to death." The man, fueled by alcohol, became furious and directly struck at Zhang Yunqi. Yi Junlin, unaware of what Zhang Yunqi was experiencing at this moment, returned to the villa. The villa was pitch black, and just as Yi Junlin was about to turn on the light, a cold light suddenly appeared. Chapter 79, Shocking Jiangnan County Swish. In the dark villa, the cold light flashed, targeting Yi Junlin's vital points. This scene happened too quickly, and in the darkness, even a powerful martial artist might not react in time. However, Yi Junlin remained calm, striking out with a palm that was faster than the cold light aimed at him, landing instantly on the opponent. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, followed by a groan of pain in the darkness. Clap! Yi Junlin turned on the light, and the villa was instantly illuminated, revealing a figure draped in black lying not far in front of him. This person lay on the ground, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, severely injured, and looked at Yi Junlin with a hint of disbelief in his eyes while still gripping a black sickle in his hand. Yi Junlin glanced at the familiar black sickle in his hand and said, "You're an assassin from the Dark Pavilion? You know the Dark Pavilion?" The man looked at Yi Junlin in surprise. He was indeed the assassin sent by Zhao Weiguo to kill Yi Junlin. "You dare to assassinate me? You have quite the guts." Yi Junlin looked at the man with a cold smile. The man frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Yi Junlin replied indifferently, "Go back and ask your superior. My name is Yi Junlin, and he will tell you who I am." Upon hearing Yi Junlin's words, the man's gaze flickered, and he stood up to leave. At that moment, Yi Junlin noticed a note left on the coffee table, which was from Lin Mingwei. It read, "Yi Junlin, the identity background of Mu Chun you killed is significant. I will go home and buy you some time. You should leave Jianghai quickly. Don't let them find you." After reading the note, Yi Junlin curled his lips. This girl has finally left. As for Lin Mingwei's advice to leave Jianghai, Yi Junlin didn't take it seriously at all. He directly went to sleep, unaware that at this moment in the Lin family, Lin Mingwei stood before her father, Lin Xingtian, with an incredulous expression and said, "What? You want me to accompany Mu Chen in death? What kind of joke is this? How can you still have the face to say this? If it weren't for you, how could Mu Chen possibly die? He is the only son of the Mu family, and now he has died because of you. The Mu family is already being merciful by not making the entire Lin family accompany him in death." Lin Xingtian yelled at Lin Mingwei in anger. "Isn't that because you forced me? If you hadn't forced me to get engaged to Mu Chun, would this have happened?" Lin Mingwei retorted with dissatisfaction. "You slap." In a fit of rage, Lin Xingtian slapped Lin Mingwei. Immediately, Lin Mingwei's eyes turned red, and her face was filled with grievance. "Mu Chun is the only son of the Mu family, and now he has died because of you. If you don't die, the Mu family will make the entire Lin family accompany him in death." Lin Xingtian said in a deep voice, "So you want to sacrifice your own daughter?" Lin Mingwei shouted at Lin Xingtian with tears in her eyes. The latter clenched his fists, showing a pained expression, and finally sighed, "I am not only your father, but I am also the head of the Lin family. I have to consider the entire Lin family. I cannot let the whole Lin family perish because of you. So I can only say sorry to you. I will not accompany Mu Chen in death." Lin Mengwei shouted resolutely. Lin Xingtian replied coldly, someone. Take the young lady down and keep a close watch on her. She must not be allowed to escape again. Meanwhile, in a dark secret room in Longhua, various cold weapons were displayed and hung around, a dazzling array. At this moment, a man wearing a mask and a cloak stood there, playing with a weapon in his hand. Whoosh. At this time, a man in black suddenly appeared, kneeling in front of this man. Master. The Jiangnan County branch has sent news. What happened? The masked man said in a cold voice. A member of the Jiangnan County branch received a mission to assassinate a young man, but that person is. The man in black said softly. But the last few words were not spoken. Who is it? The masked man asked coldly. Yi Junlin. The man in black replied. And the man in front of him was the master of the Dark Pavilion. Whoosh. The Dark Pavilion master's eyes changed, and he said in a deep voice. Is this true? Yes. He let that member go back, but he knows that the other party is from the Dark Pavilion. The man in black answered. Immediately deal with him. And who issued the assassination order? The Dark Pavilion master said coldly. It is Zhao Weigua, the head of the Zhao family. One of the powerful families in Jiangnan County. The man in black said, and the Dark Pavilion master replied coldly, go and exterminate the Zhao family. Tomorrow, I will personally go to Zhanghai. Master, you want to meet him? The man in black asked in surprise. The Dark Pavilion master said lightly. The internal situation of the Tianji Pavilion is turbulent. It's time to meet our little junior brother. I heard that Fu Xiao has already met him. In the blink of an eye, a new day arrived. Two explosive pieces of news suddenly spread in Jiangnan County. The first explosive news was that Yang Tianhu, the master of the White Tiger Gate, was killed, and now the White Tiger Gate is controlled by Mei Yang, the previous underground master of Zhanghai. As soon as this news came out, it caused a sensation throughout Jiangnan County, and all factions were shocked. After all, Yang Tianhu was one of the 4 underground overlords in Jiangnan County, and the strength of the White Tiger Gate under him was so great that even several major families did not dare to easily offend them. But overnight, Yang Tianhu was killed, and the White Tiger Gate was seized, which was truly shocking, especially since the opponent was a woman who had previously only controlled the underground world of one city. How could she achieve this? At this moment, Mei Yang became the focus of attention for all factions in Jiangnan County, especially the 3 major forces, Qinglong Mountain Villa, Zhuke Society, and Xuanwu Hall. All sent people to investigate this Mei Yang. The second explosive news was that the Zhao family, one of the 6 major families in Jiangnan County, was exterminated overnight, with over 1,000 family members and not a single survivor. This news also shook Jiangnan County. In less than a week, 2 major families in Jiangnan County had been wiped out, which was shocking, and it made the atmosphere among the other 4 major families tense. In Qinglong Mountain Villa, Du Jinting sat there, coldly saying, that guy Yang Tianhu was actually killed by a woman? How is that possible? Father, according to the investigation, that Mei Yang is a widow who has consecutively killed 3 husbands. Although her 3 husbands all had significant backgrounds, since they died, she couldn't possibly gain the strength behind them. Therefore, she should have other support behind her. It is said that Yang Tianhu died last night at the Drunken Immortal building in Zhanghai. Du Yunxiao, the eldest son of Qinglong Mountain Villa, said as he stood in front of Du Jinting. Died at the Drunken Immortal building? How dare she act there? The people behind Mei Yang must not be simple. Du Jinting's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he said, but the people behind her underestimate the White Tiger Gate. They think that killing Yang Tianhu will allow them to control the White Tiger Gate. But they don't know that the true master behind the White Tiger Gate is someone else. Let us just wait and see the show. By the way, how is that kid being investigated? Du Jinting then said coldly, revealing a hint of killing intent, referring to the murderer of his daughter. We have already found out. This kid's name is Yi Junlin, and he is from Zhanghai. At this moment, Du Yunxiao detailed Yi Junlin's situation, including everything he had done after returning to Zhanghai. Again Zhanghai. Du Jinting's expression turned cold as he said, this kid, a discarded son whose family was destroyed, has made such a big change in 7 years. Father, he must have had some opportunity during these 7 years. He dares to be so arrogant. There must be a powerful force supporting him. Should we? Du Yunxiao had just opened his mouth when Du Jinting shouted. No matter what kind of force supports him, he killed Zilin, so he must die. Let the Viper take action personally. I want to see his head at Zilin's funeral in 3 days. Yes, Du Yunxiao nodded. Meanwhile, in Zhanghai, Yi Junlin had just finished breakfast when there was a knock on the door. He went to open it, and a cold-faced man stood outside. Who are you? Yi Junlin asked the man. Yi Junlin, my master wants to see you. The man said coldly. Chapter 80. He is just a madman. Outside Eping Bun community. 7 or 8 luxury cars were parked, and beside each car stood several middle-aged men in black suits with cold expressions, all of whom were martial artists. Around one black Rolls-Royce, there were even a dozen men in black, their waists bulging, clearly armed, and vigilantly watching the surroundings. Inside the car sat a middle-aged man exuding a powerful aura of authority, who was Yun Zhongtian, the head of the first-class family in the capital, the Yun family. At this time, the car door was opened, and a man stood outside with a handprint on his face. What happened? Yun Zhongtian frowned as he looked at the man who had gone to call Yi Junlin. That Yi Junlin said he wants to see him, and asked the master to go personally. The man said in a low voice. Whoosh. Instantly, Yun Zhongtian's expression darkened, and anger flickered in his eyes. As the head of the prestigious Yun family in the capital, Yun Zhongtian personally came to meet a young junior, which was already a significant lowering of his status and a gesture of respect. However, he did not expect that this kid would disregard him. The head of the Yun family, with such arrogance. The head of the family wanted to see just how arrogant this kid could be. Yun Zhongtian's expression turned cold as he got out of the car and walked into the community, with all his bodyguards following closely behind him. Soon, Yun Zhongtian arrived outside Yi Junlin's villa, and the man who had been slapped earlier stepped forward to knock on the door again. At that moment, the villa door opened, and Yi Junlin walked out, looking at the man. Want to get slapped again? The man's face changed in fear, and he took a few steps back, while Yun Zhongtian glared at Yi Junlin and coldly shouted, Kid, you have quite the arrogance to actually make the head of the Yun family come to see you in person. Yi Junlin glanced at Yun Zhongtian and coldly replied, You wanted to see me, not the other way around. Yun Zhongtian was immediately choked with anger. He took a few deep breaths to suppress his fury and stared at Yi Junlin. Kid, I don't want to waste words with you. I'm giving you a chance now. Let my son speak, and I can let the previous matter go. Are you begging me? Yi Junlin shrugged and looked at Yun Zhongtian, who turned cold with a flicker of icy rage in his eyes. Kid, don't go too far. If you don't let my son speak today, I'll make you die. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Yun Zhongtian's words fell, the group of bodyguards beside him all pulled out guns and aimed them at Yi Junlin, while the remaining martial artists coldly stared at Yi Junlin, ready to take action at any moment. Hee. Yi Junlin sneered disdainfully and said, With this group of useless trash, you think you can kill me? Fire. Immediately. Yun Zhongtian shouted coldly. Just as the group of bodyguards was about to shoot, a series of silver needles shot out, piercing through their foreheads. Puff, puff, puff. Each of these men had blood splatter from their foreheads and fell to the ground. Swish. Yun Zhongtian's expression changed, and the remaining martial artists rushed over, blocking in front of him, staring at Yi Junlin with serious expressions. You want me dead? I think it's you who should die first. Yi Junlin walked directly towards Yun Zhongtian, while the group of Yun family martial artists all charged forward, showcasing their strong abilities, but were all easily defeated by Yi Junlin. Seeing Yi Junlin display such strong power, Yun Zhongtian's expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Yi Junlin and shouted, Kid, I underestimated you. I didn't expect your martial strength to be so strong, but in Long Country, using force indiscriminately will attract the suppression of the Martial Suppression Division. And I just happen to know the commander of the Jiangnan District Martial Suppression Division. With just one phone call, you're dead. Oh really? Then you can call him and tell him. Yi Junlin coldly laughed. Yun Zhongtian directly took out his phone and called Xiang Tian, the commander of the Jiangnan District Martial Suppression Division. Hello, Yin family head. Why are you calling me? Xiang Tian's voice came from the other end. Commander Xiang, hurry and bring people to Jianghai. I encountered a kid who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, and he wants to kill me. Yun Zhongtian said directly. Yin family head, someone wants to kill you? Who is it? Xiang Tian asked in shock. Tell him, my name is Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin said indifferently. He is Yi Junlin. Yun Zhongtian immediately stated, and Xiang Tian on the other end fell silent. Commander Xiang? Seeing Xiang Tian not speaking, Yun Zhongtian called out in confusion. At this moment, Xiang Tian's tone became heavy. Yun family head, how could you offend him? Do you know him? Yun Zhongtian was taken aback. Yun family head, regardless of what happened between you, it's best to apologize to him and seek his forgiveness. As soon as Xiang Tian said this, Yun Zhongtian was completely stunned. He didn't expect the commander of the Jiangnan District Martial Suppression Division to say such a thing. Commander Xiang, What do you mean by that? Yun Zhongtian asked. Enough with the nonsense. He can't save you. Without waiting for Yun Zhongtian to finish speaking, Yi Junlin coldly shouted, while Xiang Tian responded, Yun family head. Give the phone to him. Yun Zhongtian, with a grim expression, glanced at Yi Junlin and handed over the phone. Commander Xiang wants to talk to you. Yi Junlin took the phone, and upon listening, Xiang Tian said, Young Master Yi, the head of the Yun family is the head of the Yun family in the capital. If you harm him, you will bring disaster upon yourself. Please show me some face and spare the Yun family head's life. The people I want to kill? No one's face matters. Yi Junlin coldly spat out a sentence and directly crushed the phone. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian, far away in Jiangzhou, turned pale upon hearing Yi Junlin's words, exuding a cold aura. Commander? What's wrong? At this moment, Xian Jin walked in, looking at Xiang Tian in confusion. That kid is about to kill again. Xiang Tian said solemnly. Swish. Xian Jin's gaze sharpened instantly, asking, who is he going to kill this time? The head of the Yun family. Xiang Tian spat out 6 words, causing Xian Jin's expression to change in shock. He wants to kill the head of the Yun family? Is he crazy? That's the ruler of the prestigious Yun family in the capital. Killing him will cause a huge storm. He's just a madman. But I want to see just how powerful his backing is that can protect him. Xiang Tian coldly snorted. Outside Yi Junlin's villa, he glanced at Yun Zhongtian. You can go die now? At this moment, Yun Zhongtian's face was extremely ugly. He did not expect that this kid would disregard even the martial suppression division. Simply a complete madman. You can't kill me. I am. Yun Zhongtian shouted at Yi Junlin, who waved his hand, and a silver needle shot out rapidly. Swish. At that moment, another silver needle shot in and directly knocked down Yi Junlin's silver needle. Chapter 81. Those who insult my master shall die. Swish. Seeing his silver needle knocked down, Yi Junlin glanced around and saw an old man appear. It was Zhou Sanqing, one of the 5 honorary directors of the Chinese Medicine Association of Long Country. Old Zhou, save me. Yun Zhongtian exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Zhou Sanqing appear. He knew that not only was old Zhou highly skilled in medicine, but he was also a martial arts master. Yi Junlin glanced at Zhou Sanqing and coldly said, You are that Ninghao's master? Young man, silver needles are meant to save lives, not to kill. Zhou Sanqing walked over, looking at Yi Junlin with a solemn expression. I save lives when I want to, and I kill when I want to. What does it have to do with you? Yi Junlin coldly snorted. At such a young age, to have such a heavy killing intent, I really don't know who taught you this medical skill and martial arts. To raise such a demon, truly a sin. Zhou Sanqing looked at Yi Junlin and coldly reprimanded. Swish. Hearing this, Yi Junlin's expression turned cold as he stared at Zhou Sanqing. You can scold me, but you cannot insult my master. Those who insult my master shall die. Yi Junlin's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent as he charged towards Zhou Sanqing. Boom. Zhou Sanqing unleashed a terrifying aura, his strength reaching the 8th rank of the Xian realm, and he struck towards Yi Junlin with one palm. Bang! Yi Junlin threw a punch, directly colliding with Zhou Sanqing's palm, producing a thunderous sound, and his body was instantly sent flying. Puff! At this moment, Zhou Sanqing crashed to the ground, spitting blood, his eyes filled with shock as he stared at Yi Junlin. Why you? How is this possible? Clearly, he was shocked by Yi Junlin's strength. With his 8th rank Xian realm power, he was considered a top expert even in the capital, but in front of Yi Junlin, he was defeated in one move, making it hard for him to accept. How could this young man be so terrifyingly powerful? Yi Junlin walked towards Zhou Sanqing with an expressionless face, and the latter called out, Kid, if you have the ability, let's compete in medical skills. In terms of medical skills, you are not worthy. As Yi Junlin spoke these words, he stepped forward and came before Zhou Sanqing, delivering a powerful punch. Uft. Just as Zhou Sanqing was about to scream, he was punched through the chest by Yi Junlin, blood splattering out. In an instant, this honorary director of the Chinese Medicine Association's eyes widened in shock, unable to close them even in death. Meanwhile, Yun Zhongtian was completely dumbfounded and turned to flee outside. Whoosh! At that moment, a silver needle shot out, piercing through Yun Zhongtian's body, his eyes wide open as he fell to the ground. Swish! At this moment, 2 figures appeared. It was Jiang Muge and her bodyguard Xiaoya. When they saw the scene before them, their expressions changed, filled with shock. Young Master Yi, are you okay? Jiang Muge approached Yi Junlin with concern. I'm fine. Yi Junlin shook his head. What brings you here? I originally wanted to discuss some matters regarding the Yi family with you, Jiang Muge said, glancing at the corpses on the ground, her expression changing. Come in and talk. Xiaoya, go handle these bodies. Yi Junlin instructed, walking towards the villa. Jiang Muge gave Xiaoya a command and entered the villa. What's wrong with the Yi family? Yi Junlin continued eating breakfast, looking at Jiang Muge. Although the Yi family is not small in scale now, the industries involved are quite complex. I want to focus on one direction to allow the Yi family to develop rapidly, Jiang Muge said directly. What direction? Yi Junlin asked faintly. The cosmetics industry. Right now? In Longhua, the profits in the cosmetics industry are huge and the prospects are very good. Plus, I have dabbled in this area before, so I understand it quite well. However what? Yi Junlin looked at Jiang Muge with curiosity. The latter replied, to stand out in the cosmetics industry, we must have a blockbuster product in the early stages. Therefore, I specifically found a group of experts and prepared to invest heavily for them to develop a product. The amount is quite large, so I came to report to you. Cosmetics? What specifically does that refer to? Yi Junlin asked. It refers to products related to concealers, skin whitening, skincare, etc. Jiang Muge explained. I have those things, why spend money to have others develop them? Yi Junlin immediately pouted, and Jiang Muge was taken aback. Young Master Yi, you have them? Wait a moment. Yi Junlin directly took out paper and a pen, quickly writing something down. Soon, he handed the paper to Jiang Muge, saying, this is a formula. You can make it according to what's written on the formula, and it will produce a kind of ointment. The functions you mentioned, like concealing, skin whitening, and skincare, are all included in this ointment. And it will definitely be 100 times more effective than those products outside. Is this true? When Jiang Muge looked at the formula in her hand, disbelief appeared in her eyes. Of course, you don't believe me? Yi Junlin said confidently. My second master is the head of the Holy Physician sect, and the sect has collected countless ancient formulas, among which there are many for beauty and skincare. Just one of them can crush those cosmetics developed at a high cost on the market. I believe you, young Master Yi. I'll have someone make it right away. Jiang Muge said directly, making a phone call, but no one answered. She frowned. Why isn't Secretary Zhang answering? Then, Jiang Muge dialed a few more times. But still no one answered. Yi Junlin looked at Jiang Muge. Has Secretary Zhang not answered at all? I don't know what's going on. Normally, Secretary Zhang should be at the company by now. Why isn't he answering the phone? Jiang Muge's brows furrowed. Yi Junlin's eyes flickered, thinking of what happened last night. He said directly, I'll go out for a bit. After that, Yi Junlin arrived at the slum where Zhang Yunqi lived. Last night, Zhang Yunqi's father's situation, along with her suddenly being unreachable today, made Yi Junlin a bit uneasy. Although he wasn't very close to her, he didn't want anything to happen to Zhang Yunqi. However, although Yi Junlin knew Zhang Yunqi lived in this slum, he didn't know her exact address, so he had to ask around. Fortunately, after some inquiries, he found out where Zhang Yunqi lived and directly arrived outside a bungalow. Just as he was about to knock on the door, Zhang Yunqi's shouts came from inside. What do you want? Let go of me. Bang. Yi Junlin kicked the door open and saw several strong men trying to drag Zhang Yunqi away, while her father, Zhang Biao, stood by without intervening. Let her go? Yi Junlin said coldly. Who are you? One of the strong men pointed at Yi Junlin and shouted. The latter slapped him, sending him flying against the wall. Blood spewing out, half of his face a bloody mess. Swish, swish, swish. The expressions of the other strong men changed as they stared at Yi Junlin. You brat. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Junlin stopped talking and knocked all of them flying, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Yunqi, his brows furrowing. At this moment, she was covered in bruises and wounds, her face swollen, clearly having been beaten. Did they do this to you? Yi Junlin looked at Zhang Yunqi and asked, while her father, Zhang Biao, yelled at Yi Junlin. You little brat. Who told you to take action? Who do you think you are? Slap. At that moment, Zhang Yunqi suddenly slapped her father in the face. He was stunned, then angrily shouted, You little brat, you dare hit your own father? You drank and gambled away all the family's money. I could endure that, but now you even want to sell your own daughter for money. Are you even human? Tears welled up in Zhang Yunqi's eyes as she shouted hysterically at her father. I owe so much money, and you won't give me any, of course. I can only sell you. Zhang Biao coldly snorted, showing no signs of remorse. Yi Junlin frowned, looking at him. Do you still deserve to be a father? Whether I deserve it or not is none of your business. I'm her father. Without me, there would be no her. I've raised her this big. So what if I sell her? What do you have to do with it? It's all because of you, you brat, ruining my good things. Zhang Biao cursed at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin slapped Zhang Biao in the face, knocking him to the ground, coldly saying, "People like you deserve to be hit." Dingling. At that moment, Zhang Yunxi's phone suddenly rang. She took out her phone and answered, her expression instantly changing. "What? My brother is critically ill. How could this happen? I'm coming right now. What happened?" Yi Junlin looked at Zhang Yunxi and asked, while she said anxiously, "My brother is critically ill. I need to go to the hospital immediately. I'll take you." Yi Junlin immediately took Zhang Yunxi to the City People's Hospital. In a hospital room, a group of doctors and nurses surrounded a bed, on which lay a teenager who looked about 15 or 16 years old. The boy's face was pale, devoid of any blood, his breathing weak, and his pulse barely detectable. "Brother!" Zhang Yunxi rushed in, shouting at the boy on the bed. Then her eyes turned to the doctors, pleading, "Doctors, please save my brother. I'm sorry, your brother is beyond saving." A chief physician shook his head. "It can't be." At this moment, Yi Junlin appeared, looking at the boy on the bed, his expression changing, showing surprise in his eyes. Chapter 82, Golden Needle to Open Meridians. Yin and Yang reversed. At this moment, Yi Junlin looked at Zhang Yunxi's brother on the bed, surprise showing in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "It can't be. Doctor, please, save my brother. No matter how much it costs, just save him." At this moment, tears welled in Zhang Yunxi's eyes as she knelt and begged the chief physician. "Your brother's organs have completely failed, and there are almost no blood cells left in his body. Even if you invited those medical masters from the Chinese Medicine Association, they wouldn't be able to save your brother. You should prepare for his funeral." The chief physician shook his head and was about to leave. Quack! Yi Junlin suddenly snorted coldly, and his words reached the chief physician's ears, causing his expression to darken as he stared at Yi Junlin. "Young man, what are you saying?" "I said you are a quack," Yi Junlin replied coldly. At that moment, the chief physician's face turned extremely ugly. "Young man, what nonsense are you talking? I have studied medicine for 30 years and saved countless people. How dare you say I am a quack? There is clearly still hope. Yet you suggest preparing for a funeral. What else could you be but a quack?" Yi Junlin said directly. "There is hope? How is that possible?" The chief physician immediately retorted. As Yi Junlin approached the bedside, waved his hand, and a golden needle appeared in his hand, ready to stab it into the boy's body. "Stop! What are you doing?" The chief physician shouted at Yi Junlin's actions. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yunxi also looked at Yi Junlin with a puzzled expression. "Don't worry, your brother is still salvageable," Yi Junlin said. "Really?" Upon hearing that her brother still had hope, Zhang Yunxi's expression changed, and she looked at Yi Junlin excitedly. "Is my brother really still salvageable?" "Of course." Yi Junlin nodded. "Kid, you don't mean to say you want to use acupuncture to save this patient, do you?" The chief physician said to Yi Junlin, who looked at him. "Is that not allowed? How ridiculous. This patient's organs have completely failed, and there are almost no blood cells left. You think acupuncture can bring him back to life? What a joke." The chief physician looked at Yi Junlin with disdain. "A quack like you naturally wouldn't understand the power of acupuncture." Yi Junlin snapped, preparing to insert the needle. But the chief physician stopped him. "I don't care if you really know acupuncture or not, but this is a hospital, and you can't act recklessly. Get out of the way." Yi Junlin shot a cold glance at the chief physician, who then turned to Zhang Yunxi and said, "Are you sure you want him to perform acupuncture? If something happens to your brother during the procedure, our hospital won't take responsibility." At this moment, Zhang Yunxi glanced at her weak brother, then looked at Yi Junlin, nodding. "I believe him. Thank you." Yi Junlin said to Zhang Yunxi, and the golden needle in his hand directly stabbed into a certain acupoint on her brother's chest. "Isn't this a death point? Is this kid crazy?" The chief physician's expression changed as he looked at the acupoint where Yi Junlin inserted the needle, shocked. Although he had not studied acupuncture, he knew that the acupoint Yi Junlin was using was a death point in the human body. If struck, it could easily lead to sudden death, let alone being pierced with a needle. This was clearly a matter of life and death. Death point. Zhang Yunxi, who was nearby, was taken aback upon hearing the chief physician's words, and the latter looked at her. "You can really start preparing for your brother's funeral now. This kid isn't saving your brother at all. He is trying to take his life." Immediately, Zhang Yunxi's expression tightened, looking nervously at Yi Junlin. "Go notify the security department. Someone is trying to kill someone here," the chief physician said to an assisting physician, who hurriedly ran out. At this moment, Yi Junlin was calm as he inserted the golden needle into the boy's death point, pushing the needle halfway in, and then gently flicked the tail of the needle with his finger. Ding! The golden needle emitted a clear ringing sound, vibrating at a special frequency. Whoosh! In the next second, Yi Junlin waved out another golden needle, stabbing it into another death point on the boy, which made the chief physician internally shocked again, thinking this guy was simply insane. Soon, this golden needle also vibrated. Next, Yi Junlin performed another needle on another death point on the boy's chest, again gently flicking it, causing the golden needle to vibrate and ring. At that moment, a group of people entered the hospital room, including a group of hospital security personnel holding batons, along with two elderly men, one of whom was the hospital director, and the other was Mu Chuan, president of the Jiangnan branch of the Chinese Medicine Association. Director, President Mu, what brings you here? The chief physician exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the two. I just brought President Mu to the hospital for an academic exchange when I heard something was wrong here, so I came to see what was going on. The director said. Director, this kid is using acupuncture as a guise to commit murder. The chief physician pointed directly at Yi Junlin. It's him. Mu Chuan looked at Yi Junlin, surprise flickering in his eyes. Is he performing acupuncture? No, all the points he is stabbing are human death points. The director's expression changed as he looked at the needles Yi Junlin was using, shocked. Yes, this guy is simply committing murder, claiming he is saving people. The chief physician sneered. Stop him immediately, the director shouted, but was stopped by Mu Chuan. Wait, President Mu, what is wrong? The director looked at Mu Chuan in confusion, who was staring at the 3 golden needles Yi Junlin had used, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, he exclaimed, is this the legendary golden needle passing through points? Reversing yin and yang? President Mu? What is golden needle passing through points, reversing yin and yang? The director and chief physician both looked curious. Golden needle passing through points. Reversing yin and yang is an ancient acupuncture technique that uses golden needles to stimulate human death points to achieve the effect of bringing people back to life and reversing yin and yang. Mu Chuan said seriously. Whoosh, whoosh. Upon hearing Mu Chuan's words, the director and the chief physician were all stunned. Bringing people back to life, reversing yin and yang? How is that possible? Is there really such a heaven-defying acupuncture technique in the world? President Mu, is there really such powerful acupuncture that can bring people back to life? The chief physician said, somewhat incredulously. I've only seen this acupuncture technique in an ancient medical book, and I'm not sure if it's true or not. But he is using golden needles, and the points he is piercing are death points in the human body, which is indeed extremely similar to the golden needle passing through points, reversing yin and yang recorded in the ancient book. Mu Chuan said solemnly. Bang! At that moment, Yi Junlin suddenly brought his index and middle fingers together and pointed at the boy's chest. Suddenly, with a tearing sound, something pierced through the chest, and a beam of blood shot out. Chapter 83. Are you from the Bailiang army? Whoosh! This beam of blood shot out from Zhang Yunqi's brother, revealing a blood-colored worm. Startling everyone present, Yi Junlin waved his hand and caught the blood-colored worm, his eyes flashing with cold light. Blood goo. Immediately, Yi Junlin crushed the blood-colored worm to powder. Meanwhile, in a certain place in Jiangnan County, an old man with disheveled hair suddenly opened his eyes, a chilling blood light flickering in them, making people shiver. Damn it! Who dares to destroy my blood goo? I will make you pay. The old man released a terrifying aura of blood and evil, making people tremble in fear, as if he were a demon from hell. At that moment, in the hospital room, after Yi Junlin destroyed the blood-colored worm, he manipulated the 3 golden needles again, channeling strands of mysterious energy through the golden needles into Zhang Yunqi's brother's body. Soon, the wound on his chest rapidly healed, and the organs that had been exhausted began to return to normal. Even the few remaining blood cells were quickly proliferating and growing. Minutes later, all of Zhang Yunqi's brother's life signs on the monitor returned to normal. The chief physician was stunned when he witnessed this scene. He couldn't believe that Yi Junlin had really saved a person who was supposed to die. It was simply unbelievable. 10 minutes later, Yi Junlin removed all 3 golden needles, and Zhang Yunqi's brother, who had a pale face, had returned to normal, with all vital signs stabilized. At this moment, Yi Junlin glanced at Zhang Yunqi and said, Your brother is fine now. Really? My brother? Zhang Yunqi had a look of disbelief as she stared intently at her brother. Isn't this quack just pretending? Let him check your brother to see if he is really okay. Yi Junlin shot a cold glance at the chief physician. Suddenly, the chief physician's face turned extremely ugly. But he still approached to examine Zhang Yunqi's brother. When he saw that the boy's body had truly recovered, a storm of shock surged within him. "Doctor, how is my brother?" Zhang Yunqi looked at the physician nervously, wanting to believe that Yi Junlin was telling the truth, but also fearing it was all a dream. "Your brother is indeed fine now. He should wake up in a while." The chief physician, after regaining his composure, replied to Zhang Yunqi, "My brother is really okay." In an instant, the tension in Zhang Yunqi's heart completely relaxed, and she was overwhelmed with excitement. She looked at Yi Junlin and suddenly hugged him tightly, exclaiming, "Yi Junlin, thank you. Thank you for saving my brother. No need to be so polite." Yi Junlin released Zhang Yunqi and said, "You saved my brother. You are my savior." Zhang Yunqi said tearfully, "Your injuries are also quite serious. Let me help you treat them first." Yi Junlin then treated the wounds on Zhang Yunqi caused by her father. After Yi Junlin finished treating her injuries, Mu Chuan approached him respectfully, calling out, "Young Master Yi." Yi Junlin looked at Mu Chuan and said, "You do have some knowledge. You even know about the golden needle technique and the reversal of yin and yang. What you just performed was indeed the golden needle technique and the reversal of yin and yang." Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Mu Chuan's pupils contracted in shock. Of course, Yi Junlin curled his lips, while Mu Chuan was shocked. He never expected that the other party would understand such a long-lost, extraordinary technique. It was simply incredible. Mu Chuan wanted to say something else to Yi Junlin when suddenly his phone rang. Upon answering, he was stunned. "What? Old Zhou was killed. How is that possible? Okay, I will go right away." He then looked at Yi Junlin and said, "Young Master Yi, I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first." The reason he was so agitated was that he had just learned that old Zhou had been killed in Jianghai. This was such a big deal that he couldn't help but be excited. As the president of the Jiangnan branch of the Chinese Medicine Association, old Zhou's death in Jiangnan County could lead to big trouble for him if not handled properly. He just didn't know who had the audacity to kill old Zhou. Of course, Mu Chuan had no idea that the person who killed old Zhou was right in front of him. As Mu Chuan hurriedly left, Yi Junlin looked at Zhang Yunqi and said, "You take good care of your brother. This is my number. Contact me anytime if you need anything." He then glanced at the chief physician and added, "You should learn more to avoid messing up lives next time." His words left the chief physician feeling extremely embarrassed. Next, Yi Junlin headed to the Su family. Shuer. Yi Junlin saw Su Shuer, but she had red eyes and looked extremely haggard, while Tang Yaoyao was accompanying her. "Brother Junlin." Su Shuer looked at Yi Junlin, and her haggard appearance made people feel heartbroken. "Shuer, please accept my condolences." Yi Junlin stepped forward and hugged Su Shuer tightly. "I didn't expect Uncle Su to have such an incident." Tang Yaoyao also sighed. "Shuer, the dead cannot be brought back to life. You need to pull yourself together." Yi Junlin comforted, holding Shuer's hand. Yi Junlin then stayed at the Su family to accompany Su Shuer, and Uncle Su's funeral was to be held the next day. As night fell, Yi Junlin left the Su family. He initially planned to stay and accompany Shuer, but he feared that her mother would see and feel upset. So he had to leave and return for the funeral the next day. Not long after Yi Junlin left the Su family, a jeep sped towards him. Making a sharp turn to stop in front of him, 3 figures got out of the car. 2 of whom were the previously mentioned generals from the Dragon Kingdom's 36 war generals, Du and Feng. The other person was in his 30s, had a buzz cut, a dark complexion, and an expression that exuded a strong sense of determination and coldness, radiating a strong aura of killing intent. Ling General. He is the one who killed General Shun. The 2 generals pleaded with the buzzcut man, who was one of the top 10 generals of the Dragon Kingdom. Named Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stared at Yi Junlin and stepped forward, coldly shouting, "You have some nerve to kill even my military personnel. Kill if you want. What of it?" Yi Junlin replied dispassionately. Immediately, Ling Xiao's expression turned cold, and he shouted, "Anyone who kills my military personnel must die." Boom. After Ling Xiao spoke, he punched towards Yi Junlin. His punch was aimed precisely, fast, and without any hesitation. Yi Junlin watched as the punch was thrown, lightly shifted his body, and dodged the attack, simultaneously looking at Ling Xiao in surprise. "You are from the Bailiang army?" Chapter 84. Move the young master, kill without mercy. With Yi Junlin's question, "You are from the Bailiang army?" Ling Xiao's steps to continue the attack halted, and he looked at Yi Junlin, asking, "How did you know I am from the Bailiang army?" Isn't the fist technique you used one that only the Bailiang army would employ? Yi Junlin replied calmly. This fist technique was a combat method specially created by Yi Junlin's fourth master for the Bailiang army, named the Killing Fist. Each move in this technique was lethal and showed no mercy. Once unleashed, it carried the determination to kill the enemy. Because of this technique, the combat strength of Bailiang soldiers became extremely strong, directly crushing military forces from various countries and earning the Bailiang army an unrivaled reputation. Yi Junlin had learned this Killing Fist years ago, so he recognized it at a glance when Ling Xiao performed it. Moreover, only those in the Bailiang army could practice this technique, which is why Yi Junlin concluded that Ling Xiao was from the Bailiang army. You actually know the Killing Fist? Ling Xiao looked at Yi Junlin in astonishment, asking, "Who are you? How do you know about the Killing Fist?" This Killing Fist was known only to the Bailiang army and other military leaders, yet Yi Junlin was not from the Dragon Kingdom's military. How could he know about it? Your Killing Fist is too weak. You have not grasped the true essence of the Killing Fist. Yi Junlin said to Ling Xiao indifferently. Shut up. What right do you have to say that? Ling Xiao's face darkened as he felt anger at Yi Junlin belittling his many years of hard work on the Killing Fist. Suddenly, Yi Junlin stepped forward and threw a punch at Ling Xiao, and this punch erupted with a terrifying killing intent. As he threw the punch, it was filled with murderous energy, creating a suffocating sensation. Ling Xiao, seeing Yi Junlin's punch coming, felt the overwhelming killing intent contained within it and was momentarily frozen, unable to do anything but watch as the punch approached him. At this moment, the two generals beside them changed their expressions, not expecting that even Ling Xiao, one of the top 10 generals among the 36 generals, would not be Yi Junlin's opponent. Just as Yi Junlin's punch was about to hit Ling Xiao's head, it suddenly stopped. His punch was only 1 centimeter away from Ling Xiao's head, but it abruptly stopped. Yi Junlin then withdrew his fist and looked at Ling Xiao. The essence of the Killing Fist lies in the word kill. To truly unleash the power of the Killing Fist, one must be filled with murderous intent and have a strong desire to kill the enemy. Only then can the Killing Fist strike forward, aiming directly at the enemy's life. However, your Killing Fist has power but lacks the intent to kill. It seems you haven't killed enough people. At this moment, Ling Xiao was panting, drenched in cold sweat. But he ignored it and stared intently at Yi Junlin. How do you know the Killing Fist? Are you also from the North Liang army? Yi Junlin glanced at Ling Xiao and replied, You don't need to know whether I'm from the North Liang army. You just need to know that your Killing Fist is far from being able to kill me. Go back and spend more time on the battlefield. Kill a few more people. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, Ling Xiao's expression kept changing as he looked at Yi Junlin, filled with shock. He never expected that the person before him not only knew the Killing Fist, but could also perform it, and the Killing Fist he unleashed was even more terrifying. Who on earth is this person? Thank you for the guidance. Ling Xiao set aside his doubts and responded to Yi Junlin. At this time, General Du and General Feng looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but shout, while Ling Xiao looked at them. His strength is very strong. I am no match for him. Swish. Yi Junlin's gaze swept over the two generals. If you really want to avenge that Shin Qianjun, then do it yourself. Finding someone else to help is not something a soldier should do. Hearing Yi Junlin's words, the expressions of the two generals became very ugly. General Du looked at Yi Junlin and shouted, Kid, don't be too arrogant. Someone will deal with you. Swish. Suddenly, Yi Junlin looked at the two generals, a trace of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He wanted to kill these two guys to prevent them from causing trouble for him. The two of them fell to shiver at the murderous intent in Yi Junlin's eyes, their expressions very unpleasant. Young master, please spare their lives. I guarantee they won't trouble you again, Ling Xiao quickly said to Yi Junlin. Although he wasn't sure of Yi Junlin's identity, the fact that he could perform the Killing Fist surely had something to do with the North Liang army, so his attitude towards Yi Junlin became much friendlier. Yi Junlin's eyes flickered as he considered whether to kill these two guys, when suddenly he raised an eyebrow and his gaze swept forward. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, under the night sky, a large group of people hurried towards them, all of them martial artists. In the blink of an eye, these people appeared before Yi Junlin, dressed differently and holding various cold weapons, all exuding a murderous aura, all staring at Yi Junlin. Who are you? Yi Junlin asked coldly. Looking at these people, you are the one with a bounty of 5 billion? I didn't expect you to be just a young kid. Your life is really worth a lot. One of the masked men coldly snorted at Yi Junlin. Clearly, These people had come for the 5 billion bounty, and they were all top experts from the dark world, assassins, bounty hunters, and members of various dark organizations. Swish, swish, swish. Following that, a large number of people appeared around Yi Junlin, all powerful figures from the dark world. At this moment, the 5 billion bounty issued by the mysterious young master had directly attracted hundreds of experts from the dark world. Each of these individuals had hundreds of lives on their hands, and each one exuded a terrifying killing intent. Ling Xiao and the other two generals were shocked by this scene. "Who are you?" Ling Xiao shouted at the group. "Whoever you are, get lost." One dark world expert from the black list coldly snorted. "I am from the Dragon Kingdom's War Department. What do you want with us?" Ling Xiao shouted again. "From the Dragon Kingdom's War Department? We don't want to be enemies with your department, but today, we are determined to take this kid's life." An old leader from a dark organization coldly replied, his eyes fixed on Yi Junlin as if he were looking at the 5 billion. "You." Ling Xiao was furious upon hearing this, but was stopped by Yi Junlin. "Step back," Yi Junlin said lightly, his gaze sweeping over these people, coldly declaring, "If you want my life, you people are still not enough. Kid, die." One person couldn't hold back and charged at Yi Junlin, but just then, a cold light shot out, instantly piercing through his body. The man's eyes widened in shock as he fell to the ground, and the expressions of the others changed. "Move against the young master, and you will be killed without mercy." Suddenly, a voice filled with murderous intent echoed around. Chapter 85. The Dark Pavilion takes action. Move against the young master, and you will be killed without mercy. As the Dark World expert who charged at Yi Junlin was killed by a swiftly thrown dagger, a voice filled with murderous intent rang out, sending a shiver through everyone's hearts. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the Dark World experts, bounty hunters, assassins, and mercenaries all turned their gazes toward the back. They saw a man wearing a mask and a cloak, dressed in black combat gear, appearing before them. It was the leader of the Dark Pavilion. "Who are you?" One bounty hunter coldly asked the leader of the Dark Pavilion. Crack. The leader of the Dark Pavilion stepped forward and instantly appeared before the bounty hunter, his claw-like hand, clad in a black glove, directly crushing the bounty hunter's throat. "Dead men don't need to know who I am," the leader of the Dark Pavilion coldly stated as he tossed the bounty hunter's corpse to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. At this moment, the expressions of those present changed repeatedly. Yi Junlin remained very calm, while the three generals beside him kept glancing at each other. No matter who you are, you think you can take on all of us alone today?" A leader of a dark force coldly snorted at the leader of the Dark Pavilion. The others also tightly gripped their weapons, coldly staring at the leader of the Dark Pavilion. "Who said I am alone?" The leader of the Dark Pavilion replied coldly. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Just then, sounds of air being cut through echoed around, as figures dressed in black and wielding black scythes appeared, numbering over 1,000, surrounding the dark forces that sought to take Yi Junlin's head. These were the assassins of the Dark Pavilion. This scene shocked everyone present, their eyes filled with disbelief. "You all, kill, leave no one alive." Without waiting for the dark forces to speak, the leader of the Dark Pavilion uttered a command, and instantly, over 1,000 Dark Pavilion assassins charged at the dark forces. In an instant, both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Although the dark forces were strong, they were at a disadvantage against the assault of over 1,000 elite assassins from the Dark Pavilion, suffering heavy casualties. Soon, these dark forces no longer wished to fight and began to retreat. They had only come to take Yi Junlin's head for money, so they naturally wouldn't risk their lives. However, the assassins of the Dark Pavilion had no intention of letting them go, as the master's order was to leave no one alive. And they were determined to carry out that command. Ultimately, after a fierce battle, the hundreds of Dark World figures were annihilated by the Dark Pavilion assassins, while the Dark Pavilion also lost over 100 assassins. At this time, the leader of the Dark Pavilion walked towards Yi Junlin, his gaze sweeping over Ling Xiao and the other two generals. "Are you also here to kill the young master?" Swish, swish, swish. As the leader of the Dark Pavilion's gaze swept over them, the three generals' expressions changed slightly, feeling a murderous intent that came from the depths of their souls. "You may leave," Yi Junlin directly said to the three. "Farewell." Ling Xiao looked at Yi Junlin and said something, then glanced at the master of the Dark Pavilion before leaving directly, with the two warriors naturally following him. As the three left, the master of the Dark Pavilion looked at Yi Junlin and knelt down, saying, "Subordinate, the master of the Dark Pavilion, Zhou Ying, pays respects to the young master. Fourth senior brother, please get up. You are my senior brother. There is no need to call me young master, Yi Junlin said directly. As the other party was indeed the fourth among the 7 outer disciples taken in by his third master, making him Yi Junlin's fourth senior brother. You are the direct disciple of the pavilion master. How can I bear the title of young master senior brother? Zhu Ying said solemnly. I said you can, so you can. No need to say more, just get up. Yi Junlin said immediately, and Zhu Ying stood up, looking at him. Young master is too polite. In the future, you don't have to call me young master. You can call me Junlin or junior brother. Yi Junlin replied. All right. Zhu Ying nodded and waved his hand. And 2 members of the dark pavilion brought over 2 boxes. Yi Junlin looked at the boxes and asked, what is this? Zhu Ying then opened the 2 boxes, revealing 2 bloody heads inside. He pointed to one of the heads and said, Junior brother, this is the assassin from the dark pavilion who tried to kill you. I didn't expect he would dare to act against you and disturb you. Please forgive me. It's fine. He was just carrying out a mission, Yi Junlin said. Regardless, he attacked junior brother, so he deserves to die? Zhu Ying said coldly, and Yi Junlin looked at the other bloody head, feeling a sense of familiarity. Who is this? This is the person who issued the assassination order against you. He is the head of the Zhao family from Jiangnan County. I sent someone to wipe out the Zhao family, Zhu Ying said directly. Yi Junlin showed a look of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect his fourth senior brother to be so strong, directly annihilating the Zhao family. Thank you, fourth senior brother, Yi Junlin said to Zhu Ying. Junior brother is too polite. You are the direct disciple of the pavilion master and the future heir of the Tiangong Pavilion. Anyone who dares to harm you is an enemy of the Tiangong Pavilion. As your senior brother and a member of the Tiangong Pavilion, I naturally cannot allow these enemies who harm junior brother to exist, Zhu Ying said with a cold look in his eyes. Regardless, I still have to thank you, Yi Junlin said. Suddenly, his phone rang, and when he answered, a cold voice came from the other end. Are you the one who saved Situ Kong? Hearing this voice, Yi Junlin's expression turned cold, and he said, Who are you? If you want to see Situ Kong, come to Zhanghai University immediately. The person on the other end hung up after finishing, and Yi Junlin's eyes turned cold. Junior brother, what's wrong? Zhu Ying looked at Yi Junlin, who coldly replied. Someone is looking for death. Yi Junlin then went directly to Zhanghai University, with Zhu Ying following him. At the entrance of Zhanghai University, a group of people stood there. Among them, a middle-aged man in a tight outfit had a cold expression, giving off an invisible sense of oppression. Standing beside him was Situ Kong, who was restrained by 2 martial artists and unable to move. You bastards, let me go? Situ Kong shouted. The middle-aged man ignored Situ Kong's anger, maintaining a calm demeanor. Soon, Yi Junlin and Zhu Ying arrived. Yi Xiao, Situ Kong exclaimed upon seeing Yi Junlin. The middle-aged man turned his gaze toward Yi Junlin, coldly saying, You are the one who saved Situ Kong and killed my Zhao family steward? Again with the Zhao family. Your Zhao family really isn't afraid of death. Yi Junlin coldly snorted. Killing my Zhao family's people, you deserve to die? The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent as he moved like a gust of wind, instantly arriving in front of Yi Junlin. Striking down with a palm as if it were a sharp knife, the attack fierce. Puff. Facing the man's attack, Yi Junlin didn't move at all. Zhu Ying, standing nearby, suddenly made his move. His speed was faster, and before the man's attack could hit Yi Junlin, Zhu Ying's claw, covered in black gloves, pierced through his chest, blood spraying out. Immediately, the strong man from the Zhao family, named Qing Feng, stared fiercely at Zhu Ying as the latter withdrew his hand, and Qing Feng fell to the ground, full of unwillingness. At that moment, the other Zhao family members changed their expressions. Before they could react, Zhu Ying rushed out and killed them one by one. Situ Kong looked at Zhu Ying in shock, saying, So strong. You stay here. The Zhao family won't let you go. Yi Junlin said to Situ Kong, who nodded, I'm sorry, Yi Xiao, for causing you trouble. Fourth senior brother, does your dark pavilion need more people? Yi Junlin glanced at Zhu Ying, who looked at Situ Kong and said, Junior brother, do you want him to join my dark pavilion? Yes, his talent is good. I want him to go to the dark pavilion, and you can train him well. Okay, but I wonder if he can endure the hardship? Zhu Ying said coldly, and Situ Kong immediately replied, No problem, as long as I can get stronger. I can endure any hardship. Then come with me. Zhu Ying nodded and glanced at Yi Junlin, junior brother. Noticing Zhu Ying's hesitance, Yi Junlin asked, Fourth senior brother, what's wrong? Junior brother, Don't trust the people from Tiangong Pavilion too much. Jiuying warned Yi Junlin, and after speaking, he took Situ Kong away. Yi Junlin pondered over Jiuying's words, his gaze flickering. He then returned to the villa, took a shower, and prepared to go to bed. But just as he lifted the blanket, a black light shot out from the bed, rushing towards Yi Junlin with lightning speed. Chapter 86. Let's destroy together swish. Yi Junlin stared at the black light, his eyes flashing coldly. The black light was a completely black snake with a pair of triangular eyes, flicking its tongue, exuding a chilling aura. The speed of this snake was extremely fast, so fast that even a martial artist in the Xian realm couldn't react. But Yi Junlin moved like lightning. Just as the snake's head was an inch away from his neck, he suddenly grabbed the snake and held it tightly, rendering it immobile. Bang! Yi Junlin slammed the snake down hard onto the ground, causing its body to explode. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, several identical black snakes appeared in the room, shooting towards Yi Junlin from all directions. Yi Junlin waved his right hand, releasing a wave of energy that sliced all the black snakes in half. Swish! Just then, a figure suddenly appeared, striking towards Yi Junlin with a palm. Boom! Yi Junlin punched out, hitting the opponent's palm, while the other hand waved, sending another black snake shooting towards Yi Junlin. This snake was even closer and faster, making it impossible to react. But Yi Junlin seemed to have anticipated it. He grabbed the black snake with his other hand and suddenly punched the opponent, sending him flying. Puff! The figure crashed against the wall of the room, falling to the ground and spitting blood. Yi Junlin crushed the snake in his hand and looked coldly at the man before him. You sure know how to play with snakes, but unfortunately, you think you can kill me with just a few poisonous snakes. You really overestimate yourself. I didn't expect you to be so strong. No wonder you had the guts to kill the young lady of my Qinglong villa. The man, with cold eyes, stared at Yi Junlin. He was one of the 4 masters of Qinglong villa, known as Viper. Another from Qinglong villa. Your Qinglong villa really doesn't know when to quit. Yi Junlin coldly snorted. The owner has ordered that 3 days later, at the funeral of the young lady, your head must be seen, so you must die. The Viper said coldly. Hee. Upon hearing the other party's words, Yi Junlin sneered. If he sees my head 3 days later, then it might not be the young lady's funeral, but the funeral of your entire Qinglong mountain villa. And Yi Junlin was not joking with this statement. If he died, his 9 masters would definitely wipe out Qinglong mountain villa. Just wait. The Viper snorted coldly and was about to escape, but Yi Junlin waved his hand, and a burst of energy shot out, directly piercing through the opponent's chest. Poof! At this moment, the Viper spat out blood, his eyes fixed on Yi Junlin. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground and breathed his last. At that moment, a phone rang from the Viper's body. Yi Junlin stepped forward to answer it, and on the other end was the voice of Du Yunxiao, the young master of Qinglong mountain villa. Viper, how is it? Have you dealt with the person? Dealt with it, Yi Junlin said coldly. Swish! Instantly, upon hearing Yi Junlin's voice, Du Yunxiao's expression changed, and he shouted, It's you, you're not dead? I'm not dead, but the person you sent is dead, Yi Junlin replied. For a moment, Du Yunxiao's eyes were filled with shock. He did not expect that even the Viper had died at this person's hands. Yi Junlin, it seems you really want to fight to the end with my Qinglong mountain villa, right? Du Yunxiao said in a deep voice. Yu Qinglong mountain villa does not have the capital to confront me, Yi Junlin said and hung up the phone, while far away at Qinglong mountain villa. Du Yunxiao's face was very ugly, and he directly went to find his father. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Chinese Medicine Association in the capital, tonight, the headquarters was brightly lit, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. All of this was due to the sudden murder of old Zhou, one of the 5 honorary directors of the Chinese Medicine Association. As an honorary director, old Zhou was a rare master of medical arts in the association, holding a high status, and now he had died like this, which was a huge blow to the Chinese Medicine Association. At this moment, in a conference hall of the association, several other honorary directors and some high-ranking officials of the association were all gathered there, including Mu Chuan, the president of the Jiangnan branch. Mu Chuan, old Zhou was killed in Jiangnan. How are you, the branch president, handling this? At this time, a senior official of the association looked at Mu Chuan and reprimanded him. Mu Chuan lowered his head and said solemnly, This matter is my dereliction of duty. I request punishment from the association. Punishment is inevitable, but the most important thing now is to avenge old Zhou. That's right, old Zhou. as an honorary director of our Chinese Medicine Association, has now been killed, which is undoubtedly a provocation against our Chinese Medicine Association, and the murderer must be severely punished. I have already sent someone to investigate. The murderer is a kid named Yi Junlin from Jianghai, and old Zhou's disciple, Ning Hao, was killed by him. At this time, several high-ranking officials of the association began to discuss. Swish. When Mu Chuan heard that the murderer was Yi Junlin, his expression changed, revealing a look of shock. No need to waste time. Directly notify the authorities to immediately arrest this kid. An old man said coldly, and he was one of the 5 honorary directors, Old Guan, whose medical skills and cultivation surpassed even old Zhou, but he was cold and ruthless, hard to get along with. No. Suddenly, Mu Chuan called out. Why not? Old Guan looked at Mu Chuan coldly, and the latter replied, reporting to Old Guan, this Yi Junlin is not an ordinary person. What? Speak quickly. Old Guan shouted coldly. He understands the golden needle acupuncture and the yin-yang reversal technique. Mu Chuan said directly. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Mu Chuan said this, all the bigwigs of the Chinese Medicine Association present froze, each revealing a look of astonishment. They all knew about the golden needle acupuncture and the yin-yang reversal technique, but in their eyes, such ancient and defiant acupuncture techniques simply did not exist. Even if they did, they had long been lost. Now that Mu Chuan said that the murderer of old Zhou knew this technique, they couldn't help but feel shocked. What nonsense are you talking about? Old Guan looked at Mu Chuan and said coldly. Old Guan, it's true. Mu Chuan recounted everything that happened in the hospital today in detail. Immediately, Old Guan and the others' expressions changed repeatedly, revealing looks of disbelief. This kid actually knows this technique? How is that possible? The people present were all in shock. This is impossible. This kid is so young. How could he possibly understand such a defiant acupuncture technique? Unless he is, another honorary director said in shock, but the last few words were not spoken, yet Old Guan continued. Unless he is from that place. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the bigwigs of the Chinese Medicine Association present became extremely serious. Immediately send someone to find out this kid's identity, Old Guan said with a serious expression. Meanwhile, within the Yun family, with Yun Zhongtian's death, the entire Yun family was in chaos. Go notify the old master immediately. The housekeeper of the Yun family looked at Yun Zhongtian's corpse, speaking heavily. At the same time, in a certain place in the capital, a man dressed in a white long robe, with deep-set eyes, was sitting there drinking tea. And in front of him stood a man in black. That guy Zhu Wuying also went a flatter? Hee. The man sneered. Master, now that he has the help of Fu Xiao and Zhu Wuying, he might not be easy to deal with. Should we? The man in black began to speak. No need to rush. I have arranged a grand show for my little junior brother. Just watch slowly. The man took a sip of tea, smiled slightly, exuding an air of control over everything. In a certain clubhouse, the mysterious young master who wiped out the Yi family sat there, his eyes flashing coldly. That kid actually has connections with the Dark Pavilion. This is getting more and more interesting. Young master, now that he has connections with the Dark Pavilion, it may not be easy for those in the Dark World to kill him. At this time, a man said to the young master, so what if he has the Dark Pavilion? He is just one of the 4 major assassin organizations in Long Country. Contact the other 3 assassin organizations for me. Since he dares to associate with this kid, then let us wipe them all out together. A cold light flashed in the young master's eyes as he coldly commanded. Chapter 87. Pure Yang Body. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Junlin went to the Su family, and today the Su family was filled with flower wreaths, arranged as a mourning hall. At this moment, many forces that had a good relationship with the Su family came to pay their respects, and old Su, Du Mengwan, and Su Shui'er stood beside the mourning hall, all in deep pain, while Su Tianguo was receiving the guests who came to pay their respects. Swish. At this time, Yi Junlin arrived at the Su family, standing in front of Uncle Su's spirit tablet to pay his respects, then walked up to Shui'er and said, Shui'er, be strong. Shui'er's eyes were glistening with tears, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having cried for a long time last night. What are you doing here? I don't want to see you. Du Mengwan shouted angrily at Yi Junlin. Enough, Mengwan. Today is Tianmin's funeral, don't cause trouble. Old Su coldly reprimanded Du Mengwan. Immediately, Du Mengwan gave Yi Junlin a cold glance, lowered her head, and stopped speaking, while Yi Junlin quietly stood beside Su Shui'er to accompany her. An hour later, the mourning ended, and Yi Junlin and the Su family proceeded to a tomb to prepare for the burial of Su Tianmin, but due to the accident, Su Tianmin's body was no longer intact, so they could only arrange a symbolic burial, while the Su family held Su Tianmin's funeral. At the cliff where Su Tianmin had the accident, in a hidden cave, a figure appeared, standing in front of a cave, saying, "Master, the man who fell a few days ago has woken up, but he seems to have lost his memory. How should we handle it? The experiment still needs one more person. Let it be him." A low, hoarse voice came from the cave, and that figure nodded, yes. Soon, another hour passed. Su Tianmin's funeral was over. Yi Junlin sent Su Shui'er back to the Su family, and then was kicked out by Du Mingwan. Sigh, Yi Junlin sighed. Previously, Shui'er's mother was dissatisfied with him, and now with Uncle Su's death, the blame fell on him, making her attitude towards him even worse. Although Yi Junlin could solve various troubles, he had no good way to deal with this matter. At this moment, Zhang Yunqi's phone rang, informing Yi Junlin that her brother had woken up and wanted to see him. Yi Junlin went directly to the hospital and arrived at the ward. "You're here." Zhang Yunqi was feeding her brother, and upon seeing Yi Junlin, she quickly said, while pointing to her brother, "Yunling, this is your big brother who saved you. Big brother, thank you for saving me." At this moment, the young Zhang Yunling looked at Yi Junlin and expressed his gratitude. "You're welcome. I'm friends with your sister." Yi Junlin smiled slightly at Zhang Yunling. Then his gaze flickered as he asked, "Big brother wants to ask you, did you meet anyone before you got sick?" "Met anyone?" Zhang Yunling looked confused. "What's wrong?" Zhang Yunqi looked at Yi Junlin curiously. "The reason your brother got sick is that someone placed a curse on him. That bug yesterday was the cursed insect, and it was devouring his essence day and night inside his body, which led to the failure of all his organs and put him in critical condition," Yi Junlin said calmly. Upon hearing Yi Junlin's words, Zhang Yunqi's expression changed, shocked. "Is that really the case? How could my brother be cursed by someone? Because your brother's blood is extraordinary." Yi Junlin gazed at the young boy before him, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. He had recognized yesterday that Zhang Yunqi's brother had an unusual physique, which was the pure yang body. This physique is extremely strong and contains incredibly powerful energy, but currently, it had not yet been awakened. Thus, all this energy was stored within Zhang Yunqi's brother's blood, and that blood curse was specifically designed to devour his essence, and once it had consumed all of it, the person who placed the curse could use the energy within his blood for themselves. This move is truly vicious. If Yi Junlin hadn't shown up yesterday, Zhang Yunqi's brother might have already been drained of all his essence by that blood curse, and the one who placed the curse would have gained a huge benefit. However, according to the second master, very few people in this world understand how to use curses now. How could someone knowledgeable about curses suddenly appear in Zhanghai? It turns out it was you who messed up my plan. At this moment, a cold and harsh voice came from behind Yi Junlin. He turned around abruptly to see an old man dressed in tattered clothing, with disheveled hair, resembling a beggar, entering the ward, his cold eyes fixed on Yi Junlin. "Who are you?" Zhang Yunqi looked at the person in confusion, while Yi Junlin stared at him and said, "He is the one who placed the curse on your brother." Swish. Immediately, Zhang Yunqi's expression changed, looking nervously at the old man, while Zhang Yunling also turned his gaze towards him. "Kid, which sect are you from? To know so much?" The old man coldly shouted at Yi Junlin. "And who are you? Where did you come from?" Yi Junlin retorted, "It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't answer honestly." The old man coldly shouted, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. And with a wave of his hand, a black cursed insect shot directly towards Yi Junlin. Whoosh! Yi Junlin waved his hand, and a silver needle shot out, piercing through the cursed insect, then charging towards the old man like a torrent. Swish! The old man's expression changed, and he struck out with his palm, shattering the silver needle, while Yi Junlin's figure appeared right in front of him, striking out with his palm. The old man's expression changed in shock, and he countered with a palm strike, unleashing a terrifying force. Bang! The two forces collided, producing a muffled, thunderous sound. Step, step, step! In an instant, the old man was sent flying backwards, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Yi Junlin, saying, "How could you be so strong at such a young age? Who is your master?" The old man exclaimed. Yi Junlin looked at him disdainfully. "You are not qualified to know who my master is." Swish! After saying that, Yi Junlin attacked the old man again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Immediately, the old man waved his hand, and dozens of cursed insects shot out. But these insects did not head towards Yi Junlin. Instead, They charged towards Zhang Yunxi and her brother. Yi Junlin quickly intervened, slaying each of these cursed insects one by one, while at this moment, the old man had already fled. Are you okay? Zhang Yunxi looked at Yi Junlin with a worried expression. I'm fine. Yi Junlin shook his head, his eyes flashing with cold light. Letting that person who placed the curse escape this time would be a hassle in the future. Soon, Yi Junlin's phone rang. When he answered, he heard Yenner's voice. What happened, Yenner? Yi Junlin asked. Young master, something happened with Lung Feng. Yenner spoke in a serious tone. Chapter 88. Who gave you the courage to kill me? Jiangzhou, headquarters of the Baihu sect. At this moment, in the hall, Mei Nyang and Lung Feng were both kneeling on the ground, injured, especially Lung Feng, who had multiple wounds on his body, looking severely hurt. Surrounding them were a group of men dressed in white, all of whom were martial artists of the 6th rank or above, including several half-step Xianjing and Xianjing martial artists. In front of them sat a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a white robe, exuding an invisible pressure as he sipped tea. Who are you exactly? Mei Nyang looked at the middle-aged man with curiosity. Who are we? Hee. The middle-aged man put down his teacup and smiled lightly, his gaze sweeping over Mei Nyang. Do you think the Baihu sect achieved its current status and strength in Jiangnan County just by relying on Yang Tianhu's efforts? The reason the Baihu sect has come this far is due to the support of my Murong family behind it. And you dare to kill Yang Tianhu and attempt to seize the Baihu sect? You truly do not take my Murong family seriously. As the middle-aged man's words fell, Mei Nyang's expression changed, revealing shock in her eyes. She never expected that the Baihu sect had the backing of a family. Previously, as a daughter-in-law of the Yin family, she had some understanding of these families. In the Dragon Kingdom, families are more terrifying than wealthy clans. A wealthy clan may have money and power to be called such, but a family must possess enough heritage to be called a family. The Dragon Kingdom, being a historically rich nation, has given birth to many families with legacies that exceed 100 years or even more, and these families, having passed down to this day, possess a strong heritage and strength, capable of destroying a regional power with just a flick of a finger, and these are referred to as families. Among the 9 counties, there are families of varying numbers and strengths, and these families are categorized into top families, first-class families, and ordinary families based on their influence and strength. Ordinary families are those with a legacy of 100 years. First-class families have a legacy of 200 years, while top families have at least a 300-year legacy. The Murong family belongs to a first-class family in Jiangnan County, with a legacy of over 200 years, and the Baihu sect was established by them as a spokesperson for the Murong family. I didn't expect that the master of the White Tiger Gate would be killed and that the White Tiger Gate would be seized by others. This naturally made the Murong family very dissatisfied, and they immediately sent people to capture Mei Nyang and Lung Feng, who were in charge of handling the White Tiger Gate. What is a mere first-class family worth? At this moment, Lung Feng coldly shouted at the middle-aged man. Swish. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he looked at Lung Feng. Kid, you have quite the audacity to disregard my Murong family. It seems your identity is not simple. Tell me, what kind of identity allows you to look down on my Murong family? You are not qualified to know my identity. Lung Feng coldly replied. I see you want to die? Someone, drag him out and kill him. The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Who gave you the courage to kill me? Suddenly, a cold and ruthless voice came from outside the hall. Yi Junlin's figure appeared, his expression icy. Master, young master. Mei Nyang and Lung Feng exclaimed as they saw Yi Junlin appear. Swish. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Junlin, his eyes flashing with light, and said in a deep voice, Are you the one behind them? I thought it was impossible for those two to take the White Tiger Gate so easily. It turns out there is a mastermind behind it. Who are you? The middle-aged man asked Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin glanced at Mei Nyang and Lung Feng, noticing their injuries. His brows furrowed as he looked coldly at the middle-aged man. Anyone who touches my people will die? Swish. Yi Junlin immediately walked towards the middle-aged man, and the white-clothed martial artists present turned cold and rushed towards him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Junlin flicked his hand, and silver needles shot out like darts, killing each of them one by one. The Murong family martial artists didn't even have a chance to react before they all fell to the ground, dying with their eyes wide open. Swish. The middle-aged man's expression stiffened, his eyes fixed on Yi Junlin as he struck out with a palm. But as soon as he did, Yi Junlin's hand seemed to be that of a god, instantly grabbing his throat and slamming him to the ground, causing him to spit blood on the spot. You. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Junlin, his eyes filled with anger and shock. With his 6th grade Xianjing strength, he was instantly subdued by Yi Junlin, which was hard for him to accept. Crack! Yi Junlin did not waste words with him and directly crushed his throat. Then, Yi Junlin went to Mei Yang and Lung Feng's side, flicking out silver needles to treat their injuries. Thank you, master. Thank you, young master. The two thanked Yi Junlin. What happened? Who are they? Yi Junlin asked. He had received a call from Yinner earlier, learned that Lung Feng was unreachable, and guessed that something had happened. So he rushed to Jiangzhou as quickly as possible. They are from the Murong family in Jiangnan County. Mei Yang briefly introduced. So the White Tiger Gate has a family backing it. Yi Junlin's eyes showed surprise as he looked at Lung Feng. But with your strength, they shouldn't be your opponents. Master, it's all my fault. Lung Feng was injured because he was trying to save me, Mei Yang said softly, her face full of guilt. Yi Junlin glanced at Mei Yang. If you want to become the underground queen of Jiangnan County, you need to have certain strength. Previously, Mei Yang could replace the Wolf Gate because of her charm, but now that she is in Jiangzhou, facing various martial arts experts, relying solely on her charm is no longer enough. She must have sufficient strength. Of course, for others, it would be very difficult to start practicing martial arts at Mei Yang's age, but Mei Yang is different. After all, she possesses the innate charm body. This innate charm body has not yet awakened. Once it does, Mei Yang will not only gain powerful cultivation, but also enhance her charm ability several levels. Even being able to charm and control martial artists directly. Master, can I still practice martial arts? Mei Yang looked at Yi Junlin and asked. Of course, but you need to make some preparations. Yi Junlin said lightly. He has a way to help Mei Yang awaken this innate charm body. But he needs to prepare some auxiliary medicinal materials in advance. Lung Feng, go buy some medicinal materials. Yi Junlin then instructed Lung Feng on what materials to buy. Yes. Lung Feng nodded and left. What is the current situation of the White Tiger Gate? Yi Junlin asked Mei Yang, who replied, now all the senior officials of the White Tiger Gate have surrendered, but with the presence of the Murong family, I am afraid. You don't need to worry about that. I will handle the Murong family, Yi Junlin said directly, then looked at Mei Yang. I haven't had lunch yet. Come with me to get something to eat. The two of them left the White Tiger Gate and prepared to find a place to eat in Jiangzhou. Drunken Immortal Tower. Suddenly, Yi Junlin spotted a restaurant named Drunken Immortal Tower. This Drunken Immortal Tower was larger and more magnificent than the one in Shanghai, resembling a royal pavilion. Let's go? Yi Junlin immediately walked into this Drunken Immortal Tower. Mei Yang looked at Yi Junlin daring to step into the Drunken Immortal Tower. Her expression changed. But she said nothing more and followed him inside. Chapter 89. Re-entering the Drunken Immortal Tower in Jiangzhou. Inside the Drunken Immortal Tower. Within 3 minutes of Yi Junlin entering, in a room on the upper floor of the Drunken Immortal Tower, a woman in a yellow qipao was managing something when suddenly a woman in an orange qipao rushed in and said to her, My lady, the young man who caused a disturbance at the Shanghai Drunken Immortal Tower has arrived. Swish. The woman in the yellow qipao's eyes narrowed, revealing a look of surprise as she said, He actually dares to step into the Drunken Immortal Tower? He really has some guts. My lady, should we report this to the manager? The woman in the orange qipao asked. This is a small matter. There's no need to disturb the manager. Let's go take a look. The woman in the yellow qipao stood up gracefully and walked outside. At this moment, Yi Junlin and Mei Yang had found a spot to sit down and ordered a variety of food and drinks. Master, you caused a disturbance at the Drunken Immortal Tower before. What if? Mei Yang couldn't help but say as she looked at Yi Junlin, but the latter smiled slightly. It's fine, just eat and drink. Soon, the food and drinks were served, and Mei Yang personally poured wine for Yi Junlin, who raised his cup and drank it all in one go. Sighing, this wine tastes even better than the one at Shanghai's Drunken Immortal Tower. It seems the bigger the Drunken Immortal Tower, the better the wine. Master, it is said that the wine from the headquarters of the Drunken Immortal Tower in the capital is the best. Countless wine lovers are willing to spend a lot of money just to have a drink there. Mei Yang said lightly. Is that so? If there's a chance, I would like to experience it. Yi Junlin smiled slightly while raising his wine glass. You probably won't have that opportunity. At this moment, a cold voice came. The woman in the yellow qipao, accompanied by a group of women in orange qipaos, slowly walked towards Yi Junlin's table. Each of them was exquisitely beautiful, and their qipaos showcased their graceful figures and long legs, which made the men in the restaurant feast their eyes and swallow hard. The wine at the Drunken Immortal Tower is extraordinary, and the beauties are equally remarkable. Yi Junlin glanced at the woman in the yellow chi pao and said, "What do you mean by that, miss? Kid, you violated the rules of our Drunken Immortal Tower and openly fought in the Jianghai Drunken Immortal Tower, injuring our people. Do you think you still have a chance to drink at our headquarters?" The woman in the orange chi pao, who had just reported, coldly snorted at Yi Junlin. "It's just a fight. What's the big deal?" Yi Junlin held the wine glass filled by Mei Nyang with a slight smile and was about to drink it all. The woman in the yellow Cheongsam coldly said, "Those who violate the rules of the Zui Xian Lu will have their legs broken, and those who harm the people of Zui Xian Lu will have their hands broken." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, four women in orange Cheongsams rushed towards Yi Junlin like lightning, each aiming to attack his hands and feet, wanting to disable his limbs. "Be careful." Mei Nyang's expression changed. Worried, Yi Junlin remained extremely calm as he finished the wine in his glass, and the attacks from the four women were already close, but at that moment, Yi Junlin gently waved his hand. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, four dull, thunderous sounds erupted. Before the four women in orange Cheongsams could react, they were all sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood. This scene directly changed the expression of the woman in the yellow Cheongsam, who drew a dagger from her hand and lunged directly at Yi Junlin. Her strength had already reached the 5th rank of the Xian realm. It's dangerous for a girl to play with knives. Yi Junlin looked at her with a slight smile, reached out with his right hand, and immediately seized the dagger from her hand, then pressed it directly against her throat. All of this happened too quickly, so fast that the woman in the yellow Cheongsam didn't even realize how her dagger was taken away. "Who are you?" The woman looked at Yi Junlin, her expression serious. "Who I am isn't important. I'm just here to drink and eat." Yi Junlin abruptly stabbed the dagger into the table and continued eating. Clap, clap, clap. Young master has excellent skills. At this moment, a round of applause sounded. A woman in a green Cheongsam, with exquisite makeup, hair elegantly styled, and a curvy figure, walked over, clapping her hands, smiling, giving a refreshing feeling. "Manager." The woman in the yellow Cheongsam bowed and called out to the woman in the green Cheongsam. Yi Junlin glanced at her and said, "Is your Zui Xian Lu distinguishing identities by the different colors of the Cheongsams? Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple?" "Young master is very clever. I am Qing Xiao, the manager of Zui Xian Lu in Jiangnan County," the woman said softly. "Qing Xiao, nice name." Yi Junlin glanced at her. "Are you planning to take action against me too? With your strength, how could Qing Xiao dare to embarrass herself in front of you?" Qing Xiao smiled slightly and said to the woman in the yellow Cheongsam beside her, "Go get our best Qing He wine." The woman in the yellow Cheongsam was startled by Qing Xiao's words, but didn't ask further. She said yes and turned to leave. Soon, the woman returned with a jug of wine, and Qing Xiao poured wine for Yi Junlin. "Young master, this is the most precious jug of wine in our restaurant. Named Qing He. Although it is not as good as the Zui Xian brew from headquarters, it is still an excellent choice. You should give it a try." Yi Junlin raised the glass and took a gentle sip, saying, "The wine is fragrant and rich, with an endless aftertaste. Just one sip makes a person feel completely relaxed. It is indeed good wine. You Zui Xian Lu live up to your name." Yi Junlin looked at Qing Xiao, praising her. "Since it's so good, then young master should drink a bit more." Qing Xiao continued to pour wine for Yi Junlin, who drank more than 10 cups in a row. However, when the woman in the yellow Cheongsam and Qing Xiao saw that Yi Junlin showed no signs of drunkenness, their expressions changed slightly. "This wine is quite good. I'll come back next time to taste it again." Half an hour later, after Yi Junlin had his fill of food and drink, he paid the bill and walked out with Mei Nyang, both smiling. At this moment, the woman in the yellow Cheongsam hurriedly said, "Manager, with the power of this Qing He wine, even a 9th-rank Xian realm warrior would surely be drunk after 10 cups. But he actually drank an entire jug and is still sober. What is going on? This can only mean that his cultivation far exceeds the Xian realm. So this wine cannot make him drunk." Qing Xiao said lightly. "What? Could he be an Earth realm warrior? How is that possible?" The woman in the yellow Cheongsam's expression changed, unable to believe it. "You immediately investigate his identity. I want to know everything about him," Qing Xiao said coldly. Outside the restaurant, Yi Junlin slightly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Trying to get me drunk isn't that easy." Clearly, he had already guessed Qing Xiao's intentions, and this little wine was not enough to bring him down. At this moment, Ming Yang's phone rang. After she answered and hung up, she looked at Yi Junlin. Master? The president of the Zhuke Club has invited me to meet tonight. Chapter 90. Do you want the Zhuke Club? What is this woman trying to do again? Upon learning that Enai Huang invited Ming Yang to meet, a glint flashed in Yi Junlin's eyes. Does Master know the president of the Zhuke Club? Ming Yang looked at Yi Junlin curiously, and the latter nodded. I've met her once. This woman is as enchanting as you, but her schemes are much deeper than yours. Ming Yang's eyes flickered as she said, I've also heard quite a bit about this president of the Zhuke Club. She's definitely not an ordinary woman. I just took down the Baihu man, and she invited me to meet. It must be another banquet of intrigue. No problem. Let it be a banquet of intrigue. Last time at the banquet of intrigue, I took down the Baihu man, and this time I'll conveniently take down the Zhuke Club too. Yi Junlin shrugged, looking unconcerned. Previously, Yi Junlin went down the mountain only to seek revenge, but now his thoughts had changed. He not only wanted revenge, but also to have his own power and strength. Otherwise, like now, when looking for the killer of his clan, he still has to rely on the strength of his master's forces. If he had his own sufficiently powerful force, he wouldn't need to rely on others. Moreover, no matter how high his cultivation, he was still just one person. Without the ability to clone himself, he couldn't respond in time if those around him encountered trouble. Therefore, he must have a strong force of his own to prevent such things from happening. His current goal is to take down the 4 underground overlords of Jiangnan County and use that as a foundation to develop slowly. Just as Yi Junlin was contemplating his future development, in the suburbs of Jiangzhou, there was a luxurious manor where a group of people had gathered in a room. These people were all dressed in suits, exuding an extraordinary aura, and in front of them lay a bed on which an old man with white hair, full of wrinkles and age spots, was lying, looking frail and nearing the end of his life. This old man was none other than Kai Jingjun, the patriarch of the Kai family, one of the 6 major families in Jiangnan County. The people present were all direct descendants of the Kai family. At that moment, Mu Chuan, the president of the Jiangnan branch of the Chinese Medicine Association, was administering acupuncture to the old man Kai, his expression serious, and beads of sweat covering his forehead. Whoosh! After dozens of minutes, Mu Chuan pulled out the silver needles from the old man's body, sighing, alas. President Mu, how is my father? Is there any hope? At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit, Kai Tianyang, the eldest son of the old man, asked. Patriarch Kai's life is nearing its end. He probably won't last through tonight. Mu Chuan said faintly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hearing this news, the expressions of the Kai family members changed. The reason why the Kai family could become one of the 6 major families in Jiangnan County was all because of the existence of the old patriarch. If the old patriarch were gone, the Kai family would probably decline immediately. President Mu, please save my father. Kai Tianyang looked at Mu Chuan and pleaded. Mu Chuan said helplessly, it's not that I don't want to save him, but Patriarch Kai's condition is beyond even my ability. President Mu, if you can't do it, can anyone else in the Chinese Medicine Association save my father? At this moment, a woman dressed in a fitted long dress with black stockings and high heels, with a graceful figure and exquisite makeup, full of a mature charm, looked at Mu Chuan and asked. She was Kai Yinxing, the youngest daughter of the old patriarch. Unless the president steps in, it's unlikely that anyone else can bring old Master Kai back to life. However, the president is elusive, and unless he appears on his own, no one can find him. Therefore, hoping for the president's intervention seems impossible. Mu Chuan shook his head. Is there really no other way? Kai Tianyang looked at his father with a grim expression, full of reluctance. There is one other person who, if he intervenes, has a great chance of allowing old Master Kai to live for several more years or even longer. Suddenly, Mu Chuan spoke up. Who? Kai Tianyang, Kai Yinxing, and the other members of the Kai family all turned their gaze to Mu Chuan, who then said, Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin? Who is he? Kai Tianyang was taken aback, while Mu Chuan said solemnly, he is a very mysterious person, but also possesses extremely high medical skills. If he intervenes, old Master Kai has a high chance of surviving. President Mu, where is this person? We will send someone to find him right away. Kai Yinxing quickly asked. Mu Chuan's gaze flickered as he said, this person is in Jianghai, but getting him to intervene is probably not that easy. However, considering my friendship with old Master Kai, I can try to contact him. Meanwhile, in the Murong family, a top family in Jiangnan County, in a quaint pavilion, a voice filled with authority rang out. In Jiangnan County, Do you really think that killing someone from the Morong family will go unpunished? After over 20 years without taking action, it seems that people in Jiangnan are increasingly disregarding the Morong family. This voice was filled with anger and exuded a strong sense of oppression. Head of the family, the eldest young master has just come out of seclusion. Why not let him handle this matter? It would be a good opportunity for him to gain experience. At this moment, another voice echoed in the pavilion. Good. Let Tianjun handle this matter. Tell Tianjun that the might of the Murong family cannot be insulted. The authoritative voice rang out again. In the blink of an eye, night fell. The first club in Jiangzhou, Gentle Township. Yi Junlin arrived once again, this time accompanied by Mei Yang. They directly stepped into the club, and at that moment, the red-clothed woman who had previously brought Yi Junlin approached. When the red-clothed woman saw Yi Junlin, her expression froze, and her gaze swept over to Mei Yang. Her eyes sparkling as she looked at the two. You should take us to see your president, Yi Junlin said directly. The red-clothed woman glanced at Yi Junlin and led them to the room where Enai Huang was located on the top floor of the club. As soon as they entered the room, they saw Enai Huang. Today, Enai Huang exuded a strong, queenly aura, making one feel as if they should bow down to her. Young Master Yi, what brings you here? When Enai Huang saw Yi Junlin, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. She glanced at Mei Yang and smiled. So young Master Yi is the one behind Mei Yang. I was wondering who had the capability to take down the White Tiger Gate overnight. It turns out to be you, young Master Yi. Yi Junlin walked directly to Enai Huang and sat down, coldly saying, You brought Mei Yang here today because you're interested in the White Tiger Gate, right? She just wants to collaborate with Mei Yang. After all, although she controls the White Tiger Gate, there is a more powerful force behind it. Enai Huang smiled charmingly. You're referring to the Morong family? Yi Junlin looked at Enai Huang, who was slightly surprised, and said, Young Master Yi knows about the Morong family? Yes. I killed a few of their people today, Yi Junlin said casually. Swish. His words caused Enai Huang to pause, shock appearing in her eyes as she asked, You killed people from the Morong family? That's right. Yi Junlin shrugged, while Enai Huang's expression kept changing. All right, enough small talk. The reason I came today is to tell you that I want your Zhuke association. At this moment, Yi Junlin got straight to the point. Swish. Enai Huang's expression changed as she looked at Yi Junlin. Young Master Yi, you want my Zhuke association? That's right. I want you and your Zhuke association to submit to me. Of course, you can refuse, but then you will end up like the master of the White Tiger Gate. Yi Junlin said coldly. Crack. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Chapter 91. Quietly watching the show swish. As the door was pushed open, Enai Huang's red-clothed subordinate staggered back, her face pale, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. At that moment, Enai Huang frowned as her gaze swept over, and she saw a group of people walk in, led by a middle-aged man with a dark complexion. Wearing a black shirt and sunglasses. Xian Feng, you dare to trespass on my territory and injure my people. What do you want? Enai Huang glared coldly at the middle-aged man, an invisible pressure radiating from her. Enai Huang, why are you angry? I just wanted to come and have a drink with you, but your subordinate dared to stop me and said you were meeting an important guest, which made me quite unhappy. In Jiangnan County, is there anyone more important than me? The middle-aged man took off his sunglasses, sneering, and his gaze swept over, immediately noticing Mei Yang. What a beautiful woman. When the man saw Mei Yang, a glint of malice appeared in his eyes, and his blood boiled. I didn't expect to see a woman whose looks and allure are on par with Enai Huang here. It's truly a feast for the eyes. The man sighed. Then his gaze fell on Yi Junlin, his brow furrowing. Who are you? Who allowed you to sit in Enai Huang's room? Enough, Xian Feng, for your brother's sake. I won't hold today's matter against you. You immediately take your people and get out, or don't blame me for being rude. Enai Huang shouted coldly, her aura turning extremely frigid. Master, he should be the younger brother of the leader of the Xuanwu Hall, one of the 4 underground overlords in Jiangnan County. At this moment, Mei Yang gently introduced to Yi Junlin. Xuanwu Hall. Now I have seen everything. Yi Junlin smiled slightly. Enai Huang, you should know my sincere feelings for you, but you have never regarded me as someone important, even looking down on me. At this moment, Xian Feng said to Enai Huang, while she coldly replied, Do I need to regard you as important? You're just a lackey beside your brother. Do you really think you're the master of the Xuanwu Hall? If it weren't for your brother, you would be nothing. Swish. With Enai Huang's words, Xian Feng's face darkened, his eyes flickering with a sinister light as he said to Enai Huang, I know you have always looked down on me and disregarded me. But it doesn't matter. After today, you will know how powerful I, Xian Feng, am. I'm no weaker than my brother. What do you want? And I Huang sensed the underlying meaning in Xian Feng's words, her brows furrowing as she watched him. Clap. Suddenly, Xian Feng snapped his fingers. Swish, swish, swish. With the sound of the snap, a group of figures suddenly emerged behind Xian Feng, all dressed in black combat gear, wearing masks, and wielding black samurai swords. Each of them had cold eyes, exuding a chilling, murderous aura. In an instant, over 100 figures dressed in black combat gear, holding samurai swords, surrounded the entire room. Swish. And I Huang looked at this group, her expression changing as she looked at Xian Feng. What do you mean by this, Xian Feng? Who are they? It's nothing much. I came today to make you completely become my woman, Nai Huang. As for their identities, you don't need to know, Xian Feng said with a cold smile, while Yi Junlin looked at this group and guessed at a glance that they were from Ingwa. As only they would use samurai swords. Come on. And I Huang's expression turned cold as she called out, but no one responded. You don't need to call. The entire Gentle Township is now under my control, and your subordinates have already been dealt with by them. At this moment, Xian Feng smiled playfully, feeling quite pleased. Ni Huang's expression suddenly turned very ugly. She didn't expect that this group of mysterious people had completely dealt with her subordinates. How could these people be so strong? They aren't from your Xuanwu Hall, are they? Who exactly are they? Ni Huang said with a gloomy expression. They are all from the Ying Nation, Yi Junlin said, and his words made Ni Huang raise an eyebrow. Ying Nation people? You are collaborating with the Ying Nation? Immediately, Ni Huang looked at Xian Feng and coldly said, Do you know that your older brother hates the Ying Nation people the most? You actually associate with them? Humph, my brother with his wooden head, what does he know? Now, we can only seek external help to break the balance of the four major overlords, so that my Xuanwu Hall can become the underground master of Jiangnan County in one fell swoop. Xian Feng said with a dismissive cold snort. Enough with the nonsense, attack. At this moment, one of the men holding a samurai sword issued the order, and the others all charged towards Ni Huang. Bang, bang, bang. Ni Huang moved. Her strikes were swift, directly sending several people flying, and those few were either dead or severely injured. This president of the Zhuke society was equally powerful. Her realm had reached the 8th level of the Xian realm, even surpassing Yang Tianhu's strength. However, the group of Ying Nation people in front of her were all very strong in combat, and they coordinated with each other, making their combat power even stronger. After sacrificing dozens of people, they joined forces to besiege Ni Huang and suppressed her. Don't hurt her, Xian Feng said to the man who had just issued the order. He then glanced at Mainyang. Right? And you, little lady, come here and capture her. Tonight, I want to have a dragon playing with 2 phoenixes. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, the people brought by Xian Feng charged towards Mainyang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Junlin casually waved his hand, and silver needles shot out, killing all of these people. At this moment, Xuanfeng's expression changed, staring at Yi Junlin Yu. The man from the Ying Nation who had issued the order also looked at Yi Junlin, his eyes glinting coldly. We're just here to watch the show. Don't mess with us. Yi Junlin picked up a sunflower seed and started to crack it. Xuanfeng's gaze shifted to the Ying Nation man. Just as he was about to speak, the man coldly said, First capture this woman. Don't worry about anything else. Hearing this Ying Nation man's words, Xian Feng glanced at Yi Junlin and Mainyang, and could only temporarily suppress his dissatisfaction. Then, the commanding Ying Nation man also swung his samurai sword and charged towards Ni Huang. And his strength had reached the 9th level of the Xian realm, making him one of the top experts in the Xian realm. Bang, bang, bang. With the addition of this 9th level Ying Nation expert to the battle, Ni Huang suddenly felt immense pressure and was somewhat unable to withstand it, multiple wounds appearing on her body. Master, the president of the Zhuke society is probably in trouble. Aren't you going to make a move? At this moment, Mainyang glanced at Ni Huang and asked Yi Junlin, What am I supposed to do? She's not my person. We can just quietly watch the show. Yi Junlin pouted and continued cracking sunflower seeds.